Good morning, duelists, and welcome to day 2 here, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series, live from Lille. We have entered our second day of your coverage here, and we head into the next 6 rounds of Swiss, because as some of you know, we've changed those rules. It's no longer the top 64. We have an extra few rounds of Swiss. Then we get into a top 8 cut as we race towards seeing who is going to be crowned our YCS Lille champion for 2025. Now, we're about to get straight in to our round 10 feature match. But first, let's see our welcome video. Attention duelists, this is your coverage team for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Lille. Let's introduce your casters and turn. Perfect. Sebastian Lemka and Leonard Koenig. Marcello Barbary and Alberto Morazzi. Jean-Alexis Rousseau and Mike Portugas. And your host, Ed Templar. We are your coverage team for the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Lille. Stick around, we've got loads of great coverage coming your way. And turn again. Perfect. Perfect. A little bit of fun there to kick things off for our YCS Lille coverage. In front of me, I have your next 2 duelists for our feature match. Benjamin Wright and Hedi Sehi ready to kick things off. So guys, we're going to do a high roll to see who goes first. So Hedi is going to roll first with a Snake Eyes. That is no good. And then we go into a 7. Benjamin, are you going to go first? Benjamin is going to go first. So for the first time on our second day of coverage, going to hand you guys over to your amazing commentary trio who are going to take you through this round 10 feature match.
Thank you, Ed, and welcome to day 2 duelists from us as well. As our lovely host has already hinted at, we have brand new rules and structure for this event, which means that for the first time ever, we'll actually have 6 more rounds of Swiss today before that top 8 cut. And well, that changes things dramatically because it makes a total of 15 rounds of Swiss, and pretty much you're gonna need a 13-2 score to make it to the top 8. And well, that means that, you know, even ending the first day with a 9-0 score doesn't even guarantee you anything. You know, you still need to win 4 more rounds to even make it. And if on the other end, our duelists for this round are sitting on a 7-2 score, that is a very good result, but it means that they have to win out.
Yeah, absolutely. It changes a lot of things. Of course, you have no room for mistake. So if you lose a single round from now on, you will not be qualified for the top 8. And it changes a lot of things for the deck building and for the approach of the tournament. We've talked about that yesterday, of course, but you want to have a deck with the most consistency as possible. And you also want to surprise your opponents so that they are a little bit destabilized. And I mean, that's what our 2 duelists decided to do, because they play some very specific decks.
Yeah, I mean, throughout the stream yesterday, essentially, we managed to see a lot of different decks, and we start things off once again with some spicy, I would say, because on one hand we have Benjamin with K9 Orcust. So, I mean, I'm really looking forward to see the Orcust, you know, cards in action, especially yesterday. We got to see some of them, and on the other hand, though, I gotta say that Hedi might not be, you know, caring that much about the die roll, right? Because he's on Gem Knight.
Absolutely, Gem Knight, we could say Tenpai 2.0 in a way. You know, it's a deck that is really, really good at just closing the duel out in one turn, and typically actually wants to go second. So pretty sure that, again, losing the die roll is a benefit because your opponent doesn't know that you're gonna make them start, and that's pretty big. But regardless, as mentioned, our duelist managed to qualify for day 2, which means that they already put their hands on some amazing prizes, guaranteeing their pack with the stamp that has been released in Europe for the first time with the YCS stamp for this event. And then, even though it's true that we have a cut to the top 8, they still want to play even on an X3 or worse record to try and sneak into top 64, 30, SHU and 16, because those still get you the same prizes as before. But I think enough said. We want to see some action. Gem 9 against Orcust. Who is going to take it? Let's start things off. And here they are, nice fist bump. And I mean, the Orcust deck has a lot of one-card combos, so let's see what Benjamin decides to go for. And well, that's a good start. Yeah.
Yeah, it is a pretty good start. Of course, this is not the Orcust cards, but starting off with the Joku and the Izuna allows you to just get access to the Lupus in the graveyard, but also the access to the Xyz plays. So that's a pretty good one. I mean, we don't see Orcust yet, but we're pretty happy with this one. And speaking about the matchup between Orcust K9 and the Gem Knight Shadow, I mean, it's going to be very interesting because on the one hand, we have a very, very good going second deck, but on the other hand, the Orcust strategy, I mean, it puts a very strong field, so it's going to be very interesting to see whether the Gem Knights can just break the field or just can't do anything.
Yep. It's definitely gonna be rough, I gotta say, because as compared to other decks, the Orcust can set up also the Crescendo, which is a counter trap that pretty much negates anything, and then that makes it, rough, because it can negate a lot of the typical Field Breakers cards. But here we just opening this K9. Usually, again, the bridge, we have seen it a couple of times in the past. What it can be between these two decks in the Crystron deck. Is it gonna be the same is my question. Do we have the Scrap Recycler in deck or not really?
Yeah.
Okay, it is
There's
there.
one.
So
yeah.
most likely this is something that we could expect if we don't have access to Orcust cards yet. And yeah, for now just again continuing this K9 chain, setting up an Izuna for next turn. Why not?
I mean, he's probably not going to get interrupted because the Gem Knight strategy, you like to have some field breakers, so you don't like to interact on the opponent's turn, unless you have some mulch armies, of course. But it doesn't seem to be the case here, so it's going to be full engine, full field breaker, and he's gonna have to, I mean, to give a lot of energy in that.
What a hand this is, honestly, because like paired up with the K9s, the Orcust strategy is so much strong, and we saw them in action yesterday. And honestly, the Dingirsu, once it brings up on the field as an XYZ summon, it's so much powerful that gives you such a boost in your strategy. And I really like it because, especially, we were talking about it yesterday, how synergetic our duelists have been this weekend, pairing with multiple strategies essentially in their deck, no? And I really feel like Orcust is one of the most versatile one this weekend, and yeah, I think it can be splash also in the Mitsurugi. We saw them in action as well, and look at this, like without any interruption, this is quite scary.
Yeah, absolutely. And the Dingirsu will have a lot of value because, of course, there's going to be a lot of cards that want to destroy your field. And if you get the Dingirsu, you're going to have the protection effects. So, yeah, I'm really eager to see if it's going to be a thing or not. But it's definitely going to be a key card.
I mean, this Galatea Eye is the card that really opened up this engine. Having access to this Link 1 is just insane because all of these normal summons, you can just turn into it and get things going. And I mean, we all know how long, Arpor has been forbidden. And, during that time, a lot of players were asking for it to be back. And already, right after, it won the NA WCQ this year, just a couple months back. So we'll see whether it keeps on having some success, and you can tell why. I mean, with pretty much one card, you can set up a pretty threatening field. He's not gonna win you the game alone, but like when you support it again with like K9s or just another engine, it does so much, because at least you know, 3 interruptions you can do, and it's also one of those decks where you have more resources. So you interrupt, but then you refill your graveyard, and so it's not like they can ignore it, because next turn everything is gonna come back.
Yeah, absolutely. And speaking about the choice of deck, I think this is very interesting to choose and to pick Orcust for this tournament, because you play a lot of Link monsters, and therefore you're not affected by the Dimension Barrier, which is a key card of the tournament, in my opinion. I mean, a lot of players are going to have that in the side deck for the going first strategy. And, you know, when you're playing some decks like Dracotail, Yummy, you are, I mean, it's very hard to play against this card. So picking a deck that is not affected by that is very, very clever, in my opinion.
I also feel like that the Orcus strategy was missing the Link one, which is now there, the Galatea Eye. And I mean, look at this, like with the Dingirsu being summoned onto the field. Of course, this is very, very powerful, especially because I can see that Benjamin is also holding the Orcus Crescendo in hand. So another form of interruption, and it's not done yet, because essentially it's playing the full Orcus package also along the World Legacy cards, which is very interesting, because I really feel like that only one card, in this case the Gearsu itself, can really put you through this. And this is something that we don't really see often, because the World Wand gets sent to the graveyard and then banished. And this is like one of the older combos, let's say, of the Orcus strategy, which we haven't seen in a while. And I really like it, because essentially gives you also another layer of interruption. And yeah, I mean, look at this, also with the IP being onto the field and the Crescendo being set.
Yeah.
This is scary.
Yeah. I mean, it is a bit unfortunate, the open Crescendo, because he's free. Like, he could have set it with the Galatea easily, and he's not really playing other targets for it. But, I mean, this is still pretty strong. I think also something that benefiting Benjamin is Artifact Lancea not really being there anymore. You know, Malice got significantly worse, and if that was the most popular side deck card, now not so much, and it stops Orcus as well.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, this field looks very scary, especially considering the fact that you are able to protect your monsters from the destruction thanks to the Dingirsu, but also thanks to the effect of the IP Masquerena, because the monster which will be summoned will not be allowed to be destroyed by your opponent's card effects. So we know that the Gemini strategy wants to destroy the monster. We know that there's going to be some Lightning Storm, maybe some Raigeki, some cards like that. It's going to be a little bit more difficult for him to just destroy the whole field. But I want to see if he can do it, because it's going to be such a statement if he manages to do that.
And you just mentioned it as he picks up that Lightning Storm as the 6th card, so and kinda called it.
The one-off.
Oh, really? Wow.
Really?
I mean, if he manages to bait out this Crescendo and then goes for it, it could be quite devastating. But the Dingirsu, let's not forget, has the protection effect as well. And that Babel right now is the most threatening part of this, because it makes every single Orcust a quick effect, and that's huge. And that's probably what Benjamin is explaining. You know, you don't play against this deck every day. But
I mean, I feel like that Harry's deck is very strong against most of the current meta deck, and against this specific matchup, it's not easy, because. Also looking at this deck, I really feel like he was prepared to play against Yummy, of course against Dracotail, and here decides to go for the Lightning Storm right away. Okay.
Yeah, here goes the Lightning Storm, and we are just going to detach from the Dingirsu indeed. We talked about this interaction earlier, and yeah, I mean, there goes the Lightning Storm.
yeah, maybe again a bit of a lack of experience in this matchup, but what can you really do?
So yeah, he's gonna ask a little bit more information about this card, and he's going to activate the Shadow Fusion. Such a good card going second. We talked about the Gemini strategy telling you that it had a lot of power going second, and Shadow Fusion is one of those cards because he's basically going to be able to fuse from deck, which is very strong, get some resources in the graveyard, and be able to activate a lot more effect. And yeah, that's the power of the Shadow strategy, because when you pair it up with the Gem Knight, that's a lot more fusions, and it allows you to just play this Shadow Fusion.
Yeah, I love to see it in 2035 again. Really useful. We saw some Dragotail players using it, and that might be what Benjamin right now is thinking, but he's in for a big surprise once he sees some of these Gem Knights come out. And yeah, just looking at the deck, you can see while he's scrolling through it, you see Raigeki, Feather Duster, you know, a lot of field-breaking cards, just like Tenpai, again, as mentioned, last year, winning the European WCQ.
And that is very scary, as Alberto just said, for most of the decks of the format. But surprisingly, yeah, Oakhurst can survive that pretty easily, to be honest, thanks to the Dingirsu, thanks to the Crescendo as well.
And yeah, here comes our lovely construct. Been a minute.
And there we see how much power the Shadow Fusion gives to your deck, because not only you have this powerful monster on the field, but you also have the effects in the graveyard that you are able to activate. So yes, such a strong card, because he only activated 2 cards in hand, and still he's putting a lot of pressure on the field.
And it's good because you get to send the Initial Genius by targeting one monster onto the field and essentially negating it. And then also now the Gem Knight deck is revealed to his opponent. So it's like now Benjamin must be thinking, okay, this is a Gem Knight deck, maybe mixed up with some Shadow cards and other deck. But I think the good thing is now the Heady at least have some sort of space, because thanks to the Neburim being sent to the graveyard, is also able to send one. Oh, okay, but
yeah,
we are going to the Mask Arena.
IP. The thing is, right now we are chain blocking the Reaper, and as a response, Benjamin will just use the IP. We send a card from Construct, because again, to chain block it was chain link free. But even though we are chain blocking the Reaper, now the Izuna is live, and look at that Shadow Dragon. Wow, in the main deck. Makes sense, you're going second. And that's big because you can force out the Crescendo.
Yeah, the Neburim that was sent with Shadow Fusion essentially is able, by discarding a card, to be back onto the field. So you can summon it.
And look at this, such a good play. Benjamin decides to get rid of the Dingirsu, but again, Eddie chain blocking that Reaper in order to get rid of the Babel. Benjamin did not see this coming, and he might be punished for his decision to get rid of the protection once more.
Yeah, pretty good sequencing here, and we also have the effect of the Neburim to just add a Gem Knight card, and that's where it becomes scary, because all the Gem Knight cards going second, they have this additional effect that you can fuse from the deck. For example, we of course know the Brilliant Fusion, which is such a good card, and yeah, I mean, all of a sudden you had a lot of interruptions, but little by little you take the field out pieces by pieces, and it looks pretty good for now.
Yeah, and it seems like here we're gonna use this SP, but basically you're forced to use your Orcus effects, because then they are all gonna be shut down once this Babel is gone. Yeah, so we're gonna go SP onto the Fusion, and then, as mentioned, we are gonna use some of these effects with the Skeleton onto the Dingirsu. Yeah, followed up by the Galatea Eye.
So yeah, everything is gonna get used, and remember, we still have the Izuna in hand for Benjamin.
Yeah, that's big. Even though, yeah, it's gonna be a question of what can you do with it. Face down, we still have a lot of interruptions, because surely the Babel will be gone, but we still have Crescendo plus yeah, the Force, so we can upgrade into the Werewolf possibly, this Reaper, and yeah, it's gonna be a close one. And Yeah, now I think Benjamin is just explaining some of these effects again to Eddie, because we do see a powerful spell that is about to be activated, I believe.
You can see it coming.
And
Still sinking.
yeah.
I mean, yeah, he's gonna activate it, but yeah, this is very important. When you go second, you have to think about every single interaction. You don't have some room for mistake, so that's why it takes a lot of time to just think if he needs to activate it right now.
There
But yeah,
it is Call by the Grave onto the Dingirsu. Are we going to respond? Is the question. We do have a couple options.
so yeah, Benjamin here sinking a lot. And to be honest, I mean, it looks pretty good for the moment for Hedy. He played it pretty well with a good sequencing, and we saw the power of those cards, of the Shadow Fusion, of course. The Lightning Storm didn't do a lot because it just traded into the Dingirsu, but still, we didn't see a lot of Gemini cards, so we'll see.
Yeah. And no, it seems like he will let this Call by the Grave go through, because he's just chaining this Dingirsu to take control of the Gem Knight, but then the Dingirsu is shut off and the Bible will be destroyed at a result. Yeah, long chain indeed, and SPs should be banished.
Yeah, finally we resolve it properly. And yeah, we are going to get access to the Dispersion. Such a good spell, allowing you to fusion summon.
I mean, you can tell the head is really trying this, because it's just as you mentioned, calculating every single card very carefully. With 3 cards left in hand, it's gonna be difficult, but I mean, of course, especially to deal with this field, because there's the remember the crescendo being set from Benjamin, and tough spot. Although Head is really trying hard, honestly.
I mean, going second is no joke, to be honest. It's very hard, because a lot of decks right now, they put such a powerful field, and you just have to think about every single move so that you are able to just break it. And it's gonna be interesting to see if he can do it or not. But right now, the field still looks pretty impressive. It's gonna be a little bit less with the sales ban getting activated. So what do you call right now?
I mean, I love the card, mainly against Yami. It's such a powerful option going second, but yeah, I mean, it does work against pretty much any deck of the format. But yeah, I agree with you that there are only a couple more cards in the end, and we know there are at least 2 interruptions that you can't interact with this sales ban. So how are we gonna do this?
So we are going to just use the extender, the Hollow Core, a key piece of the Gem Knight strategy, allowing you to search for another card and put it in the graveyard.
Wondering honestly, with 1 card in hand is gonna be very tough, because now, yeah, that's the Reaper, which is being activated, and then the last card, of course, is the Crescendo, which, of course, Hedy didn't know, but I mean, he could have wondered that he could have been there just because he was not with the Galatea. And yeah, I think it's pretty much it.
Yeah, it's gonna be a game 1 here for Benjamin. The Orcus strategy winning the first game, and this is a very good statement in my opinion, because we had a very strong going first deck, the Orcus K9 strategy, and we had a very strong going second deck, and I was really looking forward to seeing if the Gem Knight strategy could just break the field. He had a pretty decent hand, to be honest. Not a lot of Gem Knight cards, because of course you want to get access to the Brilliant second fusion, which is such a good fusion, and to get access to the dispersion of the extra deck, such a good monster, allowing you to just special summon 3 fusion monsters, and all of a sudden, I mean, your opponent is overwhelmed, so this is a bit hard. But we saw that the Orcus strategy had a lot of tools to just resist the Gem Knight, especially because of the Dingersu, because it can just protect yourself from the destruction, and we know that there are some Raigekis, some Lightning Storms, all those cards. And we also have the Crescendo, and having access to an negate like that is very strong against the power cards of the Gem Knight strategy.
Yeah, I mean, definitely, especially because the Orcus deck had the Babel face up, so as well, it's another layer of disruption. And I mean, I really have to say that Harry really tried hard, and I think it was also good for him to see what the Orcus strategy can do. And I think for sure going into game 2, like we said it, he doesn't really mind going second, but the question is, because like looking also at his side deck, he may also opt sometimes to go first, but he's definitely prepared for going second. He has some very interesting cards, especially as mentioned against Yummies, Dracotail as well, which, I mean, we're not going to see the Winter Cherries for sure in this type of matchup, unfortunately. But he definitely has some other tools. The question is, not playing many hand traps. If you let your opponent go first, then once again, you see what happened in game 1. Will you be able to go through it and just, you know?
Yeah, it's definitely rough. On the other hand, as again, similarly to this going second decks, we see a lot of Mulcharmies, both Purulia and Fuvalos. And this is one of those decks where both are actually pretty nice, possibly. You know, just think of how many K9 special summons were from hand and then from extra. And so the Mulcharmies can be a way to overwhelm your opponent then with cards like Super Poly and the Fusions and, you know, the Field Breakers. So that could definitely be an option. But on the other hand, I've just been informed that we won't be seeing the backup because it was a very fast 2-0 victory, actually. And we had a very, very special deck, which I'm not going to talk about because it actually won against Johannes, which we all might know, qualifying and almost missing out on the top cut at World Championship with the Lunalight deck, but he has been defeated. So let's not see, I mean, maybe next round we could see this deck. Very, very unique. And yeah, so no backup for this round. That's sometimes just how it goes. But we do still have a game 2, and it's going to be again the question of who is going to go first. I think our duelists are about done with their siding. So let's just bam into action.
Yeah, the 2 duelists are ready, and as you mentioned, it's going to be very interesting to see if Eddie is going to choose to go second or to go first, because he has both options. Of course, usually you want to go second as Gem Knight, but you also have some very powerful tools in your side deck to go first. We have the Protoss and Escados strategy, and you might want to use that because you know that your opponent is only going to play one type and attribute apart from the K9 cards, but I think that you can do something against that. But looks like he decided to go second once again, which is the usual game plan. But we saw in game 1 it was very hard for the Gem Knight strategy to just go through the Orcus field. So we hope for him that it's gonna be better in this one.
Yeah, I mean, speaking of more charmies, I did spot a couple in the end. So we'll see whether this will be an interesting, you know, and different game from Eddie. But right now we start with this Jokul, no Purulia, but we might see soon enough Fuvalos. And yeah, it's gonna be an interesting one because look at the amount of interruptions in both players' end.
And I think one of them is gonna trade into the other.
And this is also a bit of a bold move from Eddie. Obviously, you know, it's kind of a mind game. Do you use the Fuvalos immediately? He should have, probably. But, you know, you risk kind of like having this Jokul. But we have a second Fuvalos right there for this Ash. And now the question is to Benjamin, how much do you want to commit?
I mean, in my opinion, you want to commit everything because if you do a half field, then you're just gonna get destroyed by the Gem Knight strategy. We saw how powerful the power cards are, so in my opinion, there is no choice. Like, you are forced to just go into your full combo.
I mean, I think this is the risk of playing against Gem Knight because against most of the decks, you will not maybe maybe might be seeing another turn, right? But against Gem Knight, honestly, and if you're not super familiar with the deck, I don't think I will be risking it, to be honest.
And yeah, here we see this new card from Dynam Dimensions, the K904 Noroi.
And we see the Protoss in hand going second. I mean, yeah, of course, if you manage to special summon the Protoss, you can literally call Dark and it's gonna be a mess for the opponent.
Yeah, Mike must be happy, one of his favorite cards. But right now it's tough to summon, so it's gonna need a bit more help. And we do go for the first summon. I'm wondering, yeah, I mean, I was just thinking, isn't it maybe better to use another of the K9, leave the Noroi, and then use the Noroi, you know, the ordering, so that you already know the card that they have drawn from Fuwa? Just in terms of sequencing. I think that maybe might have been a bit better from Benjamin, but I mean, especially, you know, against a field breaker deck, you know, that one card could be really important information on what to play around.
But Hedy really needs something because his hand was not ideal because he had the Protoss, the Sales Ban.
Especially if you're passing on this, you now would have been able to know the last card in hand from Eddie, and this is shaky, as you said, Jean. Wow.
I mean, yeah, so...
It's a pass?
Yeah, because he knows everything in Hedy's hand, basically, so he knows that Hedy's hand is not the best.
Yeah.
So he just realized that maybe he can just pass on a minimalistic board.
And now, so many good draws for Hedy. Even just the Lightning Storm from the previous game would be so strong here. Let's see.
But that's a good start, to be honest. Yeah, the Sales Ban, and he's going to call the Reaper, so no Reaper for the rest of the turn.
Yep.
So that's one interruption gone.
Yeah, pretty much now we have only this face down quick spell in the fourth release to upgrade into the Werewolf. But is that really going to be enough is the question.
Well, the Nefri he already knew about is gonna search for Hedy one Gem Knight card from his deck, and I mean, with the Salesman being activated, honestly, I can really see a good window for him just show us how powerful the Gem Knight deck is. It also depends for sure on all the other two remaining cards which we haven't seen in his hand.
I mean, passing on a half field was an interesting decision, to be honest, because, yeah, of course, you know that your opponent's hand is not the best, but you don't have a lot of interactions, so, you know, I'm a bit skeptical about this one, because we know how powerful the Gem Knight cards are, so, yeah, he might have a tough game. And the good thing about the Gem Knight strategy is that you can start things off with very little pieces, and all of a sudden, you pop off and
overwhelm them.
Yeah, 3 fusion monsters on the field.
Okay, and now the question becomes, when does Benjamin activate this first release? Because the more your opponent commits, the less, you know, that werewolf end interaction becomes.
I mean, I would probably activate it on one of the continue spell, to be honest. But I don't know if it's going to be enough. I don't know if it's going to be enough.
I mean, definitely it seems like Eddie has pretty much this game on his hand. He knows what he's up against, and he just has to find the line to play through it.
Benjamin reading a little bit more the dispersion, which is a very, very good card. And there we see the holo core again.
Yeah, let's see. It's obviously a lot of reading required from Benjamin. Not really a matchup he seems to be too familiar with. Can't blame him all that much. Sometimes that costs you, because
I mean, in my opinion, Gem Knight is one deck that is, you know, under the radar, but still a very powerful deck. Because if you're not prepared, then you can face so many threats like that. It can surprise you, catch you off guard. The fact that going first, the deck still has some tools, because the first game, you are probably going to win the game because your opponent is not prepared to that, and you just end the game very fast. But going into the second game, your opponent is probably going to want you to go first, but still you have the Protoss, the Escados, so you are able to just lock the game. And even if you don't win the game 2, then there is the game 3 once again. The only problem of the deck, in my opinion, is the fact that there is dimensional barrier in the side decks, as we mentioned earlier, and the fact that if you cannot fusion summon, I mean, you cannot end the game with Gem Knight.
yeah. And when we saw that Noroi being sent from Izuna, we could tell that you know, the Lupis was in end. Indeed, it was, and in this case, it represented a nice interruption going into this Valon. And yeah, we still have a couple more things going from Benjamin. And it seems like it's really gonna be one of those games where it's gonna come down to one final card to see, you know, whether it's enough to completely dominate, or Benjamin is just gonna take it. And I mean, they've only spent a couple turns, but actually it has already been around 30 minutes, which is impressive. It doesn't really feel like it.
I was thinking literally the same.
Yeah, I was like, okay, it's been 10 minutes, and then what?
But yeah, of course, they take some time to just think about the interaction, and I mean, it's normal. It's normal because, as we just said before, going second, you cannot afford doing any mistake, because one mistake and the game is gone.
And I really feel like the Gem Knight has so many different options most of the time, and here we get to see the dispersion being resolved. And I mean, I would really like to see some fusion summon, honestly. Just the deck at full speed, and
Yeah.
here we also saw the Valon interaction, putting the monster face down. I don't know how much that honestly will...
No, really.
It doesn't do much, to be honest, because you can still fusion summon using the monsters which are face down. We saw that yesterday in another game with the Dracotail strategy this time, but yeah, it doesn't really do much. Attaching with, for example, the Nash Knight would have been way better, because you lose the resource, while here you can still use it.
And finally, we get to see the first fusion of this duel.
After 30 minutes.
Yeah. And yeah, as you've mentioned, we might have put face down one, but here comes the second copy, and Benjamin probably already committed to this line of denying the card, the Nephirim, and we are probably gonna try, yeah.
So yeah, we are going to activate the quick play spell, but I seriously doubt the fact that it's going to be enough to just stop the Gem Knight strategy. Yes, you are going to be able to destroy a card,
yeah,
but...
that works. Because we can chain the Lady Rose and just destroy the Reaper, no?
Yeah.
And yeah, I think Benjamin has just realized it.
And he's in a bit of trouble right now.
Yeah. Because also, this is the game where we saw that Protoss is in end.
Yeah.
So,
yeah, it is.
I mean, even as a backup plan, it's a pretty good backup plan. And I think we have here, yeah, that's it. I mean, it makes sense. 18 minutes remain, and you definitely do not want that double loss at this stage. And yeah, I mean, it might have not looked like the flashiest of opening, but he got him there. And again, we were saying during side decking, those mulch armies put in work. Yeah.
I mean, yeah, they did a lot right here because you want to just have to face a half field, and this is literally what happened right there. You don't want your opponent to just go into full field, even if, yeah, you are going to draw a lot of cards, but still, you want to just have a minimalistic amount of interaction so that you can just get rid of it with Lightning Storms, with all your power cards, and then just proceed to win the game. But what's going to be very interesting is going to be the siding patterns during this game 3, because now Benjamin is going to be able to decide if he's going to go first or if he's going to go second. And yeah, I mean, this is a very tough decision because you don't want to go first against the Gemini strategy because you saw all those cards, you saw the Mulch Armies, you saw the Field Breaker, and you know that the engine itself is very, very good going second. But on the other hand, if you just let him go first, you have this Protoss, you have the Escatos, and you really don't want him to just call Dark and then just lose on the turn 3. So it's going to be very hard. And on the side of Hedy, I mean, what do you side off? What do you just put in your deck? Because you don't know if you're going to go first or second.
That's the point. And honestly, I mean, I'm not sure if Benjamin would let Hedy go first, to be fair.
No, I can't see it.
I don't really see it coming, to be fair.
No, I also don't. Especially when there are 16 minutes remaining and he didn't seem so experienced with the deck. It's rough to imagine it. On the other hand, I'm kind of worried because if we think back at how much time we spent, this could be close because, I mean, we haven't really seen any interruption outside of Mulch Armies, and I believe that will stay the same. And that means, you know, we could see a long combo from Benjamin, but then if we have, you know, those field break-ins, there is a risk that this could end up in a double loss. Well spotted definitely by Benjamin picking up his cards immediately, because otherwise this would have been a lot closer. But yeah, it seems like he's done with his side deck, and that means only one of these two duelists can possibly move on with an X2 record that's needed to make it to the top 8. Who is it going to be? Let's find out. And let's move to action. Any? There you are, important moment. Do we see those Mulch Armies? And I do believe Benjamin is going first. I don't see any.
It makes a lot of sense, and we are going to see literally what happened in the game 1, in my opinion, because I didn't see any interaction in Hedy's hand, only some field breakers, so we are going to witness exactly the same thing. Is he going to be able to break the field this time or not? That is the question.
And we might see a speedrun combo here. We have always started with K9s. This time around, we start things off with these Orcus cards. As mentioned, the Galatea Eye is so important, turning this Harp Horror into a one-card combo. And yeah, that's gonna be interesting. But if we do not have the K9s, it also changes how threatening this field will be.
And I think he didn't, because I think he also drew one of the World Legacy cards. And which is, you know, a bit rough, especially because I think he's missing one of the K9 pieces.
Yeah, might be, because while the K9 can bridge into the Orcus cards, the other way around, not really. And now we see one of the most important cards, the card that actually won the NA WCQ due to a big misstep, let's say, is this World Crown. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be an interesting piece of interruption that Hedy must, you know, find a way to maneuver through. But I mean, I think it's going to be pretty clear that there won't be any interruptions coming Benjamin way at this point.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you just said, we see a speedrun, literally, of the combo. We know that Benjamin is very experienced with the deck, so he knows what he's doing, and he's going to be able to end up on a pretty convincing field, to be honest.
So here, do we see Crescendo? Yes, we do. Makes a lot of sense. It's so important against a deck like Hedy. And again, though, I don't see any K9s, and this makes the field really really, really different. Is that gonna be enough, is the question. I mean, you can still go, you know, for the similar approach of just Ellen Girsu, so trying to steal a monster in the opponent's turn and then the Dingirsu to protect from Lightning Storm. Yeah, not so much, and I can't tell what the spell card is, but yeah, we definitely don't have K9s at the moment. And yeah, here comes Dingirsu. It was very important in game 1, but now Eddie knows about it. I'm pretty sure he won't just throw, you know, Lightning Storm. But okay. What is it? Is it a forbidden droplet? No. Oh.
It's gonna get set. Oh, it's gonna be a surprise.
Wow, that's
okay.
it. That is definitely a bit underwhelming, no?
Yeah, it definitely is. Yeah, it's without the K9, honestly, this is a bit rough.
Wow, and I mean, Eddie must be really happy about this.
Yeah, and looking at his hand, he has full fuel, he has full gas, a lot of engines, so I mean, it's going to be hard to resist with only the Orchid strategy. You still have, of course, the Dingirsu, you have the Crescendo, which are very good cards, but I doubt the fact that it's going to be enough. We start things off. And that's a very, very good card we see here.
Mistaken at rest.
I mean, it was such a good card in the previous format, of course, against the Mitsurugi strategy. And here, Gem Knight, I mean, it's going to be very hard because you want to add a lot of cards from your deck to your hand. Still, you can send some cards to the graveyard to get their effect, but I seriously doubt the fact that it's going to be enough. That's a tough spot here for Hedy.
There's a Shadow Fusion though. Is it gonna be resolved? And there's the Ash Blossom.
That's big. That's huge. I mean, we thought this was a bit underwhelming. No Babel, no, you know, big Lynx IP, but that Mistaken Arrest is so good. And we know Crescendo is face down, pretty much representing one of the only, you know, disruptions left, because the crown can be played around. And yeah, I think we are gonna use triple tactics talent next from Eddie, but
so you can either take control or watch the hand. Of course, I think it's gonna be a take control right here.
Makes a lot of sense. Either you draw if you're, you know, feeling that, but let's see. Is he gonna be taking control? And I think if it is, we have to use the Crescendo. Yeah. And that is it. Crescendo is activated. That is the last line of defense, pretty much. Do we have a way to push forward? We kind of do. And I mean, this War Crown pretty much, again, says that when a monster is activating the effect that was special summoned from the extra deck, you can negate it and destroy it. So it's important for Eddie to keep that in mind, because it's yeah, it's the last thing he can do. And Brilliant Fusion is now there.
Yeah, because now, thanks to the Course effect, essentially you can set Brilliant Fusion directly from the deck onto the field, and it gets activated and resolves.
Yeah, this is actually gonna be very, very close. And,
feels great when you get to resolve this card.
Yeah, I mean, when you overwhelm your opponent, that one Ash Blossom, you know, one thing is branded, playing maybe only branded fusion, but when you have so many spell cards that fuse from deck, what can you really do? And it seems like it will be the Nephrim, and next he is debating a bit.
And that is what's so strong about Gem Knight, because yeah, as you just said, in Branded you have one Branded Fusion. Here we literally have 3 ways to activate Branded Fusion, and that is so overwhelming because the opponent only has one opportunity to activate Ash. So
yeah, and with the Shadow Fusion, honestly, you were forced on to do the Ash Blossom on it.
Yeah.
No wonder.
I mean, we saw Shadow Dragon, so that would have been just an easy pop on the Crescendo, and look at this.
And finally, we get to see it in action.
we get to see the dispersion on the field, and what a strong monster. For those who don't know the effect of the monster, he will be able to just activate its effect and special summon 3 monsters from the extra deck, which is one of the key pieces of the Gem Knight strategy, because from that point you are then able to take control of the game and try to end it.
Yeah, this is absolutely big from Eddie. 11 minutes and a half remain. That's pretty much the only concern he should have at this point. Only one card in hand from Benjamin.
And yeah, we can feel the tension even here, because remember, one of those players will not be able to access the top 8 at the end of this game.
Yeah.
And it will all revolve around some small interactions. Benjamin doesn't have a lot right now, but it's all in Eddie's hand. And we finally see the link to, we are not going to be able to get the card from the deck, of course, but still,
Yeah.
very important piece.
Important indeed, and you can see Eddie debating on what to do, but we do have the crown. We should keep in mind one more interruption right there on the field from Benjamin. And yeah, I mean, you kind of want to read these cards, but there are 10 minutes remaining.
I mean, yeah, you want to read this one. If you want to read one, you want to read this one.
I mean, for sure, there are a lot of different Gemini cards in the deck and in the extra deck as well, but look at this.
That. Look at that. All of a sudden, you special summon 3 monsters from the extra deck, and it doesn't feel great when you are the opponent. It looks a bit scary.
Yeah, I mean, not many effects are like this in Yu-Gi-Oh! And
now we are going to be able to just keep going. Eddie is still debating on what to do. And we can see the time on the clock. 9 minutes left.
yeah, time
We know
ticking.
that time's ticking, and we don't want this double loss, of course. But I think that the things will be done after this turn.
And look at this now, the Lady Brilliant Diamond coming onto the field. And I think the more Eddie keeps playing this out, it's gonna be getting out of control, because here also has the Prismara effect if really feels like can discard a card to destroy one of Benjamin's monster onto the field.
Yeah, we still have the Dingirsu protection. It's gonna be close, I don't know.
Yeah.
I mean, can he close this out in time? And yeah,
We're going to get rid of the Dingirsu
this
here.
is big.
Yeah. This is probably one of the most important monsters on the field of Benjamin, to be
For
honest.
sure. And now, oh, do we use the crown? Because we could possibly I think there has been a bit of a debate on what's going on now with this quartz. Oh, no, actually we are gonna rewind back.
So yeah, it looks like there was a bit of a mistake somewhere.
Yeah.
But no worries, because the judges are on the case. And yeah, we're going to get back to a previous game state.
Because the Brilliant Diamond says it requires 3 Gem Knight monsters.
Yeah.
Yeah, and the Armadillo is at
Only a gem.
Yeah.
So yeah, a small war, but still very important.
Yes. I mean, I think still Hedy is gonna try his way now, although the Armadillo cannot be used to summon their Brilliant Diamond, but it's done differently this time around, and I'm only concerned about time, to be fair, because if he doesn't really seal this one out in this turn, honestly, with 6 minutes remaining on the round, it's gonna be very, very difficult. I mean, we can surely tell that Benjamin now is a witness in this turn, especially because there's not much left that he can do, and it's just everything on to ID.
So yeah, we are going to do literally the same thing, get rid of the Dingirsu, which is one of the biggest threats, because yeah, you want to destroy all of the monsters on your opponent's field, and Dingirsu just prevents that. But little by little, we are taking advantage, and looks like Hades is, of course, in the driving seat. He has the tools, and now he just needs to find the way to win the game. 5 minutes 30 on the clock, and I think it might be enough to just take the game.
And here I think Benjamin is having a read at the Master Diamond, which was summoned. Wow, I mean, look at this field from Hedy.
Yeah, I mean, I'm feeling a bit of tension just because of those 5 minutes left, but yeah, it definitely looks like we might have another comeback to start things off in day 2. Yeah, you can see now Hedy can proceed.
Still asking a little bit of effects, and that shows us that it's very important to bring something that can surprise your opponent. And once again, we've seen that before, and we still see that in that game. The fact that your opponent doesn't know all the cards, and therefore doesn't know how to interact perfectly with your deck is very, very good, and it works pretty well for Hedy, considering the fact that he's now at 7-2 for now, and might be at 8-2.
This might be it. This might be it, because the Master Diamond copied Gem Knight Topaz effect,
that is
it is going to be the victory for the Gem Knight strategy after this game 3. Hedy convincingly winning the game after a very good duel, to be honest, against the Orcus strategy. We saw an opposition of style between those two decks, with a very good going first deck and a going second deck that tries to just destroy everything, to just tear apart the field. But yeah, all of a sudden we see that the Gem Knight managed to get through the field and get the victory, so he's still in. He will be able to go probably for the top 8, but on the other hand, I mean, Benjamin, the Orcus player, he did a great game. Unfortunately, will not be able to do it this time, but it was very interesting to see the strategy.
Yeah, you can still play for prizes, of course, but indeed, what a match it was. Really showed us what the deck can do. And you gotta say, outside of game 2, where he opened that double Fuvalos, although only one resolved, he was just waiting and trying to break the field. Game 1, he couldn't quite do it, as Benjamin was able to get the best of both of his engines and set up so many interruptions. But on the other hand, in game 3, no K9 cards, and I think at the end that was all it took. The Orcus field, it was not even the most impressive on his own, because no Babel set up, no Link 4, and I mean, what can you really expect to be doing? You probably will lose against any deck of the format, I gotta say, with that opener. And I mean, still congratulations to both, and excited to see yet another deck competing. I mean, in the previous rules, 8-2 would be almost, you know, all you need to make to the top cut. Still, though, there are 5 more rounds remaining. But before we move on to the deck, you know, and the post-match analysis, we do have some exciting news. Let's see how this format looked in terms of deck breakdown for the event, and look at that. So much diversity. Wow.
Yeah, and I'm a bit surprised, to be honest, because we see that the Yomi and the Dracotail strategies are the most praised, to be honest. But the Mitsurugi strategy is the third one, and going into the tournament, I saw that it would be probably the most picked deck or the second most picked deck behind Yomi. But yeah, 3 decks that we expected to be there.
Yeah, absolutely. And I really feel like, I mean, I agree with you. I was expecting Mitsurugi at least to come at second place. I really want to see the trend, especially what happened and changed for day 2, because, I mean, this is for day 1, like, quite stunning, to be fair. It's a lot of varieties, but look at this.
There it is,
Yeah.
Dracotail taking the
Wow.
top, but to be fair, keeping a similar representation. Yami and Dracotail were both at the top and they remained so, but we see Malice coming out and especially other Mitsurugi variants really dominating, because if you sum all of them up, Mitsurugi decks would stand on top. And on the other hand, we have seen a lot of different decks. Even the Yami only includes the pure Yami deck, but as you can see already in day 2, we have those Yami, Mitsurugi decks, and we do have even more spies for you guys coming. But for now, let's focus on the match at end, and let's go to the post-match analysis.
Thanks, guys. In fact, I'm joined by the winner of the last round, Edi, with Gem Knight Shadows. Edi, what inspired you to play the deck?
Not that much. I'm just like, I didn't play a lot since the French National, so I had to keep up with everything, and I think I can't beat everyone with the big meta decks if I have not enough experience on them. So for me, they are better than me on these decks. This is why I choose to pick some other deck. Basically, I wanted to play Mermaid like I did in French National, but the problem is Herald right now. You can't even use any effect, so I think Yumi counters Mermaid too much. This is why I just picked Gem Knight. Too much good cards. Every card had 2 or 3 effects. 3 Bennett Fusion in archetype. 4 if you add Shadow Fusion. This is a good deck, a really good deck. The only problem is that now everyone knows what I'm playing, so I think I'm gonna go first.
What is the state in the game of going second board breaker decks? Like,
I think we are in the meta where every deck can play on entraps, like 1 or 2, maybe 3 sometimes. So I prefer playing 6 cards and having board breakers. 6 cards you can break, 6 cards you got 1 more card than the opponent, and you got your Charmies, which are really, really, really good cards. This is why I prefer go second, but the fact is the weak point of Gem Knight is going first, so I'm gonna try keep with losing dices.
That's a good idea, losing the dice then, or sending your opponent first if they know what you're playing. But let's actually jump into the first clip, because in game 1 you went second and your opponent put up a full field and eventually you weren't able to break it. So
yeah, because I misplayed a lot. I didn't knew the Orchestraxes prevent from destruction, so I used my Lightning Storm. I had a guess that this was Crescendo, because if you do not add Crescendo, you have Crescendo.
yeah.
This is what I wanted to trigger Crescendo with the Lightning Storm, but I couldn't because it prevent from destruction. This is literally my bad. At the end, I had an empty board, so if I had the Lightning Storm left, I could have maybe done something. I don't say I'm winning this, but I just played bad, so I deserve the lose.
Why did you activate Salesman so late? Was there a different reason for that?
Why did I activate Sailbar for what?
So late?
Because with Gem Knight, you're not afraid of this kind of interaction. Take control, pop 1, banish 1. It's kind of fine. The only thing I wanted to avoid is the rip one from end. I don't want him to see my hand. I don't want 1 less card in hand.
Oh.
So I used it on Hound, and I used it late because I knew this was an Omni Negate. Maybe I should have used it early, but I prefer bait anything. Having one last board breaker, sorry, and one last play. This is how I try to do things.
All right, I think we don't have too much time, so let's go over into the second clip, because that was all for game one. You're playing triple Fuwalos. Is that a main deck choice or a side deck choice?
Triple Fuwalos, triple Machami Perulia, and I got 2 mules in the side decks.
Wow.
Everyone thinks Perulia is not a good card. It is a good card because at least it makes you draw 1 on every matchup. Maybe Dragtail can not use the normal summon, but I'm going second, so Charmies are just insane, and against K9 that's way more powerful.
Has it ever happened to you that you had like one Fuwalos or a Perulia and your opponent negated that, and then you had too few cards in hand to break the field?
Yeah. It happened twice yesterday, and it's hard to know what I play because if you win the dice, you go first, and you do not know I play board breakers. So some of them took the maxi challenge.
Oh.
And they made me draw a lot. So when I got more than 6 cards in hand, I'm pretty sure I'm winning this and breaking the board.
Okay, that's really cool, actually. Another thing, your opponent summoned a Valen here, and I think then used it to set the Neprim face down in that scenario. Do you think that the Valen would have hurt you more in a different scenario, like maybe on the Fusion?
I'm playing a Fusion deck, so face down cards are not a problem. That's why I gave him my card, because I thought he was doing Nesh, because Nesh is like the
bigger problem.
Yeah, bigger problem and better issue for me. But he just face down it, and I use Fusion Monster, so I don't really care a lot.
I think in the Orcus K9 strategy you might not have the space for all the Nesh targets.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Right?
But Nash is better than Valen, I think.
And I mean, that's not a field. That's not a field for you, so you break this easily. So you won that game. Actually, let's go into the last game.
Yeah.
What was that field that your opponent put up there? Were you surprised that not too much came out of this?
To be honest, he took a warning for slow play, so he may have stressed a bit and failed the combo. So I don't know why he had so little board. Either this is because of the stress, or this is because he had
mistaken arrest.
A staple, and most of the time when you draw like dimensional barrier or Lancia or something like this, you're not focused. You think you're winning and you're not focused on what you're doing. And the third option is he wanted to play under Nib, so he added this one. No, it doesn't even negate Nib, so I don't really know.
Yeah, I mean the
board was easy to break, to be honest.
That's what it looked like. Mistaken arrest, does it hurt you at all?
Mistaken arrest is a problem, but it's not enough. Like I got three branded fusion in the archetype, 4 with shadowed fusion, so I can play without adding cards to my hand, and I can set directly from the deck my branded fusion. So I think it's not a really good card. It can be good when you got more interruption with that.
Yeah, and a full field, yeah.
Yeah, and a full field. But he had only 3, not the Babel Tower, I think.
Okay, now
so it was pretty easy to break, but he played good. Like his interaction was well done. I just had what I needed.
You had too much, and in the last clip we can even see that you had the Shadow Heart drawn, right? The Shadow Genie.
Yeah. I used the Shadow Genie. That's why I knew
good.
This was not a problem, because I had the Genius, and this card is so good. The Shadow Engine is so good. It's like some breaks in end, but when you can send them from the end or deck to the grave, it's like way too powerful.
So when you saw that you had all the interruptions baited out, you have negated the crown, did you know you were going to win?
I knew I was going to win from the point he used Crescendo. and he had to use Crescendo because he wasn't live if I took control of his link.
All right, fair enough. Edie, thank you so much for your time. I just want to mention, I love your hat. It looks really, really cool on you.
Thank you.
Good luck in the next round. And we're going back to a small break and we'll be live back for the next round quite soon.
Shout out to la Caverne du Gobelin de Nancy.
So welcome back everybody. We are here at the YCS Lille with Alberto and we are going to do a very exciting game of Genesis format, the new format. I mean, Alberto, I know that you know very well the deck that you are going to play, which is also the case for me. Are you excited about this format?
I mean, I love it. I mean, I really have to say that the fantasy plays a big role, especially because deck building is, you know, a huge thing. And actually, as you mentioned, we both know what we're playing against, and your deck is one of my favorite decks ever. So let's see if, you know, maybe luck will be on my side, because also the deck that I'm playing, it's been a while since the last play, I have to say. So I could be a bit rusty, but we'll find out.
No worries, I didn't play this deck for like maybe 4 years when I started playing Yu-Gi-Oh! So, you know, it's gonna be what it is. But first of all, we have to roll the dice to see who's gonna go first.
Sure.
You want to get the honor to go
Thanks.
first?
Sure.
This is a very high roll.
11 is high.
I mean, I'm probably not gonna be as lucky as you are. Yeah, oh, that was fine, but not enough.
That was good. A nice fist bump.
You start?
I will start, yes.
Of course.
Good luck, huh?
Good luck, mate.
All right. So, let's see. And fifth card. All right. Yeah, I mean, I have to say that I used to play Sprite when there was also the Elements format, so it's been a couple of years, I have to say.
Yeah, it was in 2022, right?
Okay, I'll start things off by special summon this.
Good start.
Let me see what can I do next. I don't really like this, but
Maybe I'm playing a lot of hand traps.
potentially. Special summon jet effect.
Yeah.
Alright, so I can search. Maybe this. Yes, I'm gonna take this measure.
It's gonna be a rough game for me.
It's gonna be tough, huh? Then I activate starter.
Let me see if I've got something.
Ooh,
Oh, I've got nothing.
I was already
What a
ready to
surprise.
do something. So I'll pay 11,
And you can search.
and I'll be searching. I can search. It's a bit tough because my hand is not great, but it's not bad. So.
I think it's gonna be a rough game for me. A very rough game, to be honest. It would have been a good inspiration to win the dice roll, to be honest.
I'll take the jack.
Another one.
Right. Then I will. Normal summon.
Okay.
And I think I'll go for the. Yeah. I'll go
Gigantic.
this. Activate effect.
An old friend. Yeah.
Yeah, an old friend. It's been a while, and I think I'll go for the carrot. Yes.
What a good surprise.
Yeah, right? I mean, who could have said? I wonder if I should make another exquisite summon. Do I have? Because I know your deck.
I mean,
But yeah, I mean, I think it makes... No.
this is
I think
already scary for me.
No, I'll pass like this. Yeah.
Okay, draw for turn.
Yes.
Standby phase.
Yeah, sure.
Main phase.
Yes.
We'll be back with more of those Genesis pre-recorded duels in between our feature match. But now it's time for one of those feature matches. In front of me, I have our round 11 duelists. We have Michael Stieler and Philipp Neus, who are ready to kick things off with a dice roll. Gentlemen, who would like to go first? Okay, we're going to have Michael rolling first there with a 12. That's going to be interesting to try and beat. Philipp, over to you with not a 12. So, Michael, you going to go first? Michael is going to go first, so gentlemen, our wonderful commentary trio, take it away for round 11.
Welcome from our side here as well for day 2 of YCS Lille, round 11. We have plenty of Swiss rounds this time around with 15 of them in total, and this is round number 11. And basically, every round we're having now already is a bubble around, as of course we're only playing down to a top 8, and therefore you have to at least finish with an X2 finish to make it into this prestigious top 8 finish. And yeah, they're already X2 what we have here on the table, but they have a really fun deck that they brought with them.
But I mean, X2, this is round number 11, right?
Yep.
So they have played 10 rounds of Yu-Gi-Oh! So far, only lost to 8 wins is massive already. So I trust both of these duelists to keep on winning.
And to be fair, I'm really curious right now to see the new Yu-Gi-Oh! Format for YCS is how it will go through and how those 15 rounds of Swiss will, you know, come to players and adjust how they play. And obviously, how wide the format is right now, right? So many new strategies and so many old strategies trying to combat and try to adjust to the new Yu-Gi-Oh! Forbidden and Limited list.
Speaking of new strategies, there is a strategy that is new because it got some new support in Doom of Dimensions. I will not spoiler anymore. You saw the players are already ready. So let's get into the action of round 11.
And as you can see, Philipp Neus, one of the German Yu-Gi-Oh! Casters actually, he is playing one of the decks that Basti absolutely adores. It's one of his most played strategies. It's Sulfur Chord.
Indeed, that deck was lacking some ceiling for quite a while, but now with the support cards from Doom of Dimensions, it actually goes so much smoother. It is a pendulum strategy, of course. All of those cards are always pendulum monsters, and you are trying to pendulum summon nowadays even multiple times per turn, because with the new spell card, with Sulfur Chord Happiness, you can gain an additional pendulum summon for that turn.
And the coolest thing about that deck is that the engine is incredibly small, right? You can play it together with K9 cards, and you have so many hand trap that even if you can't go first and you can make a full field to stop your opponent from playing.
And I mean, imagine pendulum summoning all those K9 cards from your hand. How much advantage can you generate, right?
I mean, it already feels like you're always pendulum summoning when you activate Jockle.
That's actually true, but we see there was Mitsurugi prayers, because first of all, let's pay attention to what Michael is doing here, because Michael actually is playing Mitsurugi Rising. Oh, Ash Blossom on the Sargi can sometimes completely stop Mitsurugi combos. And is that going to be the case here? Set 1, set 2, Ash Blossom on the Sargi stopped the turn of the Mitsurugi Ryzeal deck. It lost consistency with less access to cards like Extra Ryzeal, and there were no Ryzeals in sight.
Honestly, when your opponent starts with prayers at Habakiri and then reveal Habakiri, you ash the Sargi. There is no way there is more coming. And now a Foolus is being activated with 2 set cards. I think not.
Yeah, true. That's also what Philip is saying. I think that does not work. And in fact, it does not. And therefore, the effect of the newest of the K9 family of K904 Noroi resolves. And I mean, Michael was just trying to do that with an Ice Raziel maybe, but this is Ice Raziel with level 5 seal, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. And I really love the fact that we see a battle between a deck that was hit during the Forbidden Unlimited list and tries to find its step into the new format and new meta, while against K9 Solfacor, that is a new deck.
Oh my!
Deep Barrier on the main deck.
Dimensional Barrier in the main deck, yes, ladies and gentlemen. The thing is, you call, of course, X, Y, Z here, and that is obvious when you go up against the K9 cards.
Oh.
But hold on, when we get to the Pendulum stuff, when there are Solfacor cards, I think that will be an unpleasant surprise for Michael, because those will now just go uninterrupted.
And to be fair, yes, you locked your opponent from Exist summoning, but K9 has so much attack, right? And I think that he can actually just attack for game, to be honest.
Possibly, and there also is now an artifact Mjolnir, which is one of the key pieces of the first turn combo. Only 1,300 attack points.
Why is it always the artifacts causing trouble
well,
here? We have no longer Artifact Scythe in the TCG, but Artifact Mjolnir, if you're destroying it during your opponent's turn, can special summon it to the opposing side. They can summon an artifact from the graveyard, but then they can't special summon anymore.
They can special
They can
summon
artifacts,
artifacts, but that won't help necessarily. We now go for Jokel. We can still search for cards, and yeah, I feel like you're right. Those K9 monsters, they are level 5s for a reason, because they are quite healthy in terms of attack points. Izuna is there with 2,100, and there is Noroi also 2,200. It adds up quickly.
This is almost game.
Yeah.
Yeah, to be fair, this is one of the strong issues about K9. It's not only they generate so much advantage, and obviously the Xyz monsters are very strong, but also they have so much attack.
Is it game? Lupus is 2,300 too. It's actually, it's really close, I feel like.
I don't think it's quite enough. It's 2,300, 2,200, which is 4-5. Then we have 2,000, which is 6-5, and then we have 1-3 from the Mjolnir. Do we have something to burn with? Volcasaur?
I don't think so.
We don't have Xyz.
Let's see, Leo, can we give you
true.
the math degree? Is the math degree going to be applied? Because that would leave Michael with 200 life points.
And this is very important against the Mitsurugi, because now they cannot activate the second effect of prayers, which is very important.
You're absolutely right here. Also, keep in mind Habakiri has already been used, so there is no
200.
danger there.
Leo, I will award you the mathematics degree at that very moment. Congratulations, and we're passing like this, though. Okay, that does not look too promising. No pendulum summoning, no pendulum effects, and now the top deck for Michael.
To be fair, Lupus can still activate the effect to Exist summon, so we still have Reaper for opponent's turn.
But we're scooping it up. Game 1 goes to K9 Solfacor. Really unfortunate opener there for the Mitsurugi Raziel strategy. And I think there's two approaches right now to the Mitsurugi Raziel deck. One is just to play a pure Mitsurugi deck, adding a couple of Raziel cards. I was also toying around with that. It's decent. You can just always still go into the Raziel Duo Drive, get out those very limited Raziel cards, and then can still go into Detonator. Or you still go very heavy on the Raziel package. You can play 7th Tachyon to have consistent access to it.
Okay.
You can play the bigger package as well with the Raziel node and so on and so forth. And actually, even though we saw 0 Raziel cards there, this is more so the approach that Michael shoots.
It feels like this deck is the one that bricks the most. If you sometimes loses to just one interruption, because the Mitsurugi cards, if you play multiple of them, they're just so incredibly consistent. Sometimes, if you're playing a deck like this, you are only drawing one, and then maybe you have a Star Raziel, you have a Cross in your hand. There are so many cards that can just not let you play at all, especially if you're playing cards like Dimensional Barrier in the main deck.
That's true. I'm wondering what the last set card was there for Michael, because that Dimensional Barrier you can activate rather quickly, so you can get it out of the way in terms of cards on the field. With the Mulcharmy Fuvolos still in the hand, like maybe we didn't consider that entirely, maybe because you can just go draw phase, activate the Dimensional Barrier. That's a little bit of a risk because you don't really know yet what to call with it, of course. And then activate the activate the Fuvolos afterwards. But the value of the Fuvolos in that game state feels like it is really,
you're
really
also
high.
not drawing cards if you're denying the Exceeds monsters.
Fair, yeah, well.
You can't summon from the extra deck. Fuvolos.
I mean, you have to take the risk to do Bass's plays, to be fair, because you need to draw cards because you had rigged, right? Or at least a single as negate your advancing game state. But I believe that Dimension Barrier in the main deck was quite quite interesting, to be fair, meaning that it is very good at the current meta state. However, how you deal against, for example, decks that play K9 and some other engine. For example, now we didn't see any Sulfur Core card, right?
No.
So
That's good for him.
That's very good for Philip.
Mikael doesn't know right now what he's up against. He's thinking maybe some heavy K9 build, for example, Vanquish All or Christian, for example.
And I think you keep Dimensional Barrier in against the heavy K9 deck, right?
For sure.
The cards play around it quite a bit. They all add other cards. You can still put up a rather big field and keep Lupus on the field. Yeah. But still, I think it has quite some merits in that matchup.
I mean, I'm waiting for the facial expression about debarrier for Xyz and then just putting two pendulum scales on the field.
Yes. But good for him that he didn't have to reveal that. Honestly, for Game 3, that might be a massive upside that he then just can play freely with his Sulfur Cord combo, which he then will be able to reveal to his opponent. And also, you guys are talking about the Dimensional Barrier clearly as he activated it there, but that, for the people at home wondering, is not just a card he threw into his deck for no reason. That obviously is an indicator for him to also be on Triple Tactic Thrust, to have a very valid option also when you go first, to already have access to that going first.
Barrier is very good against basically any deck in the format right now. You can call Ritual, you can of course call Pendulums, Exceeds is I think the most prominent thing.
Probably.
And also Synchros for Yamis is really, really tough for the deck.
Yeah, I mean, Yami can play around it a little bit, setting up just a Snatch and another Yami monster and passing turn. But yes, obviously it's a very good and strong card to go against. And I'm very wondering right now, how would you approach this K9 build, meaning that you haven't seen the sub-engine, to be honest?
I don't know, but the players are going to show us quite soon because the duelists are ready. Let's go over to the table. Basti, you are our designated Sulfur Cord expert. How would you approach going second with the deck?
I would just try to draw my K9 cards. Specifically K9 Izuna, I would imagine, would be a good one, because against, of course, Mitsurugi decks, when they always have to activate the Habakiri, there you go, first action, you made Izuna alive. So if there is Izuna for Philip, that's a good start immediately. And besides that, of course, the classics, you just got to put in the Mulcharmi Fuvalos, no biggie. I think Bestials also became more and more popular again, and Bestials, of course, against a well-timed Prayer's Tribute, for example, the Murakumo, can be quite heavy, so maybe we're going to see some of those Bestials from Philip's side.
The question I'm asking myself is, how good is the Izuna really against this start from Mitsurugi? Because now you might as well play the Izuna when Habakiri or Murakumo is already on the field, so you have to discard another card.
Yeah.
You can't summon it before, because then it just gets destroyed.
Night Sword Serpent in the hand, though, for Michael, so that's one card less to worry about.
So a very good interaction with Izuna is to summon Valon for Duo Drive, obviously, since it's a Mitsurugi Ryzel deck. But if we just stick to the Mitsurugi, yes, Izuna needs to be activated in the right moment in order to summon Reaper and play around a card, for example, Ameno Murakumo to be summoned from the graveyard, for example.
And also Izuna crazy plays into Triple Tactics Thrust. This card is not only live then and sets your Dimensional Barrier. No, if you want, you can even search for a Triple Tactic Talons added to hand and then peep at Philip's hand to just take away the most important combo piece, Slash Interruption.
I mean, I think that K9 has a very good matchup against the Mitsurugi, and this is...
Oh, Philip is picking up the cards. Bestial.
That would have been a good moment for a Bestial, really. That would have been nice, but no, ain't happening. We are going to use the Mitsurugi Prayers, paying life points, signalizing, yes, I will be special summoning as well. Even before searching, he already clarifies that. And now we are going to search for possibly the Futsu, of course. Ups the ceiling of any kind of Mitsurugi deck even more.
My friend, you're not paying life points for prayers, you're taking damage,
well,
which is actually relevant when you get Dark Roulette no more.
It is. You are very, very right. Completely true, and we now also search for another powerful trap card. No Dimensional Barrier inside just yet, but there is the Mitsurugi Great Purification, which is that also powerful Omni Negate. Oh, and look at that! You cannot take the one way over the bridge anymore. You cannot go from the Ryzel cards into the Mitsurugi cards anymore, but you can go from Mitsurugi into Ryzel, as this is your way to search out 7th Tachyon with the Dragluxion.
I thought this was an ignition effect and not a summon effect. perfect, then Valen would have gone crazy.
But now here, look at that. There is another card coming. We transform this Transluxion, using it as Exceed material into our old good friend Hope Harbinger.
I mean, I really love this technology. This is a very good approach in order to deal with the forbidden of the imp, obviously, and trying to find new ways to bridge those two synergies.
Okay, here comes Duo Drive.
And I mean, it's the moment that we're waiting for. Potentially Zuna, yes, will be activated in order to send Lupus into the graveyard and probably go for Valen.
But I mean, there's the 7th Tachyon in hand already, right? How much does that help you to just negate that all? We Ash Blossom as well here to stop the Zuna from sending Lupus, so it's just a monster on the field.
But honestly, Leo, I was wondering the same, because I was experimenting with that too, and I was also thinking, how much value is that Duo Drive even generating when we already have access to 7th Tachyon? Because clearly we already can get any kind of Ryzier card, but now of course we get possibly 3 in total.
It protects you from Ryziel Cross, to be honest, if you don't play Star Ryziel, for example, in this deck. But I think, as you mentioned, Basti, it is a very heavy Ryziel approach, so I believe that also Star Ryziel is there.
Let me check, and there is definitely, as we can see, of course, Ryzier Cross in there. I struggle to find Star Ryziel actually, though. There's no Star Ryziel in there. That's the one we left out, apparently. Now the 7th Tachyon comes in. Okay, so we kind of isolate our 7th Tachyon here, right? Because we got the the Ryzier Cross first, and now we do grab that Ice Ryziel, put back something afterwards.
That is a huge combo here, so the ceiling of the deck has been hired by the player, not necessarily by Doom of Dimensions. Not too much came out of there. And now Ice Ryziel is being normal summoned. A familiar face here.
Yeah. And I mean, 7th Tachyon, of course, a card that was always popular in Ryziel decks. I think that card also for the Genesis enjoyers at home, actually 0 points, will be very, very popular in that new format as well, as it is just a good consistency card for all kind of different decks, really. But also, of course, for the Ryziel deck right here, right now.
What are we going into? Could it be a Ryziel detonator? No, we're going for Gallant Granite. Of course, we have the Node Ryziel in hand, so we can add Nibiru, the Primal Being, and then we can, of course, always summon Node, tribute Gallant Granite, get a monster back, and then go for a big detonator. Might as well perhaps summon the X next to it to just make an even bigger detonator here if X doesn't provide big follow-up. Yup, we're going to summon it out. Do we have the Eclipse Twins in the extra deck? We definitely do. That's massive.
I mean, this field looks very, very scary, to be honest. You have literally everything. You have a spell negation, you can manipulate the battle phase, you have a Ryziel Cross, you have Purification from Mitsurugi's, and additionally you have obviously Thrust for talents.
Oh, you don't even go for talents, okay.
Do we have access to our Mitsurugi cards? I mean,
I think we have prayers.
We searched for prayers, yeah.
But we have Dimensional Barrier and Purification set. Where's prayers?
You're right.
I don't even.
Wait, no, we used the prayers. Yeah, true. You're right. We used the prayers.
But that doesn't matter because Michael is just going ahead, taking that game. I mean, even if you don't have the Mitsurugi cards anymore, that was definitely more than enough. But I'm still very curious on how that one played out.
Yeah, I mean, the Great Purification is not as great anymore when you can't activate it, right? Or was the Night Serpent still there?
You can destroy it with Detonator, go to grave, and then manage
summon
to
something out from the graveyard. I mean, yes, but is it that great?
But
because
then you
lose
prayers
out on,
instead.
Yeah, and then you just lose out basically on the negation effect of it as well. So not too sure.
I mean, if
it was enough in the end, right?
Yeah.
So it's not like it didn't work out, but that is at least questionable. But what I really liked about the variant, also summoning out the Hope Harbinger.
I like the face upside out, by the way.
the Hope Harbinger is really good because one card that the Ryziel strategies really struggle against is Book of Eclipse. And Book of Eclipse lately has been becoming more popular, and just having the chance to completely turn all of those interruptions, including the Ryziel Cross, off because you've turned those Exceed monsters face down, is actually a huge problem, which can get countered now with that Hope Harbinger, which is really, really nice because that one card just completely nuking your entire field is rough.
I mean, I really love the approach because I was very curious by myself how Mitsurugi Raizal can adapt to the current meta state and to the new Forbidden Unlimited list. And this is definitely a new technology that I would love to try to see if the deck can still compete. Obviously, it is around 11 YCS, right?
I mean, we've just seen the field, and we've seen Raizal, Mitsurugi fields in the past. The deck might be a little less consistent, but still the fields are so crazy. Raizal Cross is one of the best negations we've ever had. It draws you an extra cards. The Mitsurugi cards, if you have access to them, they are incredibly resilient. Steal cards from your opponent's hand or negate cards as well. And Detonator is just Detonator.
It is just Detonator indeed, but giving some more background actually on Philipp. You already mentioned he's also part of our German commentary crew, and funnily enough, you probably have seen it throughout the entirety of yesterday's stream or already today. We have those break segments here for the stream as well. And we did record a break segment with Philipp here for this very tournament. And he gave us some insight on Sulfur Court cards, which he's now successfully piloting in the tournament. In the beginning, though, it did not look like it would be very successful because with his current score of A2, he got to that A2 score with starting 1-2, so he just won 7 rounds in a row.
Also, is he really playing Sulfur Court, or is he just telling us that he is? Because I haven't seen any Sulfur Court cards so far. He has successfully hid it from his opponent.
And I mean, right now this will play for me a very huge role because now he's going first probably, and he can have access to his Sulfur Court and activate it while his opponent Mikhail has no idea about them. And I think that he will be taken by surprise for sure.
Hopefully we all are. We all will learn a little more about Sulfur Court because the original release of them in back in the day, the Angu set, is quite a while ago, but those new cards really bring some new life to the Sulfur Court strategy. And I want to see that new fire. I want to see those new moves, and the players are ready. So let's get into this desired game 3.
Sulfur Court. No, wait. Doom of Dimensions brought some Sulfur Court happiness to Basti's face when it came out, just because this card is incredibly strong. It's a spell card with 3 effects, and you can use each of them. Once per turn, always.
Again. But we start things off here, of course, by using the effect of Jokel, and it is a level 5 monster at the end of the day. So far, still no Sulfur Courts, but Jokel effect instead. Does that get any response? No, it will resolve first of all, so we can get our Noroi out here.
Was that an Ultimate Slayer in the hand of Michael?
Possibly, yeah.
In an Exceeds-based deck where you basically only play Exceeds monsters in the extra deck?
Well, I think he's actually siding some targets for that in his side deck too, yeah.
And to be honest, I think how Mitsurugi Raizal is adapting to the current meta state, it's probably better to go for field breakers, like no more droplets and Ultimate Slayer potentially. But right now, I really want to see his facial expression when Sulfur Court card will hit the field.
I want to see Sulfur Court cards hit the field at all at this
First
point.
of all, Ripper though. Will Ripper force any kind of response here from Mikhail? No, he still lets it go through. Maybe he doesn't have an answer, and now we are also protected from Nibiru, the primal being, of course, which is massive. But I think I see Sulfur Court cards in hand. It is the most powerful one of them, the new support card. And we do want to use that first effect for sure. But when is it time to reveal? Come on, Philipp.
Happiness.
Make us happy. It is Sulfur Court happiness. And I'm pretty sure we're going to use the first effect. And Michael kind of smiling because he will have to read that card. And I'm sure we will use that first effect. Discarding 1 card to search for 2 Sulfur Court Pendulum monsters with different scales. There we go. We discard another copy of the happiness, actually. And the cool thing is you do not only search for those, but then you can also special summon out 1 Pendulum monster from your hand up to the amount of monsters your opponent controls plus 1. So you will always be able to special summon out 1 monster even on your first turn.
And I also love the fact that the discard is not a cost, which plays a very huge role for a potential Ash, for example. Right now, I was really waiting for Mikhail's expression, and he gave me exactly what I wanted to be. This surprise, this is the smile when he was reading Sulfur Court happiness was amazing.
Oh, I'm incredibly curious. Okay, we can special summon this monster immediately. Oh, I thought this one placed to the scale. No, it special summons. That is much better, because I thought, what are you going to do with both of those scales? Because I think all the Sulfur Court monsters say that your opponent cannot respond to your pendulum summons with spell or trap card effects, so they are not really extending your plays, but you have to get them to the field. Sulfur Court Happiness is crazy, dude.
Sulfur Court Happiness is absolutely insane, and here also comes where the synergy between the K9 and the Sulfur Court cards, because we decided to summon out the Soul Sulfur Court Gracia, which is a level 5 in fact, and therefore obviously works together with the K9 cards so well. And on summon we do search out Sulfur Court Elegance, and Elegance, as you can see here, is activating 2 scales from the deck, and that is of course on the left hand we have Sulfur Court Primoa, and then on the right we also got the Sulfur Court. Oh no, that's also Sulfur Court Sollegia. Oh, Solfegia, man, those are difficult to pronounce, but Solfegia actually is really funny. It's like the only odd scale that you're still running in this, because Sulfur Court actually is about even and odd scales. Sometimes that matters. Yeah. It matters, for example, for the Link monster that you're sometimes going to end on the Grand Sulfur Court Cooliar, but that's Dacta first. And Solfegia actually works as a monster negate on your opponent's turn when you have it still in your pendulum zone.
True, not all of them say that your opponent can't respond to your pendulum summons with spell and traps. That's already pretty strong. Now we have Dacta linked to, we can pendulum summon out 2 monsters. Yep. Haven't seen that in a while. I'm happy today.
Get the bingo sheets out. It is the pendulum summon of the day. And here the interesting thing happens. Because we have pendulum summoned out the Sulfur Court Cutia, the Sulfur Court Cutia, we can take one of our scales back to the hand, and that sometimes can be really important, as we just want to modify odd and even scales sometimes even more, so we made sure that that Primoa goes back into the hand.
Philip is just plussing here with all of those Sulfur Court cards. I am just still quite curious where this field is going to go, because I haven't seen those big combos quite yet from the deck. We have Mjolnir on the field already. I wonder if drawing that one stops you a little bit from playing your deck, or if you really want it in the deck to set it with Dagda.
I think it's fine, because you just eventually want to go for the Imperial Princess Quinquery.
Oh yeah, Quincery.
Quincery, exactly. And that one works as long as somehow there is the artifact somewhere around. So I think we are okay as long as we do have access to it. And drawing it, of course, means access to it in the end.
And the fact that it is level 5, it's very convenient for Jokul, for example.
Yes.
As we have seen plenty of times, unfortunately for Philip, during this match. However, as we can see, he's just keep going off, keep comboing. And I think right now he's still back to K9. And I believe Konkuri will be summoned into the field, as you mentioned, Basti.
That probably is going to be the plan eventually. Quincery, is it already time, or do we just have more level 5
I think
monsters?
it's Quinquery, actually, now that I read it. I don't know where I got the Quincery from.
Okay.
Maybe it's the German one?
Maybe it is. But is it immediately going to be that one, or do we just go for maybe a possible Link summon first? We also have, for example, IP Masquerena as a somewhat generic Link 2 to go into, and that very much does look like a Link 2. He cannot really decide. It is in the end an Exceed summon, though.
All right, Flipsy, you gotta get it going here. You have to make a decision here, and I think the judges are alerting him. Hey, you are indecisive right now. You need to make a decision at some point. Goes for a rank 5 here. And that is going to be the Quinquery, as you said before.
And Quinquery, of course, for the people not knowing, would then be able to just detach the material to target level 5 monster in either player's graveyard and special summon it to either player's field. And that is the important part, as you do want to give that artifact Mjolnir not to yourself, but to your opponent. And there we have it, artifact Mjolnir sitting pretty on Michael's side, but now also with its continuous effect, not allowing him to summon any monsters except artifact monsters.
What a beautiful gift to give you to your opponent, right?
I'm sure Michael is thrilled to have it right now, because this card triggered when it's summoned to your field on the opposing turn, which quite technically for Michael is the case right here.
Yeah, and this is a really good setup, because we have 2 Sulfur Court Solfegias in the spell and trap zones, and that's very important, because first of all, we can use its scale effect, saying when your opponent activates a monster effect, you can then destroy the Sulfur Court Solfegia to destroy it, to negate the effect. But we then are still left with another odd scale, because it is a 9 scale. So we can use the effect of Grand Sulfur Court Cooliar still. So that is actually really important and really good.
Now, Michael will have to make a decision here. How do I approach breaking this field without being able to special summon cards?
Oh, attack position from Mjolnir. We could just try to crash it, maybe.
I mean, maybe we're also trying to run over the IP Masquerena.
That's what we do, okay.
Because crashing doesn't help you. It's not a continuous effect, it's a lingering effect until the end of next turn.
Oh, you're
Which makes this card even crazier here.
True. So IP Masquerena was dealt with. We're looking for extra deck. Will we find an artifact extra deck monster? I am afraid we won't. What's next in the main phase 2 now? We do have an Ultimate Slayer, and we are using it on... Are we really using it on the Quinkery? That doesn't feel like it's helping too much, I'm sure.
You have to remove this card 100% because otherwise you're just going to get the Mjolnir back.
Yeah, fair. But it goes back into the extra deck, so we can just summon it out again, maybe?
That's a very fair point as well. Quinkery goes away, Noroa goes into the graveyard, and then Valen is going to be able to destroy the set card here. Oh my days.
It is the forced release. That's why it is weird, because now obviously we can just use the forced release because the Ripper is still on the field.
Yeah, that's true.
So we are just going to get rid of that Mjolnir. Field free for Michael, but he can only set a card, and I don't think he's particularly happy about his situation right now, as he is heading into the end phase, and Philip, with a smile on his face, with his big combo there, with his Sulfur Court cards, probably going to be able to take this one down here.
Smile on his face and a hammer in his heart with the Mjolnir in the graveyard, taking away the ability to special summon from Michael. A genius play.
And I mean, we really got to experiences how this Sulfur Court, I can't speak. Sulfur Court cards have been adjusted to the current meta state, and with the newest support, how they managed to go through with K9 cards and showcase us a very strong combo, and that they can establish a very strong field.
Yep, Sulfur Court Primoa now, the normal summon of choice, another 3-off in the deck, and that grabs us another copy of the also powerful Sulfur Court Happiness. And we already have plenty of attack points on the field, not with the Primoa as it is 0 attack points. Yep. Still though, we are amassing massive amount of damage. Ooh, that's not just game yet though. Oh, wait, the Werewolf can attack twice, so it is game! And Philip takes the game with Sulfur Court K9 here, looks into the crowd, gives them the nod of happiness, the nod of approval. X2 deep into the YCS tournament here already.
Flexing the Ghost Spell and the Ash Blossom in hand as well, saying, yup, that's me. I had everything that I could have asked for. Even if you had some crazy cards to stop me from playing Ash and Bell. Nah, you're not getting through that.
And I really love the fact that he acknowledged that Thrust is a potential danger for him, so he didn't activate the IP Masquerena in order to link summon, just let Michael to go into battle phase and go through the IP. He didn't care because he knew that Thrust may be a potential danger for him.
Totally didn't even matter at all. Then we used, of course, the forced release to also destroy the Mjolnir. Didn't need to, but it just made the field nice and empty to then next turn put out that required 8,000 points of damage.
Also didn't use Werewolf to look in the hand because he knows maybe there is something that my opponent can activate then. So, yep, perfectly played by Flip. Turns out if you're taking your opponent's ability of special summoning away for a turn, that might be good.
Might be pretty good indeed, but yeah. This deck is scary. I think everyone that may have now seen that feature match that maybe gets a message from home saying, yo, there is someone playing Sulfur Court at the top tables. I think everyone at the moment, also being X2, will be afraid because that's really not a deck you want to go up against because nobody's prepared for it. Yeah. You did not sit at home, build your side deck, be like, oh, what do I have for Sulfur Court? That's never something that would even come to your mind.
I think that actually Michael was probably the player with the main deck Dimensional Barrier who was most prepared for a Pendulum deck here in this very tournament.
That's true, yeah. But looks like something that may be able to make it. This was round number 11, so we still have 4 more to go. And if Philip continues to win, he will be in the top 8 eventually, because X2 is a guaranteed from, like, I say guaranteed, but doing the math, it should be guaranteed to make it into top 8 when you finish with only 2 losses in the tournament. It's even funnier, though, that those 2 losses came in the first 3 rounds of the tournament, though.
And I mean, it is something that we have seen before. For example, Dinkabui with his Fire King strategy, that you need to always be prepared for everything and to not underestimate any deck, because as we can see right now, Sulfur Court with K9 strategy managed to establish a very strong field. And also, I really love the fact that K9 gives the opportunity for the deck to go second, play with Izuna, have your Xyz monster, for example, Reaper, Valon, or Nash Knight, for example, potentially, and obviously Solfacor going first is a very scary deck.
That's the coolest thing about the K9 cards, right? Because in the beginning everyone was just like, oh, K9 Vanquish Soul, the deck is crazy. And then with the Forbidden Unlimited list, everyone was like, oh, K9 Vanquish Soul might not be as crazy anymore. But there are other decks that utilize level 5 monsters in their deck that you can bridge into, that you can support your deck with. Sometimes a Jockle, summon out your other level 5 monster, just gives you setup for everything.
Yeah, but there also still is K9 Vanquish Soul doing well. I saw the top tables. There is, I think, even at least one X1 and maybe even some more X2 still in the running with that variant of the deck. I think K9 Crystron also, even though it lost 2 inclusions, is also out there doing decently strong. So that is something we have still left in the tournament, possibly left to show for the featured match too.
And that deck lost the Paradise Smasher, which was a very crucial part of the combo, actually.
Speaking of K9 strategies, we have to shout out to Zan Alexis for K9 Cyber Dragon, obviously. We have to do with that. Our co-caster, obviously. And your analyst, if I am not mistaken, for this round, to be fair.
Yeah, absolutely. And he will be able to have a chat with Philip there.
And we really need to hear from them and how their Solfacor strategy managed to go all this way for the YCS and be so close for the top cut.
Definitely. Flippy has always been a crazy deck builder. He has brought so many rogue decks to big tournaments and always performed quite well with it, but also a force with meta decks. I think his first YCS top was YCS Dortmund in tier format, actually tier laments, a crazy skillful format, and he was not shying away from it, saying, hey, I can play meta decks and I can beat some of the best duelists in the world with my deck.
That is indeed the case, and this time around he again took the challenge to take something unconventional. He took those Solfacor cards that a lot of people did not pay too much attention to, but he paid attention to it, and he is piloting them to great success so far, and therefore is not only the winner of this round's featured match, but also overall still very, very much alive in this major competition here at YCS Lille. He is up in the running for maybe one of those desired top 8 spots. So why don't we hear it from the man himself? Why don't we hear it from Philip? Because Philip is now ready in the winner interview, in the analysis for this cool match that we just saw. So let's give it over to John Alexis and Philip.
Yeah, I am indeed with the winner of this round, Philip himself, with the Solfacor strategy. What a game it was, and I must admit I was very surprised by the choice of this deck. But Philip, first of all, congratulations for your victory.
Thank you.
It was a very convincing one. But tell us, I mean, Solfacor, where did it come from?
So first of all, you're not the first person that asked me how the Solfa cards, what they do. But in fact, the decision why I chose the deck is very simple. I'm a very big fan of the new K9 card, K9 Noroi. The card is very, very strong. And I was thinking like, K9 Crystron, they lost their 2 inclusions. So if Noroi gets hand trapped by an Imperm, you can't really extend. Solfacor, on the other hand, they have 3 Solfacor happiness and 1 1-for-1, therefore easier to extend through hand traps.
Absolutely, and it worked pretty well for you.
Yeah.
So for those who are not familiar with the deck, could you just tell us what is the goal of your deck?
Yeah, I really don't want to say the goal of the deck is to Mjolnir lock, because that's not always what's happening. You sometimes get hand trapped and can't get to it. But on the other hand, it's just like, it's a big combo deck. It can end on multiple negates, the K9 stuff of Ripper with the spell, that the Liberation, I think it's called, or the X-Force release, the one that pops a card. So just a very layered end board you can do and still play a lot of non-engine.
So that's pretty cool. I saw your deck list, and especially the fact that, yeah, you are playing some very, very specific card, and I saw that you are playing even you can play the Herald or stuff like that.
Yeah.
Do you yourself play the Herald?
I don't play the Herald. My extra deck space is very, very tight, I gotta say. I always have like 1 or 2 cards which I missed throughout the tournament, but summoned all of my extra deck cards, so not regretting the decision to cut 1 or 2 cards.
I mean, it worked pretty well for you, because you are now at an X2 record, which is pretty good, especially considering the fact that you are using a very unuseful strategy. And yeah, you are now 3 or 4 games away from going into Top Cut. If you go to Top Cut with Sulfur Card, it will be, I mean, it will be a blast for sure.
Well, I'm not thinking that far. I'm not thinking that far yet.
Yeah,
I lost very early, so just thinking from match to match, honestly.
Yeah, of course, and you're right. We are going to just show a little bit of
course,
clips.
of course.
But the first one, I mean, it is the first game, and we saw that you were playing against the Ryzeal Mitsurugi strategy.
Yes.
At that point, you don't know that you are playing against Ryzeal,
Yes.
but you see the Sagi, and you decide to Ash Blossom,
Yeah.
and all of a sudden, I mean, there's nothing left, and your opponent just passed turn. At that point,
Yeah.
did you feel confident?
Yeah, I felt very confident at that point because, like, I asked him how many cards he plays. He said like 44, and therefore I thought like, okay, it's probably not pure. It's maybe like the Ryzeal strategy, and the Ryzeal strategy is play some bricks in the deck. So I was thinking like, you also saw the D barrier against me, which didn't do that much, so it was quite fine. And so I was thinking just serving the Sagi, hoping he doesn't have the ritual in 44, and then just looking how it goes.
And yeah, it looked pretty well. It looked pretty promising, but you didn't have any Sulfur Card card in your hand after that.
Yeah.
You only had some Canine cards, and you saw the Dimensional Barrier in the main deck.
Yeah.
Did you expect people to just play this card in the main deck?
I didn't expect it, honestly, because I was thinking like, okay, the card itself, and you saw it, the D-Barrier, it didn't help him really play there, so he got kind of punished for playing it, I want to say. And I was thinking like rather like of something like Imperm or so, which on Norway hurts, but I had a Joko plus an Extender, like the Mjolnir in hand, so I had to play anyways. And in this case, I was just happy that I summoned the Lupus off of Norway, and because like, under D-Barrier, I can still like XYZ summon in my opponent's turn, even if I get hit by the D-Barrier.
Yeah, and it's very funny because you took Mjolnir as an extender, and it happened multiple times during this series, so it was pretty fun. And yeah, after that, you just summoned a lot of monsters, attack, and you just took the game after that. So
was
it went
200 off,
well.
unfortunately. 200 off, but
you still took the victory,
fine,
so
it was
it's fine. It's fine. And you took the first game, and then you went second against that deck.
Yeah.
So of course there is a big threat, which is Detonator. And I mean, what's your game plan against this deck going second?
honestly, the game plan is rather preventing the detonator than really having to deal with it. Because like the deck has the issue of some other K9 decks that it's like the cards itself, they're not that good into full boards. Therefore, I played a lot of hand traps, especially post-side. Only drew 2 Izuna though, and was hit by the Ash Blossom there.
Yeah, exactly, absolutely. We are going to see that in a second because
sure.
there is a real key point, and the key point is the Izuna. It's gonna appear in a second, probably.
Yeah, no worries.
But yeah, no worries. Anyway, I'm gonna describe the whole thing. But yeah, you I tried to activate the Izuna on the dual drive effect.
Yeah.
I mean, before the dual drive effect, but when it arrived on field. And I think this is very crucial, but you knew that there still was some ways to look for and search other pieces. There was the 7 stack in hand. So was it gonna stop him or not?
I don't think it was really going to stop him, but I felt like in that point I have the best chance to maybe go into breaking the board, because what you'll see there is like when there's a dual drive, there is not a Murakuma on the field, so I'm not losing a card from my hand. I wasn't sure how long that's going to stay the case, and I was trying to prevent him of getting to the Ryzeal cross, which he actually already had in hand, so that was kind of unfortunate for me. But I was just hoping there, okay, maybe I can suck up the dual drive, and if he like gets to detonator still, it will be tough, but I have a better chance than with cross and detonator.
Yeah, and I mean, it was a bit of a rough time for you in this one, because we are going to see that in the third video, where basically there is still something more. In a second.
Yeah, no worries. No worries. Yeah, the game,
you know, sometimes
it was very, very tough. Like when you went for the detonator here, I was thinking like, okay, 4 materials, Eclipse Twins, also then the Thrust. I was more scared of him adding the talents, honestly, because I had a lot of Sofa card cards in my hand, and he didn't know that before. And if you're playing versus pure K9, you don't want to side on a card like Drone Lockbird as an example. But if you see like Sofa card cards, you probably want to side them. And so I was thinking like, okay, if he had a talent, I would have scooped anyways.
Yeah, and he decided to just use this Thrust, adding another card.
Yeah.
So I mean, the field was very oppressive, to be honest.
Pretty
the
unbreakable for me,
yeah, the detonator is very, very strong in itself against you.
Yeah.
So you decided to just scoop the game from that point and just proceed to Game 3. And Game 3, we saw what your deck is able to do we are going to witness that, but you managed to show the Sulfur card
Yeah.
for once, and we saw the happiness being activated, and your opponent was like, he was laughing because he didn't expect that at all. Did you have this type of reaction?
Oh, it's more of like, oh shit, there's more than just K9 cards, and yeah, I gotta say, Pen best deck. So yeah, the cards, they're doing a lot of work for me this weekend.
Pen best deck, and it
Pen
worked for
best
you.
deck, yeah.
We are going to see the Mjolnir being summoned because this is one of the biggest win conditions of your deck. For those who don't know, when the Mjolnir is special summoned on your opponent's turn, which is basically the case because you special summon it on your opponent's field during your own turn, then you are locked into only special summoning some artifact monsters, and therefore, I mean, that's the case. He doesn't have any artifact monsters in his deck.
Exactly.
And that's pretty hard because you ended up on a pretty strong field, even without Mjolnir. I mean, it's pretty strong.
Yeah, exactly. The problem here is, though, I messed my zones up a bit. You saw me struggling a bit because the thing with Kulia is, like, the Link monster, it's an Omni-Negate, but it needs to summon an odd scale into its pendulum zones. And I messed it a bit up because I was thinking, like, yeah, I cannot get the Mjolnir under the Kinkery, so I had to, like, kind of do it that way, and was a bit like, I would have had a problem against a card like Raigeki, which I normally shouldn't have. So this was a small misplay by me, but at least it wasn't punished.
Yeah, it wasn't punished, and from that point, I mean, we saw that your opponent was only playing, you know, some Field Breaker. We saw the Ultimate Slayer. He tried his best, but there's not much that you can do against that, and you took a convincing victory, which means that you are still in. You can still do it to top 8. I mean, I know that you want to take it game by game, but you are probably a lot of support from the people right there. They saw the Sulfur card, and now you are, I mean, you are there to just bring their hope to the top 8.
I'll do my best for them. I'll do my best.
But anyway, thanks a lot for your time. I hope that you at your home were very happy to see some cards like that. It shows us that there is not only the best decks, but also room for creativity. And you just have to bring the deck that you feel confident with, which works for you. Don't go anywhere because the next round is around the corner.
Yes. Set 5. Yes. Oh well.
This is some peak Yu-Gi-Oh! Trust me.
Oh wow. Oh my.
Hop, hop, hop. I'm gonna pass my turn.
Yes. Draw face. Standby face. Main face.
Yep.
All right. That's gonna be funny. 5 set cards. Yeah, that's a thing. Okay.
Good thing is there are some cards like there can be only one. There are 100 points, so there are not 2 cards like that.
I'm so scary, honestly.
No, no.
I'm so scared. I mean, there must be a lot of answers from your side. But okay, let's start things off with Gigantic first. Effect.
It is going to go through, yeah.
Okay. So it's gonna resolve. 5 set cards, honestly, it's what can you have? Right. Oh my. Mirror Force?
No.
No.
Why for real? Who would put that in this
Maybe
deck?
2 Mirror Forces. Okay. Effect.
Yeah. Second one.
I'll take a second one just in case. I'll take a second one just in case. Okay. So many.
To be honest, my hand is not the best. So you're fine. Probably.
We'll see. We'll see.
I will probably not see another turn.
Oh, really?
I think so, but
All right, maybe. Okay, I can. I want to try this out and see what happens. I'm enter battle phase.
how many is that?
No, I mean, so
How much?
if we made a quick math, it's 29, 40, 50, 61.
So I survive.
But
Oh,
I
there's a but.
declare attack with blue first.
You are going to activate my trap card.
I knew that.
On start step, I think I'm going to activate Dharma Karakan.
Okay, Daruma.
Before the attack battle.
Yeah. Okay, I think I need to negate that with carrot, and I'll send blue to the graveyard.
That works for me.
Okay. Okay. I'll try to attack with carrot.
Alberto, of course, you fell into my trap. I am going to activate the one and only Mirror Force.
I knew it. I told you.
What a card.
It's great. It's great. Nothing I can do about it. I'm just thinking if how much time I'm gonna take to put all of my monsters into the graveyard, honestly. And yeah, that resolves.
That is a good card. I mean,
That is a great card, honestly. Yes.
it's fine.
Okay, maybe phase 2.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I survived.
You did. Okay, I will normal summon carrot.
Yeah.
And will special summon Jack and activate effect. Okay, let me see what I have. Okay, I'll take this. Not very useful at the moment.
I mean, for now, I've got nothing.
Yeah,
For now.
kind of. But, okay. You know, you're scary. You're scary. I'll set this and pass to you.
During the end phase, I'm going to attempt to activate Sanguine.
Yeah, it goes through. Yes, it's fine.
Hop.
Yep. Hello there.
Hey there, my old friend.
Yeah.
And there we go for the draw for turn.
Yes.
Okay. I'm going to go into standby phase,
Yes.
main phase.
Yep.
I'm going to activate Lord's Effect.
Yeah, I have no response to that.
So I'm going to keep it revealed.
Yeah.
And I'm going to attempt to enter battle phase.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah.
I'm going to attempt to attack over the Sprite Carrot.
Oh, that's rough. That's rough. I'll try to activate Smasher.
I have absolutely no answer.
I will banish blue, and I will banish this as well, trying to banish the Lord.
Absolutely, it goes through.
Okay.
On resolution, I'm going to activate Sanguine.
Yeah, that's fine.
Special summoning the second one.
That will be difficult, honestly, to deal with. I can tell you that. Yeah.
This is the big buddy.
Yeah, I can tell you that it will be difficult. Yes.
I am going to attempt to attack the carrot again.
Yeah, it's 1500. So it's 54 left for me.
I'm gonna go main phase 2.
Yeah.
Setting a card.
Yeah.
And pass turn to you.
All right. Draw phase. Stand by main phase. Wow. Not looking good, that I can tell you.
Really?
Oh yeah.
Sorry, did you attack with
Yeah, the Eldritch.
Yeah, he did. The carrot.
The carrot.
It, it's 1500, yes. It's 1500, yes. I need to pass back to you.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, that's a good.
That's real.
That's a good thing to be
That's
honest.
very good.
I am, however, going to activate Sanguine during the end phase to set another card.
I'll activate Cold Meister.
That's not nice.
That's yes.
Okay.
That's the only thing I have, but at least something.
I've got nothing left.
Yes.
Draw for turn.
Yes.
I'm gonna go standby phase.
Yeah.
Main phase.
Yeah. That's fine.
I'm gonna activate the Lord's effect.
Yeah.
I'm gonna go battle phase.
Yeah.
And I'm going to attack for 25.
That's fine. I'll go to 29 left.
Main phase 2.
Yes.
Set 1.
Yeah.
And pass turn.
Draw phase. My phase, main phase. I'm kind of desperate.
What's wrong? I mean, it was supposed to be full engine.
I'm missing. Yes, but the strategy was completely ruined by the Daruma plus the mirror and the double elixir.
I mean, I am very happy to put this one.
Could be more desperate, but I think I can buy myself up for another turn. I will pass to you.
During the end phase, I'm gonna attempt to activate Sanguine.
Yes, that's fine.
And I am going to set the Conquistador.
Yes.
I love this deck.
I love it. I think just the effects from the graveyard themselves, it's the more advantage you have, the more control you get.
Yeah.
And just with the Golden Lore itself, it's the deck is consistent. I don't know. It's always been consistent, you know, in the history of the game.
I'm going to enter main phase.
Yes.
Activating the Lord.
Yes.
I'm gonna go battle phase.
Yes, that's fine.
I am going to attack with a Leech.
Yes. I'm
For
going
25?
400 remaining.
400 is not a
Yes.
lot.
400.
And I am going to activate IDP targeting. Which one has the most attack?
I don't know. I have.
I am going to target the Skullmeister.
This one was the one that removed, right? And then you could potentially
Could banish
take, right?
2 from
Yes.
the field.
Skullmaster, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
And I am going to try to attack the Skullmeister for game. That's it.
I was. I didn't have another monster. The thing is that I could have Exquisite Summon the turn in which I had the Carrot and the Jet, but I was losing the Carrot protection.
That's a problem because you want to have the carrot, of course, in
Yeah.
this matchup. So, but I think you couldn't do anything more, to be
nothing
honest.
that I could have done. The only desperate move would have been normal summon blue, activate this, banish, and then boost. But I mean, it's,
this is absolutely desperate, yeah, of course. and the Typhoon, and the Typhoon. You could have activated it, but
I could have, yeah, but it didn't really matter a lot just
In the
because
end, no.
I was missing a piece. But I mean, I really feel like Eldic, especially in this matchup, is difficult because sprites really need to push through as fast as possible. Just trying to seal the game with the Mosquito and also having a Gamma Burst.
you have to try to
course.
seal the game,
Exactly.
while Eldritch is just trying to control the pace of the game,
Exactly.
trying to
Yes.
slow it down and cycle through the resources,
Yeah.
while the opponent, he just doesn't have anything else. So
Yeah.
I agree with you on this one, but that was a very, very fun match, to be honest. Like, Genesis is a new format, and I think that it's going to bring a lot to the game, to be honest. I love how people just get creative. They want to just get their deck working in this new format. And for example, you know, I was playing Eldritch, but I want to play some Cyber Dragon and to play some Utopia in the future. So maybe we will have a revenge on these decks. But thanks a lot for this duel.
Thanks.
It was an honor, of course. It was a pleasure. Don't go anywhere because you've got some more content on your way.
Welcome back here to the live coverage at YCS Lille, and I am joined by fellow German commentator, colleague actually, Philipp. And Philipp is going to talk about a deck with me here that has been released a while ago, but has gotten some really fresh and new support in the newest main set, which is basically just legal since this weekend. Which deck is that, Philipp?
Exactly, it's the Solfa Court strategy. Very, very new support, very powerful support, honestly.
Indeed.
And yeah, I'm very happy to talk about what it can do.
Sounds about right. And I mean, those Solfa Courts, as I said, have been released a while ago. Never have really seen too much main attention.
Not
Never
really, no.
In the meta game you saw. We didn't see them too much, and therefore we're going to break down even the old cards a little and then go through them step by step, also showing you the new cards so you get more of a clue of what the Solfa card strategy is all about. So let's go to the top shot and let's see what we have here in stock. You're the man with the cards, so you are going to explain most of it here. So how are we starting off here?
Exactly. So first of all, there's a lot of Solfa Court cards, and luckily we don't need to learn all of them because like a very small chunk of them is very important. It's always in Yu-Gi-Oh! With the archetypes. And like one of the older cards, which is Solfa Court Gracia, is like the very, very key piece of the new combos, you gotta say.
Fair.
Because this card, on summon, it's like a very simple effect, but on summon, it can just search any Solfa Court spell or trap card.
Always good, always good.
And yeah, there aren't very many good, but there's one very, very good, which we will talk about later.
Oh, the brand new one, right?
The brand new one, that's very, very good. But I don't want to take too much.
Fair. Okay, that's an easy effect. Only thing though, it's a level 5, so is there, I mean, it's a pendulum deck. Do we pendulum summon it out, or what's the main way to get it?
We do pendulum summon it out if we need to. There's also one other card, which we'll also talk about later, which gets it from our hand.
Cool.
But most importantly, it's a level 5 monster. And as you might know, there's another very, very good strategy that's synergized with level 5 monster.
I can see where that goes.
And that's the K9 cards. And especially like a card like K9 Jokul can easily get this one out of the hand. And then all of a sudden, you can just start by searching one fin, go into your K9 stuff, and then full combo with your Solfa Court cards.
Easy. All right. So this one quite easy and easy to understand as well. So let's go with the next one then.
Exactly. Another art card, like those Solfa Court Kutia, very, very similar effect. On summon, adds a monster from our deck to our hand, a Solfa Court monster. That's like mainly the most important effect. They all have like some very cheeky effects. Like you need to know like the very, very gimmick of the Solfa Court deck is that they work very different to other pendulum strategies because they work with odd and even scales.
Oh, true. That was what it's all about.
Exactly. And you already see here there's 2 even scales.
Yeah.
It's sometimes a bit hard to get odd scales because like the even scales are very much better.
Fair.
In some cases, but in this case, just on summon, you get it like it has an attack modifier which doesn't come up very often, but of course.
But it's just another consistency card, another searcher, so that seems pretty alright.
Just get another ad in your combo to like generate more card advantage.
Yeah, fair. Okay, what else do we got?
The other old card is Solfa Court Allegiance.
Okay.
And Solfa Court Allegiance is a very, very interesting card because it doesn't really combo on its own, but it does. It can provide scale setup because it has like one effect, which is you can just put any Solfa Court Pendulum monster from a deck into your Pendulum Zone.
That's very good.
Or if you send one Solfa Court Pendulum monster from your hand onto your extra deck, you can set up 2 scales.
Oh, immediate setup for scales is huge. And you get something into the extra deck too, so you can also pendulum summon it out. That's massive,
like in this case, if you have like Gracia with Allegiance, you can just put the Gracia onto your extra deck, set up scales, and pendulum summon it as an example. And so get into your combo anyways.
Nice. That's a good one. I like that.
It has another third effect, which is you can like put both your scales into the extra deck to draw 2 cards.
Also not bad.
Yeah, it doesn't come up very often.
Okay.
Because you need scale setup and then want to put away your scales. That doesn't come up very often, but it's very
nice. Probably just one effect, or like one of the effects per turn, right? So you have to decide.
In this case, you can only use one of these effects, and mainly it's the setup 2 scales.
Yeah, that makes sense. That is very, very good. You just need to set up.
And then there's one other one in the extra deck which is very important, which is Grand Solfa Court Kulia.
Yes.
First of all, to mention, it's a Grand Solfa Court, which is important for 1 or 2 because, like, they call Do or Soul, they are not that important, but the Grand Sulfur card is actually important for 1 or 2 cards, which synergize with them. This card itself is just like an Omni Negate on the field, but to negate, you need to special summon an odd scale from a pendulum zone into its link zone. So you need odd scale setup to negate a card.
That's where the odd and even thing comes in. So you want to end on an odd scale is what you're saying, because you also, like, if you end on this, you want to have an odd scale to it so you actually can negate something with it. Cool.
Exactly.
I like
so it's not like that easy to negate stuff, because sometimes you also, like, as I said, if you want to like sometimes get your scales out of there, then you don't have a scale, and all of a sudden it's just a vanilla on the board.
Fair.
And yet also has like a small attack gain, which is not that relevant, but they come up.
Okay, those are the older cards essentially. So
exactly. There are 1 or 2 like more niche ones which you could play, you don't need to play. Like as an example, Alitea is like a spell trap pop.
Oh, also not
which
too bad.
Sometimes comes up, but these are the main ones which you, like, I would say need in every Sulfur card combo.
Okay, but now, of course, why this deck is becoming more relevant again, because of the new cards just freshly released in Doom of Dimensions. So what do we have there? Go ahead.
So first of all, Sulfur Court Primoa.
Okay.
And this card is loaded with good effects.
All right, tell me all about it then.
First of all, it's a 0 scale. So all of a sudden you can get your like level 1s out of the extra deck, as an example. Like we saw like the Q tier here. It's a level 1.
Yes.
Level 1s, back in the days, not easy to pendulum summon out. In this case, easier all of a sudden. And it has like a very, very interesting effect in the pendulum zone, because if you pendulum summon a Sulfur Court monster, you can bounce 1 card in your pendulum zone back to your hand.
Okay.
So this way, it seems very, very unnecessary, but in fact, this way you can get like, even after pendulum summoning, you can like adjust your pendulum scales into
so
odd
you get
and
the odds
even.
again. Okay, yeah, I see.
Exactly. This can come up. It also has like another thing which I might show later, where you really want to get some cards into your pendulum zone, because there they get like stronger.
Okay, fair.
And yeah, and the other ones are, if you have an odd and an even scale, you're
easy for this deck.
Exactly, and this monster is on the field, your Sulfur Court card effect cannot be negated.
Oh.
So all of a sudden, like, if someone tries to ash your stuff, it just still resolves.
Oh, this is also the factor for the unknown deck, right? Because your opponent we all know it, we all have seen it before here in Europe, the Rika effect, you could call it. Your opponent not exactly knowing what your cards do. So when this card is around, then you have to be aware of the fact that you could run into that effect, that it is protecting your effects to go through.
The thing though is it's often not that easy to like get your odd and even scale early on. So you maybe want to like use Sulfur Court effects before setting up scales, and then all of a sudden, it's getting very tough.
I see.
But still it can come up, of course. And on the other hand, when this card is summoned, normal or special summoned, add a Sulfur Court card from it to your hand.
Oh, right. So it's doing all of that, and also on top of that, already more than the already existing Sulfur Court
cards. And it
cards.
even has another effect, which is, if this card is on the field and you link summon a Sulfur Court monster, so the Grand Sulfur Court Coolia as an example, you can add any Sulfur Court card from a deck, from a grave or extra deck back to your hand.
Wow. So it's generating advantage on its summon, and then when it's linked off again. That's crazy.
Not when it's linked off.
Oh, because it goes into the extra deck.
It needs to be on the field, but it checks like if you summon the monster, and in that case it adds it back.
Oh, okay. That's a funny interaction. Okay, nice. I like that.
So this is very, very interesting with the deck, that this card generates so much advantage.
It does.
And a card we really want to add back is the Sulfur Court Happiness.
Oh, the new spell
which is the new spell. And it has 3 effects, and very important to notice, you can use each effect of this card once per turn.
Oh, okay. So you are cycling through this and use it 3 times per turn. Does it happen that you just use the card 3 times per turn?
Often 2 times. It can come up 3 times if you have it already in hand, as an example.
Nice.
The effects, they're all very powerful. First one, for effect, you discard a card, then you add 2 Sulfur Court monsters from your deck to your hand. They need to have different scales though, so you cannot add the same one twice. And then you can special summon Sulfur Court monsters from your hand up to the number of monsters your opponent controls +1. So if your opponent has 0 monsters...
It's also crazy though.
Yeah, so go first. You already can special summon a monster.
Yeah.
If your opponent has just 1 monster on the field, let it be like any monster, then you can just like add 2 and special summon both of them immediately.
That's insane.
Yeah.
Wow. And that's only the first effect.
That's the first effect. The second effect is you can do a second pendulum summon.
Okay. So on activation of the card, you can just say, okay, I'm pendulum summoning now, basically.
Not that way. You just get the second pendulum summon.
Okay,
It doesn't happen
it is for
immediately.
the turn
You
then.
get it, yeah.
Oh,
You can
nice,
only
nice.
gain this effect once, which doesn't really matter in this deck, but if you have like any other card that gives you a second pendulum summon, they don't stack. You cannot do 3 pendulum summons.
That's very unique, though. I don't think any other card has ever done that,
Actually,
right?
DDD has it.
Oh, true. Another deck that just got supported in Doom of Dimensions.
Exactly,
True,
exactly. So, get your second pendulum summon. It's like, I would say the effect you'll use the least, actually.
Okay,
even.
that sounds absurd to me, because that sounds like a really good effect.
But it does come up. It does
Okay.
come up, definitely. And the third effect is actually also very interesting. You just special summon your pendulum zones onto your field. So you have 2 monsters in your pendulum zone. As example, let it be like a card like Gracia and Primora. You activate Happiness and you just be like, okay, I special summon my
All right,
zones.
2 monsters, let's go, yeah.
Yeah, so you can use all of them. You can recycle it with Primora, actually. So you get the effect twice very easily.
Nice.
3 times you would need to draw a copy most of the time,
Fair.
but it can happen.
Cool. That's nice. I love that. Okay, so
Yeah.
that's, I think, one more remaining,
there
or
is
2
one more.
One
There's
more,
one
okay.
more, which is Sulfur Sulfagia.
Okay.
And this is also a very, very packed card. It's often considered as the brick, quote-unquote, of the
Okay.
deck. But it's not really a brick, you'll see. So first of all, very important, you might have seen it already or didn't realize it maybe. This is the only odd scale that's really good you want to play. Because
Yeah, did you just not have any other odd scales there so far? Oh, it's all evens.
these
yeah.
are all even. The deck has odd scales,
Yeah.
but they are not that good,
Okay.
honestly. But this card is very good. It will
All right,
make up for it.
it will make
up for it.
I see.
It doesn't come on its own, but it's a very, very good piece. So first of all, in a pendulum zone, if you control a Grand Sulfur Court monster and your opponent activates a monster effect on the field, you can just negate it on resolve.
Oh.
And then destroy this card.
Wait, hold on. So you get, like, when you summon the Grand Sulfur Court from your extra deck,
Exactly.
it has a negate through its own effect, because
Yeah.
you are going to have an even scale there as well.
An odd scale. You need an odd scale.
Oh, yeah, even and odd. Or you only need odd.
You need only odd
Oh,
for
you
it.
need only odd for it. Okay,
So-
but that's okay. So when you have this,
Yeah.
it gives you 2 negates, in fact.
Yeah, not really is the problem, because this one does destroy itself.
But if you go with
when
this one
negating,
first?
then it summons it, and then you miss the scale.
Yeah, I see.
But you can sometimes with like as I said, with the bounce of Primora,
Yeah.
sometimes you can set up a double Sulfagia.
Oh, cool.
And
yeah.
in that case, you get both of the negates
That's
out.
very funny.
It's only on a field, though. Keep that in mind. It doesn't negate like Nibiru or so.
Okay.
It's only on a field, but it's like a Rise Across as effect where you
Yep.
negate on resolve. You don't need to chain the card.
Nice. That's very cool.
Exactly. The other effect in hand is also very, very good, because you can just special summon it from your hand when you control only Sulfur Cards or no monsters.
Okay.
So in this case, you just activate it,
That
special
sounds
summon on the
like
field.
Mementotal and Tatsunuchi Chogo, pretty much, just
Yeah.
for Sulfur Courts.
Actually.
Okay.
And it has also third effect.
Okay.
In this case, you can special summon a monster, a Sulfur Core monster from your hand, or if you tribute it on activation, you can special summon a Sulfur Core monster also from your grave or extra deck.
Okay.
So this way, you can just like try to loop your level 5s to get into more rank 5 plays with the K9 cards as an example.
Yeah, for example.
You can sometimes you want to like recycle also stuff like Primoa in like turn 3 so that you get to your happiness again.
Fair.
So you can just like continue comboing. And this card, like as I said, is quote unquote a brick, but it's not really.
It doesn't really sound like that. That's true.
It just doesn't do a lot on its own.
Yeah.
You need some setup with it. It's very important for your combos. Sometimes to like have it just as an extra body. You get your Gracia out of your hand to be able to search the happiness.
Yeah.
This way around, yeah.
But I mean, as it has usually been with Pendulum decks, and of course this is also another Pendulum deck, it is very much a combo-orientated deck, right?
Exactly.
You're trying to combo big, and you said
Exactly.
it is working really well with the K9 cards, for example. That is something. Is there a different approach to the deck as well? Can you play pure Sulfur Court? Surely you can, right?
You can theoretically. The
Yeah.
problem though is it does miss a bit of power it has, because like as an example, like in the OCG you have like the Heavy Metal Force Electromite,
Oh, fair,
which
yeah.
the deck
We don't
does
have that.
miss, which we don't have. But we have another card which also comes up in the combos quite frequently, I gotta say, which is Beyond the Pendulum.
Oh yeah, that's basically the little brother of Electromite,
Yeah,
right?
it's hard to compare though. So you'll often use this card just to like get your other Sulfur Court cards into the hand. Like as an example.
Welcome back to your coverage here at YCS Lille 2025. In front of me, I have our round 12 feature match duelists, Guillaume Chicot and Tim von Pachovsky, and they're ready to kick things off now. They've actually already done their dice roll in some of the off-screen moments that you guys didn't get to see, and actually Guillaume is going to be going first. So with that in mind, I'm going to be handing you guys over to your wonderful commentary trio to take you through this round 12 feature match.
Welcome everyone to round 12 of YCS Lille 2025, and I could be more happier to have this amazing feature for us, because we talked before about the playstyle nowadays of the meta decks, that they want to establish some more minimalistic fields and in order to have a lot of interactions with their opponents. But now we can experience, without spoiling, some old strategies that recently got some support, to be honest.
Oh yeah, what kind of support?
And they try to establish a very, very strong field and say to their opponent, if you can break it, be my guest.
Combo is the name of the match. Combo is what we're about to see, hopefully for both of the players, as they are both taking the combo approach. But as players are ready and you guys are waiting for some action, let's get into that set action. Let's start it off here. Round number 12 starting now.
Let's hope this is a great start for Guillaume here in this game, because he is going to play the DD strategy. Might even be DDD actually, with all of those new cards there. DDD Zero Doom Queen Machinex is one of the best cards, and this is an old one, the Dark Contract.
I may not be as an expert for DDD strategy as you, Leo, but I think that this is the card that you really want to see in your opening hand, right?
I think so, yes. Dark Contract with the gate. This one searches you a card, no?
And actually it was funny, as also Tim was just breaking out laughing when he saw that Dark Contract with the gate. You can just add any DDD monster from your deck to your hand, which certainly acts as a starter, and we do get the DD Griffin here, which is one of the free alls, one of the cards you really want to see in that deck. And looks like we're all in for a class here, as Guillaume is right now explaining it to Tim, and we all can learn together about how the new DD deck is working, what the new lines are, because there is some really good support in there. And that's another old one, though. We're so far only working with the older cards, and that is Copernicus. And we do normal summon that out there, the DD 7th.
I love that the DD cards are partially named after great scientists.
Yeah.
I think.
And we are sending the Lance Soldier to the graveyard there. Now we summon out the Griffin, and out of 2 of those level 4 monsters, we just go ahead and go into a rank 4, and that is quite clearly the DDD Wise King Solomon.
One of the things that I love about DDD is the fact that they only play their own cards, right? They're only summoning their own monsters, and I really love the fact that they not utilize generic, for example, monsters, for example, IP Masquerena or any kind of this. They just want to establish their big strategies.
It is somewhat of a generic effect, though. Yes, it does search one DDD card, but we know plenty of those effects from Yu-Gi-Oh's history, just searching a Theme Inheril card, and we grab that. Also, now one card start, a new card, the DDD Zero Doom Queen Machinex, which will immediately be activated into the Pendulum Scale.
Yeah, this theme has plenty of cards. It's 67 DD cards, not even counting the Dark Contract.
Wow, that is nice. Leo, our math professor now that Tom Payne is not on the team anymore. And we go ahead. We now not only have the Dark Contract of the gate, but also the Dark Contract with the Zero King on the field. 2 continuous Dark Contract cards. And with that one, we got to summon out the Kepler now.
And one of the things right now that I can tell is Tim probably has an interruption in his hand, because I see that he's thinking a lot. But where do you stop this deck? Where do you interact with it? Because for me, it is something that you need to understand, that DDD is a very unique strategy, that you are not have mandatory lines to, for example, stop this. And I think right now it may be a little tricky for a team where to interact with his opponent.
It is. One thing that also is very popular for DD is that you can exceed summon in unconventional ways, as we just saw that we summoned the DDD Marksman King Tell, which can be just exceed summoned, basically put on top of a rank 4. So we used that rank 4 that we had there to summon it out, and then afterwards immediately we went into a Link 2 now, and let me tell you, this Link 2 of the DD deck, the DDD Abyss King Gilgamesh, is massively strong, because it does not only activate or search anything, but it does activating 2 Pendulum Scales, as we see there.
Also, it's an Abyss card, but it's not quite Abyss Dweller. That would be absolutely criminal versus the Atlantean Mermail strategy. But yes, if you're playing versus a deck that you have no idea what it does and it is doing big combos, I think there's a pretty good rule of thumb if you have your hand traps there. Every time a card is activated that special summons or searches more than one card, you try to negate.
Yeah, also like Link 2s are always a good
Yes.
target, right? When you see there's a Link 2 from the theme, you usually want to negate it, like cards like Crystron, Hulky Fibrex or something like that would always be a good target for that. But here, it is not summoning anything. So cards like, I mean, with Mermaid, we would expect something like Dominus Impulse maybe cannot be used on something that is only activating cards. And this is another new card of the theme, the DDD Sky King Zeus Ragnarok now on the field. Also, not the Sky Arsenal Zeus, but the theme inherent.
And as we see in the previous round, another way to have multiple Pendulum summons during your own turn. And this is quite interesting for Pendulum summon technology, meaning that you can right now not only Pendulum summon once, but twice per turn.
There is the Dominus Impulse I was mentioning. Of course, in an all-water deck, you are allowed to play this card. And I feel like Dominus Impulse overall in the tournament, in the format right now, so many of the decks are relying on this card. So many decks are playing it. Pure Mitsurugi is running it, Malice is running it, and also here the Atlantean Mermaid deck is running it. And we are absolutely not done just yet. The DDD First King Clovis next, nicely sitting there on the throne. A Synchro Summon now too. This deck really is using all of the different extra deck mechanics. We're Synchro Summoning, we're Fusion Summoning, we're Exceed Summoning. What is left to be desired there?
I don't even know what was impulsed.
Good point, yeah.
Maybe it was the Swirl Slime in the graveyard that can be banished to Fusion Summon later on. I don't think it banishes for, because it was not Swirl Slime, it was Necro Slime.
Yeah.
Swirl Slime fused from hand.
And that is Siegfried now, of course, as well. What is going to be our end field? One card. What would you say is the most popular DDD card over the last couple of years?
Kali Yuga.
Not necessarily the last couple of years. It's probably not that one. But one card that was really popular in, for example, Fiendsmith decks.
Oh, yeah. The Wave High King Caesar.
Yes, and of course that is also being played here in this deck, but here of course as it is member of the family, as it is member of the DD archetype, we are summoning that the original way with using DD monsters for it as materials as well.
I was gonna say,
And
if this card isn't played in the end field of the deck, it's criminal.
And it has also an additional effect if it has DDD in the field. So not only negates the activation of a spell, trap or monster effect to special summon, but also you can make one other DD monster you control and this card gain 1800 attack until the end of this turn.
Amazing.
Nice.
That's great. But if it gets removed, you add a Dark Contract.
True, but that is another Link summon, and there is now also another card that has previously been seen outside of DD decks, because you could, for example, also play this in Burning Abyss, but it's also, of course, a DD card, and that is the almighty, also powerful DD Deus Machinax. DDD Divisor King Deus Machinax, actually.
There's also another DDD Synchro monster that has been played a lot. King Siegfried. This is a negate, right? It's a spell trap negate.
Spell trap negate.
It is indeed.
But I think only when they are face up on the field, right? Or in the graveyard also.
Face up spell trap card on the field. The target has its effect negated until
I
the
mean,
next step.
I think it doesn't matter in this matchup, but...
Oh, but Tim is familiarizing himself now with all of those cards. I feel like that might be a sign of Julian being done with his turn, because usually when you're like, okay, that is it what I'm now facing, you are just like reading through everything, making sure that you are able to tackle this appropriately. And we are reading over that Deus King Machinax there as well, which is providing even further interruption in terms of its monster negate as well. But okay, it is the turn of Tim now. Let the waters flow, Mermail time. We go Abyss Tears, discard Abyss Tears as the first action.
And I mean, if I have to choose one deck to go against such a strong field, it will be probably Atlantean Mermaid, meaning that it has such a good going second strategy.
Really? I think the deck excels going first, but going second, it lacks quite some pushes sometimes.
Oh, it's one of the better decks which can push with Engine. Just because of Poseidra, I think that is a marvelous
Poseidra is crazy. Yeah, that's
oh, look, we negated Abyss Tears, but Abyss Tears is not a once per turn effect. we can just activate it again, discard Abyss Rhine. But there is now even more from the DD side, because there is also the Dark Contract with the Eternal Darkness. All the contracts being used here from Gilem, and he's explaining 1, 2, 3 there. While you have 2 DD cards in your Pendulum Zone, your opponent cannot target monsters on the field with spell and trap effects. And you can tribute for a tribute. Yeah, you don't have to tribute anymore, which is really, really crucial as well.
Also, I was going to mention earlier, the King Siegfried effect actually matters in every matchup because you can negate your own Dark Contract so they don't deal damage to you and you lose the game eventually because you take too much damage. It can be a very interesting part of the deck. Now Toys finally gets to resolve, gets to add, and there is Poseidra.
Okay, Poseidra is here, discarding the Shadow Squad. Tim trying to play into this, trying to make this happen, and Poseidra hits the field. Chainlink 1 Poseidra, Chainlink 2 Shadow Squad. When you get to snowball all those effects of all those water monsters, of those Atlantean and Mermaid monsters, you do get there eventually. You can just break a field naturally with those Mermaid monsters. But in response now, Gilem explains the interaction between that Deus King Machinex and his now trap card that is face up, because I think we do not need to pay cost. Oh, we just attach it as a material. Okay.
And now you can use the effect from Machinex there again, detach materials, and we are taking over the Poseidra here. Now Dragoona, of course, activates, or Dragoons, and the Shadow Squad special summons out the Neptubis. And at this point, I'm thinking you're right. You might want to use Mermaid as a deck to break this field, but of course, always a vulnerable position for the Neptubis to be in, as long as it has not activated its effect yet. Because if there is just an effect to pop a card and not to negate one, this might be good. Oh, it actually sticks on the field, gets to activate, and now we're snowballing here.
Never underestimate the water, right? And I mean, right now, I can see a lot of plays from team sides of the field, and I truly believe that right now we may see such a strong field. However, I think that team is very confident, right?
He's dismantling it as if it would be nothing. Really, he's playing into it. Now also searching for one, of course, of the original Atlanteans. We got the Heavy Infantry, and Heavy Infantry can, when it gets to the graveyard through a water effect, destroy one face-up card on the field.
And I mean, if Poseidra beats the Atlantean Dragon Lord, the Exist monster would be on the field, it can cause a lot of problems. And I truly believe that we may see a lot of plays right now.
Okay, now the graveyard effect of the Prince 2, bringing back Shadow Squad. It's a huge combo field, and Tim is not even familiar with all of those DD cards, but still he's doing a pretty good job of playing into it here.
Do you have to be familiar with them as long as you're not getting into super polymerization here for Guillaume? This card came unexpected. Tim is shrugging, saying, all right, I expected some engine there maybe, but no, this is a Mud Dragon of the Swamp, taking away the super Deep Sea King Coelacanth, and that one is hugely important for the push here.
The first DDD monster that has been summoned, that it's not a DDD.
Yeah, true.
Very much so. Of course, we're not locked into DDDs now that it is the turn of Tim, so that super polymerization can just go in and ruin the plans that Tim had. And okay, we see the classic finger tipping on the table, so it's apparently there is some more left that we can do.
Also, I've never seen a Mermaid player without an ultimate rare Coelacanth.
True.
They are
doesn't
always
exist.
ultimate.
Doesn't exist.
I think you have to play the ultimate.
Yeah, it's a rule.
By law.
By the law of the water, really.
Yeah. Straight.
There are more than 5 water monsters in the graveyard, right?
Definitely.
Yeah. But at this point, I don't even think there's a lot of cards in the hand of GM, so Moulin Glacier wouldn't even do too much.
Just for Extend.
Yeah.
Normal summon infantry, and we use the ability of infantry to normal summon one more time, and both of these monsters, the Prince and the infantry, make Corral Anemone.
Yep. And then Machinex activates again here, wants to take away the Anemone. Detaches to there. Poseidra goes back to the grave.
And Anemone needs to special summon to her pointer.
And that is the game, Guillem, and DD is in the early lead indeed here for that match. It is already round number 12. In usual YCS tournaments, that would already be the last round of Swiss. But the whole system has been changed, of course. We have 15 rounds in total. So winning this round number 12 will be important for him to stay relevant, to possibly make it into top 8. It doesn't guarantee it just yet for him, though. Every round here at the moment basically already is a bubble match. You have to keep on performing. You have to keep on showing. And I mean, already now winning this round number 12 gets you into an even better position to at least make like top 16, top 32 or something like that.
Exactly. Even if you lose this round, you are still definitely in now with X3. You don't want to drop from the tournament. You're still in competition for those later rounds that to still get into top 32, top 64 and get some nice YCS prizes. This is why many of the players who talked to me after the event yesterday were like, yeah, I'm X3, I don't care. I'm still going to keep playing. I want to get into this top 32 cut. I want to get the map.
I want to get the Effect Veiler, for example, as well, which is there for top 16, and definitely some nice prizes to be played for, and therefore it's certainly worth to keep on playing. Also, of course, we showed you and have a great prize. Of course, only when you make it into the top 8 and then to the eventual win. That giant card for the winner now. I mean, we all said what our giant card would be, but you at home can also let us know what would be your giant card if you could just pick one, of course, according to the rules that are given. And I mean, man with the mark, come on, give me a man with the mark giant card.
But I mean, even with an X3 score, I think that you can still make it to top 8 since...
Possibly,
it's very difficult, obviously, but since the double match loss system is counter-active, you never know what will happen. And I mean, if you have at least 1% chance to top YCS, I would definitely go for it and definitely still playing.
No, 100%. You're very right, because you can do all the math and everything, and now the mathematics are a little bit easier even because there is no draws to be accounted for anymore. But then there is that double loss also coming in, and we have seen double losses, not on stream yet actually, which is pretty cool, but we have seen it in the field, and that is just going to make it all a little bit more difficult to calculate, and not even the math professor Leonard Koenig has so far been able to give us a concrete number on that subject yet.
I will definitely send a clip to my old math teacher, Dr. Brett Schneider, and tell him that I'm the math professor now. What do you think now, huh? But I think that our duelists are ready. They are way better at math than I am, so we're going over to the table for game 2.
Not only the math professor, but also the DD expert on the team. Leo, you have really come a long way, but for now, the way is long for Tim, as he does not only have to win this game, but 2 games in a row if he wants to come out victorious here for this round 12 featured match.
Now, something very, very interesting I want to ask you guys. If you're starting with Neptabis, you know, sometimes when you want to save some time to avoid a potential double loss, you're scooping games that you maybe could win. You might have a 10 to 15% chance. Do you think people have scooped often to normal summon Neptabis so far? And then also, do you think he still knows his combo?
I think yes, that he did definitely have that happening to him. Oh, what's that?
Poseidra and the Shadow Squad is now going to be able to eventually get to the Neptabis. Ash Blossom on the Fuwalos. Very big here.
So you're talking about a secret strategy, Leo, that when you don't need your normal summon to attack, you just play 3 Neptabis without a target, just normal summon, and make your opponent think that you play Mermail.
Just play 1 Neptabis, exactly, you normal summon it, and then I was like, yeah, okay, we gotta save some time, gotta be smart here, and you're like, haha.
But I mean, when there is Molcharmy Fuvalos, there is surely no reason to be scooping.
It's ashed.
But it is ashed indeed, so from here on out, maybe we will see a short game unfolding. Dragoons in the graveyard now too.
But also maybe not. We are still checking every single card. We are reading them thoroughly. Maybe Guillaume has the secret DD strategies to dismantle big fields, to play through something like a barrier statue of the torrent. We're gonna find out soon.
My. We are looking in there and we say Ghost Ballad Haunted Mansion is not going to haunt me here in this game, and we are left with only a driver and 2 of our DD cards, which one of them is Orchard.
That is enormous information for Tim, because now he knows that he might not want to activate something like a Perulia or a Fuwalos in draw phase or standby phase, because there is a good chance that there's a Gamma answering you, special summoning out a driver, and then completely extending through.
Yeah, but I mean, always the case of the Psychic Soldier is there always drawing the driver, right?
Driver is just absolutely the best card in the deck. I don't know what you mean.
He's the best, I agree. Abystride, the Atlantean Spirit now on the field, and it looks like GM, very familiar with his own cards, but also, as Tim was doing the last game, reading the cards of his opponent now. And I mean, Game 1 was decently fast, so I think if you're not super familiar with the deck, you may as well just get as much information as possible now in the
100%.
second game about the opponent's deck.
Usually I would say this is a game that I think I would give up super fast, so we have 30 minutes time for Game 3. But if you are not too well versed, as you just said, Basti, with the combos of the Mermail deck, you want to be like, hey, let me see what you're trying to do, how you're extending the best, and where I should answer you. And then in the last game, Kim did a great job already identifying that Deep Sea King Silicon, that's a good card to get rid of immediately.
And I mean, especially with such a strategy, you really want to have some time, because obviously you have a very strong long combo to go through. And also
Mooling Glacier also now taking away two
Don't hit
more
the driver.
cards. Come on, leave him with the driver. Just forget Cinema, please. Leave him as only with the most powerful normal monster in the game next to Blue Eyes White Dragon. Okay.
And, oh my days, if the driver stays in hand, this would be the funniest thing ever. Driver was hit, not the last driver standing here.
And I was talking about that when you have a long combo and your opponent can play through it through only his engine, you need some time, obviously, because the game will go through a lot of minutes. However, as we can see right now, I like the fact that he respects his opponent and waits to see the full combo and know the information.
Yeah. I think
Reading that almost gimmicky card there, the Glutonus Reptolfin Grievous, which is just another target, of course, for the Coelacanth, which we here unluckily drew, but I think we have recovered from that quite nicely already.
I've seen this card in almost every Mermaid player's hand so far.
Yeah.
This card just draws itself so incredibly often.
I think it's a discard target for Abystius.
Yeah,
and nothing more.
That's what you play it for. And just, of course, special summon it out with the Deep Sea King Coelacanth. And there we have the Neptibus again going into a Link 2 before that. Or are we going into a Synchro Summon?
Indeed we are, and that is the Ice Shade Jimir Agarin. Not seeing that in every deck, but of course we are trying to find different solutions to the Mermail Enfield. Some of our Enfield pieces from the past have been replaced because, for example, Totally Awesome, that setup with Barmuchak, not possible anymore. Also, Abyss Dweller, not something we can go into anymore. So we just pass on this very minimalistic field. It's enough, though, as Guilhem picks his cards up anyways, and Tim equals the score here. 1-1, combo on combo, combo player on combo player, and we will head into a third game.
And I like the fact that Agarin showcased again her existence in the feature match, because it's an older strategy used by Sorcel, actually, to play around evenly matched. Just a note to make here.
Your cards can't get banished or destroyed by cards effects anymore after you use Egerin, right?
Yeah, that's why.
That's funny, because you want to banish the evenly matched with the Egerin as a response, because you can only banish activated cards with it, and then your opponent cannot destroy, or your cards cannot be destroyed and banished, right?
Yeah.
Yes, that's funny, banishing the evenly for its effect.
But aren't we banishing it ourselves?
Your cards can't be banished, not your opponent can't banish your cards.
Okay, yeah, fair.
So the point is that you will not get evenly matched.
Yeah, I see.
And obviously, Raigeki, which is a very strong card, as we showcased in previous feature match, right?
Yeah, have we seen evenly matched all weekend? Because I think that card definitely has some viability again here in this format. Against some of the decks, there is just not that many hard negation. I think
it's good
here
for
in this one
Draco
specifically, against Dracotail, I think it is really good. It's also good against Ryziel Mitsurugi, for example, because they don't really end on any hard negates either. So there is a couple of decks where I think that is really good. Even against Yami, as long as they don't end on the Herald, or if you have a way to answer that one already, it's also really good.
But I mean, versus Mitsurugi, most of the decks actually now play Purification, right?
Yeah.
So we've also seen that in some Ryziel Mitsurugi strategies.
That's true.
And Evenly Matched is a card that most of the time is only sided in going second. And I think going second in a game post-side, I think you will always find a Purification.
That's fair, yeah.
I mean, we are in the point right now of the format that the community still struggles to find out which is the better strategy. Go full hand wrap, full field breakers, or a kind of mix of both.
Totally.
And to be honest, we have seen all three strategies, right, during those 2 days. And I really love this fact.
Yep. What are we going to see now from the players? Are we going to see field-breaking hand traps? What are we going to expect from Game 3? Let's go over to the table and find out.
To stay in a tournament or not, to have a chance to still make it into top 8 or not, this game certainly a very important one. They have already played plenty of matches this weekend, but it doesn't stop being high stakes.
Oh, I wonder what this facial expression from Tim is supposed to mean here. Is his hand incredibly good, or does it do nothing? Do you maybe have a drone lockbird? This is one of those cards. Ash plus Joy String on the dark contract. Is that a turn skip?
It is actually perfect. That's him. He enjoyed the moment. You saw that. He looked into the crowd for a moment, be like, okay, I did it. That stopped him.
So, I mean, this is one of the strategies that I really love to do, is when you have only as Blossom, just use it on the first thing that your opponent had. If he has anything more, it's okay. If he doesn't, you can just take it in and play with your engine.
That's one of them. Is it followed up by the best normal summon of the deck? Oh no, it goes Poseidon, which actually is even
as a discard.
Wow.
That is even better here, because you can get rid of the face down card before you go into your Neptibus. So super polymerization, not even an issue here, which fair enough would also not be an issue with the Neptibus, but you would give your opponent more of an opening here. Shadow Squad is being sent to the graveyard. Dragoons is going to add a card. Things are looking splendid for Tim von Piechowski.
Okay.
And it was an impulse, maybe.
And I think when you see that Mermail take Sentinel as a target, I think that you are in a very, very bad position, to be honest.
So, is that one singular impulse going to stop us? Tim looks unfazed, reading a card of his own now in his hand. Is there a way to Prince? Oh, it is Area, the Water Channeler. That is a nice tag coming in from the side deck here from Tim's side. A card that I have not seen in ages, but a way to just simply search out Dragoons here to our hand.
And Tails with the Dragoon alongside
we get
Poseidon
it going.
with Dragoon.
That's huge. When have you seen Area, the Water Channeler for the last time?
Never.
I mean, we have seen it as a trap card in the World Championship from Rosalie, right?
True, yeah. We have seen the Aoi.
Yeah.
Exactly, and we are now seeing the little Gaga Gigo on the side here. Gagigo. Gagigo.
Gigabyte.
Yeah.
No.
Gigabyte. It's Gigabyte. Oh, yes. It's Gigabyte before the villain arc. But Neptibus has hit the field. Normal summoned here after Dragoon searched it out. And now you can send another Dragoons to just completely go crazy.
And you know what's cool here also? In case there is a Nibiru, the Primal being in the hand, it could not even be activated anymore because of the Dominus Impulse. So we are so safe here. Tim has to only somehow get to 8,000 points of damage. And I think with all those already powerful monsters that he has on the field there, that will be no big deal.
Oh, we're halfway there. And Tim is right now living on a prayer, going for this potential OTK here. 4 cards in hand. Abyss Ryan tributing away the Neptibus. This is looking fantastic for him.
Coelacanth, more attack points. That is getting closer to that desired 8,000 already. Brings back the Dragoons. I think we're doing some quick maths here. Look, we're explaining, we're showcasing. This is more than 8,000. So why don't we head over into the battle phase? Oh, okay. Tim is doing some slow math here, but
I would be faster with the math. I'm just saying that right here to explain my
It is the game, though.
Tim wins versus the DDD strategy here. After a hard pass on the Ash Blossom on the Dark contract. That is just something. I mean, that's one of the weaknesses of the DD strategy there, because you have so many incredible one-offs in your deck to extend your huge combos. Sometimes they just don't work well together. You don't have your starters. And then Tim von Piechowski, he capitalized on it and played it perfectly.
And I mean, this is what I really loved about this strategy, that if you see your hand and you can see only one card, for example, as Blossom, which is the most common one, and I think that you just use it on the first thing and pray that your opponent hasn't anything more to extend when you are facing a combo deck. And as we can experience right now, I think that it was the correct play, and obviously Team got the win, right?
definitely it is pretty cool to see And actually, as we have a backup feature match table as well, why don't we head on over there to see some more live Yu-Gi-Oh action? So let's go to the backup feature here in round 12, where we have Kevin Zuger going up against Max van Eversel, and it's Unchained Fiendsmith versus Apophis Primite. That's looking cool.
Both of these duelists are very, very well known in the community. Of course, Kevin Zuger has been Swiss national runner-up, while Max van Eversel has been national champion in Belgium and the Netherlands countless times already. He is one of the players who is most known for running Solemn Strike and going first in Game 3, apparently.
Looks like it for sure. And that Apophis Primate deck, we had it on feature yesterday as well with Bart, where he wasn't too successful with it. But overall, that deck, when I was browsing through the top tables, it is represented decently well. There is multiple players, also including Max, of course, which are performing so good with it. And now we do use the effect of Silhouette Rabbit, the second effect to destroy Spell Trap card. It is not an Unchained Trap, which could have been problematic, but a Crossout Designator.
Honestly, I think that Kevin might have gone first in that game and just bricked or passed one singular hand trap, because Crossout Designator is not the card that you're siding in going second versus Apophis.
You're right, absolutely. It's interesting to see overall, I would say, because what are you even cross-outing against that variant of the deck? Because they don't play much of those conventional hand interactions. They usually just rather go after Dominus Impulse, Dominus Purge, and Songs of the Dominators. So,
but you can play Impulse in your own deck.
Well, yeah, I guess you can.
How do you feel about Unchained in the current meta? Meaning that since Dueler is not limited or legal in any case, it has a lot of access to a lot of things, and Unchained is one of those decks that doesn't really care about any other interaction.
Yeah, I think I like it a lot. And Leo, just to connect to the statement that you made, you're playing Unchained Fiendsmith. And I mean, the Fiendsmith part speaks against the Impulse. So that is where you definitely are not running that. And I think the Unchained deck is cool because a lot of the decks right now, of course, with the Moon of the Closed Heaven being forbidden, have completely lost access to the Fiendsmith cards. But Unchained, as it already is a Fiend deck and has access to the rank 3 Mellow Melody, the Brass Djinn, which is a light Fiend at the end of the day, is able to still run the Fiendsmith cards, which are, for a reason, still also powerful.
I really love the fact that how decks that are originally Fiend have access to Fiendsmith Engine, since yes, Moon is forbidden, but we can still access Requiem through other technologies, right?
Also, what is happening in this game? We have Time Thief Redoer used offensively to put back the Unchained card to the deck. We have Angel Trumpeter in attack, and we have the Apophis, the Swamp Deity, looking threatening here with a Silhouette Rabbit as well. Kevin Zuger on 200 life points left remaining. Max could not quite close out the game this turn. Can he go for some interesting synchro plays here with the Angel Trumpeter?
Surely he can. We do go ahead, put these away. There is Chang
Of course!
Wow, this deck keeps on surprising. Of course, with a level 6 and a level 4, you get to do that. You also bring back the Angel Trumpeter afterwards, and this is a field for a trap deck, let me tell you that. But now, Kevin.
And changing one of those strategies from Sorcerer is a very strong card against Unchained, since he can protect himself once per turn.
Together with Primite Drill Beam, also very easy to trigger on your own. And Kevin has picked up something like a Drollet Lockbird. I think that's not the best card you want to have in this scenario. Usually it's good against the Apophis deck, but I don't even think we're playing much of the Apophis engine here. Man with the Mark has not seen anything. No Treasures of the Kings as well. This is just absolute Apophis plus Primite control here. Now Kevin is desperately trying to find a way out of this scenario that he's finding himself in.
And Redoer can trigger changing, actually.
Yes,
which
that
is very important.
Way better than Drill Beam, actually, because sometimes you want to Drill Beam the first thing that is on the field and then Chen Ying wouldn't do anything. Redoer with Chen Ying is a crazy combination that was not on my bingo card.
He's really doing it again, the Redoer, yeah. And now Kevin really thinking this one through with only that 200 life points remaining. It's tough to get out of this situation, but he's still looking like he wants to at least try it.
We got a thumbs up from the judge. I don't know what for, but apparently this is a good thing. So players are still thinking.
To say hi to the stream.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe that. Some friendliness here. I love it. Kevin is now committing into, I think this is Aruha.
And I think this is a very good scenario. I will actually use Redoer, to be honest.
Yeah, depending on what's in the graveyard as well, right? If there is some kind of a resource, Oh, there's so many cards that Max still has available to himself. Channing is looking mighty strong with the redoer, of course, but there's also, I think, a call by the grave. You should have access to your drill beam. That is massive.
Oh, we attack, but that's so much damage. Hold on.
Yeah.
Wait, he's on 200 life points.
Yeah, that sounds like you could have let this gone through. Channing activates.
I think it is one of the scenarios that we have talked a lot, that you really need to count your life points in order to know the exact game state.
Oh, we're taking away the trap here, the escape. We're leaving the Shavara in there. Channing has been activated. Redoer will come back later on, reveals the Droll Lockbird in his hand, and Max van Neversel takes the handshake, wins our backup featured match. Very good performance there.
The man with the mark.
He wasn't even in there. Go away
on.
with your man in the mark. This was Redoer Channing Turbo.
A Pofisvo at the end of the day too.
We have to admit that Basti is talking all day for Apophis, and we can see that, yes, the deck can perform very, very well in YCS Lille.
I like this version of the deck a lot. It's really cool. Angel Trumpet is a card ever since it came out. People were freaking out back in the day. It was like, what was it? Shining Victories?
Possibly.
With the Crystal Wing set, where people were like, okay, you can go for unexpected die, you have a level 4 tuner monster, you can do crazy things with that, and then it never happened. And now, in 2025, people are like, yes, we go Primate Engine, Channing Time Thief Redoer with traps, okay.
Yeah, that was a very fun match to watch, but of course, we also had our main featured match, and we had our analysis, Marcello, getting ready to break it down a little further for you, so let's throw it over to Marcello in the analysis corner.
Thank you, Basti. And yeah, indeed, we had two amazing matches on display, but talking about the main one, it was a clash between combo decks nonetheless. On the one end, we had the DD deck facing off against one of my personal favorites of all time, which is the Atlantean Mermail deck, which eventually came out on top with Team getting, you know, the win. But what a match it was. A lot of emotions. That's why you see me alone here. Team was a bit overwhelmed by their ending, and so he decided to go rest for the next round. Fair enough. But I can, you know, showcase some of the highlights for anyone who might have missed it. Game 1 was all about these DD cards, and in particular the support from Doom of Dimension, this amazing Sky King Zeus Ragnarok. What a card! If Pendulum Summoning wasn't already good enough, what about doing it twice? And this is the card that allows you to extend so much more your plays. And I mean, I think the deck is absolutely out there. It's something that if you don't prepare for it, if you don't have enough interruptions, what are you really gonna do? And you can see how, you know, baffled the team was in Game 1, reading a lot of the cards, and how can you blame him? This was the field that he was able to come up with, and the layers are incredible, because what you can see here are an effect similar to Canine Ripper, so a negate from any effect from the end, and then these two face down cards are actually insane. One was revealed later to be a Super Polymerization, which eventually just closed out the duel, but the other one is another crazy support, which is Dark Contract with the Eternal Darkness. Essentially, it turns the game into what is exactly the opposite of the new Genesis format. So in Genesis, you know, Link and Pendulums are not allowed, and this card pretty much says that your opponent can only use links, because outside of protecting your own cards from targeting, it says that the monsters on the field cannot be used for Xyz, Synchro or Fusion, and you can see just how overwhelmingly powerful that can be. And in the end, you know, it was just too much for the opponent. But then the match, sometimes it happened, we saw so many comebacks all weekend long. He completely flipped on his head, and I mean, sometimes it is just your day, and what happened in the following games was quite different, because we move on the Mermail deck going first, already absolutely crazy. We see the Fuvalos, but the perfect response in the form of Ash Blossom to negate it, Talent to take a look at the end, send away the Ghost Bell, and then just combo through, do something simple, make this Mulling Glacier, discard 2 cards, and as we could see, the end was pretty much unplayable from that point on.
and it's just another display of what the Atlantean Mermail deck can do. It is always there. It might be problematic at times because Trolling Lockbird is a card. Luna Light was expected to be one of the most represented deck alongside Mitsurugi, but I think this match was just a display of what we saw in the deck breakdown. If you lost it, we'll show you again later on, but on our social media page you can see what the deck breakdown for YCS Lille was both on day 1 and at the start of day 2. And let me just tell you, the other category was over 50%. So you can see just how many different decks are here and how it can be tough to prepare for them. But Yu-Gi-Oh! Is also about the cards you draw sometimes, and that was the unfortunate outcome, I want to say, of the final decider, because what happened in there was that simply we see this gate hit by the Ash Blossom. Team is like, I might not know how to play around you, but Ash Blossom is solid, and unfortunately that was enough. Guilherme smiling, just setting one card face down, and this one interruption this time was enough to stop him, which pretty much led to Team doing his thing. As you can see, only one interruption was this dominant impulse, and in the end, with that channeler coming from the side deck, what an interesting side deck card. He could get his hands on Dragoons, extend the plays, and you know, trying his best to play around Nibiru. He was like, this is game. Let's just count. I don't need to do anything else. I can just move to the battle phase, attack, and close this one out. And that means that now, after 12 rounds, he's sitting on a 10-2 record. However, unfortunately maybe for him, this time around, as we have mentioned multiple times, we have 15 rounds of Swiss. It might have been enough to, you know, sneak into the top 64, but we're only playing top 8, which means we have still 3 rounds of Swiss remaining to then find out who will be the top 8 players trying their best, fighting in the last 3 matches to become a YCS champion. So that is the program for the day, so you don't want to miss any of these amazing following matches, so don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with more content live from Lille.
Fair, which the deck does miss, which we don't have, but we have another card which also comes up in the combos quite frequently, I gotta say, which is Beyond the Pendulum.
Oh yeah, that's basically the little brother of Electrolyte,
right? It's hard to compare though. So you'll often use this card just to like get your other solver card cards into the hand. Like as an example, you really need a lot of Gracias to be able to do enough rank 5 plays. And so this way you just get a level 5 from your deck easily, and then afterwards you Pendulum Summon, and then the lock doesn't apply anymore because Beyond the Pendulum actually has a lock. It's very interesting going second, because what many people also forget is Beyond the Pendulum is a board breaker, in fact. Because if 2 monsters with different levels are special summoned in its zones, you can destroy 2 cards your opponent controls.
That's pretty neat, actually. Yeah, that's really cool. Yeah, but overall, I really like the deck. I think it's something new again. That's something that's brought more back into the main attention, with it now getting such good support in Duelist of Dimensions. And I'm hyped to see whether we are going to have Soul for Court possibly even in the feature match area here this weekend at YCS Lille. Would be cool to see. Philip, thank you so much for explaining those Soul for Court cards for us. And we will be going back to more live coverage now from the main event of YCS Lille. So stay tuned. That is coming very, very soon.
For those of you who are watching the World Championship Series, you might have seen one of our collaborations between Yu-Gi-Oh! And Fine Chaos. Now here, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Lille, there is a pop-up shop. It was also available in Paris, but for those of you who are attending here, you can have a look at some of the amazing merch, like this amazing Dark Magician hoodie that I'm wearing. So we spoke to the team here at Fine Chaos to find out more.
The pieces that we have here, it's all pieces that we've made either 30 or 50 of per unit. Our main intention is to elevate this beyond just merchandise, make something deeper than quality basically. And so once it sells out, we do not want to reproduce it. We want to keep it as a collector's edition. I'm Livy. I'm one of the founders here. We started making this collaboration by debuting it at our runway show. And we actually started by having these huge chains and this black dual disc portrayed along with our hoodies, the Dark Magician hoodie and the Dark Magician t-shirts, along with our Fallen of Elvis pendant. And that's the main pieces for drop 1. And then the next one is going to be a double belt with, of course, Yamiyuki. I'm actually wearing one kind of right now, but just an imitated one. Very excited for the real one to come out. For us, it's very important to be here physically at Lille Championships because it's important to make this authentic and not just use the Yu-Gi-Oh name and slap it on a product. And that's why I would like to invite people to come here to actually meet the people, meet the designer behind the Fallen of Elvis pendant, talk to them, understand, why I made this, because that person connection, that's why we do this.
So there we go, you've heard it from Luvi, from the Fine Chaos team, and you can come along here at YCS Lille and visit this amazing booth for yourself and come and see some of the wonderful products in here. I've got the Fallen of Albaz chain being crowned on me as we speak. You can get yourselves one of these, the hoodie I'm wearing, even some t-shirts. Do come and check it out because the team are wonderful guys and have got an amazing collaboration. Don't go anywhere, we've got loads more great coverage coming your way.
Here we're back at the coverage of YCS Lille 2025. I'm here with Giovanni Barone.
Hi.
So first of all, thank you so much for being with me. And now we will be having a bit of a combo tutorial because I know that you have been enjoying playing a particular deck.
Yeah.
And I'm a really fan of it, and it's a Mitsurugi Orcust.
Yes.
So first of all, before jumping to it, I would like to ask you, how do you feel about the event?
Yeah, I am excited because I have more fields with Orcust. I have a big top with Orcust in the
past events.
Yes, in past events in the nation, top 4, and I think so excited.
And for those of you who don't know Giovanni, essentially he was a World Championship competitor last year.
Yes.
You topped multiple events. I always see you at the high tables, and hopefully it will be another chance for you this weekend at Lille. And so let's jump to the table, and because I would like to show you from Giovanni himself some combo.
Yes.
So as you were saying, you prepare for this event. Which are the decks that you will expect the most? And if you go first, what is the line?
I expected more Yumi is the best deck for consistency, and I play Mitsurugi because Raigeki is the best play going second versus Yumi, and he's have only Herald to protect. If you bypass Herald, you won the game. Okay. And the first, Mitsu have the one problem is draw.
Yeah.
With Engine Orcust, you make full combo out draw.
Okay, and show us something, so
yes.
like a starting hand. Yeah.
The basic is the Jirsu combo. We have only the combo with Jirsu.
Okay.
We will not have the Mitsu. No, I don't play Mitsu.
Okay, just with this essentially.
Yes.
Okay.
If I see Mitsu,
yeah,
I can see the Orcust.
Okay.
Because Imp is banished.
Yes.
With Jirsu, you can summon Jirsu, send a Harp. You make token. No, link one. Discard a card, add the Babele, and your Orcust link on the field is quick, and the Orcust on G is quick. It's very, very strong because you can play too much in the opponent turn. You can link this in Galatea. You can banish Harp to summon Skeleton, effect Galatea, you can banish Orcust cards Reborn. In this game state, you make a link 4. You can summon Galatea with Skeleton, Galatea reshuffle, Harp or Jirsu, and set counter. You can make Din Jirsu on Galatea and make this on the Jirsu. And you can reshuffle Jirsu, take token, and link into Masquerena. And you have a multiple interaction because the Omni Negate counter banish, this still a monster, this link into Little Knight. Little Knight banish on the summon and banish when your opponent activates a card effect. You have Skeleton, Reborn Din Jirsu for the send card or protect effect. And Jirsu is incredible because Babele changed the text. Because the normal effect is during your main phase. But with Babele, it's quick in battle. End phase is incredible ruling.
And I think with only one card, as you showed us, this is super strong, honestly.
Yes.
And do you think that this deck will be respected this weekend? Like, do you think that people are expected to play against this deck?
For me, no, because Battle Legend in EU is not
so much
popular because it's post-European, post-Duad, and we are the deck with Orcust is power creeped.
Yeah.
And this is surprise because for European player. We are not have this expansion at European.
Yeah, and what I want to ask you is, what happens if you start with a Mitsurugi and an Orcust? Because the one that you only showed, that do you just go also for the Mitsurugi package?
I bring a full Mitsurugi package, and you have more gas because you start off Jirsu effect, token, link 1. And also is a bait for Ash Blossom for impermanence, and on the summon you summon 2 token in the opponent. If your opponent have a Fua but you don't active effect to summon 2 extra deck, you can make the token, and if my opponent I don't non ci pensa sopra.
Yeah, it doesn't think about it.
Yes, it's locked for my token.
Yeah.
It's very important because the deck is spicy.
Yeah.
In this spot, do you have a full combo Orcust, but you can click a Bakiri, and you can protect to Nib because you have Sagi, summon a Bakiri, send Kusanagi, Aramasa. I play full package because Futsu is the best card. Sagi Rebel effect. This summon from deck. The best card of the format, Amino. Futsu, add mirror and Amino. Reborn Futsu. Reborn Amino. You have the whole package on the field, and you can make this into this. You have another negate, another protection. Either you make the same combo, but if you finish the combo is this in the grave.
Yes.
Have a Orcus counter. Girso, Masquerena. You can make.
We'll bring you that in a little bit more of what you've just been watching. But now it's time for another feature match duel. In front of me, I have our round 13 feature match. Lucas Lancelot and Steve Slabka, who are ready to get this duel underway. Guys, we're going to do a high roll. See who goes first. Who would like to roll? So gentlemanly. Someone has to start. Okay, we have a 4 here for Steve and for Lucas. A 7. Are you going to go first? You're not going to go first. So you are going to go first. Steve is going to go first here in our round 13 feature match. So I'm going to hand you guys one more time over to your amazing commentary trio for another round. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Ed. And yes, this is the first time, I think, ever that we can see welcome to round 13. That's an interesting one for sure, but I mean we've talked about it plenty of times already of this updated change, and now these duelists will try their best in these 3 remaining rounds. Still probably most likely in for some prizes no matter how it goes at this point, but obviously you're here, you wanna go all the way, and I'm excited because we have yet another deck we haven't seen, and maybe a guilty pleasure of mine.
Yeah, of course, you were very excited about this deck, I must admit, and I am as well, because this is a strategy which was a lot used during the previous format, but it is a going second strategy. So we've seen some before with the Gem Knight strategy, but this time it is a little bit, I mean, it's only going second, right?
Yeah, it's Tempai, and I can tell you that in the previous round, Steve actually beat the current European champion Lorenzo Muselli with this deck, and I saw the match and they completely smashed him. It was, you know, wow.
Yeah.
I mean, I can't really wait to see Steve in action, especially because he's up against a very good French player. So Lucas Lancelot, on the other hand, super accomplished player. We have seen him over the past years at YCS at an European level, and he's on Mitsurugi, so it will be a very, very interesting match.
Yeah, Lucas was actually the only player undefeated left just a couple rounds ago. Unfortunately, he ended up also losing, so there are no more players on 12-0. But if I didn't get it wrong, I think Steven won and opted to go first, though.
Oh, did he?
At least Ed, I'm pretty sure, said that. So that's surprising if it ends up being the case. At least that's what I've heard. So we'll see whether, you know, that is actually his strategy, or maybe he thinks he can just slow his opponent down enough, or maybe he knows at this point like 90% plus you know what you're up against. And maybe he just doesn't think he has enough against the Mitsurugi deck. So it will be very interesting to see how this one goes. But I think our duelists and you all watching at home don't want to wait. So let's start things off. Here we are, and yes, as we can see, Tenpai Sky Striker, and yeah, I think he's going first indeed. That's very surprising, and I think when you see an engage now, you definitely don't think on Tenpai.
You think of Yami.
Yeah,
Absolutely, yeah, of course.
mostly of Yami, maybe even the Sky Striker deck, you know, full Sky Striker. Oh, and we're actually playing also Hornet drones.
I really want to see how he plays this out, because honestly, I mean, we were used to seeing Tenpai completely differently. And I think it's been a while since we last had Tenpai on stream over the last tournament.
Double
Engage.
engage.
Into engage. I mean, what a play. We see a smile on his face.
Yeah.
And let's see what he's going to grab. Probably a Widow Anchor to just add some disruption. And yeah, there is the Widow Anchor. But yeah, this is very surprising to go first, considering the fact that you absolutely want to smash the field of your opponent playing Tenpai. But he must have something. You are able to end, of course, on the seal, which is a very good interaction with your opponent. And let's see if he has some other pieces to add to the field. We've seen in the past some players play some Lubellians and everything. There is the Fuvalos, which is, of course, a very good card. Oh, but there is the talent. He's going to watch his opponent's hand, and is there a response? Nothing.
Oh, what a hand.
Ouch.
The hand is pretty good, to be honest.
The hand is strong.
And I also like that Steve didn't activate the Ash Blossom, because he kept it. And now, having the chance to see Lucas' hand, he can surely think about what to get back. It's tough, honestly. It's
I mean, if he has the Ash, obviously it changes things significantly, but
I mean, still, you will be able to stop the first play, but there will be the second one, so...
yeah, there is really no way around it, I think, no? Because even the Saj is very annoying. It gets rid of the prayers, which... fair enough, but this still gets you there.
He doesn't look happy, and I can understand that, because if he decides to just stay like that, stay that way, it will not be enough to just interrupt Lucas. And if he decides to go to the Kagari to just get back the drone or something, I mean, he's gonna make his opponent draw.
I don't know. Again, I don't really agree with this. No, we have seen it a couple of times all weekend. But if you're gonna go into Kagari, why not wait for the talent? It's just free information on top, no? That you can just take a look at what you give them with the Fuvalos, and
I mean, he probably just wanted to know what his opponent was playing, if the hand was strong enough, so that he's able to know if he wants to extend or just stay on that and just keep the Widow Anchor.
But it seems like we just normal summon Genroku and pass. And we do know that possibly that card could be a Widow Anchor, which we cannot really use now, but we have an easy way around it because we can use the Genroku at any point and just free the space.
I'm not sure about the impermanence on the Kagari though. Like, why are you preventing him? Because like this...
I mean, I think he was still thinking... it's interesting. I mean, again, it's possible you know what you're up against just because of top tables, but this, I feel like, felt like a regular Sky Striker deck, not much as a Tenpai one. So, but yeah, I agree with you, it's not so obvious. And this is a very interesting line. Yeah, we do set a monster first, and here comes the Ash Blossom you were talking about.
Is there something? Yeah, there is the call by the grave. I mean, yeah, Lucas is there for a reason, and he just has the call by the grave out of the draw of the Fuvalos. Very, very good card right here.
What a card called by the grave. Every time we've seen it in action, it was almost game winning this weekend. And I mean, for a reason.
And I mean, look at that. You are going to be able to activate the Saji, the Armasa as well, and you just get your engine rolling, and it's going to be very hard to stop with only a Widow Anchor because we know everything on Steve's side, and it's going to be very, very hard. At least you have the Genroku, so you can just special summon a Tenpai, but I mean, does it really matter?
It doesn't, yeah, exactly. It doesn't really help you out a lot, especially because I think Cold by the Grave was the only one here saving Lucas, because, you know, we pretty much knew his hand, and wow.
Yeah, but I mean, this was strong regardless, and what can you do? I mean, now you pretty much have access to everything. Even one of these two effects resolving was enough, and he played around it in this interesting way, and yeah, Steve is just gonna let him grab everything so we can get Ritual, we can get Murakumo, and things are good enough.
Absolutely.
And we go for prayers.
It's gonna be the prayers here. But I'm still, you know, I'm still wondering why go first with Tenpai. I mean, maybe just so that it was a bit difficult to just break the Mitsurugi field. But still, I think you have a lot of tools to just get rid of all the threats that are on the field. So I'm a bit concerned about that.
Also, like, if you win the die roll and let your opponent go first, I think it's quite difficult anyways.
And you can't even this is like doomed already. And yeah, as you can see, Steve picks up his cards and Lucas takes this one in quite a convincing fashion. Yeah, I don't know. I totally agree with you. I was already baffled, and that's why I was second guessing myself more than the decision. Maybe I heard it wrong, or maybe Ed got it wrong, but no, it is the case indeed. Yeah, I mean, that's something. Unless the only other thing I could think of, maybe Lucas won and he went second. But
absolutely, that must be the case.
Maybe that is the case indeed. And I mean, again, of course you're gonna know, like, you know, for regular decks, of course, you know, the one guy who is playing Tenpai Sky Strikers, everyone is talking about it at the top tables. And regardless, now it will be interesting to see what the decision will be from Steve, because he does have some interesting side deck options to shut down completely the duel.
Yeah, very interesting ones.
Yeah, and so I don't know. I mean, again, we could expect him to go second. But it's tough, especially because this is probably one of those matchups where if you have Purification, you can bring it in regardless if you think you're going first or second, and that card slow down you know, the game a lot. Outside of that, I don't know, what do you guys think Lucas have in the side deck for like a matchup like this?
I mean, when you are playing against Tenpai, it's always very difficult because you want to have some cards that negate all the spell traps, because you're going to have to deal with some Lightning Storm, some Raigekis. We've seen that before with the Gemini strategy. It's pretty much the same. You bring the same cards. So, I mean, you don't have cards like Dingirsu, but you have cards like the Purification, or even some Judgments if you play some, or you could even go into the Dimensional Barrier, because we've talked about this card a lot, and if you go first, you are able to just shut down all the synchro strategy, and all of a sudden you are forced to play with your Link summons, and if you don't play the Link package with the Princess and everything, I mean, it's going to be very hard to just get into your next turn to try to get the game again.
Yeah, absolutely. But there is also a new technology that we have been seeing related to, you know, just changing the one-off target from the Nibiru that you usually search, because there is another rock monster in the side deck of many Mitsurugi players. A blast from the past indeed, as it is a fossil, let's say. And maybe we'll see that in action. But our duelists are pretty much done with their side decks, so let's see if Steve can turn things around. So, first decision. Who is going to go first? And that makes a lot of sense. Steve going second.
So yeah, he must have lost the dice roll,
I think so as well. And let's see. I see a prayer, which is always one of the best cards to get.
It's also going to be interesting to see if he's only on field breakers, or maybe there are a few end traps, like you know, some mulch armies, or even some ash blossom, which could be useful.
Well, interestingly enough, we don't go for the double effect. We are only going to use this to add. Obviously, what's strong about this card is that being a quick spell, you can play around Rolling Lock Bird by activating it in the draw phase. And yeah, that's pretty much all you need with the Abakiri. So yeah, let's see. Does Steve play maybe more Charmies? And again, we see this play with putting first a monster face down.
I'm really curious to see if Lucas really understood that he would have gone first and sided out the Mulch Armies.
Oh, and it's the Serpent. Interesting. Okay. But yeah, seems like Steve, I mean, at least doesn't have a Fuvalos and not really interested in doing anything. So
that means that he's going to have to break the full field with only engine and only field breakers, which is interesting because I like this kind of situation where you just have some engine and you are trying to break the big field.
Yeah, and this was another important check for that draw, but not. So indeed, Lucas can go. I guess the only other card you have in your mind might be the Nibiru now, but I mean, this is a deck that can play wonderfully around it because you really don't mind some of your cards getting tributed. So
now we are going to see the full combo, of course. Lucas recognizing the fact that there is probably nothing left in Steve's hand.
Yep. And as you can see, we got all of the different names, adding back this ritual, it seems, from the grave, and probably getting either Murakumo, Futsu. They're all valid options. I mean, the full field, I guess, would include both. And yeah, exactly, he goes for Futsu instead.
And to be honest, Futsu is so scary. It's so scary when it's on the field because its presence alone brings so much pressure on you. You have to get rid of him, otherwise you'll see those bodies just get back onto the field, and it's going to be very, very hard to just end the game through that.
Absolutely, and now we summon from end, so we are going to do the opposite, getting Murakumo from deck, and then the Futsu will search us another card.
This is definitely a very good start from Lucas. I think, I mean, going first with Mitsurugi in general, we mentioned it, how powerful the deck is, and the pure version honestly has so many different ways to put this up, and I mean, maximizing all the Mitsurugi cards in your deck. And also if you manage to also get his hands on the Great Purification, that will be great. But so far so good, no interruptions from Steve.
Yeah, we got the mirror. What options do we have in terms of rank 4s? Is there anything that could be really good in this matchup?
I mean, usually you go for the Galan Granite and just grab Nibiru, but I'm not exactly sure that Nibiru is great in this matchup.
Not really.
Oh, he has done the Baguska, the Dugares, Tornado Dragon.
Yes. Tornado is interesting, but yeah, not quite. I guess Baguska is okay against the Tempai part, but yeah, you can just easily out it with Sky Striker cards, so it's so-so. But yeah, we do get the Great Purification, of course, and yeah, this is impressive. But I mean, I would be shocked if Steve doesn't have a plan for this. He has done it all weekend long. We saw how many Mitsurugi variants are present, and you must have a plan against them. But
and let's see what he's gonna summon. Is it gonna be the Tornado Dragon?
Is it just Dugares? Is it
no, it's a Baguska, of course.
Okay.
I think it's pretty good, to be honest. Of course, you can out that with the Sky Striker cards, but still you have to get rid of him before getting rid of the rest. And the Tenpai cards themselves, they cannot play around Baguska.
No, the only issue I have is the Murakumo is kind of shut down. Both effects, which can be quite annoying. And you can out it with just the Widow Anchor that we saw, right? So there is some room, but yeah, I agree. It is annoying.
I don't dislike it, to be honest. I don't
No,
dislike
it's fine. It's fine. Like, it depends, I guess, on the end, because I also wouldn't have hated going for a Dugares if, for example, you don't have, you know, Ash Blossom, and I don't know what kind of interruptions he has in terms of Dominus cards or like Ghost Bell, and all of them are good, you know. And wow, okay.
Getting rid of the 2 monsters to just summon Dynamondo.
Yep.
I think this is interesting. And setting 3 cards, of course, there is the Purification, and the Purification is very, very good in this matchup. But let's see. 6 cards in hand for Steve. He's gonna have to break this huge field. At first, he's going to have to deal with the Baguska because he doesn't. He's not allowed to do anything while the Baguska is there. But if he gets rid of the Baguska, then all of a sudden the Futsu is up.
Exactly.
I also like the Dynamondo interaction because essentially you can just use it in your opponent's turn to bring back one of your ritual monsters from the graveyard, and I like it. It's a cool interaction. To be fair, it's I mean. Let's see now, Steve.
Getting rid here of the Dynamondo and also the Baguska, because both of them are Earth monsters, and you are going to be able to special summon the Madragon. Madragon being very good, of course, because you can also use its effect to dodge some targeted interruptions. So pretty good start from Steve here, using 2 cards, but to get rid of 2 beautiful threats.
Discarding Terraforming as well. So.
Yeah.
Must be having a very good hand.
We can now use the Futsu, no?
Totally.
Yeah.
On resolution, he's going to be able to do so.
No.
Oh, no, he allows it.
So maybe he doesn't want to play into something like triple tactics or something like that.
That's an interesting card.
Set rotation.
Wow.
So that's why he discarded the Terraforming.
Yes. What are the targets? I guess Chicken Game is probably in there.
Yeah.
But do we play Area 0? I mean, we do have some interesting ones, I guess. Oh.
I mean, it's probably Chicken Game.
Yeah, that's it. Chicken Game and
yeah, and the Sangen.
Yeah.
Makes sense. And I mean, Sangen Summoning is such a powerhouse.
Water card.
Most importantly, count the number of spells. We are at 3 in the graveyards now.
There might be an engage.
Yep. And it can get ugly because what are we gonna use this Purification on? Like, this is already possibly a target, you know, that you really want to get rid of.
Absolutely. If you let the field spell on the field, then you are not able to interact with all the Dragon Fire monsters, and that can be very scary against Tenpai.
I mean, yeah, once the field spell gets activated and resolves as well, it's just so scary, and indeed Lucas just here.
Nah, makes a lot of sense.
To prevent it.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense indeed. But yeah, I don't know. I guess you're right. Maybe you're playing around Tipo Tactic, Trust and Talent with not using the Futsu earlier on. But of course now all of those cards will be active.
And yeah, at some point you are going to be able to activate that, but still he was able to use the Great Purification, and if he used the effect of the monster before, then he would have been able to just grab something like a Lightning Storm, and it would have traded into the trap card, and therefore he would have been able to just activate the field spell undisputed, and that would have been so hard for him. So I think this is a great move here from Lucas.
Yeah, the issue is you cannot even use the Lightning Storm right now with that, but we do have a normal summon of Gen Roku. And we are gonna use the Mad Dragon Calling Fire. But I think it protects only from targeting, no?
Yeah, from targeting,
If you can get back.
So we're going to battle phase.
Again.
Oh, Call by the Grave! Once again! And look at Steve's face. I mean, what can you do against that?
That's huge.
Is there something like a Cayman?
I mean, we mentioned it. This card is just absolutely amazing right now. And I think this might be it. Look at Steve.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Main phase to a set card. And this might just be it, to be honest. I don't see 10-pie striker resist.
Yeah.
The full Mitsurugi. Oh, it's going to be very hard. It's going to be very, very hard.
I think we only committed to the Dino. No, we didn't have Maguska, so I guess there was a chance to go maybe to Typhon. Yeah, that's about it. And plays back to Lucas. I mean, Call by the Grave is just insane in these kind of situations. What can you do?
Yeah, I think that Lucas played it perfectly, to be honest.
Yeah.
He played it perfectly. He had a great hand, but he used it in a very efficient way. Tried to play around a lot of cards. Played around the feather. Because, of course, yeah, as you just said, Lightning Storm was not activable, but you could still get the feather. And now he's going to try to push for game.
Yeah, you have so much that you can do with just this recursion effect. The prayers, you know, if it's good of a starter, it's even better as a follow-up, as you can see, because you can just bring back the big rituals, and then the Futsu is gonna come back, and yeah, this is just gonna get really, really oppressive real fast. There is one more surprise from Steve's side, but I really don't think it will be enough.
But getting access to the Call by the Grave 2 games in a row, and 2 times it was such a decisive card. And yeah, this card is amazing because not only it protects your loot, but also it can be a disruption. Even going second, it's a very, very good card. Going into the Mitsurugi strategy, being able to probably call by the Murakumo. Yeah, there is a trap card, but it can be a good trade, to be honest.
It's just a card that is probably in most main decks. It's good against every single deck, even going second, as you have mentioned. If you think about it, Yami or Dracotail, you can use it, you know, against Antrops, but you can also use it against Engine. And yeah, it's just an amazing
Such a versatile card.
Yeah. And I mean, again, there is one thing we could do, but I don't know if that's gonna be enough.
I think maybe the only last card that could save Steve was maybe potentially.
I think Super Poly, and he does.
Yeah. And there
he does
is the
have the Super Poly to try and stay in this. There was a Lightning Storm.
So he's going to special summon the Garura, and the Garura will be able to give him an additional draw.
I'm just thinking, it's so interesting, because we could have lead with the Lightning Storm, no? And then force out the Purification and have a completely different game. I don't know. Maybe, yeah, that's definitely an interesting choice.
Maybe he wanted to just keep the second Super Polymerization alive, but I mean, yeah, trading with the trap card, I agree. I think this is
then
very good.
The summoning is set up, and how can they even play? So, I don't know. Definitely, Steven, obviously, I mean, it's not like you play around the Call by the Grave, but yeah, definitely unfortunate. And as you can see here, the Super Polymerization is very different from the previous one. It's more of a desperate, you know, move to try and survive, but how are you even gonna fight this back? And so well played by Lucas, getting the Purification back and pretty much getting into a checkmate spot for next turn.
I mean, he's going to have probably 2 cards in hand, and that's not going to be enough to just break everything again. Especially considering the fact that Lucas is going to be able to just negate any move.
Yeah, with this setup, I think it's pretty much impossible for Steve. I mean, of course, he has a draw from the Garura, potentially, but I don't really see this one coming back from Steve.
I mean, the odds are against him,
and actually, for sure. Yeah. I mean, probably not going to be the case because Lucas is going to do some math, but there is also a world in which if you don't have enough, you could just pass and not attack the Garura, and then you force them to crash, and then they lose out on the Tenpai cards, and it's checkmate then.
Absolutely. And that's one of the problems of the 10-pie strategy, to be honest, because for sure Lucas must have won the dice roll, and just let Steve go first, and that's a bit of a problem.
I like this a lot. We deny the one draw. I mean, we have the one negate, so why risk it? And this is beautifully executed by Lucas, not a surprise. Look at this, 5 face down spell and traps. And yeah, I mean, Steve is smiling. He knows this one is over. Of course it hurts, because you have gone 10 and 2, and again, possibly that could have been enough to make it into a top cut previously, but we have 3 more rounds, and this is not quite the case. And yeah, you can see straight pass back to Lucas, and
this
he will
it.
just take it next turn.
But yeah, very hard game here for Steve. He couldn't do a lot going first during the first game, and he didn't have a lot enough. And the second game, I mean, it was very, very hard. Having the call by the grave 2 times in a row, and now having to face literally almost a labyrinth deck at that point.
He turned that one into labyrinth, yeah. No, but I mean, not much that honestly Steve can do at this point. It's I think it's just a matter of seconds, but I mean, it was very well executed from Lucas. That's just what we can say. It's he had, of course, a very good hand, but the way he dealt with that was perfect.
And now he's going to cautiously end the game. He has every single tool that he needs to just go into 11 and 2, which is absolutely amazing, to be honest.
I mean, it's a great score, because we have other 2 more rounds of Swiss before the top 8 cut, and you really want to secure this win and advance, having a chance into the penultimate round of Swiss. And of course, after seeing such a performance from Lucas, you really know how good of a player he is, and especially, I mean, Mitsurugi, I mean, we talked about the deck a lot this weekend. I mean, we're seeing it in action. That's why it's one of the most, you know, if not one amongst the best decks for this YCS.
I mean, it was expected, of course, a lot of players playing Draw and Lockbird for this strategy, and also the Dimensional Barrier for the going first. But still, the deck is there, and if we combine all the Mitsurugi variants, this is the most represented deck in day 2. So that means it has a very, very good conversion rate, and it means that it's literally one of the best decks of the room, to be honest. But still, you have to play well your hands to be able to just master the matchups, and especially the mirror matchup, which can be a bit weird sometimes. So yeah, here Lucas just mastering his deck very well and showing that he's a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, the draw here is being negated by Murakumo, and yeah, I mean, Steve is only left with 1 card in hand. I think it's just a matter of understanding how many life points you can put onto the field and swing.
And the answer is enough.
Yes.
Normal summon Ash Blossom just for bonus points in style, and again, this is
beautiful one.
A very nice play from Lucas, because this will deal double damage, and that is plenty already to seal this one out. We have purification, no need to worry about, and that is it. Wow, I mean, what a match it was, and congratulations to both for giving their best. It was definitely an unusual one. Unfortunately, we didn't really get to see Tenpai doing its thing. Not a single synchro monster was summoned, and I think it was due to the flawless execution of Lucas' plan.
I mean, yeah, he played it very well. He had some good hands, of course, but still he played perfectly, trying to play around some interruption, some interaction. He knew the matchup very, very well, of course, because he played the format with the Tenpai Dragons. He knew his opponent because he decided to let him go first, of course. Yeah. And it's played out very well. And I mean, he's now 2 games away, if I'm correct, from the top 8. And looking at this game, he was very convincing, very impressive.
Again.
So it's like a statement.
Yeah, for a reason he was the only player undefeated after like 10 plus rounds, and even though he did eventually lose, he's still absolutely one of the favorites. But before we move on, we still have a game 3 ongoing for the backup future match, so let's quickly jump into that. And let's try to make sense of what is going on. Look at this. Yami Mitsurugi, again, one of those interesting versions.
Yeah, those 2 players, 1-1. Yami Mitsurugi, which is a bit surprising, to be honest. I wasn't expecting this version. But on the other side, we have some K9 Christian strategy, one of the best K9 strategies. After Vanquish Soul got hit a little bit, we saw that maybe this version could be the best version. And we can see that because Marin is currently at a very good record, being X2.
Yeah. I mean, we also saw the K9 Christian in action. The deck is incredibly powerful, we gotta say. There are a lot of different disruption that the deck can put up onto the field, and I think it's one of those decks which is super scary to play against. And on the other end, I mean, as you mentioned, I think I would have never expected to see Yami and Mitsurugi together, to be fair, because I mean, of course, Mitsurugi can be paired up with other strategies, as well as Yami, like with Sky Striker cards, but not with Mitsurugi. But I'm really looking forward to seeing this game 3, which has just started.
For now, yeah, we see the Lapis being banished and the Izuna getting back into Marin's hand. So Aaron is going to be able to just remove those threats, and we have the Soul Fedor destroying the inclusion, the one and only inclusion of the deck, being able to just send 2 pieces to the graveyard. And here we see the 3 Saros, which is the first one, and what is going to be the second one? That is the question. I mean, there are multiple ways to just keep comboing. You are able to just send to the grave another level 5 or the Smiger, and in this case it's going to be the Smiger being able to just add a copy of the trap card. For now we are going to special summon back the Triceratops, and we are going to be able to access the synchro plays, and one synchro is very good in this deck, and this is of course the Elescalatus, being able to just get back a card from the graveyard of or the managed zone into the hand. So we are going to get back the inclusion. And then the 3 stars effect, as we said yesterday, one of the best effects of the deck, being able to special summon 2 monsters from the deck. And after that, you still have the 3 stars back in the field. And then, since you have 2 level 5 monsters on the field, you are able to just access the Cyber Dragon.
No, I mean, I really feel like the Crystron deck has... It's so synergetic, and I also really think that it's one of those decks that's difficult to stop, because it can be a bit, you know, it can fall a bit under the radar, but at this point, at this stage into the tournament, once you face it, I really feel like that paired up with the K9, that it's so strong. I mean, we can see that honestly here, I think it's gonna come up soon, the Cyber Dragon Infinity.
Yeah, it is coming.
Yeah.
Cyber Dragon Nova, and instantly overlaid by the Infinity, so now Marin is protected from almost anything, and still he can continue, keep going, activating the Thrust, being able to set a card from his deck directly.
Yeah, that's huge. Often the premium target is, as we have mentioned, Black Goat Laugh, but we can see that Mitsurugi cards are in the deck, so it will be interesting to see whether he has different targets, but yeah.
Yeah, I just saw that we're maybe under the effect of Drone Lockbird.
What did he go for?
He went for the Chaotic Elements, I guess.
Okay. And you can see Marin thinking about it. Positive note, there is a lot of time left in the round, and the play is back to Aaron still should have a decent amount of cards in hand, but can he find a way out?
So, how is he gonna start things off? Okay, this is going to be the Lollipop summoned.
Yeah. The Mignon is on the field, most likely. And I guess... let me just check something. Yeah, card effect. So you can also negate the effect to revive if you want from the field spell. But we have Capsi to special summon and activate the effect. Hey, it's close here, because obviously you have a couple of things that you can do if you're Marin. But the surprise is in the graveyard, so I think this is way too good not to. But do we have a way to then interrupt what's coming?
I think for now he just decided to use the 3-source effect, special summoning and synchro summoning, probably into the Dragster. I mean, this is a bit hard though for Marin, because Aaron can just not activate anything like he did, special summon the monsters, and then being able to probably chain block a good effect. So
yeah, it's a rough spot, because what we know for sure is that Yami is able to come back and close games very quickly, but with the Infinity being onto the field and the Dragster as well.
Yeah, you can overwhelm them, because I mean the Dragster is not really so
there's
relevant.
also
Drawn
But I mean,
it's fine.
It's fine.
It's okay. Yeah,
not the best card, but
the
does
thing
some
is,
work.
Yeah, you can do a lot, because this Marshmallow can get you the surprise, which is already in the graveyard back, and that's huge. And yeah, as you can see here,
that's a problem for sure.
I think you have to negate it.
He's thinking about it.
But if we negate it, like the deck can put up a lot. I don't think you negate it. Yeah, why?
Yeah,
like, you have the Dragster.
Exactly,
like,
exactly.
The Dragster doesn't really have a target, and you cannot. Ooh.
But look at that! This is so overwhelming. You still have the Infinity, but I mean, already 4 monsters on the field.
I think. Yeah. Was this maybe what you should have negated? Because the Dragster can also negate, is one of those exceptions where he can also negate the effect of an already face-up spell and trap, and it destroys it. So I was thinking, if we destroy this Mignon, like the issue is the attack boosting effect, no?
Yeah.
It's like now we can just
enter battle phase, no?
Kinda, like Infinity is 27?
See.
And it depends on what we have in hand, but everything is boosted by 2000 at the moment, and I think this is exactly what we are discussing. And yeah, I'm also a bit confused by the special summoning defense of the Marshmallow. Like, I don't see any reason, but let's see. This is, yeah, this was it. I don't know. Like, if we special summon Marshmallow in attack, it was 2800, and then we could attack over the entire field, and then just completely play Memphis True. So maybe a bit of a slip up here, but I mean, this can still work out.
Oh yeah, and we are going to use the Infinity there on the Synchro,
but again,
of course, chained.
Yeah, does nothing. Like, you get back everything, and now this works out. It didn't need to do it this way, but like now it works out. Infinity is 25, and the Marshmallow now is in attack mode. So you know that the face down, I mean, I'm gonna trust you on that, is the chaotic elements.
Yeah, I think so.
And then we can just attack over everything, because I think also the Dragster has 2000 defense.
2100.
2000, yeah.
2000?
2000, there is no strange, yeah.
No, there's nothing.
So, yeah, 2000, so you can just attack over everything. And, yeah, as you can see, you push a lot of damage, and this is just so strong. That's why I was thinking we just use the Dragster on the Mignon, and they don't really have a way of getting it back immediately. And
you're right. You're
I think
absolutely right.
maybe, I mean, it's still tough,
but still, I mean, at least you would have used it, not just to destroy it. Yeah.
And as you can see, the Lupis was banished, so even though we used the effect in end from Marshmallow, there was really not much going on, and this draw pretty much only prevent us from going into Capsi Yami way. But I think the most relevant thing is we have kind of wasted the Lollipop way, so we cannot access Herald super easily. Because again, if we summon in attack Marshmallow, now we could go into Lollipop way. But we have not used the Snatchy effect, so we could get a Crookie later on, but okay, I think we are just playing it slow. Yeah. And okay, no synchro is interesting. Yeah, it seems like we are passing. Oh, but yeah, here comes the Izuna. I mean, the Lupis is gone though, so not that it does all that much. And
I mean, do we really want to use the Izuna there?
No,
I don't think so.
I think you're more than happy to just end on this field. And
I'm a bit confused about everything, because yeah.
But still, Marin has some tools in the graveyard. Some of them being the Smiger, being able to add a spell trap. But we also have the Sulfador.
Yep. We do not have Cookie set up, but everything else is there. And the only thing is we have no idea how many cards are in the end from Marin. Probably not that many.
Not a lot, yeah. We know that there is the Chaotic Elements set, by the way, and this is such a great card. We've seen that yesterday, and not only it has a powerful effect on field, but also in the graveyard, being able to get rid of something on the field of your opponent. So that's a good way to start things off, to be honest.
Yeah, I love it, because essentially you just take control of one of your opponent's monster, and the graveyard's effect is insane.
Yeah.
We are not tagging out.
It's not?
Why? I feel like this draw is big, but why don't we tag out? I guess yeah. I was thinking we can tag out and still do everything. Even the Capsi you can use, and then use the draw, you know?
Yeah.
Chain it in a favorable way. But yeah, that is it. Draw is now online. We flip summon this Izuna. 2100 at the moment. And we still need to do with the surprise face down.
Yeah, the surprise being activated here.
Because I guess we attempted to enter battle phase, most likely.
And we are going to special summon the Marshmallow, getting back the surprise.
Yeah, I think we just want to use IP if needed, because... Yeah. This is just going to be an SP, most likely. Yeah.
And he's going to get rid of the Izuna on the field. So he doesn't want a level 5 to stay on the field. Makes sense. You could also do it in something in the graveyard.
Yeah, and now, I mean, we still have all of the effects from the Yamis. Still, again, not too sure why we didn't tag out on the Chaotic, but we can do it whenever now we are going to activate a card. And
okay.
This is an issue, though, because now that we have not tagged out, we can just attack. And
absolutely normal summoning Lantern right here.
Yep. Unfortunately, not quite big enough to attack over the Cookie Yami way, but we can attack over SP, and now is where we are gonna tag out. Bring back most likely Snatchy, and then, okay, Lollipop. We can set up a Kruki if it's in the deck. We are not sure. I mean, we started, so we don't know who got first in this game, but...
So the good thing is for Marine, you are now allowed to special summon the Tristers probably from the deck. So it's gonna be able to react to the opponents and special summon Synchro Monsters. So that's okay. Oh, this is going to be the Smiger. I wasn't expecting that, to be honest.
And it doesn't look like... No. Okay. Yeah, we didn't use the Snatch effect to place the field spell, so no Kruki, which is big, but we can still put both face down, and this could be it for Marin if we don't have an additional push. Let's see, and I think it is a pass. Wow.
And now, I mean, it's going to be pretty hard for him to win the game.
Wow, I forgot that was in deck. But yeah, we do get Ash, and we didn't... why we did not tag out on the Ash? Yeah, he played it so fast, but on the Ash we definitely had to tag out the Synchro, and you can see Aaron maybe feeling the time, feeling the pressure, also being on stream. Really wants to play fast, but yeah, I mean,
this is going to be it anyway, because now you've got the Mitsurugi rolling. We are going to add the ritual spell, and I mean, there's going to be a big Murakumo in the end, and the Murakumo is going to be able to just give the game to Aaron, especially because Marin only has 3,100 life points. So yeah, the victory probably going to the Yumi's Mitsurugi strategy.
Yeah, very, very interesting deck. It was there in the deck breakdown, and as you can see, we destroy both, and we can set up so much damage.
I mean, more than enough,
Yeah, I think if this is enough,
Yeah, and there is the fist bump, the victory for Aaron with the Yumi Mitsurugi strategy. Congratulations, because I wasn't expecting that at all. Like, the Yumi and the Mitsurugi paired, and it worked very well for him. He had to resist because he got drawled and everything, but still, it went pretty good. On the other side, we saw the K9 Chris run. On that duel, it didn't work out, but still a very, very strong deck. And
I think Marin still can play and to advance into the top 64 and get some very cool prizes.
Yeah.
And on the other side, Aaron is on the run to get into the top 8. So I mean, 11-2. What a score.
Really good. Definitely was an interesting take on the deck, but also it was our backup future, because in the main future match we got to see a little bit of the Tenpai Sky Striker deck struggling to get out there and just facing off against a regular Mitsurugi deck. So no matter what, it seems like those ritual monsters are performing really well. So if you have missed any of it, we have Basti with a recap and a post-match analysis.
Thank you so much, Marcello. Indeed, I am here in the analysis corner. I've already sent off Lucas, who did win that featured match on the main stage because he was done so quickly, so we wanted to focus on the backup featured match first. But I'm here with a couple of highlights, and I will break down how that match between Lucas and Steve went down. It was the pure Mitsurugi versus Tenpai Dragon matchup, and Lucas, sure enough, did already know before the match that he would be facing those Sky Striker Tenpai cards because he won the die roll and sent Steve first, which immediately in that matchup, when you are facing that kind of a go second deck, is such an insane advantage because Steve obviously built his deck to go second. He wants to dismantle fields, so when he is forced to go first in game number 1, that is not the situation he wants to be in. Was the situation he had to find himself in though, and now in the first highlight. Actually, it wasn't even that bad of a start. We got the Widow Anchor. We also have the Genroku here on the field, as we can clearly see. That doesn't even look too bad because we have access to Tenpai cards. And down there is also the set Widow Anchor. That's pretty decent. So this can bring us a Tenpai card. This can also then interrupt as soon as we activate the Genroku. Very heads-up and smart play by Lucas here, though, I gotta say. Because one very, very crucial thing here is we set a monster first of all before anything. Uncommon play nowadays, you gotta say. I know, 2011 setting a monster wasn't that unconventional, but here in that combo deck, in that pure Mitsurugi deck, starting off by setting a monster is something that you do not see every day. Here, It is really, really strong though, because let's go back into the highlight. Let's watch it further. We do see that it does play around, in theory, really nicely, an Ash Blossom on Saji. Saji is the one you want to resolve. Saji is the one that gets you Mitsurugi Ritual. So you always want to make sure that Saji is the one resolving. Here in that case, we did draw the Saji. So we set the Saji first, then special summon something else, like an Aramasa, I think it was here in this particular case. And then you get Chain Link 1, the Saji, which is tributed because it was set on the field and then tributed after. And then Chain Link 2, the Aramasa, making sure that Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, which in fact, as we see here, was in the hand of Steven, could not be used on the so important Saji. Very well done there by Lucas, accounting for the fact that there might be Ash Blossom. It was pretty well done by Steve as well, you gotta say, because he immediately just used the Ash Blossom on that Mitsurugi Habakiri, kind of playing around that combination of cards, kind of playing around that move, but the call by the Grave in the end was the card that sealed it there for Lucas, who then afterwards just had an easy time going for game in this first game, winning that first game eventually. Going into the second game though, let's look at this here. We see the full field that Lucas in the end went for. No interruptions, clearly, as we can see here. 0 cards in the graveyard from Steve, but a full field from the accomplished French player from Lucas. We have, let me break it down to you, the Futsu, which is ready to bring back ritual monsters from the graveyard. We got the Baguska, first of all, before even the Futsu could do anything, ready to just deny any kind of effects that Tenpai Dragons would have, because Tenpais are, of course, main deck monsters and synchro monsters. They have to be in attack position, so it would be really, really smart to deny that with the Baguska, which in fact Lucas did. And then there also is the Dynamondo, in case something happens to the Futsu, still ready to bring back that so good Amine Murakumo from the graveyard. And I mean, it doesn't end there. There's more. There's Purification Set, which was searched, so that is a really, really good interruption. And there's also another secret card in there in the Spell Trap Zone, which we will find out about shortly after. So let's see how this all goes down in this game. Full field, as I said. And here, very, very interesting moment, actually. 6 cards, full hand for Steve. And the first thing he goes with is that super polymerization. And I didn't expect a super polymerization. He goes super polymerization into the Mud Dragon. But the problem here, which we find out about later on, actually in his hand, there was a Lightning Storm, and he decided not to use the Lightning Storm as the first action. That could have immediately traded out that Mitsurugi Great Purification, but he did not activate it, interestingly enough. Started off with the Super Polymerization instead, making sure that the Baguska and the Dynamondo are gone, summoning out the Mud Dragon of the Swamp. Lucas now here, another very, very interesting moment right after, is playing around cards like Triple Tactic Talons, Triple Tactic Thrust, because he in fact decided to not activate the Futsu. There was a moment of thought. He was leaning back in his chair, was asking himself, do I really need to bring back one of my reptiles right now? Do I really need to use that effect of Futsu? Because now, with the Bagusa being gone, I could. He said no, though. I don't want to activate a monster effect just yet. And therefore, he played not into those cards. Going into the next highlight here, though, we have... that is the Super Polymerization, so next highlight coming up just there. We progress a little bit, and here after the set rotation, setting a chicken game to Lucas' side of the field and a Sangen summoning to the side of Steve. This is the moment where Lucas says, okay, that card is just too hard to deal with in any other way. I need to use my Purification on that. Sangen Summoning, which of course, as we all know, is a card limited in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. And when you deal with that one card, it is impossible to recover for the Tenpai strategy. So making sure that this card does not resolve was a crucial step in the way of Lucas to win that second game. And he rightfully so decides to do that here. Important side note though, by doing so, after this, we had to now use the Futsu in the graveyard. So that is the moment where then we make ourselves vulnerable to Triple Tactic Talons and Triple Tactic Thrust. That's all right though, because we have already used multiple of our cards in the Spell and Trap Zone, so it's fine. Picked a good moment, very well executed by Lucas. And then the last highlight, after not really anything else happening for Steve, after really just trying to hang in, the last remaining tool for him was another super polymerization going into Garura. He was left with that Garura there, but so many cards on the side of Lucas meant really no big struggle for him, as he was just, with all of those cards, able to overcome the Garura, negate the top deck that came there from Steve, and overall just came out victorious here in that round 13 featured match. Of course, home crowd rooting for those French players. Lucas Lancelot, definitely one of the biggest names in the French community, has had success previously at those big tournaments like YCSs and national tournaments in France as well, of course, and on a good way to possibly make it into top 8 with now 11-2 record. If he wins 2 more, he will be guaranteed to be one of our top 8 players. Only 2 more rounds of Swiss remaining. We will get back into the live action very shortly, so don't go anywhere. Round 14 coming your way very shortly. See you for that.
Mondo.
Yeah.
Yes, this. You have Dangerous into Grave. And with this combo, with 2 cards, you have 3 cards in hand. Your opponent summon a monster, you can make effect Futsu and refill your hand. And this game state is very hard to
contrast.
Because you can't pop the monster.
Yes,
because
exactly.
this is my body's a shield.
Yeah. Yes, essentially, yes.
This is more pressure because I had the card. If you don't keep me, I have more resource, more gas, and Orcust can make this combo all turn because this shuffle, Galatea shuffle, Longirsu shuffle, and you can make this combo another.
Yeah. No, I think the deck it's also very stable because most of the time with only 1 card you can combo.
Yes.
And of course, as you said, if you also see 1 Mitsurugi, you can also extend.
Yes.
And it's even
yes,
better.
With Danjursu or Zombie Vampire.
Yeah.
Yes. I see a Bakiri, I can try see the full combo. When I see only Jursu, I can make only combo Orcus, but if I see only Jursu, I have 4 utilities in the end.
Yes. And I mean, I really feel like this is one of the deck that I think, in my opinion, this weekend can make very good results. And because, as you said, maybe most of the players are not thinking about it.
Yes.
And what do you think will be the most played deck this weekend? Do you think it will be Yami?
Yami.
Okay.
Yami.
Yeah.
Yes.
And
Yami and Mitsurugi Pur.
Okay. And is there a deck that you don't want to face? Like if you play this like against a certain deck, the matchup is not super good, maybe.
Kriston, K9.
Yeah.
I'm scared for the dice.
Okay.
Because I have a FTK combo.
Yeah.
When I play versus EV combo is too strong because I have good utilities, but utilities on the board I can contrast not on the FTK.
Okay. Yeah.
I can play versus Yumi. I can play the board breaker, the mulch army.
Yeah.
But versus combo FTK is too strong. I play min. I don't play the number of flex of Yumi.
Okay. Yeah. Sure. Yes. Yeah, makes sense. And last question before I leave you, it's what happens if you go second? Is there a plan most of the time? Is there a line you go for? It depends against which type of deck you're playing against.
It's too funny because Orcust and Mitsurugi is the good deck goes second. You can make the Engine Mitsurugi with Murakumo and Futsu. You have more body, more pressure body. Murakumo is a board breaker and is a difficulty to stop because you can make Veiler, Perma, you can make Mitsurugi players, Flex, Book of Eclipse, or Reject on the board. And after, you can make with this zombie vampire into shuffle, into mill, Girsu, harp, but you have the flex very strong. It's the impulse. The deck is full dark.
Yeah, exactly.
And you have the card in extra is too spicy for the decay.
We save it for the weekend.
Yes.
We save it for the weekend.
It's too funny to play going second.
And no, I mean, thank you so much. We can come back to us now that Giovanni showed us some combo. And I mean, thank you. Thank you, and best of luck for this weekend. So hopefully we will get to see you in action here at the table with us. And guys, thank you so much for watching, and it's been a pleasure. Don't go anywhere, because we will be back soon with more content for YCS Lille.
This new format, Genesis, I think is very good for the game.
I think Genesis is a really fantastic way to introduce life into the game. Like, for example, the creativity for deck buildings I think is really nice.
I think it's a really exciting way to play Yu-Gi-Oh! It brings a lot of old cards back in to rotation, and I get to play with some of my favorite strategies that didn't get a chance in the meta.
And it's refreshing. You can play some cards that are banned or that, for my example, I started Yu-Gi-Oh! 2 years ago, so there's some cards that I never seen because they was banned, and I can play them on the Genesis format also.
I really like it. I think it's really great to have a different way of playing the game. Taking out the ban list and putting some point system is nice to balance.
It's going to be a really good format. I like that it already has like a fix of some things, like some broken things. So I think I like it.
It's very different. It's very complicated to understand at first, but it's kind of slowed down.
Previous generations didn't like that the format's too complicated, and now with the new style of playing, I think that will attract even more people from the past to come back and play. So I think it's a very good idea.
But a lot of deck building is important. You be really good at deck building, be really good at format.
I think it's cool, it's interesting. I haven't personally experimented with it, did any deck building, because I've been preparing for this event, but I've seen other people do it. It's really exciting. I like how much effort that's already been through it, that there's already updates on the ban list, there's blogs, etc. It's really promising. I even though I personally haven't touched it yet, I look forward to trying it.
It's a good thing that Konami try some new things, give it some formats that we can try on the big events like this ones. So I will probably give a shot on the Genesis format also.
Welcome back. We now have our round 14 feature match in front of us here at YCS Lille 2025. We have Jack Verma and Andrea Romito, and they've actually already done the dice roll, and Jack is going to be going first. So with that in mind, time to hand you guys over to your amazing casters for yet another feature match. We're nearly through all the Swiss rounds. Gentlemen, take it away.
Almost through all the Swiss rounds we are, indeed. It's only 2 more remaining. Round number 14. I think it's the first time I ever get to say this. Swiss round number 14. Both players on an X2 record, meaning they are, of course, still in contention for top 8. That's what we want to see. One of them will be very, very close to actually almost locking it up if they can win this round and the one after. And the other one will not be in that great of a position anymore.
And I mean, the psychological factor right now that you feel the pressure of the top cut getting nearby, but yet you are still on the Swiss plays a very huge role, because yet you don't know if with X2, X3, you are still in the game and you're still in the top cut. And I mean, you feel all this pressure on you.
Who can keep calm? Who can save the nerves for this matchup? Round 14 starting now.
Jack Verma has always been one of the most consistent players in Europe, in Germany as well. Multiple top cut finishes, probably over 10 at this point. Has been always so good at getting those good finishes in as well in those tournaments, and is again on an 11-2 record, possibly making his way into the top 8. But there is a card I have not seen a whole lot throughout this weekend, but there is the Mulcharmi Perulia, which is massively strong against the second part of Jack's deck, which of course is the Ryziel part.
And I mean, it is one of those cards that are considered as a key cards for side deck options, for example, and we see present preparation of the right, which is very important. But I'm really curious about Perulia in the current meta state, because a lot of players debating if it's a good card, if not such a good card for main deck or maybe side deck, and I really want to see their applications. But obviously, again, Perulia with Fugalos is very, very strong opening against a Mitsurugi Ryziel deck.
This just shuts off every single part of the deck. If you don't want your opponent to draw any more cards at this point, Jack has to ask himself the question, am I good to just pass, or is my opponent then going to OTK me immediately? Jack has not had the best track records when it came to featured matches in the last few events. I think the last 3 or 4 in a row he actually lost, despite being one of the best players we have here in Europe.
Interestingly enough, we do go for the Aramasa. Usual choice is, of course, the Saji to get yourself a ritual, but you do not maybe even want to activate ritual here, as summoning from the hand or from the deck in both cases will give Andrea a draw through that Mulcharmi, Fugalos and Perulia combination. And also there already is a Mitsurugi Ritual. Makes sense. Jack does play 3 copies of Mitsurugi Ritual, so he will draw into that very regularly, and he has it here to bring out Murakumo. What else is there to back that up though?
So it's like having a mini-maxi challenge right here, meaning that Fugalos and Perulia has been activated and resolved. And I wonder what Jack will decide to do, how many draws will consider to give to Andrea, and if he's going to establish a full field or make a mini field and establish some prayers, for example, and pass to Andrea.
I think what you could try to do is give one more draw here. Oh, actually tributes the Futsu from the deck. This might actually give Jack the opportunity to search for a mirror that he wanted to get with pre-preparation of rights, tribute the Murakumo, and then get the Futsu back, and then also search for Murakumo. So that might be something really, really strong here to play around the Fugalos and Perulia combination.
This is insane. We are facing both of the most powerful Mulcharmis. We're facing Fugalos and Perulia, but we just, with this deck, have the opportunity, have the play style to play around it completely, just summoning back from the graveyard here with the Murakumo. That is so strong. And now even the main deck trap card, the main deck Mitsurugi Great Purification is giving him so much of an upside here. And also, let's already get into the theory here. When your opponent activates Perulia, Fugalos, but most importantly, Perch, you do have a pretty good understanding of what they could be on. I think we have only seen 2 decks really in the competition here this weekend, which were running Dominus Purge. One of them is the Apophis deck, and Apophis, they just didn't run all of those Molchami cards, so that one's out of the window immediately. But there's of course Yummy on the other end, which in fact is the deck here on the other side.
I was gonna say, it smells really good on the side of Jack right now, because he is expecting a Yummy deck from Andrea here, and now is actually activating prayers to activate both effects. Are we going to see more hand traps here? How many more can there be in one single main deck actually?
I mean, Yummy is very well known to play a lot of hand traps, maybe 18 to 21, but I'm truly believing that the matchup Mitsurugi against Yummy, it's quite difficult for Yummy because Ameno Murakumo has such strong effect against Yummy field.
Didn't we in the beginning use the Futsu to search for the mirror? That's what I was thinking.
Yes.
Yeah, that's what I was expecting. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. That's how we initially even got the mirror going. So we are missing out on the Futsu now. So Jack, oh, look at him. Look in the face cam. You could tell that he did a little bit of a misstep here, and he now has to commit into another summon from the hand. Oh, he doesn't want to do it, but yep, that is the normal summon of Kusanagi, giving another draw due to the resolve of Molchami Purulia and the Infinite Impermanence now too on the prayers. Do we leave Jack without access to prayers here?
Yeah, the prayers is really hard. Discarding another Ash Blossom in there as well, of course, for the Murakumo effect to actually resolve Impermanence. Leaving without prayers is really tough. I think there's a decent chance you're going to try and get some more value out of this turn by going into a Gallant Granite, perhaps. So you are not leaving without anything, basically. Oh, we're linking off. This might be IP Masquerena. You have Purification, so you have at least some sort of interaction, but this maybe was a crucial misstep from
Oh
Jack.
my! It is Nibiru, the primal being, and note that the Murakumo already came back from the graveyard, meaning it will not be able to summon itself back here. What a combination of cards here from Andrea.
Andrea can't stop himself from smiling there, staring at Jack, going, this is a lot that I'm having right now.
And I mean, we have talked about this a lot during these days, that Nibiru is quite awkward against Mitsurugi, but yet we can see that with certain hand traps and a combination of hand traps, it can have some applications in any matchup, and of course even to Mitsurugi.
Oh, it just hits the spot, let's be real, because for that very moment it rules out both. Oh, hold on, did we activate the Habakiri already too?
Yeah, we started, that's what Fuwalos was changing.
True, absolutely. So not only did we get rid of the IP Masquerena and the big ritual monster, but also the trap card is not live anymore.
I think the Habakiri was just showing Andrea, this is the card that you know from my hand.
Oh, fair,
situation, not an activation. But now Kapsi is being the normal summon, the best one of the deck. In fact, Surprise is being added to the hand now.
This is so rough for Jack, because also, let's face it, in theory, you are happy to face Yummy with any kind of Mitsurugi deck. The matchup generally, just talking pure statistics, is favored for the Mitsurugi variants. But when you have those cards in your opening hand, it's hard to go up against any kind of deck.
And to be fair, when you face Mitsurugi and you have only one unknown card, and it is in the hand, you have a very strong advantage, especially when you start with normal summon Kapsi, who can play very well against a potential Nibiru. So I think that Andrea right now, he can go all the way through and doesn't care about the interruption that may potentially be this blind card, meaning that even if it is Nibiru, which will be the most important one, he can still play around it pretty easily.
Kapsi normal summon plays around every single hand trap in the game, if it's only one. Of course, you need a combination to stop the Yummy deck. That's why it is so incredibly powerful. But the upside for Jack Verma in this matchup is that while the first game is certainly not going his way, in the next 2 games, he still has the favorable matchup. Mitsurugi is a deck that is likely, or likelier, to beat the Yummy deck. I want to say, I'll give this matchup a 65 to 35% for Mitsurugi.
I would agree. Just, it is all about just like exchanging your monsters, bringing back monsters, and having those quick effects with your synchro monsters, or the quick synchro with your link monster. But when just every single one of your monster gets destroyed by Murakumo, well, all of those switching around doesn't help you, and that Murakumo alone oftentimes being so detrimental to any kind of Yami deck.
There's just one big rums, as we say in Germany, and that will be getting rid of the entire Yami field. And that's a pickup from Jack, conceding game 1 here, saying, okay, well, you know what? I kind of lost this game in the first turn already. Let's not... I trust you that you can OTK me here.
That's the thing. Usually when the Mitsurugi decks get to go first and they have a way to combo, I think so often they are just winning from there on out. Like so often when they did not brick and they can play the game, they're just so good in setting up sometimes very creative fields. It doesn't always need to be like a full combo field, but even their half fields are so nice, always giving you the full destruction effect of Murakumo and so on. But here, being able to combo and then still not winning is really a shocker for Jack.
Yeah, meaning it was kind of an awkward situation because both Fugalos and Purulia were activated, so you had to think a lot about what to access, how to play, and I think that the crucial moment was the one that Futo wanted to be summoned again from the graveyard and got Verma off the hand, meaning that he tried to do that, he knew how to play around both Fugalos and Purulia, but yet he didn't think about, because obviously there's a lot of nerve right now, especially when you face double Malcharmi, and this was the crucial moment.
The deck is incredible at playing around any Molchami, but if it's 2, it's all of a sudden getting a lot harder. With this Meowls, yes, you can play a little bit more from hand than if you have Meowls and Fugalos, but Purulia and Fugalos force you to play from the graveyard. But if you have to use your effects like this, he couldn't activate the pre-preparation of Raid or couldn't resolve it because it got purged. And with this combination of cards, with this card in hand, it would have been actually fine, I think, because he would have had access to the Futsu, didn't have to send it from the deck or tribute it from the deck. Would have been a totally different game.
Absolutely. This deck is so good when it just has access to a couple of ways to combo. As we saw, like, if it wasn't for him forgetting that, I think it might have still been enough, but just that Nibiru in the end. And the Nibiru, I think, might have even been the one card that he drew for the IP Masquerena summon. So if he would have just passed without going into IP Masquerena, maybe the game also looks different, because that means they have one less card in hand that they can play with, which is the Nibiru, because they draw that for turn. Also, our Purification is online, and the Murakumo can come back to destroy more cards. So there at least is a decent chance that it would be his game from there on out.
Yeah, but I mean, with so many draws, you have to take the risk. I think in any case, it was a good call to go to Epi to have one more interaction, especially with a Spirit Knight, potentially, which is a very good interaction against the Yami field when they try to establish their place going second. But I guess sometimes it's like this, and the luck is a very important
honestly,
factor.
I would like to see the statistics, because Nibiru, the Primal Being, does not seem like the most popular card at the moment. So probably most of the players, especially in Game 1, are not necessarily playing around it, because it is not just really relevant in the format right now. Really relevant are those two players right now, Andrea and Jack, just drawing their 5 cards for that second game. So let's jump back into the gameplay action.
Possible crucial reason why Nibiru makes its way back into the main decks of Yami players is that Obedience Schooled was put limited in the last Forbidden Limited list, and therefore it's fine-ish for you to end your first opponent's turn on a monster. You know, Engage is still a little bit of an iffy card then to play, but if you have less Obedience Schooled in your deck, most of the time you can play together with other hand trips as well.
Pre-preparation of rights again goes answered, this time by the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring, meaning no search for Jack. And sometimes that means the deck cannot work at all anymore, and it is one of those times. Jack has to pass play over. Andrea just really rolling over Jack here with that Yami deck. Normal summons Molchami Meowls now. Please note though, that's a legal monster to go into the Link 1 of Almirage, and that then enables all those Yami monsters to be special summoned from the hand.
That makes the Molchami cards so good in Yami, because even if you're starting with them, or if you couldn't activate them or drew into them too late, you can always go into Almirage, and potentially it gives you one more body to play with.
And just to mention about Nibiru, I really like the strategy to use an...
Wow, and even the call by the grave on the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. Jack is like, I'm going to do to you what you did to me, having a strong Ash here. but not with Andrea. He has the answer immediately.
So I was saying that you can actually play Haggard Lizard, which is a very good option as a Link 2 in order to clear your field and go for a potential engage or obedience school, which is a very good strategy.
Oh, discards the happiest Feather Duster as well. He really had it all there. Now Marshmallow in hand was searched, special summoned out, Yummy Snatchy, and you could really tell by the way Jack is looking into that camera that he is not really enjoying himself right now. Andrea is the one with the foot on the gas pedal, summons out Capsy Yummy, and we know with that field spell, we know with Yummy Movement Minion, we just amass so many attack points. The more Yummy monsters we have, the more attack points we also will have, and it will be an easy task for Andrea here to get to 8,000, as this is exactly 8,000, and we have it. 2-0 victory for Andrea, who can't even really believe it. It is his match though, and he's really, really close to possibly even making it into the top 8 here.
The deck doesn't need much. If there is an empty field, you can so easily go for a game. Just Mignon alone gave 8,000 attack points there in this scenario.
Pretty much.
And to be fair, I was talking for 2 days how Mitsu, I believe they have a very good matchup against Yami, and yet we just experienced that Yami just literally win 2-0 in some minutes against Mitsurugi.
I don't think the Yummy cards were the problem for Jack in that scenario, but of course I think we have a backup feature match again that we can access very soon, because most certainly this will be a very short analysis later on the section there. What are you going to analyze about Game 2, Basti?
Well, the normal summon of the Meows and the fact that the Meows is there in the first place, because I think Meows is one of those side deck cards which also is not particularly commonly seen here in this tournament. It feels like the other Molcharmies are certainly more relevant, and also, I mean, when we're talking about the Molcharmies, I think Andrea also one of the few players to have Molcharmy Perulia in the main deck. So he really still, even though the format has drastically changed, trusts those Molcharmy cards and their power, and he was proven very right here in this match.
I mean, Perulia is way better versus Yami now, since we have Obedience School limited to 1, so they have to extend more from hand. So I think that that card is actually maybe in a fine scenario here. Also, if your opponent announces Ritual Summon from hand with the Mitsurugi Ritual.
And
definitely.
I mean, for the moment right now, it is one of those things that maybe give the edge to the players that advancing to the top 8. So yes, we talk about that many players do not actually use Meows or Perulia in the main deck, and yet we see Andrea trying for the top 8 who utilizes both of them. So he may know something more, right?
And he's already really close to top 8, but there are more duelists that are getting closer and closer to the prestigious top placements. Let's go into the backup feature match, because we have a familiar deck with a familiar face. Those duelists are X3, I want to say, and Guillaume with DD is again back at it. And we have Mathieu, of course, on the other side, who actually built this deck together with the legendary Dinkabui.
Yep, and his score now is a little better than the one from Dinkabui. He's the one with an X3 record right now, and he is enjoying the combination of Fire King cards with the Jura cards. And those Jura cards can really hit you by surprise. It's mainly about one of them. It's mainly about the Megalo, which can be destroyed even on the opponent's turn through the effect of Fire King Kirin, to then just destroy every single card on the opponent's side of the field. Not only monsters, no, every card.
And I mean, when you see that two YCS champions combine their powers together to build such a strong deck as Fire King Jurak, that no player is prepared for it, to be honest. I think that it's definitely a very good result, and they know something.
100%. I mean, the deck feels very good. Dinkabui said in my interview with him that it is more of a combo deck now, not even a mid-range deck. Now we go. Salamangreat, Raging Phoenix. What a card. Finishes off the game, of course, with the good old Zelantis combo. And Mathieu leads 1-0 now here. It's the Salamangreats again, everyone.
Of course. You could not hide your smile about that one, right, Leo? It's the first time on the weekend that we have a Salamangreat card in action, and I mean, I'm getting all the pleasure with seeing my favorite card engage the entire weekend here in plenty of different decks, but I'm glad you now also got to see one of your favorite Salamangreat cards, right?
Yeah, Raging Phoenix is fantastic. Good for me, right? The card, of course, I was thinking about this yesterday. Fire King would really profit from a Fire King level 4 Link monster, right? Or a Link 4 monster.
King.
So I think that with a crazy effect that could completely change the way the deck plays, because you can go into it with Promethean Princess. Salamangreat Raging Phoenix, yes, can help you with winning games there, but I feel like sometimes it's more of a placeholder. But also we have prepared more things for you. We have a national breakdown. Which duelists came here to YCS Lille? Of course, France is up top with 59%, closely followed.
Closely, almost the same number, yeah. Germany in second place with 12%. And then we have all kind of other different nationalities. United Kingdom, Belgium, Italy, Netherlands, Switzerland, and a couple other people. For example, I've been informed that Rosalie is actually the only player from Denmark, from Norway, my bad, from Norway entering the tournament. Still back from her performance at the World Championship there with the Sky Striker deck. And in day 2, okay, the numbers do change up a little bit. It gets a little more competitive at the top, I want to say. I want to see how it turns out to be in top 8 then, whether the French crowd still has it. Because, for example, here on the main feature match there, we just had an Italian winning, just saying. So maybe Italy is going... I mean, Italy already is massively crawling up there, as you can see. It was amongst the others, but it now is much more closer to Germany.
I love that. I have missed Italy in those country breakdowns, in those big tournaments. There were a few years where basically Diego Ganzelli and Lorenzo Muselli were almost the only Italian players that you would see in the top cut. Of course, there were other players, but those were the ones consistently showing off and popping up in the top cuts. And now Italy is back, baby.
Italy is, and also one nationality that wasn't on the initial breakdown, but now in day 2 is in there. Spain is also there with 2% now, so the Spain community also showing up here in Lille. But we want to show you now the game 2 of our backup feature match. So back to the table we go.
I hope we get to see some Mega Lokira in action here from the side of Mathieu. But of course, first of all, it's Guillaume being added again with a DD action here.
King Solomon, when he's on the field, obviously establishes such a pressure. And I believe that Mathieu maybe a little bit, knowing how DDD plays, because he's one of those players, and obviously this is why he collaborates with Tinkabui, who is very well known about his deck building skills. So I believe that he has studied DDD, and
surely,
as I can see from his body language, I can understand that he's very familiar with DDD combos.
Yeah, I would agree. Mathieu just analyzes every deck that ever releases and then tries to find the most cheeky one to be played then. And this time around, the Jura cards were the ones that were the most appealing to him. But as you say, I am also certain that he is aware of what's going on with those DDD cards. And that is, of course, now DDD Marksman King Tell being Exceed summoned over rank 4. Again, that is the mechanic that the DDD cards are allowed to use, some of them at least. And similar to the King Dio's Machinax, which can be put on top of that rank 5 monsters, I believe. You can, or even Exceed monsters, even Link monsters. You can put them on top of Link monsters, but King Tell goes over a rank 4.
Yep, and if King Tell gets removed from the field, you can send a Dark Contract from your deck to the graveyard, further extending your plays, I would assume.
And we go for the Link 2. It is Gilgamesh time. And that leads us... We already have 2 scales, though, interestingly enough. So Gilgamesh would be able to activate 2 Pendulum Scales directly to our field, but as there are already 2 of them, that is interesting. But we do still use the graveyard effect of Mark's Tell, as we were just explaining. We were able to send the Necro Slime to the graveyard there.
Oh, we can also send DD cards from your deck. Oh yeah, DD or Dark Contract, that makes way more sense. Necro Slime is another extender from the graveyard. Such a good card. You can fuse together with it as material from the graveyard. In the last game we've seen Guillaume play where he tried to use the Necro Slime, we've seen it being Dominus Impulse, so we haven't seen any fusion action from him on stream so far. But that might change.
And I really like the fact that before we experienced DDD against Mermaid, which is the most well-known water deck, and now we can see how it plays against the fire deck, the Fire King Jurak. And I want to say that both decks share something similar, that they have very strong engines and they can go against any field. So I'm feeling very comfortable about Fire King Jurak going second only with engine into a field of DDD.
It could work for sure, and I mean, always disregard it, because everybody always only sees DDD Wave High King Caesar, but that was DDD Wave King Caesar that we just saw there as a rank 4, and that one immediately being linked off again for the link free for the Sky King Zeus Ragnarok, but able to use its graveyard effect to this time really only search for a contract card. But okay, placing the...
That's the Queen Machinex.
The Zero Doom Queen Machinex back into the Pendulum Scale. Banishes now the Necro Slime together with the Link 2, together with the King Gilgamesh. What are we going to summon out? That is Genghis. Yes, I told you about it. It is using Synchros, Exceeds, Links, and also Fusion monsters. Genghis now able to bring back another monster from the graveyard. And the crucial part about Genghis really being it is a level 6 monster. So this is our enable. This is our way for our DDD Wave High King Caesar.
And I mean, it's very nice to see a deck utilizes every summoning mechanic from the extra deck. Not only links, not only synchro, for example, but all for fusions, synchro, Xyz, and link summoning.
Yep, and still those new DD cards were also on the field. The DD Land Soldier in defense position next to the DD Griffin. But what are we going to do with those?
That one is a tuner, so you could go for a 6 Synchro Summon. We have a new one that came out in Doom of Dimensions.
Yeah, the King Clovis, indeed.
Yep, and that would be an easy way to go into the Wave High King Caesar after using Clovis to special summon out another monster.
I love the artwork of King Clovis, by the way.
He's so
just
chill.
Sitting there on the throne, being the chill king.
Reminds me of Golden Lord, by the way.
Yeah, for real. It could almost be the same artwork. But first of all, it's going to bring back the Link to another time, DDD Abyss King Gilgamesh. And as you were suspecting, that is another level 6 monster, making a 2 to go for the Exceed summon of the DDD Wave High King Caesar. Oh, okay. That enables us now for the special summon of DD Ortress. We bring back the Griffin.
I think that's a Pendulum Summon.
Oh, you might be right. That might have been a Pendulum Summon. Absolutely.
That's cool. So we're also using Pendulum Summons, right?
True,
You mentioned Link, Exceeds, Fusion, and Synchro Summons, but no, we don't stop there. We have Pendulum Summons as well. But actually, one of them was not summoned into a zone of Link monster points to, so maybe I wasn't right.
I think it's from the Pendulum from the hand.
Oh, right. Yeah, that works too.
Oh.
Try to use D-Barrier on this deck.
That is the Synchro Summon number 2 now, and this one is the DDD Curse King Secret, which provides further negation.
I think we are getting closer to an Anfield here. We might actually be able to still summon out the big Machinex. That one is also a strong interruption on the opposing turn, being able to attach monsters from your opponent's head on the field. But how do you summon out the Machinex?
I mean, you can just use any kind of DD monster and use it Exceed material. So you can just put it over the Gilgamesh, and then you will have a 1 material Deus King Machinex. It is not going to happen, though. But what is going to happen is first action, Dark Ruler no more. So there was a king on the side of Guillaume, but now there is no ruler more.
But what does the deck do now? This does in fact look like there is nothing happening anymore after 1 Dark Ruler no more.
Dark Ruler no more is indeed a neck-breaking card for some of those decks, and we now also have access to Fire King Island, which is the heart and soul since forever. One of the old Fire King cards, but still such a crucial one. And there you see, we are using the effect of Fire King Island to destroy a Jurak card. The Jurak card I was talking about, it is the Jurak Megalo. And that is going to, okay, there is a Jordan Lockbird in between, but that does not stop us from sending Jurak Astero to the graveyard. And Astero is so crazy. Astero, as a quick effect, can just banish itself and another Jurak to summon out the also powerful, the original Jurak Meteor, and that one is just destroying everything on the opponent's side of the field.
And I think that since we had the Fire King Islands into the field, we are already pretty much good, and roll doesn't stop us that much because we can extend a lot right now.
Also, just a little side note, I said it is a quick effect. It is only on your opponent's turn, though. There it is, a quick effect, of course. How else would it be on the opponent's turn? But not on your own turn, so we cannot make use of that right now.
Right, the original Garunix is being summoned out. I remember back in the day when the structure deck came out and the original Garunix was the boss monster of the deck. The deck, even back in the day, 2013, has seen quite a bit of play, has topped some YCSs, some legendary duelists that have brought it to the tournaments. But nowadays this card is more of an extender when you destroy your Ulcanix, your Fire King Courtier.
That's true. Okay, checking the graveyard now, Mathieu, is we know that the Fire King deck loves to work with cards like Dark, loves to work with cards like Hita, but is there the aligning attributes in the graveyard of the opponent right now? Is there something we can go after? I mean, the DD cards, they are quite different in what they have. They offer different attributes, but most of them are dark in the end.
You can go dark by going into Relinquished Anima here, and I think that we might be able to see a good old Deep Sea King Quelicant. No, not Quelicant, oh my days. The Link 4, but that one would reset all the effects of the DDD monsters, so...
I mean, there's no real need to go for Zealantis, right?
Zealantis, thank you.
We are on the Dark Ruler no more anyhow, so that wouldn't help us too much. So let's see, we bring back a Runix.
I think you just punch here, huh?
Certainly looks like he's completely aware of everything right now. It doesn't look like anything would be bothering him. Oh, is there a graveyard effect? No, doesn't seem like it.
To be fair, when you go against the combo deck, if you are able to just clear the field, you are in a very good position, meaning that they will not have so much follow-up since they have used already their
Zealantis, as you mentioned, Leo.
Okay, we leave the Link monsters on the field. Those don't interact with our field anyways. And the other ones we can, of course, also turn face down. That is going to trigger our Promethean Princess in the graveyard, destroying our own Ulcanix. And that card is going to say goodbye to everything in the standby phase because it's going to return and then basically activate Dark Hole. Fire Hole, basically.
Very, very true. Let's see. Mathieu checking which he wants to destroy here. Maybe he also finds like a different way around it. Oh. Okay, we are destroying in the end the Link free. We do go after Sky King Zeus Ragnarok. And that is enough attack points now to pretty much attack just over all of the remaining monsters here on the side of Guillaume.
You have a pop with Zealantis as well. In the battle phase, you can destroy one card.
Not only one.
You can destroy two.
According to, to the co-linked monsters.
Oh, right, true.
So you can just destroy both Pendulum Scales as well. That's massive.
Yeah, I think that's way better, actually. Is it cards on the field?
Yeah, it is, Mathieu. There we go. Activate Zealantis, of course. Seasoned player will just remember those effects, and the field of Guillaume completely empty. And all of that even without using the graveyard effect of our Jurak monster, of Jurak Asteros. So we have gotten rid of every single card there on Guillaume's side, and now for his turn, there is the Astero into Meteor play still waiting.
That is huge follow-up. And keep in mind that Mathieu also has a lot of stuff going on for him. He has the Ponix in the graveyard, which one will not trigger, I think, in the standby phase because it just wasn't destroyed, it was linked off. Sunlight Wolf is being summoned now. Do you get anything back from that? Yes, you can summon the Ulcanix back in the standby phase, add something back.
Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, Garunix gets something back, and then, of course, in the process, destroys the Salmongrade Sunlight Phoenix, but it's better than just losing your monsters.
True. Perfectly executed by Mathieu.
As always.
As per usual, a YCS and a national champion with another unique deck that he built together with another YCS and national champion. Obviously, something great is going to happen when all of those crazily talented Yu-Gi-Oh! Players and deck builders met and worked together.
What are we taking back with the Sunlight Wolf? Now an Ash Blossom and Joy Spring would be the obvious target, but I'm guessing at this point it's just going to be something like a Ponix or an Ulcanix for follow-up.
Maybe even a Kirin. But you don't have a fire monster anymore then, huh?
I don't think you have Kirin in the graveyard.
There was no access to it yet, right? You're right. Okay.
But now do you even activate your Garunix from the graveyard to trigger it after your first Garunix destroyed everything here? Might consider it. If you don't have another way to pop your monsters, you want to activate it. If you have something like a Kirin in hand, you want to keep it so you can send another Kirin from deck or destroy one and then get a pop. Kepler.
But you can also summon Kirin here because you have Sanctuary on the field and you can exit summon your opponent's turn.
Wow, we have so much on the side of Mathieu, and of course also the Jurek Meteor is also a card he can still summon on the opposing turn. Guillaume is sitting here with the Dark Contract. I would already destroy everything here if I was Mathieu.
You couldn't wait, right? You're like, I am allowed to destroy all of your cards. I want to do it as quickly as possible, as fast as possible. But Mathieu, of course, waiting for the perfect moment.
I think yeah, that you can wait just for the pendulum scales, because otherwise DDD cannot generate again advantage. So I think that you can just wait for the two pendulum scales and then just go off and pop the whole field.
Oh, but Mathieu is considering to do something right now.
Maybe to play around Gilgamesh.
Yeah. Oh, goes for
Super
Super Poly.
Polymerization gets rid of both of those monsters. He's holding his interruption with the Astero into Meteor, but
and
he doesn't even need it just yet.
Garura is another draw if he goes for the Jurek Meteor combo, so everything is going in Mathieu's favor. Guillaume is still in this. He has plenty of cards in his graveyard, and some of them probably have grave effects. He's going to summon back the DD Lance Soldier here.
You have a very good pun here. Garura Garunix.
Yeah, true.
Yeah.
Because all of the cards are named the same. Oh, and now we're going to summon out the Queen Machinex into the extra monster zone.
Yeah, and I mean, to be fair, the Jurek Meteor is not only destroying all of your opponent's cards, but all of your cards too. So it makes sense that Mathieu wants to do that the very last, because he doesn't want to give up on all of his other cards.
I mean, you can at some point activate the Promethean Princess as well, destroy your own Garunix. Oh, he popped the Garunix and then Mathieu triggered his second Garunix.
Oh, there finally is Kirin X's now as well. Garunix comes back, Kirin destroys.
Oh, and now
also the Land Soldier.
We have our Sanctuary set up to go for our big Exceeds monster later on in the turn, just still before we have to go for our Jurek Meteor play.
And Mathieu gets his deck cut, but there is not many cards remaining for Guillaume. And Guillaume, he has not even gotten to the part of the Jurek Astero. Is there any way into this, back into this, or is the backup feature going to be the same as the main feature, a clean, swift 2-0 victory by one of our players?
I mean, ooh.
Okay.
Momentum.
That could shake things up a little bit here.
Yeah, but we still have 2 level 8 on the field and Sanctuary with it. So Garuni Eternity is still there as a potential threat.
Still, Guillaume seems very happy about this. He was really laughing at him being able to search triple Techie Talons. Of course, he cannot search like any kind of crazy field-breaking card here, as he was the one going first in this game. So there would never be like a Raigeki or something like that.
Oh, he's going for the
Techie Talons,
off-grid Destiny draw here, trying to go through 2 field wipes that Mathieu has accessible to him. Look at Mathieu smiling there, just waiting for his opponent to reach him the hand to come out on top of this matchup, to be the superior duelist once again. But Guillaume has a plan, and he's going to just wait to execute it, checks his resources.
Can I say something about Mathieu, that he's very famous for winning French National with an amazing side deck with 3 Thrust and every potential target. So I kind of see Thrust as a Mathieu card, to be honest.
And I mean, also for him playing Dragon Link, right? Because he was like, that Dragon Link deck was one of the craziest ones you've ever seen. Okay. Guillaume, are you only showing us all those cool cards you have there, or is there something going to be done with it?
Protoss.
We have effects, of course.
Benches
this Protoss?
No, it's for...
Is that a contact fusion? It almost looks like a contact fusion.
So
that is the Dimensional King Arc Crisis, and that can be contact fused by just using 4 Fiend monsters, and you do need a Fusion, Synchro, Exceed, and Pendulum monster for it.
Is this putting Mathieu in his Crisis arc, though? That is the question, or is he unbothered by it? 4,000 attack points is a nice way to start playing through this field here, and now you can be sure that all of us are reading this card closely.
Yeah, and I mean, we were so happily saying that we love the fact that it is combining all of those different summoning mechanics, but now Guillaume shows that he's actually even making use of the fact that he is having all of that by being able to now just out of nowhere contact fuse into that Dimensional King Arc Crisis.
I mean, it is one of the newest cards that were released in the latest set for DDD. but I still think that it can be destroyed by card effect. And seeing this Sanctuary on the field with double level 8 monsters, I think there is a very good situation right here for Mathieu, if of course he's playing the Xyz.
The problem with this card right now is it only negates the face-up monsters of Mathieu's side of the field, so the effect to Exceed Summon is the one from Sanctuary. But of course we have the Promethean Princess. This will put the DDDD Dimensional King Arc Crisis into the Pendulum Zone. Now you can use it to destroy all your Dark Contracts to special summon out DD monsters. But you don't have contracts with it. Were those just the cards in Guillaume's hand? Those were 4 cards. Goes for another Queen Machinex. Where are all those cards coming from? I feel like he's activated 20 this turn.
Yeah, but that was the last card in hand. I mean, we got some additional fodder in between with the triple tactic challenge, but again now, all cards in hand used up, but there is now also the contract. Guillaume really, it looked so desperate for him after that Dark Ruler no more, but he really finds himself back into this situation. And it always is funny to me seeing a fusion monster in the Pendulum Zone, but this is where now, of course, the Dimensional King Arc Crisis has landed in.
And I mean, right now there are those numbers that you need to see as a Pendulum player, 0 and 13. I mean, you can literally summon anything through Pendulum
anything
summoning.
And nothing, because our extra monster zone currently is occupied, so there is currently
we still have battle
0
phase,
cards
though.
in hand. Yeah, we can get rid of that in the battle phase, true.
I'm 100% sure we can special summon 8 more monsters and then use this as link material. Or, I mean, link material would really help it. Dominus Impulse here, and there's the fist bump, Mathieu, with 1 more card on top of all of his destruction. He also had Disruption, Dominus Impulse, ending the turn of Guillaume and also ending the backup featured match.
I mean, it was totally fair to say that, yes, we see that Mathieu played very, very good with his engine, but we didn't see any non-engine card like Potential Hand Trap. We only saw, I believe, No More and then Super Poly. We didn't see, for example, any other Hand Trap or any other Field Breaker cards. So Impulse was totally fair to be in his hand.
Absolutely. Another masterful display of skill by Mathieu Bricard. He only last season already won a YCS, so maybe he does it again here this weekend in his home country, in France, in Lille. It will be interesting to see. But, of course, as this only was our backup featured match, we want to also go back to our main featured match. And we had Alberto in the background, preparing, of course, for you a very cool analysis on that match between Yami and Mitsurugi Raziel. So, Alberto, please take it away.
Thanks so much, Seb. I mean, it was more of a quick post-match analysis because we got to see Jack against Andrea in action, and I think it was by far the most quickest game we have seen so far during this YCS. We had on one hand Jack playing Mitsurugi Raziel, a very consistent deck, and on the other hand we got Yumi from Andrea, and I briefly got the chance to talk to our players after the match, and I mean, you gotta feel bad for Jack, especially because there was not much, honestly, that he could have done, while on the other side Andrea is advancing on to the last round with hope, so hopefully we will get this chance to see him on stream once again. But yeah, I mean, just to go quickly on the game one, essentially, I think Andrea had all the possible responses, because essentially he saw 6 interruptions, Perulia, the Purge, the Fuvalos, the Impermanence, the Ash, and I really have to say that Jack was kind of forced in the moment to push through this couple of hand traps, but I think the more cards Andrea was drawing, and then there was Nibiru coming here, shutting down completely Jack's strategy, and I really feel like Jack maybe had a little bit of thoughts whether to continue or not, but I think there's also quite unfortunate because essentially Andrea had also full combo just to seal game one, which was super quick. I think it was about 7 to 8 minutes. And I mean, Jack, we have mentioned this before, is a very experienced player. We have seen him also at previous events. YCS's multiple top cuts finishes. And I mean, after game one, honestly, you just reset, you go into your side deck, and you really hope to draw and see new cards. But essentially into game two, this is what happens. He goes for Preparation of Rites, he gets Ash Blossoms, and he passes, which was incredibly unfortunate because essentially this is what happens. Andrea once again has a very good hand, it just pushes through, And in the last highlight, I just want to show you once again that there was the cold body grave on the Ash Blossom, and to nail it up. And I mean, you could tell that Jack here honestly was not happy for sure about this. But I mean, still, congratulations to Andrea. I mean, this was a very, very quick match. It didn't last much, but Andrea advancing with 12 wins and 2 losses, so one last match remaining for him, and he really wants to seal the one out by winning it and advancing into the top 8, whereas Jack on the other side will try his best maybe to making into the top 32 or sneak into the top 16 and get some cool prizes. But this was pretty much it for our round 14. But don't go anywhere, because we will be back soon with our last round, the 15th of Swiss, before the top 8 cut. Keep watching.
Welcome everyone here at the prize pool at YCS Lille. We have a very special happening going on, a big collaboration between Yu-Gi-Oh! X eFootball, and we're celebrating that in style here this weekend, because if you come into the prize pool, you can get your hands on not only a very cool Neymar token, but also a promo card with Rescue Rabbit. And I will explain you now, with also my 2 colleagues here, how you can get this here at YCS Lille. You have to get to the prize ball, and on the prize ball, Leo already has his smartphone out. You need to have the eFootball app on your phone, and you need to play through the tutorial. And when you've done that, and when that is confirmed by staff at hand here at the prize ball, you can get to the second step. Now, you will need to get your Neuron app out on the phone, and on the Neuron app, you just go ahead and scan the QR code, also available here at the prize ball, and that will then give you both the token and the promo card. And additionally to that also, let's go, there you have it, Leo. Additionally to that, you can also be entered into a drawing for a very cool giveaway, because you could not only get that Neymar token, you could actually get a signed copy, signed by Neymar himself as well, for that very cool token as well. So you all should definitely be trying that out. You should get your hands on the promo card and the token. Also, in the next couple of weeks, talk to your local stores, because they will also be available. So don't miss out with that.
Titania, Princess of Camellias. Ultimate Conductor Tyranno.
Cyber Dragon. The Man with the Mark.
Slifer, the Sky Dragon.
Sky Striker Ace Kagari.
If you know my favorite car, it shouldn't be a surprise. Sagi the Dark Cloud.
I would think that pure Mitsurugi is going to win YCS Lille. Hybrid versions of Mitsurugi decks, like Rising Mitsurugi or other kind of decks, were sort of hit with the King of the Feral Limbs being forbidden on the latest Forbidden and Limited list, but the pure variant of the deck actually is still very, very strong. The Yami matchup is really, really, really good as well, because Murakumo just taking away all their monsters makes them have a really hard time to extend. It can play Dominus Impulse on top of that as well. Therefore, I think it's definitely one of the best contenders. On top of that, you do not really have Droll Lockboard in everyone's deck anymore, so I feel like it's one of the best decks for the tournament and definitely my pick to win it all in the end.
Well, there's a lot of decks that are still persisting ever since the World Championship Series into this new season. And obviously we've recently had a Forbidden and Limited list. And for the deck I'm picking, there's recently been some support in Doom of Dimensions with Yummy Marshmallow. So my vote is going to be that Yummy are going to take it, because I'm nothing if not a man with a sweet tooth. Delicious.
My pick to win YCS Lille is going to be Dracotail with the Magistus engine. It's not happening that often that a deck can upper its ceiling with only one card in the main deck. It's super accessible, threatens your opponent going second as well if you have the Artemis and a Athalion, that if you go into a fusion, you already have your monster negate. That also breaks the field in Zoro. The deck is incredibly grindy if you're playing the Patchwork engine. It is super consistent and it is just really, really strong going first and second. If you have 5 mana, it's over anyways. But if you're going first and you end on the big Kaliga field, or just keep Crowley in hand to add it back later on with Athalion and then go into Iwas, it is great. It's so much fun. I love the deck, and it also got a little bit more support now in Doom of Dimensions, so I think this deck is gonna win.
The deck that I'm picking to win YCS Lille, it's Mitsurugi Orcust. I'm a really fan of the deck, and I really feel like the Mitsurugi has its chances after the Forbidden and Limited list, and combined with Orcust, I think it makes an incredible mix. So we will see if my pick will be the best one for the weekend, but I'm really looking forward to see the deck in action.
So my pick for this tournament will be Mitsurugi Yami. I think that Mitsurugi solves the problem that Yami currently faces, having, for example, not big threats into field with high attack, and this is where Mitsurugi comes to clear this problem and just spam very big monsters into the field.
So, when it comes to my pick to win YCS Lille 2025, let's see, I had some limited options, but I was really surprised by the top 8 finish at the European Championship, and then the top 4 finish by Rosalie at the World Championship. So I'm gonna go with a kind of favorite of mine, Sky Striker. Definitely not gonna be an easy one for the deck, but I think it has what it takes to at least, you know, play through the rounds of Swiss. It's consistent, sometimes unexpected, and if people are not prepared for it, it could take the event by storm.
I think for this tournament, Vanquish Soul K9 is actually gonna win the entire thing, because even with the recent changes to the deck is still very, very good, and I think that a lot of people will find some solutions to just get it back at this previous level. So my choice will of course be Vanquish Soul K9.
Welcome back to your coverage of YCS Lille 2025. In front of me, I have our final round of our Swiss rounds before we get into our top 8 cut. And one of these two duelists will be making their way speeding towards that grand final. We have Leonardo Sacchetti and Nicolas Corneau, and they have already done their dice roll, and Leonardo is going to be going first. So with that in mind, I'm going to hand you over for our final round of Swiss to your wonderful commentators. Gentlemen, take it away.
Thank you, Ed. And well, we waited a bit longer than usual for this bubble match, as obviously we went through 15 rounds of Swiss, but now we are here. Only one match separate from, finding out who are these titans that managed to make it all the way to the first top 8 YCS here in Europe. And well, it will be rough. As mentioned, only an X2 score is the guaranteed number. At the end of the day, though, I was looking at the top tables, the standings a bit, and I can tell you that some X3s, surprisingly, are going to make it as well. So who knows, maybe both players here, even losing, will make it all the way to the top 8. But regardless, of course, they do want to win it, because it's so amazing to go all the way and to guarantee that top cut spot. Also, as always, rules might be different, but again, prizes are there, even for whoever doesn't make it to the top 8. And also, again, the top of Swiss will get that oversized card, which is an amazing, prize that you want to chase and get. But what is in store for us for this last matchup, John?
I mean, we are going to have a very interesting matchup. The two decks, we have seen them before. One of them is a Link deck, because there is some Orcust with some Mitsurugi once again. And on the other hand, we are going to have some fusion strategy with the Dracotail strategy. So both decks, they were kind of expected. I mean, the Orcust and the Mitsurugi not paired together, but it seems to work very well. And the Dracotail strategy, always very good, especially against the Yume strategy. But yeah, I would like to put an emphasis on the fact that this is the last round. And I mean, you've played 14 rounds of Swiss, and all of a sudden it all comes down to this round. So you cannot do any mistake, and especially considering the fact that you are on stream, so it adds a little bit more pressure. But for the winner, you are probably in. For the loser, on the other hand, I mean, it's gonna be hard, because you're gonna have to hope a lot to get in this top 8. So yeah, I mean, for the players, it's going to be an insane game.
I mean, it's going to be very rough, especially because, as mentioned, both of our duelists fought very hard, and they really want to win this one out. And the tension is here, there's a huge crowd, and I mean, of course, getting into the top 8 for our new first YCS format, essentially, is going to be a big thing. And you really want to do that, because, you came this far, you prepared for the event, and now you're getting your chance to advance into the top 8. So, of course, the tension is here, but our duelists have played a lot of different matches, a lot of different games. And, I mean, we talked about this throughout the entire event. I mean, I think we have seen a lot of different decks throughout our stream over the past 2 days. And we also talked about how, essentially, the Mitsurugi package can be splashed up with other different variants and cards. And on the other side, that's pretty much the same thing for Dracotail, because we have seen some players playing a pure version of it. Some players, for example, play branded cards. It really comes up to what you were expecting from this format. And I mean, of course, we talked about Yami as well, but I don't think it's only about Yami. I mean, I really want to see the numbers for the top 8, honestly.
It's going to be very diverse. And I mean, this is practically a top 16 match, if you think about it. It's whoever wins goes to the top 8. And yeah, I was, again, scouting the top tables. And I can tell you diversity is absolutely there. What surprised me the most was Mitsurugi. Not because it was a surprise by itself, but just because I saw it splashed everywhere. So on table 1 there was a Yami Mitsurugi, and then there was again this Mitsurugi Orcust. I was watching Leonardo's match, then the pure Mitsurugi, which we saw on stream. So it seems like really it's a jack of all trades. And on the other hand, though, even Dracotail is performing really well. I saw Simone was playing, which we featured on the last round yesterday. He's still in it, and of course we are gonna have yet another chance
at this deck, making it all the way. And yeah, I agree with you, Alberto. In the end, we'll see these top 8 players, how many different decks we'll have, and you know, it will be very interesting to see in the end what was the impact of the latest Forbidden Limited list and then Doom of Dimensions.
And I must say that I'm a bit impressed by the Orcus strategy, to be honest, because we've seen a lot of Orcus during the past rounds and yesterday. And paired with Mitsurugi, it has a lot of power. We've seen that the fact that you have this Dingirsu paired with all those interactions, I mean, it's going to be very, very interesting to see if it is going to be a strong board and if the Dracotel strategy is able to just perform very well into this game. But I just heard that the players are ready, so it's time to see who's gonna go into the top 8 right now.
As mentioned off camera, Leonardo did win the roll, and this could be absolutely huge.
I really enjoyed this deck, especially because I got the chance to see the deck combo and in action in one of the interviews for our combo tutorial with Giovanni Barone, and let's see here the first Fuvalos being activated from Nicolas.
On Abakiri could be huge. It's not so strong against the pure Mitsurugi version, but against the Orcus cards, you have to give them so many draws if you want to use. And I think he's thinking, but no, we are gonna get this draw off it. And yeah, that's big.
I mean, yeah, the Fuvalos here is very, very good, especially considering the fact that playing Dracotel, you want to have access to this 5 mana going second, you want to have access to those monsters to perform the fusion summon and to be able to disrupt your opponent. So this is going to be huge. And speaking about the 5 mana, what do we see in his hand right now? That's a huge draw, to be honest.
Yeah, I was about to say losing the die roll must not feel great, but then look at the Fuvalos uncontested deck throws you that 5 mana. This game is really open. And are we gonna get a response? Probably not.
No response, so we are going to be able to special summon the Habakiri. And from the side of Nicolas, it all revolves around the ability to disrupt at the optimal timing, while Leonardo is going to be just forced to do some summons, forced to try to play a little bit. The real question is, how much do you play? Because we've seen that before. If you play the whole Orcus Mitsurugi field, I mean, you are going to give a lot of draws, and you don't want to do that against Dracotel, so...
Absolutely not, but this 5 mana is gonna be extremely problematic, because, I mean, how do you not play through the Fuvalos, but then not get it by the 5 mana? That's really a big ask, but for now Leonardo doing his thing, as you can see, able to set up both rituals and get, you know, a hold of a lot of cards. Luckily for him, he didn't really draw any Orcus card, it seems, which, yeah, I'm pretty sure he doesn't have any piece of that engine. And yeah, we can access the Magatama. Is he playing the Purification in the main deck? Maybe just siding?
He's siding it, yeah.
Makes sense, because otherwise we probably would have seen the Magatama and with normal summon a Fuvalos.
So yeah, there's nothing, no response, and we are going to perform a Link Summon, of course. We want to access the extra deck, and it's going to be the IP Masquerina, one of the key pieces of the Mitsurugi Enfield.
Ah, but we do have actually one piece, Hard Drawn Crown. That's
good.
Actually pretty interesting here. Yeah, Ward Crown is obviously an engine piece that you search at the end of the combo, as we saw already on stream. Nicolas doesn't actually even read it, which is nice to see. Must have some good knowledge about this Orcus card. But essentially, when monster that was special summoned from the extra deck activate the effects, you can negate and destroy. And I think we 5 mana here, no?
Yeah, we have to do that. We have to do that, but yeah, this is a pretty impressive field under Fuelas, to be honest.
It is, but Faimena, depending on what Dracotail cars we have, could completely disrupt this.
Urgula would be amazing here because you want to just get one set card out.
And
we have the Cartesia.
Cartesia is not ideal.
Yeah,
I mean, Mululu is actually pretty good. Let's see, because we are gonna use Artalion first, targeting Mululu and Faimena, and then we are gonna use this Mululu.
So of course, for those who don't know Mululu, the effects of the card will be negated, but forever.
Yep, forever is forever.
Yeah,
there's no way out. There is no way out. And yeah, here we actually get rid, makes sense. I mean, probably going second especially, you don't really need many of these spells as you can just search them out. And I'm assuming we're gonna go over the IP here with the Mululu.
Yeah, probably it's gonna be the case.
Yeah, because like Murakumo doesn't really do much. It's gonna get tributed and brought back, so cutting Leonardo off, it's interesting.
Play Sting in the main deck.
Yeah, it's a very nice play, actually. I like it a lot. As you can see, we negated IP, and then we set up the Sting, which means that whenever Leonardo is going to try to use, for example, Magatama and tribute off this Murakumo, we just don't care.
Yeah, absolutely, and that's very interesting. That means that Nicholas was ready to deal with some graveyard, especially the Mitsurugi one, but also, for example, the Yumi one, you can just disrupt them and be really annoying.
At the same time here, as you can see, Leonardo still in the main, can upgrade into the SP, gonna give a draw to Nicholas, but decides to go for the Artalion. This is also an interesting choice. There definitely was merit to getting rid of the Sting, I feel like.
I would also have done the same, but...
yeah, that's a pass, I think.
Yeah.
And unless we picked up yet another card, I think, yeah, we're just going to draw a card. Let's see if this decision to go over Artalion instead of Sting is going to pay off. Again, face down, we know for sure the Magatama on the one end. But how do we play around the Sting?
Oh, that's a very good way to start things off, because the K2, of course, will allow Nicolas to just search a piece and also perform a fusion summon, since Leonardo got some monsters on the field.
Yep. And here we are gonna discard an Ibiru for that Murakumo. And I mean, it's looking pretty good. We know Mululu is in the end, Faimena as well. And wow, we go for free. What did we pick? Oh, yeah.
No, it just has to search first.
Of course.
Maybe you can just search the Urgula here to just get rid of one of the spell trap. Yeah, this is the case.
Makes
of course,
a lot of sense.
Of course.
And yeah, obviously order matters. So Urgula is one of it, and it seems like he wanted to go for 4. But maybe a change of heart.
Yeah, the Cartesia as well.
Yep. And it's free. Okay, changing his mind at the very last moment. But oh, yeah.
Oh.
Yeah, here just checking if, if that was the case, if the Gulamel was summoned or not, or otherwise the Artalion.
No, but you cannot summon the Gulamel because Gulamel can only use one monster.
Oh, that's right, yeah.
So it doesn't really matter, I mean.
Yeah.
If there was the option, I agree, maybe, you know, we would have been forced, but luckily for Nicholas, yeah, Gulamel only says one specific monster, and since he used 3, he cannot really go for it.
And imagine being in that situation, you know, picking the wrong card, but luckily it was fine. So a bit of a water coaster here. but everything's fine. So here he's going to be able to just try to disrupt Leonardo's field, and we are going indeed to chain the SP, of course.
Yep. Again, not that it matters all that much to me. Sure, you're gonna still get your hands on the rest of the engine, the Ketu, and then if Leonardo doesn't use this Magatama, there is a 50-50 chance of losing it, and he is not using it. So let's see. Big 50-50, because he could be out of interruptions. Okay. And that's probably the Mululu. Now, not that it matters really. And then we are going for Flame maybe, or Horn. Is it Horn? Huge 50-50. What do we hit?
It's gonna be this one. Which one?
Oh, the Magatama is sniped. And yeah, now we get back so many resources. We have not normal summon, so there is Cartesia, there is still that 5 mana. Yeah, it like this deck can really grind well, and especially when you play the Sting, it seems like the flow of traps doesn't really stop. No response here, so we can keep on going. Raw resolves, we can get Pan if we want to just get rid of the Murakumo that way.
Yeah, I think that you can just probably go for game if you get rid of the Murakumo.
Yeah.
You can get enough attack points so that you are able to end the game on the spot. And I think that's what Nicolas is gonna try to do.
I mean, we just go, for example, Gulamel Pan, and then we can pop both Murakumo and the face down, and that could just be what we go for now.
Yeah, because one quite Leonardo, honestly,
makes
just,
a lot of sense. Yeah. Unless we are getting chain blocked, here we can just activate both. If Leonardo says okay, we chain Gulamel. That's what Leonardo is thinking about. But I mean, yeah, makes sense. We're gonna tribute off this Murakumo, and here I think we can chain the Sting.
Yeah, literally.
Absolutely.
Literally.
Yeah.
So Nicolas just thinking a little bit, but of course he will activate the Sting.
Very well played, setting up this one Sting from the turn 1, 5 mana. And on top of that, we can also get rid of a spell and trap. Is gonna be the ritual. And yeah, we can resolve this chain. So first of all, it's Leonardo who is gonna get this search and summon. So yeah, I guess we get the draw from the Sting, and then we can resolve the prayers. But I mean, we are out of Murakumo. Seems rough.
Yeah, absolutely, absolutely. Nicolas playing his hand very well, to be honest, and navigating through the interruptions. And yeah, this is the strength of Dracotail, being able to use that 5 mana on the first turn, helped by the Fuvalos, of course. But you managed to just make a little bit less interruptions for the next turn.
Especially with the Sting in the main deck, that makes a lot of difference, because most of our duelists this weekend are siding it, and this is something that you don't really expect in the main deck, and it's making a huge difference, honestly, in this game one. And
yeah, just not only is it really good in certain matchups, but it just makes your grind so much better. The fact that usually one good strategy against this deck is to save, you know, Ash, Bell for the traps to shut that cycle off. But if they play the third, it's impossible. So yeah, just look at this. Again, we can normal. We haven't. We have used both spells, which is obviously quite relevant. But
we still have the Cartesia.
Yeah,
to fusion
we have Cartesia. We have 5 mana. So.
But this is a very bold move, in my opinion, to just put the 3 traps in the main deck, because this is not something that you really want to hard draw. And the fact that he still is here, I mean, 12-2, that's amazing, that's amazing.
I mean, it's a bold choice for sure to play all of the traps in the main deck, but I think at the end of the day, I think it's a safe choice for 15 rounds of Swiss, because on the long run, this is something that can really make the difference, having something in your main deck, which, you know, most of the players don't have. And this is indeed paying off for Nicolas, who is now essentially just
holding the game.
Yeah. And especially now, I mean, he's down to this very... I mean, there are 4 rounds remaining in the tournament. That's it. So these choices can help him, and this is enough damage, and that is it. Nicola taking game 1. I mean, crowd advantage, of course, and we might have our first player locked in, only 1 game away, and he did this going second.
Yeah, I mean, we talked about that earlier before the game, the fact that Orcus Mitsurugi can make such a strong field, but when you have the Fuvalos and also get access to the 5 mana, of course, you can put some disruptions because your opponent is going to try to make you draw as less as possible, and you have the ability to force him to go further into his plays, and therefore you are going to have more pieces so that you can break the field after that, and we saw that during this game. I mean, yeah, the Fuvalos, the 5 mana, and after that you have a small field that you can, I mean, small field. It is big, but it is decent. Yes. It is decent. Yes. You don't have the IP anymore. You only have the SP, the second effect of the SP, and then with the horn, the addition of the horn. I mean, it was brilliant because he could just literally just put everything away and just get through the victory.
I mean, he played that incredibly well, we have to say, and I mean, of course, the Fuvalos played a big role in game 1 because for Nicolas having it against this type of deck. Although there was not much of Orcus package, we just saw essentially 1 card. But on the other hand, Nicolas played out incredibly well, and I'm really looking forward to see this game 2. And I would say that our players are ready, so let's jump into it.
Are we gonna see some Orcus action in this game? And I do see a great starter from Leonardo. The question is, do we have the Fuvalos again? And there goes preparation of rights.
That is a great card. Lets you add 2 cards. So, oh, and there is the Gauss Bell here. Of course, you don't want to let that resolve.
Yeah, but I believe this was a bit of a bait because we already have Abakiri. There is Fuvalos,
but there is the Ash Blossom. Great answer. This time Nicolas is not gonna be able to draw multiple cards and use the 5 mana, and all of a sudden you use 2 cards from your hand, but Leonardo is still going and trying to combo off.
Yeah, amazing start. And I mean, this now means that a deck like Dracotail that really needs monsters in hand to play is short of 2 cards. And Leonardo just needs the Abakiri to get things going. So this is looking fantastic for the Italian player.
Yeah, it's going to be very, very hard for Nicolas. As you just said, this is not really a 1-card combo deck. Dracotail, you want to have multiple monsters in hand, and being able to start with only 4 cards in hand is a bit hard for the strategy. So we'll see what he will be able to do. But still, maybe he has some more interruptions in hand. We've seen the Nibiru in the first game, so he might be able to just react to something else in this turn.
But yeah, look at the speed and pace from Leonardo. Not even been 2 minutes and he's already going through so many monsters. Yeah,
this is a speedrun, to be honest.
Indeed, but it makes sense. I mean, if there is one absolute worst case scenario for this match, it would be ending with a double loss on the bubble. So I'm sure neither of them want this to happen.
And I mean, now, of course, compared to the previous game, this is definitely something that Leonardo was looking for, and what a start this is. Because Nicolas now with 3 cards in hand left, and now Zombie Vampire, something that we don't really get the chance to see often.
And let's take a look at this. I'm surprised there was a Phantasma in deck. That's definitely not the most common choice against the Mitsurugi Orcus, but I guess maybe he knows that the Orcus are there and then it's good, you know.
And it kind of makes sense because usually...
There it is.
There is a Phantasme. That's pretty good.
That's my Phantasme, yeah. And I mean, Zombie Vampire is really strong with Orcus cards, but it was kind of a whiff, unfortunately, from Leonardo. You can't really get things going like it, but what is plan B now?
I mean, you kind of want to keep the Phantasme on the field because it prevents Nicolas from just targeting with Artalion.
Yep.
But you could also use it
Kinda.
as a link material.
Yeah, because you can definitely chain block it, so it's not so strong against the deck, honestly. But I mean, maybe he's just playing around Veiler and some, you know, possible interruptions in hand. But yeah, I think once more we will be cut off from Orcusts, unless there is something, you know, in the end that he has been keeping up until now.
But to be honest, Mitsurugi is still very strong alone.
Oh,
so
it is. It is for sure, but I just think that when you add on top those interruptions, it's definitely game over.
Yeah.
Especially when you have 3 cards in hand as Nicola.
I wonder if he has something more like Nibiru paired with something like Veiler or something, because we've seen in the graveyard he's playing a lot of free spots.
Yeah. And in the meantime, wow!
That is something.
Wow!
We didn't see this go.
But isn't Phantasm? Is level 7 or 8?
Yeah,
he's level 8. Let me check.
Hold up.
I thought it was 7, but maybe you. I mean, it is 7.
It's 7.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was sure it was, but yeah, we're gonna obviously inform judges and
I mean, I'm sure they're gonna catch it real soon.
Hopefully soon enough, but yeah, I think now is where they are catching it, and maybe that's what Leonardo thought, but yeah, Phantasma is indeed a level 7.
It would have been great, but
yeah, and that's what
work.
they are checking now. Not really the card you should be checking, is the Phantasma the one that matters. But yeah, that's okay. Now it has been caught, and yeah. I'm glad my memory doesn't fail me yet. I'm getting old, but not that old. And yeah, now we are gonna rewind a bit. And this changes a lot, because again, we said Leonardo was kind of cut off from the Orcust engine, and this would have been the bridge if Phantasmai was level 8. And now I think he's checking, was there an actual level 8? And no, I don't think so, because Pan, I think, is also. Let me check. Yeah, it's also level 7, so at least no regrets there. But
so yeah, he's going to just change his plans using the 2 monsters and yeah, performing a Link Summon using the Phantasme and going into the IP, of course.
Yeah, change of plan for Leonardo here, that he didn't have any access to the Orcust engine. And I think here pretty much soon play will be back to Nicolas with has 4 cards in hand, and we know that Draco really needs resources in hand. It's going to be tough for him, honestly, to fight this one back.
It looks fine. It looks fine for Leonardo for now, unless Nicolas has some very, very good card, and this is one of them. Starting off with the K2 is pretty good, of course. Oh, but there is the impulse, and this is very, very, very good impulse right there. You want to negate that. So only 3 cards in hand, and there is the 5 mana. Oof. But it means that you use all your cards in hand, basically, so you have no surprise, nothing else. This is some too good material, to be honest.
Oh yeah, they are indeed. Could this be a huge upset?
I mean, Dioguda, of course, is going to deal with the set card. And the Australian is going to get back some resources, but is it going to be enough? The fact that Nicolas used 2 cards in his first turn literally hurts him a lot, to be honest. And that is something that I really like about the Dracotail strategy, is that the cards don't target the effect of the main deck monsters.
Yeah, that's great.
That changes so much.
Because it forces everything.
But, okay, now we use the prayers. And yeah, in this moment, although you see them there, that bell is still in the graveyard, so we can't chain it. And yeah, then Leonardo is gonna also resolve the IP, and this is gonna be a huge chain of effects. Wow.
I wasn't ready for that, to be honest.
Yeah.
I wasn't ready for that. The Gorgon of Ziloftonia, a card that, I mean, everybody was just wondering if this card was going to see some plays or not, and you cannot get prepared to that.
Yeah.
Of course, this is a reptile monster, but it's not the most important thing.
That's big.
Yeah.
Of course not, you're not gonna play around that, but I mean...
Very interesting card, honestly, that we don't get the chance to see often. I think this is the
brutal.
first time we see it on stream, and
this is absolutely brutal.
And I think this is very clever to add that to the extra deck, because we know that the Mitsurugi don't really need the extra deck. The Orcust a bit more, of course, but you have some space to add some tech cards like that. And the fact that it just catch people off guard during the 15th round, it's absolutely amazing here for Leonardo. I'm still shocked.
Absolutely. Look at that. And now, of course, thanks to the Urgula, we can get ourselves the 5 mana back as a material. And Nicola is in a good spot. And no response here is huge. I mean, we can just go into, again, Gulamel, Pop. It's still a really good position, and it will also be down to, as he sided out some of these trap cards going second.
I mean, usually, yeah, you sat out at least one of them.
Yeah.
But it's going to be interesting if he decided to just keep them in the main deck. But you want to see as many good cards as possible going second. You want to have some interruptions, you want to have some entraps.
And this makes a lot of sense. As you can see, 5 mana can also be used as a material, and it still get that effect. So Gulamel is gonna be chained, getting rid of the Abakiri. This is absolutely amazing, and wow. And yeah, that's also a very good play, because we are gonna use the Mululu to negate the Gorgon.
Yep.
And that way the protection effects are not really going to work, and that leaves it extremely vulnerable at only 100 attack points.
That's not a lot.
No. And yeah, I think he's got it mixed up with Pan, but no, it's not going to destroy it. It's going to just negate it, and that's what's going to happen. So much damage going Leonardo's way. Wow.
It's not game yet, but
but
he's in a very good
nice
position.
setup here from Nicolas, honestly, that navigated through this very well. And I have to say, with, you know, now also with, I think he's at the Sting, right?
He's really playing out of his mind, and so many interruptions set up. I mean, exactly the cards he needed. We were like, okay, he's without 2 cards, and I mean, those cards left were pretty good, so...
I wasn't expecting that, to be honest, but he played it very, very well, having access to the Ketu, of course, trying to not bait, but get the impulse out of the equation was very, very good, and then he managed to just empty the field once again, like in the first game. And to be honest, Nicolas is a very, very good French player. I've seen him play before, and seeing him at that level of competition is no surprise. But yeah, he's playing very well, considering the fact that it's been his round 15. There's a lot of pressure on his shoulders, and yeah, he does the right move every single time.
Long days of action here, and they're just making sure that all the math is correct, and just checking on what Nicolas' set cards are.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of a sportsmanship here, showing them. There is Horn, and I mean, it's also going to show this thing. I guess maybe there was a bit of a discussion on whether he's allowed to ask, but regardless, this is a pass. Can Leonardo turn things around? He needs a lot of help, and
but
now he throws into the Orcust.
That's a bit late, but still, it's interesting for him.
Yeah, it's still a good card, but also there is synergy in the sense that sometimes you can tribute them off, but it's not really easy because the Grave doesn't contain a lot of resources, as you usually want with the Orcus deck.
And you have some graveyard disruption, of course, because you've set the Horn for Nicolas, so he's in a very good spot.
But let's not count Leonardo's out. Flame is not, probably in deck or face down. And here goes the first actual Orcus card we see. We could just bounce it back if we want. And I mean, call it a day, but it's gonna be a bit of a mind game as well. And we do see the Horn, and that's it! Wow! What
a victory.
Ending. And yeah, I mean, wow, what can we say? What a match it was indeed. And I mean, Leonardo tried his best, was really shut down by the Fuvalos in game 1. In game 2, it seemed like he had everything going his way with the interaction between, you know, Fuvalos, Ash, but not quite what he needed. And in the end, through sheer engine, Nicolas was just able to completely dismantle his field.
Yeah, I mean, it was very, very impressive, to be honest, because, yeah, he had the right cards, but apart from that, he played out of his mind. He played very, very well, and we saw why the Dracotail strategy was feared at first, because going first, it is, of course, good. You can set up some traps, and when you play those 3 trap cards, it's even better, but going second, you have so many pressure on your opponent, because you have, of course, these small Charmies, but especially the 5 mana, which can just disrupt the opponent and get your resources back. Nicolas playing very well, getting his ticket for the top 8, and that must feel very good for him, being in the final top 8. I mean, what a duel and what a tournament for him.
Absolutely deserving round of applause. Gotta feel bad for Leonardo. I mean, still incredible run, and who knows, we have mentioned it already, as, you know, contradictory as what we thought was going to happen from the start. A couple of X3s are going to make it, so who knows, maybe we'll see Leonardo sneaking in. He was at the top tables all day long. But before we move on to analyzing what we just witnessed, Game 3 awaits us for the backup future match. Let's go there. And look at this, Samir Bashar is on the backup future match, but actually, as you can notice from the scores, he got that down pair from his opponent Matteo. Matteo is on X2, Samir is on X3, so only Matteo is guaranteed to advance if he wins, and we are gonna witness the Game 3 in its fullness.
And yes, Samir has to win this game, of course, because he wants to stay at X3 to have that little bit of chance to just advance to the top 8, because maybe he will be able to make it. Of course, we know Samir from the past YCSs being a very, very talented duelist, and for now, they are back against the wall because they are at 1-1. They are siding. I don't know who won the last game, so who's gonna start, but this is one of the best matchups of the tournament, of course. The Yami versus the Mitsurugi, it was expected, and I just got informed that Matteo won the last game, so Samir is going to start probably with the Mitsurugi strategy, and we know that the Mitsurugi strategy is very good against the Yami strategy, being able to just Raigeki the entire field of the opponent without targeting or anything. I mean, this is very strong, because even if you just chain your Synchros effect, it's not going to be enough, because you are going to destroy everything on resolution. So I am curious to see if Matteo has something against this strategy. He should have some. We saw the Dralon Lock Birds, of course, but some people have some more spices for this matchup. It's going to be very interesting to see who's going to be on top.
And I mean, Matteo does have a lot of spice. He's sharing a huge tech card that was in a few of our Yami duelists this weekend, which was that Ibli, and it won game 2 going first with the card, completely shutting down Samir. But now it is the Frenchman going first. Already one Frenchman knocking out the Italian. Will we see the repeat in this game? Let's see, because always Samir, we can expect some spice also from the side deck. So I'm excited to see what kind of combo he will pull off.
I mean, this is definitely a very interesting match, especially because I got the chance to talk to Samir throughout the event. He felt very confident about the Mitsurugi deck, and I mean, in the previous Fury match, we also got to see Jack Verme in action with the deck. He was very unlucky to lose a very 2-0, but here they are starting this game 3. Let's see how Samir will start things off.
And it's all down to this, and we start with the prayers. Are we gonna tribute something for it, or just the regular? It doesn't seem like we are tributing, so Matteo is gonna allow this to resolve.
Shifter! Wow! Samir always playing some spices in his deck, and here is a very scary spice, because of course Matteo is gonna have some trouble dealing with the shifter played on Samir's turn, and you cannot do a whole lot under shifter, of course, because you need the graveyard to just be able to play all those Yumi strategies. And yeah, I mean, this is a very good opener for Samir. Of course, the Mitsurugi cards being tributed don't need to go to the graveyard, so he will just be able to perform the usual combo.
And yeah, it also helps to play around some of the annoying interruptions. Droll and Lockbird is not an option anymore. It must be sent to the graveyard, not discarded, and that's huge.
Yeah, I mean, we've also seen Samir always playing some tech cards in his deck list, always loving to spice it up a little bit. Also, his side deck is just a lot of different cards. Usually you just get to see players playing 3-ofs. But here, as mentioned, I mean, I think the shifter really allows you to play under it anyways and resolve your combos. Whereas on the other hand, for sure, this shifter may hurt for Matteo, because here, Samir free to do whatever it feels like, and there's no answer.
Yeah, I mean, shifter is limited, but from time to time it makes an appearance, and it is here. I mean, what can Yami even do under shifter? That's the question. I mean,
Link 1, special summon, and pass turn.
Yeah, I mean, you really need an heavy count of monsters maybe to get away with it. I don't know, with Mignon, but it's really tough. Also, you can even Forbidden Droplet if that is an option. Maybe that is in the deck. Yeah, it's grim.
Now Samir just comboing, basically. I mean, you don't lose much playing the shifter. He's going to just pass turn on the Murakumo and 2 set cards.
Yeah. But we start things off with the engage.
And I actually see a Diddy Crow in Matteo's hand. Which
that's rough.
Yeah.
And I mean, even against the engage, shifter works really well, because if you go for Hornet drones, you cannot Kagari it back. So it's very unfortunate, and this is what we're gonna see here. It gets banished, Kagari does nothing, and well,
I mean, you still have the token, so you can go into Kagari. You have the Link 1, and that's it.
Yeah, and that's it. And that's it.
That's it.
And then you need a Yami to special. And that's exactly what's going to happen. You go Kagari, and then you can special summon some Yamis. Let's see what we have. And Capsi Yami is definitely the best we can have here.
Is there going to be something? Samir thinking a lot.
Yep.
Here.
I mean, you also must be thinking, when do I use this Murakumo?
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what happened. We used the Murakumo, and then Engage was discarded. I mean, pretty ideal card to get rid of. I think we added Surprise, but we couldn't quite tell. And Dimensional Barrier!
On top of the shifter?
Why?
Like, are you kidding me? Are you kidding me?
That's
Such an opening.
Huge.
Yeah.
I mean,
now you can't do anything.
you basically have to go into SP probably or something like it.
But it doesn't feel great.
No,
not at all.
No, definitely not. But what can you do? I mean, SP. I mean, outside of that, you can try to set up, but no, you cannot go into the link one because Kagari points. Okay, the other way. I think it's just gonna be an SP.
Yeah, you're right.
There is a way in which you play another link too, just because you want to access the field. But yeah, that doesn't make sense. And we go indeed for SP, trying to get rid of Murakumo.
And I think this is the best thing that you could do. Like.
Yeah. But yeah, look at this.
Yeah, of course.
This changes everything because we do have the prayers and the Murakumo does not really care about it being banished. It can still come back.
The only good thing is that, at the end is amazing. Getting access to the shifter and the 2 of Dim Barrier is of course great because it totally shuts down the plays from Matteo. And that must feel a bit bad on his side. It's not won yet,
not yet,
but this is a very, very good spot to be in.
And yeah, look at this. I mean, again, really, really tough spot. And
the problem is that you used a lot of resources from your hand anyway. So even if you are able to disrupt your opponent enough to get another turn, I mean, you don't have anything left. You don't have any engine. So.
And the footstool, the prayers being gagged into the hand, and the Murakumo coming back here, it's going to be very, very complicated for Matteo. But I mean, of course, well played by Samir, but nothing that Matteo could have done. To be fair, just with such an opener, shifter plus the barrier, it's just too much.
Yeah. Absolutely. And yeah, I mean, the issue is what are we even gonna do? I guess here we are chaining to the Raigeki effect. And technically we have not normal summoned. So there is a universe in which, I don't know, we just have obedience schooling? Well, does it work? Yeah. Yeah. I guess that's the only hope. Like the most, you know.
It would be very good, but I think I only saw a surprise.
Yeah,
but,
I know. And okay, looks like we went for SP, but no, that might have not been the case. I guess we didn't.
Is that it? Yeah.
Yeah. This is it, and now we are not anymore under the effect of shifter, which will help a lot Matteo, of course.
Yeah. It was a very good play from Samir. Maybe it flew under the radar, but he chose not to use the Murakumo effect, just to not risk, again, the obedience mainly, or a trust into obedience. And it was an amazing play, and I think that is what's gonna absolutely close this one out. And yeah, now it's it's not looking
I mean, what can you
promising.
do? What can you do?
Just too much, just too much. Like with a hand like this, I think Matteo knows. He's just shaking his head.
You can see how.
And he's doing his best, to be honest.
Yeah,
like,
I mean,
there's no mistake.
He's just trying. Yeah, exactly.
And now I don't even know if DSP matters that much, to be honest. I mean, if there is the DD Crow in hand, maybe you can survive one turn, and there is the DD Crow.
DD Crow getting rid of this Murakumo. But I mean, we just placed a second one.
So yeah, there is the Aramasa on the field. And now we're going to just clear the chains with the Futsu search as well.
Yep.
Resolving it, getting access to the trap, and I've seen that we had the mirror in hand. So another way to ritual summon.
Yeah, I mean, this is...
Getting the Futsu in the equation.
This seems like, you know, Samir doesn't even need to do much else. You gotta feel bad for Matteo, of course, because again, he got that down pair. He was the one at the start of this match. And look at that style for the Tornado to just make sure that surprise is gone.
Yeah, just in case there's no mirror force, I mean.
But yeah, it was a surprise. We knew about it. Now the Murakumo is a bit underwhelming because whether you chain it or not, it doesn't matter. You just discard the Yami you were special summoning from hand, and yeah, that's why you see, rightfully so, Samir not using the Murakumo, but waiting for probably this spot. And yeah, he's playing really, really nice. Wow. And look at that! Samir with the spice! Wow.
Well,
just moving on to the battle phase.
The card is great because essentially when it destroys an opponent's monster, by touching one material, you can make a second attack. So, like, I mean, as mentioned, Samir always has the spice and brings it home.
I mean, deserved applause for Samir. You can see him cheering and just believing in it. And at the end of the day, I mean, we've mentioned it. Even though he might not make it to the top cut, you still play for prizes, and you know, in top 16 you get the effect Veiler, and you know, there are just amazing prizes that you want to get yourself. And I mean, what can you say? What a last round it was. It felt like forever, but now officially the Swiss rounds of YCS Lille 2025 are over, and in a few moments we left those 8 giants who managed to conquer these 15 rounds and make it all the way. I personally cannot wait to find out who they are, what they are playing, and then just 3 more matches. Amazing. But now let's go quickly back in time, because this amazing match between Samir was not the main future match. We actually witnessed an amazing clash in the previous one between Leonardo and Nicolas, where the Frenchman won. Actually, France 2, Italy 0, I gotta say.
Yeah.
I gotta admit.
Right.
I gotta admit, I mean, home turf advantage maybe. But yeah, now in a few moments we'll be able to just have this nice post-match analysis about the previous round with Mike.
And hello everyone, I'm here at round 15. First of all, I would like to congratulate you, and I think there is someone special that wants to join us here. Zhang Alexis, can you please come and congratulate your friend, because I know that you're very close friends, right? So, first of all, congratulations for the top.
Thank you.
I want to hear how you feel about playing 15 rounds of Swiss and finally going to the top cut.
That's, I'm tired. After all that, but yeah, I'm very happy to win all my game in the day 2, because X2 at the end of day 1. So yeah, that's difficult, but I'm very happy.
Happy to hear that. It was difficult regarding a normal YCS like we used to before, for 12 rounds of Swiss and then top cut, or how did it feel to play 15 rounds and then top cut?
It's my first top, so
congratulations.
Yeah, thank you. At the end of the round 12, I'm hypothetically in top 64. So it's 3 more rounds for finally top cut. So if I lose one or two, I'm not in the top 64. So it's more harder, I think. But yeah, why not? That's a good thing.
And 3 more for YCS champion. Just saying.
Yeah.
You never know. So, firstly, I would like to ask you, as general, about how do you feel about the matchup? Dragotail against Mitsurugi and Mitsurugi Orcast.
Yeah.
How do you feel about this?
I think Mitsurugi is not the best matchup for me. It's a little that's bad matchup, I think. But Orcast is pretty good because it's that monster needs to be on the board, and I can just bounce or pop it with the Dracotail monster. So Orcast is fine. Mitsurugi is quite a little bit difficult, but that's okay, I think.
And how do you feel about the new Dragotail Sting that we saw that you played in the main deck? How do you feel about this?
I play the free trap because if I open a spell in my hand, my ceiling is not very good, and the end board of the deck is not the best of the format. That's why I play the 3 trap in the main, and yeah, I can draw a trap like 10% of chance in my hand, but yeah, I need. I think I need it.
I see.
And Stings in particular is a very good card. Yeah.
So you definitely suggest it, right?
Sorry?
You suggest it for other Dracotail players to play it?
Yes. Yes.
And another option that here happened is that your opponent went from IP instead of SP to Xylophonia.
Yeah.
How did you feel about it? Did you were surprised?
Yeah, I'm surprised. So it negates the Artalion, so it's very good card against the deck. Yeah. It's better than SP in this situation. Yeah, so it's very good card. But with Dracotail monster in the main, I can out it. So
yeah,
but I think it's a very good play to summon it.
And as we saw, you managed to use Dracotail monster as fusion materials, so you got your spells and extend further and gain some advantage, right?
Yeah.
And play through his field.
Yes, and I can set a trap during his turn. So during my turn, I can just interrupt the play, draw, and set the spell and activate directly. So I can gain advantage like this.
Against me, Mitsurugi, you prefer to go first for Sting or Flame?
If I go in first, I said both. I said both. No, the buff is very good. I think I set Flame first, but if I can, I set the buff.
Going second, you said Sting first, right?
Yeah.
To play around
absolutely.
prayers.
Yeah. And Rokomo.
Okay. So, congratulations again for your first stop.
Thank you.
You're still in the game. You can still be a YCS champion.
Thank you.
And I'm really hoping that we can talk again in the final interview.
Yeah.
So congratulations again. Thanks everyone for joining, and come up because we will be again here soon for our Top Cut.
And it does not stop there with the live action, because I am here for a very special occasion. Swiss is done. For the first time, we played 15 rounds of Swiss. And in the end, victorious, top of Swiss, is Diego Ziglia from Italy. So big applause for first after Swiss. That is Diego Ziglia, who will, of course, then be playing in top 8. Congratulations. How are you feeling right now, Diego?
It's my first stop.
Oh, your first stop.
Yeah.
Crazy.
And in first, this is the first tournament with top 8. So yeah, it's amazing.
Nice, nice. So we're not going to talk about your deck just yet because you haven't been on feature match, so it can still be a little bit of a secret for all of the others. But tell me about your tournament run. I think you only lost once throughout the 15 rounds. What deck was that against?
Dracotail Despia.
Okay, Dracotail Despia. So are you afraid of that deck in general, or is that not something?
No, it's a good matchup, but I do a misplay, so yeah.
Fair enough. But of course, it's not only the glory, it's not only you going into top 8, but it's also you as top of Swiss being awarded an oversized version of the new prize card, another Verse Stratios. Thank you, Ad, for presenting it. Congratulations, that is now yours. How does that feel?
Yeah, it's amazing. Thanks.
Already a win, right?
Eh?
Already a win, but now that it's top 8.
Yeah.
You only need to win 3 more matches, so you can kind of already touch it. Are you going to go for the title now?
Yeah, I wish.
All right.
Yeah, I wish to win.
Any shout-outs to friends at home? Any motivational words?
Yeah, my team, Workers League team, my family, my cat, and
shout-outs to the cat as well. Yeah. Maybe he's playing Pearly. You never know. Yeah. All right, congratulations once again, Diego. Best of luck, of course, for you in top 8 then as well, and maybe we will see you on feature. Actually, I can guarantee everyone at home already that we are going to see you on feature, because we are going to not only show the one top 8 match, but we're going to cover more top 8 matches. As you have already seen at EU WCQ, we're going to have 2 waves of top 8 matches, so you will get to see even more Yu-Gi-Oh! Here at YCS Lille. One more time, congratulations to Diego Ziglia for being first at the Swiss. We will see him soon again, but for a very short moment before top 8, we go on a quick break. So see you after that for more Top Card gameplay. Welcome back, everyone, to the live coverage here at YCS Lille, and I'm joined by the one and only Joshua Schmidt. Josh, how are you feeling right now?
Hi, I'm feeling good, because we're going to do something very cool that I'm very excited for.
Indeed, we are playing the new Genesis format. Of course, that is taking the Yu-Gi-Oh! World by storm. Everyone is talking about it. Yeah. Everyone is building decks for it. And of course, this weekend with YCS Lille is about the current format. But here in our little segment, we are going to try out our 2 Genesis decks. So how much did you spend time on the Genesis format? Because, of course, your preparations for Lille were quite intense, I would imagine. So how much time did you have for Genesis format the last couple of days?
I didn't spend much time on it. It was basically, I was focusing on the main event first. But, of course, once the idea was out there, I couldn't stop thinking about like some stuff. And I just grabbed some of my favorite decks from back in the day and built something for Genesis for it. So it's not super well tuned, but it's gonna do, I think.
It will be fine. All right, let's get into it. Actually, let's bring it on. Let's roll the dice and see who goes first here in our Genesis match. And I only can offer a 4, which is not very impressive, and will not stand against your 12. All right, so I guess you will go first.
I will go first. Yes.
Let's go then.
Good luck.
Good luck to you as well. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Okay.
All right.
That's an odd hand, but let's see.
Stand by main.
What have you brought? Let's put this to the side.
Yeah, okay. I will start us off with Spectral Dragon Ruler.
Oh, of course, the Dragon Rulers. One of your all-time favorites, right?
Yes.
Because you literally played this in like a Time Wizard format a lot, I know.
Yeah,
and,
I have Time Wizard Dragon Ruler decks too, and now I was very excited to try the new support as well.
Yeah.
It just feels a little underpowered for the regular format, so I figured maybe in Genesis it can work. Spectral is going to search 2 Dragon Rulers.
I have nothing against that. I think that's also a common theme in Genesis format, right? Like, there is not going to be that much hand interaction and stuff, just because it is like you need to pay points for it, or you need to account for that in deck building, and therefore I think that also changes the general approach to deck building, right? Because you just combo decks become a little more appealing because you don't expect that much resistance. On the other hand, I feel like some of the strongest breaker cards in the game, like Dark Ruler Nomore and so on, they are not like Dark Ruler Nomore is free, for example.
They certainly got away cheaper than some of the hand interactions, so it's a little bit, and also the combo decks that are available are going to have less powerful end boards in general. So Yeah. Anyways, Spectral is going to search Burner and Tempest.
Cool, cool, cool.
And then I'm going to use Burner discarding Tempest to summon a Blaster from my deck.
You are certainly starting off good here.
There's Blaster. I will then use the, let me think, the Tidal in my graveyard, banishing Tempest and Burner to summon itself.
Okay.
And then I will use the Tempest effect to search for a Wind Dragon.
That's cool. That is sadly all okay. I have nothing to do about that.
And with that, I'm going to search...
I'm just thinking about Dragon Rulers. I think like when you would play them in current Advanced, certainly at some point you would also go into Hieratic Seal, so that is something you certainly do lose because of no Link monsters. But besides that, it feels sort of untouched, right? There's nothing really else missing.
There's a lot of like stuff you can do with Synchros and Dragon Rulers as well. I'm not doing that right now because I haven't really looked into all the combo potential for the deck, so I'm building it more as like a pure Dragon Ruler.
Yeah.
But I think being able to search any dragon in the game, basically, there's a lot of good tuners that you can use.
It is, for sure.
Yeah, so Tidal and Blaster are going to make Chasma, the new light Dragon Ruler, which allows me to detach one and then send a Dragon Ruler from the deck to the grave, a level 7, and use its effect when it is discarded.
It's crazy, yeah.
So I'm going to send Tempest, and that's also bypassing the once per turn because it's copying the effect of Tempest.
It does.
So that allows me to search any dragon.
Saying that out loud feels absurd, to be honest. That allows me to search any dragon from my deck.
Any dragon.
Alrighty. Sure enough.
And any dragon is going to be...
Surprise me.
It is going to be... I have used Tempest already.
You have used Tempest for sure.
I'm going to fetch a Reactant. And then I'm going to use the Reactant, discarding the Armed Dragon Thunder that I searched with the Tempest.
No reaction from my side.
Which, in case you don't know what that card does, the Armed Dragons, they all have an effect, or some of them have an effect when they're sent to grave to activate a dragon monster. And Armed Dragon Thunder level 3 lets me draw a card.
Right? Yeah, that's what I remembered. So it's even replacing the resources in hand. You have 4 cards in hand still, right?
4 cards in hand, yeah.
That's good.
All right.
And this even is a... Was that a quick effect as well?
That is a quick effect, yes. So that can turn into a pop on your turn with the Blaster. But you can also do some pretty nasty stuff with it by sending Redox to revive anything. So you can like do Tidal on your turn, send any monster from deck to grave, and then revive it with Redox. So
is there any of the Dragon Rulers... do they have points? I don't think any of them have any points.
All the big Dragon Rulers have 7 points. All of them. Okay. So it's quite expensive to play all the Dragon Rulers. It's kind of mean. All right, I'll banish 2 dragons from my graveyard to trigger the Blaster.
Go ahead.
Then I will overlay those 2 for Eclipse, Dragon Ruler of Catastrophes, which is a spell trap negation.
Wow.
Then I will set 1. Sadly, I don't have Super Rejuvenation. That card's in my deck, and it's 0 points.
It's 0 points?
It's 0 points.
Nah, you gotta be kidding me.
It is 0 points, but that's going to be it for now. I'm passing over to you.
All right, let's see what I can do here. Draw, standby, main.
Yep.
I'll try to start off with Anubis, the Last Judge.
Oh, of course, the Odeon deck. All right.
Of course.
So that searches you the man or
just the man.
All right,
all I want is the man with the mark.
Yep, that's fine.
And here he is.
Yeah.
And then I would love to normal it and use its effect to search for Temple of the Kings or Spell Trap that
search the spell, and it also protects it?
Yeah, when he's on the field, Temple of the Kings cannot be destroyed by card effects.
Okay, that's fine. Yep.
Okay, I will grab... You know what? This one's tricky. I guess I'll have to go with... Oh yeah, wait, that's probably better. I will go with Temple of the Kings. With the original one.
Okay.
And then I will try to go for the Thunder Swamp. On activation, I can discard a card and I will try to use that effect. Oh wait, can you negate the activation of it?
So this is... It does negate the activation.
Okay.
So that you would not have to discard because that's not a cost.
Yeah, so I can set a trap monster basically from my deck. And then there also is an effect when one of my monsters get destroyed, one of my trap monsters, I can search for another copy from it from the deck.
The thing is, the Eclipse says I can negate the activation or the effect, so I could wait for you to activate the effect.
Okay.
I believe, and then negate that.
I love this Swamp card because I can't play Silhouette Rabbit anymore, but this is my Silhouette Rabbit just as a spell card essentially.
I'll let you activate it.
All right, then I will try to use the effect, discarding Apophis the Snake.
Does that have a graveyard effect?
Yes, but I don't know whether it can activate when discarded from the hand. Yeah, when discarded to the graveyard, I can
is the one that searches the other Apophis? Okay.
Yeah. But just like the original one.
Right. Yeah. This one, does it do anything when it is destroyed?
No.
Okay, and this one is not protected by the man, right? The man only protects the thing. All right. So I would like to go Chasma and send a blaster.
I have sadly an idea what that's
attempting to destroy your...
That works.
Swamp.
Then I would love to use the effect of the snake.
To search for the thing, yes, that's fine.
Embodiment of Apophis. I'm not really playing this in current, but now here in Genesis, I feel like it does somewhat make sense. I'm still not entirely sure, but it doesn't feel as bad, let's say it like that.
Fair enough, fair
enough. Then I will go with the Temple of the Kings.
And that is...
does it protect it everywhere? Yeah, so it says cards that I control. So I think when you try to negate the activation, you can go after my Temple of the Kings.
Well, this doesn't destroy, it just negates the activation and banishes it.
Oh, that's...
So right now, I actually don't know your deck well enough to judge whether being banished is very bad for you, because I know it's usually a one-of. So I'm thinking right now...
Okay.
It's been a while since I've played against this deck, but you know what? I'll try negating and banishing it, and I'm just hoping that that's going to be crucial, because you are playing a Temple of the Kings deck.
You know what? Temple of the Kings deck, trap card deck. How about a classic set 4 and pass it over to you?
Okay.
Deal with that, my man. Oh no! End phase Twin Twister. That's what Leo did to me.
No. I have something better, I think.
Okay.
I have one of my favorite cards in this deck. I have Here There Be Dragons in the end phase. Special summon a dragon ruler from your hand, graveyard, or banishment. Then immediately after this resolves, you can Xyz summon a dragon ruler Xyz using only dragon rulers you control.
Okay.
And then during the main phase, I can banish this from the grave to return different attribute dragon rulers from a banished pile to the graveyard. I cannot use both effects in the same turn. So I'm going to resolve it.
That's crazy. Like your turn effect is actually insane. To recycle all of them?
I'm going to summon from the banished pile my Tempest, and I'm going to choose to Xyz summon with Chasma and Eclipse.
That's only main phase, right?
This is all end phase.
Oh, end phase.
This is not main phase only.
Cool.
Okay.
Oh, the other effect is main phase, sure.
This is going to make Disaster Dragon Ruler of all apocalypses.
No. No, that's Disaster.
This is Disaster for you. So this is 2 rank 7s. So I'm overlaying the Eclipse and the Chasma for it.
Yeah.
If this card's Xyz summoned, I can target up to 4 level 7 Dragon Rulers in the grave or banishment, attach them to this card. Then you can banish all monsters from your opponent's field and graveyard with a same attribute and any of its materials.
Okay.
And when it has all 6 Dragon Rulers as materials, all different attributes, it is 4600 attack and defense and completely unaffected.
Well, surely I will be able to deal with that. No problemo. At least I can keep those from what I've understood.
Actually, if you had more monsters, that'd be more disastrous for you, yes. But I'm going to attach all 4 OG Dragon Rulers to it. And that's going to banish all of your monsters from field and graveyard. And that's going to leave me with a completely unaffected 4600, 4600.
Yeah. All right.
And then, because this was special summoned, I believe it goes back to my hand.
Okay.
Yes. And then I'll draw for turn.
That's fine.
Okay.
4600. Oh, man.
It's big.
It is big indeed.
It's big. All right. So, stand by main.
Sure.
It is completely unaffected. So, what I'm going to try... Well, I'm going to kick things off with a Sacred Sword of the 7 Stars by banishing a Tempest from my hand as cost.
That's fine.
To draw 2 cards.
Go ahead.
And then activate my Tempest to search for a Wind Dragon.
Sure.
I'm going to search for Armed Dragon Thunder level 7. Which, if it's discarded to activate a dragon effect, it is adding any armed dragon from the deck to that. I shall then proceed to my battle phase, if you allow it.
That's fine.
I'll attack you for 4,600.
46, so I go down to 34.
Exactly. Main phase 2.
Yes.
I did spend 20 of my points on a Zeus.
No!
That's a lot of material.
Okay, well...
is the summon allowed?
Well, are you... The summon is successful.
The summon is successful. I would like to use my my effect.
Excuse me? I will chain... the Swamp Deity.
To summon itself.
Yes, and to negate up until the amount of other face-up trap cards, continuous trap cards that I have on the field.
So far, no response.
The snake.
All right, I'll do it again.
I'll do it again, he says. Embodiment of a purpose.
That one does not concern me. Yes, that's fine.
All right, that will resolve, sadly. It will resolve, and I will lose all of my...
Awesome. Do you have another Apophis to search?
I do not.
You do not? Okay, well...
Go on.
I could do so much more, but I feel mean.
Rightfully so, to be honest.
I did, by the way, I did have to cut some Dragon Rulers to fit the Zeus because it's 20 points and all the Dragon Rulers are 7. So if you want to play all 12 Dragon Rulers, that's 84.
Yeah.
So what I'm doing right now is I'm playing 10 Dragon Rulers for 70.
And the Zeus.
And then Zeus for 20, which is 90. And then the last one's Typhon for 10.
That's interesting. Spending on the Zeus and the Typhon is unique. I don't know whether many people are going to do that with their decks in general.
I don't know if they can make 7 material Zeus with an unaffected Dragon Ruler.
Maybe not, yeah.
I felt like that was a good investment.
Maybe it is, maybe it is.
All right, we will go ahead and we got some Dragon Ruler shenanigans left to do.
Also just casual 6 cards left in hand. A couple of Dragon Rulers in the graveyard. I feel like the second activation of Zeus also helped you to get more Dragon Rulers in the graveyard.
I was not too mad about that. I'll banish a Tidal and a Spectral for Blaster. I'll use Tidal to search for another Stream. I should have another Tidal in the deck, so I can activate that Stream, discarding the Armed Dragon Thunder level 7. I'm just showing off at this point.
I will draw a card from the
Special
top.
summon Tidal, activate Thunder Dragon level 7 to search for Armed Dragon Thunder level 5.
Well, that was the second one already, right?
No, level 3 is the other one. I play one of each and then also a pile armed.
Cool.
Then I'll use Nebulous, which is the other new baby Dragon Ruler, which discards itself another Dragon to revive 2 banished Dragon Rulers. So I'll bring back a Tidal and a Tempest, and then the Armed Dragon Thunder level 5 is going to search my searchable hand trap. Heavenly Zephyr Miradora.
I haven't seen this one in ages, really. I don't know whether I really ever saw it, to be honest. It never really had too much competitive, like it didn't happen competitively that much. Speaking of competitive, I think this is for sure fun. Like Genesis format screams fun because you can just do so many different things. You can try out old decks. But I think the competitive aspect of it will also be really interesting, right? Because
I think so too.
It just gives you so many opportunities, and like you can just, I feel like in this format, like go into a tournament way easier, just playing something that nobody else has on the radar. Like surprising opponents, I think here is way more of a factor, even also in the competitive scene.
I think it's pretty cool.
Yeah.
And I mean, people are going to still take it seriously. If it's fun, then there's going to be tournaments, and people are going to try to win. I'll see if the Dragon Rulers are able to do that. I don't know. I would love to because it's very fun.
Yeah.
But we'll see. Anyways, I will make Chasma again.
Okay.
I will make Eclipses again.
There are 0 points.
Those are 0 points.
Nice.
Yes. I'll use my Chasma, I guess.
Sure, why not? Yeah, just show off. The people want to see the good old Dragon Rulers.
I have a Redox to revive. Cool. I will revive a Blaster. Why not?
Why not? Indeed.
Okay, well, right now I have a Spell Trap Negation for whatever you draw. I have a Pop with a Blaster in my deck. If I do have a Blaster in my deck, there's one.
Maybe I draw a Pot of Greed, though. I mean, wait, you can just negate that, yeah.
I could negate that.
Maybe that's not the strongest.
Yeah, I mean, I could do so much more, but I feel like at this point, I'm passing my
see
turn.
what we get here? Oh.
Okay.
I'll pass my turn.
Okay. I will use my Chasma in the end phase.
Okay, is there a Blaster in there still?
There is a Blaster, yes.
Okay, my Droll Lockbird will... That would have been a good one to draw against your deck, to be honest.
On
the first turn,
I was hoping not many people would spend their points on that.
All right. GG's, that's your game, The Dragon Rulers.
Disaster.
You know what, I also, just randomly, because it's 0 points, I threw Lancia into my deck. That would have been so good against you.
Would have been very good, yeah. I have some fun stuff in here too, like Yamata Dragon.
What?
Tell
us more about that.
So that's a Spirit Fire Dragon. So and since I don't really play any tuners, I don't really have a normal summon in this deck.
Fair.
Which I feel like if you were to build this deck optimally, there's probably some tuner stuff you can do, like with all the good dragon tuners, like Rose Dragons or something like that. But this is one normal summon that I can search, which is it's a Spirit that requires 2 tributes. It is a level 7 though.
Yeah.
And if it's 2600, and if it inflicts battle damage, you can draw until you have 5 cards in your hand. So I figured, like, you know I like those grindy games.
For the
so
fun
if I can like make a Draco sack, get 2 tokens, pop a back row, tribute summon this, swing, draw 5 cards. Try to find super rejuvenation.
Honestly, that whole sentence alone already should motivate people to play the Genesis format, I feel like.
Yeah.
That was, even though I couldn't show off my deck as much as you could, that definitely still was a fun match. Thank you so much for playing.
Yeah,
and of course, everyone at home, you should also check out Genesis format. Brand new, but definitely something very, very much worthwhile, because there's already big tournaments announced for it. There is going to be a YCS even in America in 2026, and also some invitationals happening in the coming YCSs, for example, at YCS Bologna, which is our next European YCS as well. So definitely make sure to build your own decks at home for the Genesis format, and also tell us in chat what you're currently cooking, what you're currently trying out, and then maybe we see you at the next YCS with your Genesis deck. But now, for the moment, we go back to more live coverage from YCS Lille.
Hi guys, and welcome back to the coverage of YCS Lille 2025. We are here with our lovely Mike to just play a little bit of Genesis format, of course, a brand new way of playing the game we all love, and I'm pretty excited about it. I think it brings really breath of fresh air into the game, and I'm excited to see what you guys are gonna come up with. For ourselves, we had to scramble a little bit with coming here, and also the point update, the first update that we received just the day before coming to Lille. But yeah, I think it's just a very, very good way of changing things up and trying new things. We have had a lot of success with Time Wizard tournaments, and of course 3v3, a lot of different ways, even at the public events, and yet another one. And what do you think of it?
And I mean, it's a new chapter into our lovely game, right? It is the next step, and I really love the fact that it gives so much uniqueness. Yeah, you need to be prepared very, very good. The deck building behind it is insane, and I really love the fact that you have a plethora of options, right? But you have only few options left at the end to look, because you have to match the points. Obviously, the point system is something that gives a lot of uniqueness, and I think that deck building goes in another level on this format.
And although controversial, I've always stated that I do believe in every format deck building is the most important skill to develop. I think even outside of skill, once you enter a tournament, it is, I think, what's differentiate the most your chances of success, and I think this format is just gonna prove it even more, because as you have mentioned, you have to delve through restrictions, maybe play with cards that you're not really used to. Nowadays you can just put in your deck Ash Blossom, Joyous Spring, Infinite Impermanence, a lot of Entrops, and it's gonna go okay. Now that's not really gonna be an option. Do you prioritize engine? Do you prioritize field breakers? It has really a lot of different ways that you can approach it, and also by the way that you guys have seen with the responsiveness also from Konami, it's gonna change, and so it's gonna be really up to the community to find new ways of playing the deck, new decks, and I think I look forward a lot to next events, and all the way in Europe, of course, YCS Bologna, where we are gonna have the first invitational. So we'll see, and we'll try to also give an idea of what it could look like, and one way to approach it, which is gonna be the one we do here with Mike, is gonna be taking a deck that is more from the main event, we could say, and probably adapt it, and instead playing a deck that we have not really seen in a while. So let's see how things will go. So let's first and foremost go to the table. I mean, I'm excited for it. We have never really played against each other, so it's gonna be an interesting showdown.
Although you have visited the Greek nationals with quite a success, I can tell.
Yeah. I mean, close, but no, I mean, it's nice. We'll see how we come up against each other. Again, very different strategies, but that's what Genesis is all about.
And I mean, this is what I love. It's not like a common Forbidden and Limit list that you just take 2 copies out of your deck, for example. It is something new that if at some point changes, your whole deck can change.
Exactly. And I think at the end, you only can really rely on yourself. You have all of the decision. When a card is forbidden, you can't choose to play it. In this format, every single card is possibly legal, so it's really all up to you what you include in your deck. So let's see, we're gonna regret it. I'll go with the die roll of a 7. Okay.
And mine will be
okay. Some things never change. So you win it. Do you want to go first or second?
Obviously first.
Okay.
Good luck.
Nice. Good luck, my friend. And let's see what these decks have in store for us.
So I have chosen a strategy that I don't like your laugh, to be honest.
No, I mean, it's an interesting. I feel like with this end I could play maybe poker rather than this, but let's see what happens.
So I choose to play a null strategy.
Okay.
With normal summon Zodiac.
You dare face the master of the Zodiac. I feel, I don't know, a bit, okay, let's see. If you defeat me with this deck, it will be interesting.
If you're not familiar with any Zodiac card, just tell me to explain, right?
Of course. I mean, it has been a while, but you know what was not around in Zodiac format? This card right here, for 7 points, Charming Fuvalos, which I think is okay when you wanna, stack Xyz monsters.
Yeah, but I think this is exactly why Zodiac signs, right?
Yeah.
Because I can just summon my beloved Trident.
Oh, it's my beloved Trident. And I will just draw. Oh my, what is happening right now? I've got a full house right here ready for you. Okay.
So you have any success with Zodiac back in the past?
I mean, I know the deck a little bit. I mean, back in 2017 maybe? I don't know.
2017, 17, no. Sounds familiar, right?
Maybe. Let's see. Okay, so it seems like it's a fair trade. Ooh. It really looks like 2017 now. What's going on, Mike?
And I will pass back to you.
Okay. I'll take a draw. Are you gonna use anything in the draw phase?
No. I will wait for the right time.
Okay, we'll go to main then?
Obviously.
Okay. I took a very different approach and instead played the deck that won the most recent World Championship. And that's why I'm gonna start things off with our Mad Love. And actually, funny enough, yeah, your Trent has 2000 defense right now. Yeah, I will try and use the effect to search first.
Yes, that will be fine.
Okay, perfect. So I will look for our lovely field spell, I believe.
And I mean, this is what I love about the Genesis, is that you can actually utilize cards that are in the Forbidden Limit list. For example, Vanquish Soul right now has been hit in the recent Forbidden Limit list, yet you can choose to adjust your points and play a lot of options into the deck.
Yeah, absolutely. So, let's see. I think I will just settle with activating the field spell. And I will try to use the effect.
So this is a very good place to activate Trident, right?
Yeah.
However, I was one step ahead and I will activate Cosmic Cyclone.
Okay, that's an interesting one. I mean, it definitely is the case that spell and trap removal is relevant in this format. So yeah, that's quite annoying. You got me. So this will be banished. Okay, unfortunately, I don't have quite the right attributes, but we could just try something a bit different. Because, okay, I guess, kind of got me there. I will try to use the effect of Mad Love, not quite the one I would like to use though, because I will only reveal a dark. So for the effect, if that is okay.
It's okay.
Desperate means desperate measures. So your monster will lose 500.
Attack and defense?
Yeah, also defense.
Okay.
And then if that is okay for the reveal, I will try to use my Geolong since I revealed.
I see what you're doing here. Yes.
Is that okay? So I will special summon it. Nothing on summon from me.
Okay. That's fine.
That's also fine. Okay. I think I will The end is really strange, I can tell you that, Mike. Definitely not looking like the ends that Julian was throwing back at the World Championship. Well, what can you do? I think I am kind of forced to go for this now. So, not ideal, but I will try to use Borger on the Mad Love.
Yeah, that will be fine also.
Okay. So
I know 2 Mad Love in the hand?
Yeah.
Okay.
Exactly.
Or maybe 3?
No. Maybe 4? I will think about the position actually of this. Because I feel like you are a sneaky duelist. I just have, some memories from Zodiac back in the day. I don't know if you're still playing some of those cards from back then.
To be honest, it is one of the formats that I really love to play, but I wasn't playing back then.
Okay.
So I really wanted to be part of it.
Yeah, I agree.
Because I believe that Joe Miro was
It was amazing. I mean, I'm biased, of course, but I did love the deck. So, yeah, I think, I don't know. I'm having some bad feelings, so I will just summon it in defense, if that's all right with you.
Yeah, that will be fine.
And I will try to use the effect to, reveal this Mad Love to draw a card.
Yeah, that will also be fine.
Draw. Ok, little too late. Va bene. Enough waiting. I will try to enter battle phase and try to attack with the Geolong.
Thinking on declaration. So I have quite some options right now, to be honest.
Yeah, you do?
Okay. I will activate Trident target.
Oof, okay, just destroying it. Fair enough for me. So, yeah, that's gonna be destroyed. And I will just move to main phase 2 once more. And I believe that's it for me, so I will just pass back to you.
Okay, that's fine.
And right away I will try to use the effect again to draw one more card, if that's fine. Yep. And you can play.
Okay.
It would be interesting to see, because some of the Zodiacs, I mean, I love them, but they do have points, so you can't be playing the full engine from back in the day, at least.
How sure are you?
I mean, I'm sure about that. I'm not sure about your math skills, but we'll see.
So I will summon Chakanine.
Yeah.
And I will activate her effect, target Dryden.
Mm-hmm. That's fine.
We summon back.
Yep.
Then I will summon Tiger Mortar.
Mm-hmm.
And
good old trick. Yep.
I will activate her effect into Trident.
That's okay. Been a while. Yeah, that's fine.
And I will summon
some
this
didn't exist back in the day. Yeah.
So Vespenato.
Vespenato, sì.
It's
in
probably
German.
Obviously.
Okay. So there to.
So I can summon it into Xyz monster, and it cannot be used as a Xyz material for the rest of this turn.
Okay. That's it. So.
And also it inflicts piercing damage.
Ay, regretting my decision now. Okay. Nothing else?
No.
Okay.
I will try to enter battle phase.
That's fine.
And I will attempt to attack.
So I take 1,000.
Mm-hmm.
We are even on 1,000 each. So no more effects from him now?
No.
Only piercing. Okay.
Forget something?
No, I'm just asking. Va bene, okay. Do you have Zeus in your Astro deck is the question, or no? Maybe you cannot even use it, but I will trust you on that. Va bene.
I can summon it on Trident. If
You
I
can't
really.
actually, because of Chakanai.
Oh yeah, cannot be used as material also. Yeah.
So, my turn.
Yes.
Okay. Oof. Let's see. Ooh, I'll not even shuffle. I will reveal it if main phase is okay.
Yes.
Art of the cards.
Ooh.
Art of the cards.
So this is how you go 17-0. I see.
Yes, you can pick whatever you want.
So
like this.
I have a secret method.
Okay.
I always hit bottom 2.
Okay.
First 2.
Okay. And middle.
And 2 in the middle.
Fair enough. I'll check first. Oh, it's a good method. I'll tell you that. Very good method.
And I also have the Ash Blossom.
You have Ash. Oof. Okay. That's unfortunate. For you. And because we do have a good old friend from the latest deck. Vabbè. First and foremost, we can bring him back to the party and still attempt to use the effect. That's fine?
That will be fine, yes.
So I'll grab the Snow Devil from deck. How much defense does he have? 21. And finally, I do have the right cards to reveal, because this is 2,000, so if I'm not crazy, I can choose when they're tied. Pretty sure. Yeah. So I will reveal this and Anizuna.
Ooh. Quite a good option, to be fair. And let me check.
Yeah, basically the lowest defense, I believe, will be bounced. Or if they are tied, as in this case, I can choose.
So you get to bounce the one with the lower defense, right?
Yeah. Yep. And that Ash Blossom is gonna be costly, mio amigo. Been waiting with this little card, which is the giant card for this event also.
So
oh,
I will activate enemy controller to switch to defense.
Okay.
And I will activate Trident on the enemy controller.
Thinking about it, okay. This is not quite something we have done. What? What are you thinking, my friend? What? Switching to defense and then popping your own card. Is there another effect on this?
No, but now it's zero defense.
Which is low. So it's gonna be... okay. Sure. Okay. Perfect gameplay. Now, oh my. I would like to use Izuna, since you've used Dash. And I'll try to use the effect to send. Ah, yeah, this is defense, you're right, sorry. Got stunned by the
amazing play.
By the amazing plays. And yeah, I'll try to send loops. I will use the effect. But unfortunately, your sniping skills got most of the cards.
I told you, my secret method.
Yeah. Let me check. Vabbè, let's see. But what you didn't snipe, unfortunately, is the one copy I ran of Reaper because it costs 20 points. I only run one. If this is fine, I will attempt to use the effect. So. I think my friend Lanterna will come. And I will try to use it.
Oh, it has another effect.
Yeah, of course, sure. What? What?
When it gets destroyed, I think that I can summon a level 4 lower from my graveyard.
It's in Germany.
It's in Germany.
Yeah, sure.
It's best when
Vabbè, it shouldn't be relevant now, but okay. That's okay? I will use the effect.
Yes.
And I will try to use the effect as well.
Imber column.
Oof. Nice try. Always be careful with these players, huh? And we got the joggle, which unfortunately used to be free up until literally yesterday, a couple days ago. And now it costs a few points. That's why I'm only also using one. So it's right? Yeah. Okay. Okay. If it gets destroyed.
Okay.
Destroyed.
Okay.
Okay. That's fair.
Thank you.
Thank you. You get a level 4 back. Okay. Ma, so I guess this works. Because I would like to take it.
You even have the target for it? Come on.
And not only my free hand. Unfortunately, you snipe not so good. Is that okay? Destroy? It works, but... Oh! Mirror Force, wow! It was there. Wow. Mio amico, mi dispiace, ma I think the new generation it's a bit more unfair. Yeah, I mean, this sounds like it's enough, so I will not prolong the suffering, and unless there is something strange, I will try to proceed to battle phase. And maybe I'm forgetting something, but attack.
With which one first?
Borger.
Okay.
Gorza. Okay. Gorza is 0 points, maybe. So, just in case. So 25, 45. Then I attack with Reaper, which is boosted. And this can attack or no?
On declaration?
Yeah. Ah, oof. Good attempt. I opened, this was my end. That's why I was laughing with the poker thing. And then I was like, oh my, am I gonna make it work? But yeah, I mean, I guess sometimes it is enough. And it was a fun one, I guess.
And I mean, this is what is nice about Genesis, because you have to keep in your mind that there are not a lot of points, so a lot of cards can be one-offs, a lot of cards can be...
Exactly. Yeah, for example, it's really down to your ability to construct. In this deck, for example, I limited, a lot of the K9s. I had to improvise, but like I was only playing one Izuna, one Jokul, and one Reaper, and you could make it work. I guess in these kind of cases, Extravagance can be, for example, a risky card, but I mean, it's 0 points. I think it's good in a deck, like this, and I think we will see a lot of Extravagance while it remains 0 point. It might go up. I can see it going up in the future, I guess.
And to be fair, my deck had also some uniqueness.
Ooh, that's spicy.
Yes,
okay.
Because Barrage obviously costs a lot of points, but you can actually make a special summon for Beast Warrior monsters with Masquerade and go through to your Xyz, since Chaka 9 is pretty generic.
Yeah.
You can access your Xyz through that.
That was a nice concept, actually, yeah, and it just comes to show. Of course, for example, pendulums are not legal in the format, which means the Luna-like deck that we are familiar with doesn't quite work with, Tiger and so on. But yeah, I like the idea.
Yeah, I mean,
why not?
The whole concept was to activate this.
Yeah.
Tap the Hound, summon from the graveyard, and go.
That's cute. I like it. Yeah.
Or Kaleido check.
Yeah. I like it.
But at the end of the day, Marcelo, you was the winner.
I'm sorry. I mean, if I lost to Zodiac, I would have been a bit embarrassed, not gonna lie. You dare to play it against me, and you'll take the consequences. No, I agree with you, Mike. Thank you guys for being with us. And again, this is just a demonstration of what Genesis format can have in store. We have plenty of more duels available for you, both in Genesis between us casters and, of course, the main event, because at the end of the day, we wanna know who will be the first YCS champion with these updated rules. So don't go anywhere, and we'll be back with more content live from Lille.
For those of you who are watching the World Championship Series, you might have seen one of our collaborations between Yu-Gi-Oh! And Fine Chaos. Now here, the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Lille, there is a pop-up shop. It was also available in Paris, but for those of you who are attending here, you can have a look at some of the amazing merch, like this amazing Dark Magician hoodie that I'm wearing. So we spoke to the team here at Fine Chaos to find out more.
The pieces that we have here is all pieces that we've made either 30 or 50 of per unit. Our main intention is to elevate this beyond just merchandise, make something deeper than quality basically. And so once it sells out, we do not want to reproduce it. We want to keep it as a collector's edition. I'm Livy. I'm one of the founders here. We started making this collaboration by debuting it at our runway show. And we actually started by having these huge chains and this black dual disc portrayed along with our hoodies, the Dark Magician hoodie and the Dark Magician t-shirts, along with our Fallen of Albus pendant. And that's the main pieces for drop 1. And then the next one is going to be a double build with, of course, Yamiyuki. I'm actually wearing one kind of right now, but just an imitated one. I'm very excited for the real ones to come out. For us, it's very important to be here physically at Lille Championships because it's important to make this authentic and not just use the Yu-Gi-Oh name and slap it on a product. And that's why I would like to invite people to come here to actually meet the people, meet the designer behind the Fallen of Albus pendant, talk to them, understand, why we made this, because that person connection, that's why we do this.
So there we go, you've heard it from Luvi, from the Fine Chaos team, and you can come along here at YCS Lille and visit this amazing booth for yourself and come and see some of the wonderful products in here. I've got the Fallen of Albus chain being crowned on me as we speak. You can get yourselves one of these, the hoodie I'm wearing, even some t-shirts. Do come and check it out because the team are wonderful guys and have got an amazing collaboration. Don't go anywhere, we've got loads more great coverage coming your way. Attention duelists.
Welcome back to the coverage from YCS Lille.
And turn. We like to show you guys a little bit around what you're missing. So let's take a look at the venue. Bathed in the light of the French sun is the play hall. Thousands of duelists will all be working their way through these tables, trying to make their way into our top 8 cut on day 2. This is where the magic happens. All of it happens in this very spot.
Don't hesitate to jump in now.
Don't go anywhere, we've got loads more great coverage coming your way. And turn again. Perfect. Welcome back to your coverage here at YCS Lille 2025. The top 8 feature matches are coming very, very soon, and I will be standing in this very spot doing a grand announcement of who your top 8 contestants are, but you'll be seeing that very shortly. While we wait for that to happen, I'm joined by Basti and Leo, 2 of our wonderful casters who have been here all weekend, casting the 15 rounds of Swiss for the first time ever. Gentlemen, how are we?
I'm absolutely thrilled. It's going to get into the top cut, the elimination stages of the tournament, and we have so many great duelists in there. I mean, not so many, rather a few that have gotten real far. And I think if you have a crazy standing like this after Swiss, you definitely deserve to be in top 8.
Yeah, I mean, it already always was a marathon, but now with 15 rounds of Swiss, it even feels like more of a marathon just getting to the top 8 because you had to get through all of this. And I think we found some very deserving 8 players, which we are shortly going to announce, Van.
We certainly are, but I just want to sort of catch up with you guys on how you found the format has been. So obviously we've had new Forbidden and Limited list recently, so we're seeing different things to what we were seeing just at the end of the last season. We are fresh only a few weeks ago off the back of the World Championship Series, so obviously we are now sort of in a only a couple of days worth of coverage as opposed to the 5 we were doing before. Do you feel like you sort of come off a motorway and now you're slightly slower? Is it a bit easier to digest?
No, absolutely not. There was meta changes again all along. People thought Yummy was going to be the best deck, and now K9 was a bit on the low this time around. So Yummy actually didn't really have any targets, any good matchup it wanted to play against. So now all of a sudden Mitsurugi decks and Draco Tail decks, they were on the rise.
They were definitely. I think overall Mitsurugi in general is really on that complete comeback. People were really not playing it too much anymore. I think back to, I mean, you mentioned the World Championship. Obviously, there was no Mitsurugi, sure. But at the European Championship, the pure Mitsurugi deck wasn't really that big of a contender. I think we had in top 64 maybe 2 of them or something like that. But now it is absolutely back into the main spotlight. We saw it on feature plenty of times, and I think it is actually at the moment the deck to beat right now for this very specific event. And the fact that it has such a good Yummy matchup certainly helped with that.
Absolutely. Now, speaking of Yummy, Yummy was my pick deck.
Okay.
Because you guys know me, I always pick dinos. And actually, this time I decided I'll go with something a bit more reasonable. And what have we seen on stream at least twice? We've seen the Fire King Jirak. So I could have picked dinos this time and actually meant it, which is really frustrating. But I picked the Yummy deck for my maybe contender to win it. Felt like a safe bet. Which did you two pick?
Oh, I was saying Draco Tail. I don't know about Draco Tail in top 8. Actually, there was loads at top tables, but I still think this deck is so good into the other matchups. You have a phenomenal grind game, and if you're playing, especially without a time limit in Top Cut, I think that deck, if you make it to top 8, can go all the way.
I can actually tell you, you are still in the running, because last round of Swiss, round 15, on our main feature match, we had on X2 record Draco Tail winning, so there is guaranteed to be at least one Draco Tail there in top 8 easily. And my personal deck, I already spoke about it highly there a moment ago. Pure Mitsurugi is one that I have on the radar that I still think is going to be the one to win here, and that definitely still is also left in top 8.
Okay, well, excellent. We'll see exactly what's going to happen, but I've been hearing in my ear that we are almost ready to announce those top 8 contenders. So don't go anywhere. We're going to be right back. Thank you, both of you, for joining me. I'm sure we'll be seeing you very soon on that casting desk. Guys, you're going to want to stick around for this, because we're going to announce your top 8 here at YCS Lille. Attention duelists, here at YCS Lille 2025, after 15 rounds of Swiss for the first time ever, we have our top 8 duelists ready to show all of you. We're going to announce them one by one. Your first contender, his first ever top and also the top of Swiss, Diego Zilia. Next up, he's topped regionals, but this is his first YCS top. It's Leonardo D'Angelo. Your next contender, a regular topper, and even being at Euros, it's Philipp Weidinger. Next up, he's top French Nats, but this is a first YCS top, it's Julien Thomas. Next up, a first top, but great results during the French regionals, this is Nicolas Corneau. A runner-up at Belgian Nats, and here we are, getting into the top 8 at YCS Lille, Aaron Nageman. Next, a regular topper and a consistent, good placement player, it's Lucas Lancelot. And then last but certainly not least, another regular topper and one of our duelists in the feature match you're about to see, it's Fabio Pieraccioli. Now, we have a special present for all of you, and some of you might have heard this earlier from Basti, but actually, we're going to be showing you all of the top 8 duels in pairs. So you've seen throughout the day that we have our feature match, plus our backup feature match. And what that means is that when one is finished, we can show you the other, which means you should be able to see all 4 of these top 8 feature matches, and then see exactly who is going to be going through into the top 4, making their way to the grand final to be crowned our Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Lille champion for 2025. Now, stick around, because very, very shortly I'm going to be just over there on that stage introducing your next 2 players for our top 8 feature match. Stick around. I told you I wouldn't be long. Here we are on our main stage in our coverage area to bring you our first feature match of the top 8. Introducing your blue duelist, Fabio Pieraccioli. Now, Fabio, you've made it to the top 8 here. How are you feeling?
I'm feeling good.
Yep. You feeling confident?
Yes, I'm really confident.
Really confident? You could take it all the way? Could you become the champion?
Yes.
That's what we like to see, a confident man. Please do take your seat, and then I'm going to introduce you to your next contestant, your red duelist, Diego Zilia! Now, Diego, come take a step closer to me. Don't worry, I don't bite. So this is your first top, your top of Swiss. How are you feeling at this point, getting to the top 8?
Yeah, I'm ready for the top.
Yeah, you're ready for it? Do you reckon you can go all the way to that final?
Yeah.
They're both very confident Italians. Please do take your seat. And then, guys, we're going to do a high roll to see which of you is going to be going first. Who would like to go first? Fabio's going to roll first here. Fabio has rolled a 5. And Diego has rolled a 5. The true duel is the dice we've rolled. Okay, that is a 4 for Fabio, and Diego, that is a 5. Diego, you're going to go first. Okay, I'm going to hand you guys over to your amazing casters to take you through our first feature match of our top 8 at YCS Lille. Gentlemen, take it away.
Welcome to the top 8 from us as well. We might be in France, but we have an all-Italian top 8 ahead of us right now between, of course, these 2 amazing duelists. 15 rounds of Swiss was what brought them here. And what a different journey, I gotta say. Diego, we witnessed him has not had a premier event top cut before this event, but he already won an amazing prize in that oversized prize card because he was on top of Swiss. But now he's gonna be facing off against, you know, a familiar face as well from the Italian community, and I'm sure they know each other. But also so much to talk about. We'll be able to show you guys soon enough the breakdown for this event, but we have seen some of these duelists already in action, and most importantly, as Ed already mentioned, we will be showing all of the top 8 matches. There will be backup future match going on, and then after this round is over, we'll move to a second set of top 8 matches where, spoilers, we'll have an all-French top 8, as rightfully so as it is. And yeah, it's a really amazing event.
Yeah, absolutely, and it's going to be very interesting because we have 2 interesting decks right there.
Yes.
I mean, Diego, of course, is bringing a very interesting strategy, playing all those trap cards, and I mean, I feel a little bit excited about that because this is, you know, some unusual strategy, and when you bring this to a YCS, you must feel very confident on your strategy because you have to surprise the opponent, but you also have to know perfectly the matchups to be able to just do well, especially considering the fact that there is 15 rounds of Swiss, and he did indeed very well with his deck, and the fact that he won the dice roll must feel great for him because yeah, going first, the strategy is absolutely insane.
I mean, what a performance from Diego, honestly. It's first top cut and first after Swiss with the new rules and the 15 rounds of Swiss, it was unbelievable. And on the other side, there's Fabio, who got 8th place. And I mean, this is going to be a blast.
What a different journey. At the start of yesterday, we thought only X2s were going to make it. In the end, it was a couple of X3s. Fabio was one of them. But now, before we move on to the match, we have some important infos that you have been waiting for. Let's see what is the deck breakdown for the top 8 and how those decks managed to convert. We have some surprises in store, and that is going to be on the most represented deck, the pure Mitsurugi, with 3 pure Mitsurugi variants. Then we have 2 Yami decks, and then a mix of them with 1 Yami Mitsurugi, followed by 1 single Dracotail player, and of course, Topo Swiss, the only X1 Diego with that Apophis Primate deck. I think we want to see that deck in action. What a better way to start things off here in the top 8. Don't go anywhere, and let's jump into action.
And the 2 players are ready. The fist bump to start things off. Diego in the driving seat right here. Winning the dice roll must feel great for him. Of course, you want to win the dice roll with this strategy. And it is a bit scary, of course, because you can just set up so many disruptions. And there is the full combo, almost 3 set cards for Diego. And we'll see if he's gonna just pass turn. It is the case. And now Fabio with 6 cards is going to try to break this scary field.
Yeah, I mean, it's quite of a slow start for Diego, I gotta say, because he has a lot of openers in terms of Pot of Extravagance, the Ether Barrel, for example. He has the Primate cards. Of course, the deck aims to set as much cards as possible, but that is usually paired up with some other starters, which Diego didn't have. But we get to see the Spy Framing Delta here on the Engage, something that we don't really see often in this card. Whenever we were passing by down the top tables, Diego was there with the Delta in the main deck. Such a powerful card, we gotta say, and the Psy Frame Gear in general have always been one of those cards that, you know, alongside with the Gamma, of course, one of the best hand traps of the game ever, I would say.
Yeah, and this is a very good hand trap, especially in this format, because you want to negate a lot of spell cards. Of course, the Mitsurugi rituals, for example, are something that you actually want to negate. And I wonder if he could have waited for the drone to just negate with Delta, but he decided to do it instead on the engage directly. And now we see the new addition to the Yummy deck, the Marshmallow. Such a great card, allowing you to special summon itself, but also to just get back some resources from the graveyard. Of course, the surprise.
Yeah, totally agree with you. That might have been a bit of emotions kicking in, because drones make a lot more sense. If there Fabio activates a second engage, you feel definitely bad about it. But for now, we do have an amazing follow-up, both Marshmallow and this Cup. And we didn't use the effect of Snatchy, so that's definitely an interesting line from Fabio. I know he's experienced in this matchup because he has been playing his opponent's deck for a while, actually, before switching to Yummy. Ooh, and we see an Ash Blossom on the Capsi.
So another interruption here. So still 3 set cards. It's a bit scary, to be honest, because there are still all the trap cards, and he's going to be able to go into the Synchro 2.
But now we are out of cards in hand from Diego. These are only, well, we have another sort of entropy, of course, set is this Dominus Purge. And sure, but I mean, we can still do so much.
I mean, the good thing for Fabio here is that he still hasn't normal summoned, so he's still going to be able to just normal summon something from the hand, even a hand trap if he wants to, and to go into the Almirage to get the Link one. So,
I mean, do we even need it? We can just chain this Capsi Yummy way if we feel like it. It's down to Fabio to, you know, think, what do I want to play around? Because you can just tag out and bring back 2. We have not yet used the effect of the Snatchy, and let's see.
Yeah, that's going to be the answer, of course.
We have a response here from Diego. And we do have the impulse. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Okay.
What a great way to just try to interrupt. And already 4 interruptions used there by Diego.
But now no normal summon has been used. And as you mentioned, that's all he does. And he does have another normal summon. So this is as good as it gets. We will use the Snatchy now to place the minion. And do we have a response from Diego? We do. Infinite Impermanence. Wow. Completely out of cards.
5 cards to try to disrupt Fabio, but on the other hand, I mean, no engine for Diego, so it's going to be a top deck or nothing.
Huge top deck. What do we get? Is it the Extravagance? That could be an interesting one.
Oh! This is the Treasure of the King, which is a pretty good one, to be honest, because it's going to give him access to the Apophis spell trap.
I mean, this is really what Diego was missing in his starting end, because of course this is gonna set him one of the Apophis. But there's the Ash Blossom, yes.
And that hurts.
Yeah,
that hurts a lot.
That's a lot. Let's see.
And you cannot do anything more. I mean, yeah, the problem is that Fabio is probably going to be able to just get back in the game. Let's see what he drew.
Can he? Because he's also on the top
deck.
deck. So we decide to use an act right away. Makes sense. We do access both Serpent and the Swamp Deity.
Is there something? Did Fabio draw? No, he didn't draw anything.
Wow.
He didn't draw anything. And
wow.
now it's back to Diego in the driving seat. He draws another card and he's going to be able to use the effect of the field spell. And this time there is no Ash Blossom in Fabio's hand because, of course, he has nothing left.
What a crazy game. I mean, you go first and you open Purge, Impulse, Imperm, Gamma, you know, and Ash. And you're thinking, oh my god, what is this hand? 5 entrops. And then you still find a way to slow things down.
Is there something? We see Fabio. Yeah, there is the Dominus Purge. So no Ash Blossom, but Dominus Purge set right there and preventing Diego from adding another card. We are going...
Yeah, we are going to try and negate it. So we're chaining this Swamp Deity, and I think Fabio is just going to have a read because I believe the last card is a Forbidden Droplet, and probably he's going to think, can I use this here? But no, they are normal monsters, and so this does not work, and we get to access our deck. Only this Droplet face down from Fabio. What can it really do?
And we are going to access one of Lampy's favorite card,
Yeah.
the Man of the Mark.
And there it is indeed. And I mean, we are pretty much with our back against the wall. What can you do?
Not a lot with only the Snatchy and the set card. The Man of the Mark is going to just give access to another feat spell.
Yeah, and this deck can also push quite some damage because they are normal monsters, but Swamp is 2000 attack and the other one is 1600, so you can also push some significant damage and close in a couple of turns.
Now, yeah, absolutely. We are going to just put the monsters in attack position and attempt to enter battle phase.
And
and
that
we
is
are
it.
going
We pick up the cards. Wow. What a game. What a game indeed. I mean, again, I can't stress it enough. You win one of the most important die rolls of your life and you open 5 interruptions. And wow, still, you know, keeping nerves at bay, and it turns into one of, you know, those top decking games that I honestly love in Yu-Gi-Oh! And in the end, the treasures of the king coming off the top. I mean, I think even going second, it probably would have been the same outcome if you think about it. Probably even better, because then the treasures would have been there right away, and with 5 of those interruptions, it could have stopped everything regardless. But wow, definitely not what we expected, but again, Fabio is here to fight back, and now he will be going first.
But it is really interesting to see how much Yumi can just push through interruptions, because we saw that there was literally 5 cards to try to stop them, and still he was almost about to set up something with the Yumi strategy. And I mean, this is absolutely stunning. But yeah, those top decks, you mentioned it, the fact that both players are just trying to have the right card at the right moment. I mean, the Dominus Purge was not such a bad top deck because it allowed you to just prevent the opponent from adding cards to the end, but it wasn't what you expected. And yeah, the Apophis strategy, 1-0 now, the opponents Fabio is going to be back against the wall. What do you think of this game, Alberto?
No, I mean, I love the deck in general, and I mean, it's definitely one of those decks which I think doesn't lack of consistency. You can afford to play hand traps, and just with 1 card alone, we have seen it with the Treasure of the Kings, you get so much advantage. And I mean, I really feel like that Fabio here is going to have a very hard time, especially because there are not very specific cards for this matchup, especially seeing at Fabio's deck. And on the other hand, I also feel like that whenever Diego goes second, I think he's super well prepared to go second, especially because he plays a card that I really like, which is the Winter Cherries. Going second in general, you just, you know, activate it, get rid of the Snatchy, and you know, it's going to be very difficult for Fabio. There are for sure some cards that he's going to bring out if he feels like, such as the Droplets, for example, and can bring in the Triple Tacket Thrust. There's a Draw the Lockbird if he really feels like, which is kind of...
It depends, you know, on the hand. It depends.
Definitely not one of the decks we expected to make it all the way to the top 8, but we are here to play, and only one can advance. And if you have noticed, there is something missing on screen, which is the timer that have been present for all of the weekend, because that's also one of the changes in Top Cut. There is no time limit, so we can enjoy their play to the maximum extent. But now, as you can see, they're done with siding, so let's jump right back into action.
Back against the wall, Fabio will start this game and will have a whole turn to try to set up as many interruptions as he can. I mean, we know that the going first of Yumi is very strong.
Yep.
We've seen that during the last game. And we see the contact right
That's
away.
an interesting one.
That is, of course, very, very, very scary for the Yumi strategy, because now you have to use the Contact C, so you cannot go into the Link one. Yep. That is a card that was praised at first against this deck, but then people started to just remove this card from the side deck. But here it is. It is on the field, and we are going to check the hand with the triple Tactics Talents. What is the... Oh!
And what a hand.
Wow. Wow.
What a hand is this?
Double interruption and double one-card starter.
Oh my. I mean, what do you even get rid of? It's
I mean, if you know that you can extend through one interruption, through the purge or the impulse, you remove one of them, of course. Otherwise, if you got the feeling that you cannot go through that, I mean, it is very, very scary because then you remove one of the pieces, either the Primate or the Apophis piece, and you just set your cards to try to prevent them from playing. But yeah, this is a very tough situation. It will all depend on Fabio's hand now.
What outs do we have in the extra deck is also my question. Is it just that SP or do we have like cross sheep or other sort of outs in terms of links to this?
I mean, usually this is the SP, but
no, we do have. I see another one. Yep. We do have a special because we are playing a version we have not seen as much, and there is another out to this card right here, which is very important because SP doesn't give you a zone for the Snatchy. Instead, we are playing Beat Cop as another way to out this card.
A card coming from the past, which was used a few years ago in some strategies.
Yeah, it's never really used for nice purposes. You can say that in this deck it is the same thing, but let's see if that will happen. But no, we go for SP instead.
Oh, and we also have the thrust. We are not going to be able to add from deck to the hand, but still we have some very, very good cards that we could set.
Yeah, that's a very interesting choice. Maybe we don't have any other starter outside of this cookie, and then SP is the only reason why it makes sense to me, because otherwise you always go for the Beat Cop.
Yeah.
It's so important to have those link, just pointing at a free zone for your Snatchy.
I think it makes sense to negate it, right? Because, I mean, if you go for the ESP...
Does it, though? Because, as Jean was saying, you can only set here. And, we're gonna see a cross-out.
Ooh, cross-out.
Yeah, because he's playing Purge as well, so... makes sense.
Yeah. Heh. Nice. Okay. So is that really just gonna be maybe a starter for next turn? Because do you go and search a trap if you don't have anything, or do you just get, I don't know, engage for next turn, or that's a big, even prosperity, it's something that we might be looking at.
Yeah, but I think that you can just go into for a starter or something like that, because going for the prosperity means that you're pretty much gambling on something, you know, like...
Oh, he's going for prosperity.
And yeah, makes sense. I mean, you go for prosperity here. He needs a starter. He's like, I don't really need an impermanence to stop you. And he's just gonna gamble on that being the case. And it's a pass back to Diego.
Oh,
so
wow.
many good cards. We still have one of the starters. What are we gonna open up with? I'm guessing probably the Primate was left because SP kind of checks it, and then probably Treasures were sent back, but let's see if that is the case. Because, I mean, if Impermanence was not set back, that's also another option that we can start things off with. And...
yeah, it is going to be the burial.
It is the Primate, and we do not use the effect. Makes a lot of sense. Instead, we are just going to crush it. Oh, wow.
The Treasures. I mean, you can tell Fabio is just shaking his head. I mean, what can you do about it? It's just, you know.
It is what it is. Yeah. Sometimes.
And yet we can use the effect as we do have a trap in graveyard. No response from Fabio. And that means that this prosperity could get negated. You have a very strong tell that Fabio doesn't really have other starters in hand. So he's gonna need to pick up a draw.
And we are going to set another card here.
Yeah, I guess the impermanence, because Treasures was shuffled back and redrawn. And okay, we do draw into probably Lollipop, I guess. And as you can see, makes sense. We right away activate the Serpent. We want to set up the Swamp Deity in order to possibly even just negate this prosperity.
I mean, that would be great because, of course, we saw that Fabio seems like he doesn't have another starter. So he's desperately going to try to look for some. And if you negate it right away, might be it.
Yeah, we do know that is not exactly the case, but actually that impermanence becomes annoying if you only have a level 1 and that's it, because you just negate the Snatchy. And yeah, that could be it. But here we see prosperity. First decision, how many cards we are gonna banish from our extra deck. It could be 6 just because we are running some strange cards in there, but even 3 makes a lot of sense. And it is free. Are we gonna negate it with the Swamp Deity? It's a big decision.
I think you would, especially because the previous turn your opponent said it and really feels like it's the right
And we do, so we do negate it, and it's gonna be extremely tough now for Fabio. We do have a Yami, but we know about Imperma, but at the same time, wait, I think the last card is the Mignon. And this means that if we get baited with the Snatchy, then we hard draw the Mignon, and we can still activate it, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Let's see if that could be the case. Yeah, I think, I mean, you always impair here. Of course.
Now, yeah, we're going to the Link one probably. The Snatchy is going to hit the field.
And, I mean, I'm pretty sure that's the Mignon in hand. It looked like it, so... Wow, that could be... pretty much the only situation in which you're happy to draw it. Baiting your opponent.
I said yes.
It says
it's the impulse instead, right?
It is the impulse, and this is the victory for Diego, a convincing victory. 2-0 in the top 8 in the Italian mirror match.
Wow.
What a statement there with the Apophis deck. I mean, what a game it was, and the previous one as well. Remember, 5 hand traps, 5 interruptions to just try to prevent the opponent from playing, and all of a sudden you draw the temple. Like, that was something absolutely special. He must be absolutely feeling great, you know, with this game. What a performance. And 2 more to go. 2 more to go to just be the YCS winner. But I don't know. What do you think about that? We saw one of the best decks of the tournament, the Yomi deck against the Apophis, and he couldn't do anything.
No, I mean, he completely shut down Fabio's strategy. And I mean, Diego 15-1 record so far.
Yeah, amazing tournament by Diego. But before we can say more about his amazing performance, we promised you guys at home that you were going to enjoy more Yu-Gi-Oh! And I think we should just jump right back into action for our backup future match. Here we are here in game 2. Between Lucas and Leonardo, a Mitsurugi mirror match. And it's looking like the Italian might find his way to even the score up in this one.
Very technical matchup, to be honest. You have to be prepared to this mirror match when you are playing Mitsurugi at this tournament. And I'm sure that both players perfectly know how to play around the other deck. But yeah, here Lucas, it doesn't look very promising for him in this game, considering the fact that we still have the IP Masquerina 2 sets, and yeah, here the Great Purification activated on the Ritual spell.
Yeah, I mean, we were expecting especially a lot of Mitsurugi this weekend, and I think this is one of the first times we get to see a Mitsurugi pure mirror match on stream. And I mean, as you also mentioned previous rounds, it can be very difficult to play a mirror match, honestly. It's a bit tough. It also depends on the cards you draw and the interactions. It's very difficult sometimes. And I also feel like that at the end of the day, like a couple of cards could be the key, and here indeed Lucas just concedes and goes to game 3.
Yeah,
and,
I mean, we didn't get to see much of that one, but I mean, when you see that field state, it is true, and I believe now that we get into game 3, we might enjoy it. It's very technical indeed. There are a lot of different things that you can do, and similarly, although very different to the Dracotail matchup, you know, it's sometimes quite tough to get around everything, but I mean, we are in the top 8 again. These players are amazing. We had the chance of seeing, you know, Lucas. Again, he was the only player undefeated after 10 rounds. Eventually lost, but still managed to sneak in. Thanks to that tie break from the first rounds, I gotta say, because he also made it with an X3 record. But I mean, now he's gonna go first, and that is a huge feeling, I gotta say.
Yeah, absolutely. And Lucas, I mean, a very experienced player. He knows how to play. He's a very technical one. And usually he makes just the right decision at the right time. So he knows perfectly how to play those mirror match. Being first, of course, it gives you a huge advantage. But we know that the Mitsurugi, the pure Mitsurugi version, has some very, very good options going into the mirror match, because the Impulse is such a great card. Being able to negate the ritual spell allows you to just put you in a better position than other decks against the Mitsurugi strategy. So it's going to revolve around that, but also around the Mulch Army to just try to draw more pieces and be able to break the field, because we know that the Mitsurugi strategy has a lot of engine and can just be very powerful to try to get the victory.
I mean, I'm really curious to see how our players are going to approach it, especially because, as you mentioned, I really feel like that you know, when it comes especially to this stage, now you are really, I mean, you've had an incredible tournament. You were 10-0 with the deck, and then the last few rounds, essentially, you just managed to get into the top 8, and you really want to get this win and managed to go to the top 4. Talking about side decks, honestly, I'm really curious to see what they brought it, but our players are ready, so let's jump into game 3.
And they are ready indeed. Lucas in the driving seat here is going to just try to put as much pressure as possible. And Leonardo, on the other hand, we hope for him that he has something. An Impulse would be great. A Mulch Army as well. Let's see how Lucas starts things off.
I also would like to see that fossil we have been talking about a little bit. It's possible to go for a combo involving it, and so who knows, maybe we'll see it for the first time on stream all weekend. And wow, we open with Ritual right away.
What a way to start things, and we'll see if Leonardo has something. No, he doesn't. So we are going to special summon from the deck, so no Impulse and no Mulch Army as well.
Yeah, definitely not a good start. The main question now will be, do we see a Droll and Lockbird from Leonardo? Because we are not in the draw phase, no prayers. It could be extremely impactful, and let's see the Italian player shaking his head. Who is going to join Diego in the semi-final? No. No Droll.
No. So there, Lucas pretty much checked almost everything. I mean, the most harmful hand traps. And we can see that Lucas is very careful about his plays. Of course, the fact that there is no time is very beneficial to those sinking moments.
Absolutely. Still, obviously, you gotta keep a reasonable pace, but you can get away with it. And we now have access to the prayers, and again, no response, no go spell.
And I mean, usually you play a reasonable amount of disruptions when you play the pure Mitsurugi version, so that's a bit surprising that Leonardo doesn't have anything.
Yeah, I mean, you have the Impulse, you have the Ash Blossom, you have the Mole Charmies as well.
Charmies, sometimes some Nibiru's.
I mean, statistically it's surprising, yes, for sure.
But some players have used some Field Breaker instead, so maybe he will just surprise us and go all in during the second turn.
Maybe. But of course, this is one of those decks where after siding it gets complicated because we have access to Purification, which can deal with pretty much every Field Breaker available.
I mean, there is one which you can deal with, and this is the Super Polymerization.
Yeah. It is probably one of the cards that impacted the most this tournament, I feel like. We saw it a lot and it was amazing every time.
Now Lucas just keep comboing cautiously but surely. He's building his field and trying to find the path, the way to victory, trying to get to the semi-final.
We haven't used Abakiri, but instead we go for ritual summoning it, and oh, okay, not the most fortunate of draws there, but we can access maybe the Serpent if it's in there. Yep, makes sense. And are we gonna see my boy, that rock monster that has been shy, because this has been done without a normal summon, huh? And if you're thinking that we're gonna add an Ibiru, that's not quite the case. A man can dream. Let's see. We could get the answer right here, right now.
I mean, last time you called the Lava Golem, it happened.
Yeah.
I mean, we didn't see it on the field, but
it
was in the
kinda
hand.
did. Oh, but we have Prosperity, and this is huge. I mean, this card, after siding, it just gets so good. Imagine hitting a Dimensional Barrier, for example, here. The game is over, like on the spot. And imagine getting a cheeky 1200 attack monster level 4 from back in the day. But yeah, I think Lucas here is thinking how many cards to banish. Playing a couple copies of Gallant Granite for this exact reason. And let's take a look. Impulse. I got excited for a moment seeing a trap card.
Purification is good.
Not quite
We're not quite
barrier.
there.
Okay. I mean, Purification you can probably access, but yeah, either way I think it's easily, easily Purification, because maybe we already used the effect, but yeah.
Thinking about it.
Yeah.
Is it actually gonna be it or not? Lucas thinking carefully about that.
Yeah. I mean, it's just going through the line of, okay, what am I gonna do? Which card is it actually going to be? Can I access the Purification just through engine? And of course, Aldoni Biru, again, you can play around it. Some players just keep it in this matchup, you know, relying on maybe the player getting greedy. But I think we had a spell. I couldn't tell.
Oh, did he?
Yeah, I saw a spell. Maybe another. Oh, yeah, he did. Wow. He did grab the mirror instead to get the Futsu, I guess. Yep. So was almost picking that Purification, but last second, and I think it makes a lot of sense. You can just do this and get the Purification anyway. So well spotted by Lucas. And now the question is, are we going to see that Gallant Granite next?
Come on, Lucas, do this.
Come on. Come on.
For Marcello.
Yeah. It might be a rock, but I think Ed will be excited because it kind of looks like a dinosaur as well. The card I'm thinking about. And it is the Granite. We could get that combo with the one and only.
Is it going to be the Nibiru or?
Is it going to be that normal summon? It is going to be Fossil Dyna.
And what a card, because of course we didn't normal summon yet, and that could be a very, very scary card to normal summon for Leonardo's side. I mean, look at this card. He looks like a nice guy, but
oh no,
he will harm
you.
you.
The last years I've looked at it several times. That I can tell you. Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. A card that we have seen, you know, very popular in Time Wizard. Not so much lately, but here it is in the top 8 of YCS Lille. It might be the deciding factor. I mean, how do you even go about it if you don't have, you know, an infinite impermanence? And there it is, Fossil Dyna.
Leonardo smiling, and it's unbelievable that he didn't even draw a single interruption so far.
Yeah. Oh, and
let's
three
see,
cards
three
face
set
down.
cards.
We pretty much need to normal summon something bigger to attack over it, or we are completely shut. And part of Extravagance is a nice way to start things off. Do you use the Purification here? That is the big question. There are two different schools of thoughts about it, and I'm not sure in this kind of spot.
But yeah, that's always the case, because when you are in Game 2 and Game 3, you know that your opponent may access some side deck cards, and it's very, very scary. So he decided,
go for it.
Yeah, he decided not to negate it. And we see the Feather
That's
Duster.
RP Feather Duster. Now, of course, he's gonna be forced to react.
So it is going to trade with the Great Purification here, probably. And in that case, it would have been great to use it on the Extravagance, of course. But you never know before.
Of course. You never know. On the one hand, I can see an argument where you're like, okay, he's going to have a lot of entrops in deck. He has drawn none. Most likely he's going to draw into some entrops with that Extravagance, and so I might as well just keep my interruption for something like this RP's Feather Duster. And yeah, I guess thinking about which to tribute, and oh really, it's Futsu. Wow, because we cannot bring it back because of the Fossil Dyna, which is shutting down our own field, and play resumes to Leonardo, and Lightning Storm! Wow!
And you can tell from Luca's reaction.
Oh, wow. That is huge.
Oh my.
You know, sometimes it is what it is. And the combo of the Lightning Storm and the Feather Duster there is absolutely insane for Leonardo.
Yeah.
Because on Luca's side, you don't have much left, to be honest.
You were talking about field breakers. That is definitely one.
And we discard the pre-prep, which can only mean the rest of our end is also pretty amazing. And not even, prayers for now. We're just going to lose our entire field. And now comes the Mitsurugi Ritual.
What a hand is this?
We've seen that sometimes, you know, during the weekend, but this time in the top 8, in the Game 3, having such a hand is absolutely amazing for Leonardo. What can Lucas do? Is he able to just prevent his opponent from playing?
And we have the
Murakumo right away
as well. What a blowout.
I mean, Extravagance into Feather Duster, into Lightning Storm, and Ritual plus the Murakumo.
Yeah, I mean, this is straight out of a movie script for Leonardo. Your opponent goes first, set up an incredible field. You have 0 interruptions, and then look at this. I mean, I really want to know what that Extravagance got him into, though.
I mean, definitely I think that the Feather or the Lightning Storm wasn't in hand.
Could be.
And he drew one of them probably, but...
Imagine he drew both.
Must feel bad.
Imagine. Oh, wow. And yeah, we are gonna get to see this Murakumo get rid of the Granite. And I mean, we still haven't done pretty much anything. So what is there from Lucas? I think maybe he doesn't have any card in hand, so at least for the Murakumo, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, I mean, this was expected. If you drop a pre-prep, of course, you have another one, and oof, this could be even
this
over
could be
now.
a quick one.
Yeah.
This is a brutal hand.
Yeah, that's yeah.
I mean, absolutely.
I wonder what are the set cards, to be honest, because there was no impulse on the ritual spells, so this is not.
Yeah, I'm guessing
not it.
One could just be a prayer. You are kind of slow rolling. That makes the most sense, but for the rest, not so sure. And here comes the Futsu.
And look at that. A few minutes ago, we saw that Lucas was in a pretty good spot, having normal summon the Fossil Dyna, having the Great Purification, and now look at Leonardo's field. Now activating the mirror, having access to all those ritual monsters, getting rid of every single interactions from Lucas. What a way to qualify if he manages to go into the top 4.
Yeah, and I mean, how do you approach this? You have the Murakumo, which is going to negate one of these two cards. Because I believe, again, Lucas doesn't have any card in hand. And then, I mean, with the Magatama, you can possibly get rid of the other. But, I mean, if there is only one prayer and you negate it, that's probably the only way to bring back the Murakumo. And we swing into the battle phase.
Is there anything left
do we have
on the side of Lucas?
Hope from Lucas.
He is going to activate something, and it is, of course,
we negate that for sure. Do we have a response? Maybe impermanence? We do have impermanence. But here goes, as expected, his own prayer. And that pretty much does it, because the negation is gonna resolve. Wasn't the same column, right?
No, it wasn't.
Okay. Okay. Yeah, I mean, absolutely well played by Leonardo. A full field with 3 face-down cards in the spell and trap zone by Lucas, and now he has no more cards in hand on field. This is incredible by Leonardo. What a turn of events. What a comeback. Being 1 game down, he lost game 1, and here goes the handshake. The Italian does the upset. Wow, what a match, honestly. Impressive stuff. Both matches we've witnessed were insane. And I mean, after 50 rounds, you can expect this 8th duelist to be amazing.
Yeah, absolutely. It was a great way to end the top 8 because the game was absolutely insane. Lucas was just ready to win it all with the Fossil Dyna and all the set cards. He had the Great Purification and everything ready to just win it all. But the Feather, the Lightning Storm, and then the ritual spell, the pre-prep, everything was in the opponent's hand. And yeah, I mean, he played very well here on the spot in the top 4, and now 2 more to go to just win it all.
Yeah, I mean, it was just too much, and honestly, congratulations to Leonardo advancing into the top 4, and you know, what a performance. But speaking about our main future match, we have Leo and Diego. So, Leo, over to you for the post-match analysis.
Thanks, guys. We are here with our first player who made it into the top 4 of YCS Lille here. Diego, after being first in Swiss and then also winning the top 8, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I'm feeling great, of course. It's big emotions.
Yeah, definitely, I can imagine that. Actually, let's look at the games that you have played earlier. Swift 2-0 victory here, but your hand in the first game, that wasn't too great, was it? You had so many non-engine cards, nothing to play with. Did that happen a lot to you in this tournament?
Yeah, I don't have 1 card combo, but yeah, it was enough to stop the opponent. And of course, the top deck of Temple was yeah, amazing.
Yeah, if you have temple. What are you doing with this? Is this just man with the mark, search some more follow-up and have a Apophis?
Yeah, just add another temple, set one trap, and yeah, nothing.
Did you ever miss Temple of the Kings in your deck to go for? Did you ever miss Temple of the Kings in your deck to go for some bigger combos?
No.
All right, that works for me, definitely. So in the next clip, we have seen Dominus perch there, and you could use the Swamp Deity. Do you know what the last card of your opponent was there?
No, I don't know what was.
We thought it was Forbidden Droplet, so your opponent couldn't droplet your Apophis monsters. Were there any confusions with your previous opponents, maybe trying to negate one of your trap cards?
Yeah, well, no, what I don't know.
If there were any opponents who tried to negate your trap cards with like droplet.
Yeah, we have a plan to like do the fusion and reset the traps.
Yeah, that works as well, of course. But you won that game. Of course, your opponent did not get back into this. Now to the most interesting tech in your side deck, Contacting Sea. How good was Contacting Sea this weekend?
Is the first time I used the Contact Sea.
Really?
Yeah, because this is the second Yummy I beat, yeah, in the entire tournament.
And then we got a glimpse into your hand.
Yeah, this hand was crazy. 2 starts, 2 goods, hand trap, yeah.
So they take away a little bit of engine. Then afterwards you normal summoned the Aether Barrel, did not activate the effect?
Because SP can, like if I don't draw Temple, I just take in hand my Barrel because SP is, Yummy with SP in Extra Monster Zone can play. So yeah, it was a lock.
That makes a lot of sense, I want to say. And then we're going to, of course, see the final moments of the game there. Your opponent only had the Lollipop, but that didn't help them. What were the other matchups that you played this tournament if you only played 2 Yummy?
Like a lot of Mitsurugi, a lot of Dracotail, yeah.
Right, and those matchups are like the better ones for you, or do you prefer to play versus Yummy?
No, Yummy is the worst matchup.
What was the only matchup that you lost this tournament?
With Dracotail Despia.
Oh, Dracotail Despia, all right.
60 cards and yeah.
That does definitely sound well. Congratulations on making it to the top 4 after being first after Swiss, not losing to the Curse of Anubis. We're going to be right back with the next top 8 matchup. Actually, we're showing all of those matches, so stay tuned.
Welcome back to YCS Lille coverage 2025. We're in our second feature match here in the top 8, so it's time to see which of our next 2 duelists are going to be going through to that top 4 cut here. So let's introduce your 2 duelists. Your blue contender, Nicolas Corneau! Come and join me up here, Nicolas. Here you are, you're ready. You're here in the top 8. How does it feel?
I feel great.
Do you think you can go all the way to the final?
I do my best.
You'll do your best, that's all we can ask for. Please have a seat. And next up, let me introduce Julien Thomas! Now, you've clearly got some fans in the audience, Julien. How are you feeling?
Feeling good. Great day, all win, great momentum. Let's play some game.
That's all we want to hear. Do you think with that power of friendship in the audience that you can take it all the way?
That's all I need.
That's all you need. Well, please do take a seat. And the next thing you're going to need to do is roll the dice, because we're going to do a high roll to see who goes first. Who would like to roll first? Nicolas? I can't see the other one. That is a 6. Okay, and for Julien? Oh, it's a 4? Okay, so that's 4. And that's a 9. Julien, you're going to go first. Julien is going to go first here in our top 8 feature match. So I'm going to hand you over to your amazing commentators to take you through this. Guys, take it away.
And as promised, we do not only show you one featured match for top 8, but we are still in top 8 with another wave of matches, a main featured match and then possibly a backup featured match to show you as well. And we have seen plenty of innovative stuff. We've seen the man of the mark walking into top 4 already there earlier, and now we have some more Justice Hunter decks, few decks that are actually very exciting. We have a direct matchup between 2 of those decks, as we will see Yummy versus Draco Tail.
Usually that is a positive matchup for Draco Tail, but Yummy has proven to be a dominant force in the metagame. We thought there were not too many of those at the top tables, but there are plenty of these in the top 8. But our duelists are ready. We don't want them to wait any longer, so let's go right to the table.
And Julien, with his Yummy deck, at least has the advantage of the 1 die roll, so he will be the one leading the action here. Let's see what he has to offer in this very important game. He starts off with one of the most iconic cards in all of Yu-Gi-Oh!, which is also my favorite card of all time. Sky Striker, Mobilize, Engage.
And I thought this hand looked horrible, but the last card in hand actually was the Sky Striker, Mobilize, Engage. This 1 card starter for the Yummy combo going into Gagari, getting back that Hornet Drones token, and then you're going to be able to summon out Kapsi. And also this is protected by a lot of cards in Julien's hands, so he is on a roll, baby.
Okay, Molcharmy Fuvalos is always a good thing to have in your opening hand when you go second, but it will go answered here by the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring here. So Julien really with a perfect start already so far.
And I mean, it is one of those matches that dice roll doesn't mean a lot, to be honest, since Draco Tail has a very good matchup against Yummy going second with the Phimena. It is one of those decks and interactions that you don't really care about letting your opponent going first, since you can now activate Phimena and then make Arthalion in turn 0 and interact with your opponent.
But you know what? You have to draw Phimena
yeah,
first.
That's 3 cards out of 40. I don't know how often you're going to get that. Fuvalos helps with that problem, giving you more often access to it, as you will draw cards on that first turn too, but it does not look like we do have access to that just yet. Speaking of the Draco Tail deck here from Nicolas, it's actually a quite nice one. There is the effect Veiler being used. We're trying to deny that, but there also is Called by the Grave. What an opener from Julien, having both the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring for the Fuvalos, and now even the Called by the Grave for the effect Veiler.
And now Phimena would be huge, because now it is freed by this Called by the Grave, or off this Called by the Grave rather. But first of all, Julien is going to proceed adding 2 of those Yummy monsters from his deck to his hand, the Lollipo and Kapsi, of course.
I mean, you have not yet normal summon, so even if Phimena is on the hand right now and Arthalion will be summoned, you still have your normal summon and you can extend your plays. But I think it is one of those scenarios that you need to keep Phimena for the right moment, if obviously it is in the hand.
But yeah, oh, discarding the Ghost Bell here. That's interesting to see. Summons out the Lolly Poster. Almost the entire hand now known here on Jillian's side. One card that is in the deck of Nicolas that would be super crucial here, though, is Nibiru, the Primal Being. Is that also in his opening hand?
I don't even think that would be this crucial, because then you use the token to go into Link Spider and summon the Cupsy from your hand, and then you're good to go.
Yeah, well, you're right. True, good point. Good point. We do bring back... Oh, but if we summon Cupsy here, we do not know. No, okay, we do not. That's good. But speaking about Nicolas' deck a little more, he actually chose an approach that I really like, because Nicolas is going very, very heavy on engine in the Draco Tail deck. Sometimes that deck has some issues with consistency, but when you make decisions like playing 3 copies of Blazing Cartesia, for example, or also playing all 3 Draco Tail traps, you just go all in on the engine, and I like that as a way of going here for this very tournament.
Blazing Cartesia, the Virtuous, is my favorite card in the deck, actually. It gives you so much consistency and a higher ceiling as well. Sometimes you struggle to get monsters back into your hand, and Cartesia frees your Athelion from having to bounce it back, because it can't just add itself back in the end phase after you have maybe gone for a Seals or maybe a possible Crowley route.
And to be fair, also Cartesia gives the deck one edge that it's very difficult for it is to fusion summon without having restrictions, for example, Rahu for locking you only to Dracotail fusion monsters, and this is very nice for the deck to have other options in the extra deck.
Cartesia also plays around heavily around Retaliating Sea. So that is another additional strength of this card. But now there is Herald of the Arclight on the field for Jillian, and this is the card that... Oh, we're actually seeing the Lambda technology. We've talked about this earlier, but this is so strong, and it heavily signalizes that there might be a Cyframe card in the hand.
Well, you say heavily signalizing. Is that ever just a mind game? Is that ever just a bluff where you're summoning this and you tell your opponent, hey, my card in hand here, that is a Cyframe, and then it's not?
Nah.
I think
it probably is a Cyframe, right?
Basically, obviously, as Basti said, you can go for this mind game, but in any case, it is one of those new technologies that Yami decks like to abuse right now, summoning Lambda instead of NSP, for example, or another Link 2 option, and to threat for a potential Cyframe in the hand. And obviously, Gamma and Delta are very good, for example, I guess, Dracotail, Mitsurugi, or even Yami.
That is true, and now we do have the normal summon of Dracotail Lucias, and one thing we haven't really addressed just yet, that Herald of Arclight sitting on the field is a massive problem for the Dracotail strategy. We have to get rid of that first before we can get into the fusion summoning, so we will need to find a way to get around that. We already found one, though, with that normal summon, so if we can just attack over it, that works.
We have surprised to bring back the Snatchy and Synchro Summon in the battle phase of our opponent to a cookie and set the Lucias.
Sadly true indeed.
Otherwise, usually this card also is able to bring back just a yummy cookie, which then lowers the attack points of the monster, which I find the much funnier way to stop your opponent from attacking over Herald of the Arclight. We've seen that in the game before with the Fossil Dyna Pachycephalosaur, where the Habakiri stuck on the field to lower the attack points of the opposing monsters. And now Cupsy is just drawing a card. Jillian staring down Nicolas says, what are you gonna do? You have to act here.
2 French players here, therefore also the crowd, of course, being invested as both of them are trying to make it happen. Actually, as Lucas Lancelot lost in that first set of top 8 matches, they are the 2 last remaining French players in the entire tournament. So they will not only do it for themselves, but also for the entire country of France.
So as discussed before, entering the battle phase to attack Lucias to the Herald, Surprise has been activated to bring back Snatchy with an effect, and now it can activate its effect to Synchro Summon into the battle phase of Nicolas' turn.
Yep, that's about right. So you're protecting a Herald of the Arclight, such a strong card, just because of its floodgating effect, banishing all sorts of resources from the Dracotail strategy.
Let's see whether Nicolas has any kind of answer to that. Did he find
any further non-engine. I mean, I talked about it. He is really heavily leaning in on the engine part of his deck, and therefore common cards like Super Polymerization in the Draco Tail deck or other things like Forbidden Droplet did not find any place in his deck list, and therefore, besides attacking over this Herald, there is really not that much he can do against it.
That is the big upside of Yummy going first in this matchup, which is supposed to be a negative one. But if you can go for your full combo, it's incredibly hard to break it without any huge side deck cards. Cards like Dino Wrestler Pancratops are basically your only real answer to stop the deck from doing that. And the thing is that Draco Tail can barely play monsters in its side deck because it's just so risky to play those. Cookie Yummy Way is going to turn this Lucias upside down. And that is going to be the end of the battle phase, I would assume.
And Akroki is one of those cards that at the beginning of the deck it didn't see a lot of play, but then the community decided that it's a very good card, especially against Draco Tail, which is an unfavorable matchup for Yami, kinda. And it is one of those cards that not only give you an interaction with your opponent, that in the turn that you synchro summon, the time that you synchro summon, you can destroy one card on the field, but also gives an extra effect that if a face-up monster leaves the field due to an opponent card, you can special summon a Yami from the deck.
That's true. Now here comes 5 mana. 5 mana activates its effect, but because there is Herald of the Arclight on the field, we have to banish it instead of sending it to the graveyard.
And now we respond with the Capsi trying to summon back multiple monsters from the graveyard. And you can go for him. And you can even go for a Lollipo actually here to just get rid of this Fuwalos, because that's a card that can't be added back with Arthelion, even though I doubt that the card you want to summon with 5 mana here is an Arthelion.
Yeah, I think it's better to keep Lollipop, for example, for a potential Urgula if Herald of the Arclight has been passed. For example.
Okay, we do use the pan from the hand, and also, of course, the Lucius that was sat there by Jillian. But what are we going to go into here? What even is generating any kind of value? Okay, yeah, you guys were right. Doesn't make much sense to go into a Aphelion, so we just go with Draco Tail Gula Mel instead.
Now Lucius is being activated, of course, was sent from the field, so it doesn't go into banishment.
I mean, right now Gillian can just activate Snatchy, and so Gulamel will miss typing and cannot activate the effect.
Exactly, but you still get to set a spell card or a trap card if you want, but how far is that gonna get you?
You have a Croaky.
Yeah. True, you have a Croaky, but you also have Herald of the Arclight still, so all of those cards that you're gonna get out of this aren't really too big, but you would still have to kind of negate them, otherwise Gulamel pops the Herald of the Arclight immediately.
Yeah, feels like that. I do agree. We do bring out another one of the Yummy
you synchro
summon
now,
monsters.
and Akroki will destroy the set.
Yeah.
So
I think that's
okay.
the route you have to go for.
Yeah.
I agree, but right now, Jillian carefully thinking whether he wants to trigger that Akroki. He has the chance to, as that was a synchro summon, and there it is immediately, as Mike suggested, goes after the set card that was just set, and that sets also the score to 1-0 for Jillian, who's now up in the lead with the Yummy deck. And once again, I feel like we have been saying this all weekend, saying, hey, this is not a particularly good matchup for the Yummy deck. And whenever we said that in front of a match, the Yummy deck just showed up and won immediately. Whatever we told the people was wrong. But I mean, with that opener, called by and Ash Blossom and Joy Spring,
in case there's anything going on.
It was massive. It was so good. It was good enough for Jillian to take it all down. I mean, those are like the best tens. When you have a one-card starter and then just everything next to it is just engine that support, non-engine that supports that protects that one-card combo. It's just so good of a feeling.
If that hand doesn't beat a negative matchup, you can basically not play the deck in a tournament, whereas there is a lot of Draco Tail around. Draco Tail, basically the most played deck in the tournament with 17%. Yummy closer with 16%. But if you combine the Mitsurugi variants, that changes a lot.
That's true.
And I think it is one of those matches that we really need to see, and how it has been adjusted due to the new set, obviously, Tomb of the Dimension, meaning that both decks received some support cards, and we wanted to see how they have adjusted from the Forbidden Limit list and also, obviously, from the new set and the support. And I kind of see that Yamin right now really wants to go into a Croaky to feel the safety of, yes, you can make an Arthalion in my turn, you can out, for example, my normal summon, but then I will have something in order to special summon from the deck and keep advancing my plays.
Also, what's kind of interesting is that the deck that Aaron is playing in the backup featured match versus Philip right now is Yami Mitsurugi.
Sure.
And that deck is incredibly interesting because both engines kind of bridge into each other.
They
you
do.
can go for the Herald of the Arclight, link that one away, later on recycle that one and search for a Habakiri. And on the other hand, you can just go for a rank 8 Xyz into a zombie vampire and then try to hit a Yami name. Sometimes you can even take a Capsi from your opponent if they don't know what you're playing. That's the craziest thing.
And you know how to link summon Herald? This is very cool. You make it in the extra motion zone and go to gravity controller, which is very good. So you don't need another monster, for example, to make an SP or any other card, or a Lambda, as we saw.
And you can synchro away the gravity controller, right?
Yeah, it's link one.
Yeah, it's crazy.
It is so funny indeed, but for the moment it's more so about the pure version of Yami and about Draco Tail. And what would you say for the Draco Tail deck? Is it already strong enough going first in its nature, or is there something that immediately comes to your mind that you want to have additionally from the side deck? Is there like a crazy technology?
There is Phantasma. That is a card that will always help you in that matchup. Keep in mind, you will have to get rid of your Mulchami cards if you are going first, so there is something you want to side in. But apart from that, I think the deck is in a decent position. Maybe if you're not maining them, side some Ghost spells or just generically good cards against the... I think Phantasma, this would be my top choice.
Yeah. One thing that I saw Draco Tail players doing, sometimes they would main deck Kashtira Fenrir, but also just siding in Kashtira Fenrir is also something really cool because that is a good card that you can always bring in going second as well. Going second, it's not that strong in the current state of the game, but going first, it is really, really strong indeed. So that could be another option we may be able to see here, but we want to see it. We want to see the action. Players are ready, so game 2 comes now.
Basti, I can't get rid of the feeling that you wanted to hint at something for Draco Tail going first after siding.
Well, you may be right, as there also is additionally a very powerful counter trap card in the side deck of Nicholas as well. And you have read my mind with that, actually, Leo, as I'm talking about Dragon's Mind. And Nicholas' mind right now is all about Draco Tails, as he does have a way to play. He does have a starter. He does have the key to Draco Tail.
So I was discussing with some Yami players about how to interact with Draco Tail, and there was the potential to keep, for example, your Ash Blossom and obviously Ghost Bell in order to interact only with the trap cards. And since those are the real threat of Draco Tail going first, and only have to care about 5 mana.
Okay, but now I saw in Jillian's hand, I think this is a Psyframe Gear Delta. Why don't, I mean, you can't use that on trap cards, right? So why don't we use this on the K2 Draco Tail?
Maybe it is better just to wait for Rahu in order to negate the fusion summon, since K2 right now doesn't fusion summon, and I think that you let your opponent take 1 fusion with 5 mana and set a Rahu and a potential trap, and then on the Rahu activate Delta and stop your opponent from setting multiple trap cards.
Yeah, I like that, definitely. I think that makes sense. Nicholas, does he immediately follow it up with the card he just searched there with the K2? Oh no, we do go for Mululu, which is of course another way to fusion summon, as we can now, in the main phase as a quick effect, go ahead and fusion summon with materials from our hand too, and we do go ahead, use the Mululu itself, and then the... Is that Lucius?
That's Frixel.
No.
Oh, it's true. It's the new one. It's Draco Tail Frixel, just newly imported in Doom of Dimensions into the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading Card game, and usually a one-off in most of the Draco Tail lists.
But now you can already set up your entire lineup here. I think looking at the hand, there's a lot of engine for Nicholas, so he might as well already be at 3 trap cards, which would be amazing for him, especially if a Rahu would get delta'd. Now I want to also check if Rahu is activate once, but when it's activate, Delta hard negates it, right?
Yeah. Yes, it does. It does negate the activation. And as we can see, there is a horn now around already. So first trap card has been on the field established.
So I have to ask the Draco Tail Master here, do you go first for horn or flame against the Yami?
Oh, I think that you would want to go for Flame first. I think Flame is most of the time the better card. Also means that if you get both off, you are going to... I mean, you can basically decide when to activate it, right? But recycling that one is more important. sometimes these spell cards are just too strong, and if they only start with a normal summon, you have other ways if you've already set up a 5 mana to deal with them.
I mean, Horn is really cool just simply on Yummy Snatchy though, isn't it? Like making sure there is no Yummy monster on the field anymore. I think that can be pretty impactful. But that Delta here is also going to be quite impactful as it will negate the activation of that Rahu Draco Tail, is it?
I think that Nicolas might smell this Delta a mile away and has another Rahu in hand. That would be absolutely crazy because Rahu is not use once per turn. It is activate once per turn, and if Delta negates the activation, this was an absolute blank here. Nothing happening from this Delta. And then an Indicator negate would have been much better.
That's true. Let's find out. Did Nicolas really play a mind game here with Jillian? Does he just have another one? He does have that. Well done. Perfectly executed and baited there as that Rahu Draco Tail now is just free to resolve.
It is one of those scenarios that you understand why some players are in this spot, why they are in the top 8 of a YCS and why they are advancing through the final and can play around any field in hand. Meaning that, yes, Rahu was already in the hand, but we knew that our opponent was in the Cyframe engine, so we set another Rahu to play, as you said, Leo, around a potential Delta.
Very strong here. Delta not doing too much in this scenario, and this deck loves to trade cards 1 for 1 because you get so much value out of them. If you're using your trap card, you're probably taking away 1 more card from your opponent and you draw 1 more. You have 5 mana that sets up multiple interruptions. You have Gulamel already. That is a pop when 5 mana is activated first. Then you can gather more resources, or you can summon a Secretarian Dragon. You can do whatever you like. If you have access to a pan in hand, if you can somehow get it, if you can draw into it, you can use the Arthelion and Pan from hand to summon Filia Regis, which then is a pop with Pan and then later on a banishment as well.
That's true. Interesting to see that we set another copy of Ketu Draco Tail there though, right?
Yeah.
That must mean we have drawn the 3rd trap card, because we only set the Draco Tail Sting and we did set the Draco Tail Horn, so Flame should be the one we just set there, as otherwise surely that would have been the trap card we set through the Draco Tail Graveyard effect.
Yeah, I mean, this is why I asked also Leo about what he prefers, Horn or Flame, because when you go first Horn against the Yami, you can tell that maybe your opponent has already Flame in the hand, and obviously I think that now has been confirmed since setting 1 potential trap card.
Jillian's turn now has used 1 card in hand, at least can't top deck Gamma anymore, but now there is such a mountain to climb here. 4 set cards, 5 mana in hand, Gulamel on the field, plenty of resources in hand as well, has set up a Mululu, so another possible negate if you want. This is a great position to be in for Nicolas. But now Marshmallow, Yummy as a starter for Jillian. The one Yummy that can special summon itself on an empty field. Doesn't have to waste your normal summon. Made the deck so much stronger.
And Nicolas looks like he wants to let that go through, and there is the Marshmallow Yami now on the field. Importantly enough, in defense position, of course, as you do not want to make it vulnerable to that Horn that is set there on the field. But now, a Link summon can only net you a monster in attack position, obviously, so we gotta summon that Snatchy in attack position, not using its on-summon effect to place a field spell, though.
Yes, because in the resolution, we could activate Horn, target Snatchy, since it has not a valid target, it cannot activate the effect to Synchro Summon, and then chain Gulamel into the field spell and clear the entire field.
Very true. So Jillian does not want to play into that sequence of things. But you can still just use the Horn. Yeah, that's what I think. Because you're afraid that your opponent just keeps on special summoning Yummies from the hand. Like, all of those Yummies in the hand that they potentially have are just free to summon there. So you want to make sure that from here on out, they need to commit into a normal summon first or into something like Yummy Surprise. So I do totally agree with that too.
And now we get to draw a card for free. If that isn't Yummy, I don't know what is. Horn is in the graveyard now. Getting great use out of Draco Tail Horn always feels great because it's so easy to play around the card if you're playing non-link based decks. And Gage is being activated here, but I think you would just rather wait for the Hornet drones with your Draco Tail Flame if you at all want to activate it there. But I think the moment where your opponent wants to activate field breaking cards, I think that one has passed maybe.
Half the time have changed that you negate the drones and not the engage,
right? The tables have turned indeed, but I feel like there is not that many cards you are afraid of here from the Yummy side, so this feels to me like it would be a good negate. Also getting that additional draw again that we already got through the horn, so why not just use it here?
So I have a better suggestion, to be fair. You can let Kagari to be summoned, targeting the drones, activate Sting, targets the drones, and then chain Gulamel into the Kagari.
Oh, that's
that
also
is a
fair.
Huge play here to get most use out of Sting. That's very nice.
Because it is one of those trap cards that is not very strong against the Yami, but you can take the maximum value from it.
Sounds about right, and Nicolas is thinking as you are possibly, or maybe now considering to activate a set card here, and we do just activate the Sting now, so it's a little bit different from what you suggested, but maybe it's going to still give good value.
I like this even more. You're getting rid of the Yummy name in the graveyard, and you're popping the token before it can become a Kagari, and we know Hornet Drones is at 1, so you can never ever get another Drones token here. So you have eliminated the threat of the Sky Striker Ace Kagari, and you have gotten rid of the name in the graveyard that could potentially be relevant later.
I like it too.
Love that.
Not too shabby at all, and now Jillian kind of realizing that this is actually quite good there, and oh yeah, of course we can just still chain the effect of Gulamel.
We're going to draw another card off of this. So many cards in hand. This is almost impossible to grind through this later on. Did Nicolas just give a thumbs up to just...
I think so, yeah.
Okay, we've gotten rid of the Hornet Drones as well.
No effect.
No. One monster and one spell or trap card.
Oh.
And or. You can... Wow. Okay, maybe I should read my own cards. Haha. Kagari is being summoned now. Can add back the Sky Striker, mobilize, engage. But how does that help you? Now there is a Link 1 on the field. And now you can special summon your Yummy monster from hand. So Jillian basically now gets to extend with a Kapsi Yummy.
And there is the Kapsi Yummy, indeed. And is it just that we just try to play around Triple Tactic Talents and Thrust here so desperately by not activating the Gulamel? Because that's the only explanation that I can find.
I mean, there is the logic that you keep the Gulamel to interact with the field spell, since this is a potential big threat for Dracotail. Otherwise, Yami can struggle a lot to find a way out into a full established Dracotail field.
Yeah, okay, that's also fair enough.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of agree, even though Kapsi is the best extender and it can get you a Yummy surprise as well. Effect Veiler is being used too. So much non-engine, so many draws so far. Of course, some cards will find their way into Nicolas' hand. It can't always only be Dracotail monsters. And even those, if they have pops, if they have negates, they're nice to have.
Is that the moment you activate the 5 mana? Yes, indeed it is. 5 mana uses its effect, and we do chain Gulamel. Gulamel will destroy the Kapsi Yummy, and Jillian. Oh.
I'm very sure we're going to fuse away a pan here, but now we have committed into monster effects. Oh, Molulu and Lucias, okay.
We can recycle the Effect Veiler from the graveyard. That seems pretty good.
True. Arthelian bounce Kagari and add back the Effect Veiler. You get to set all of those spell cards. You have drawn multiple cards already. I don't think you care too much about resources. I think Effect Veiler and bounce the Kagari might be the way to win this game here, if it's not already almost over.
Checking how many cards there are left in hand. But it is the Effect Veiler, and are we going after the Kagari? We are in fact doing that. So once more, taking the opportunity away from Jillian to freely special summon out his Yummy monsters from the hand. Or is there a response? We're still in the process of resolving. Oh, we are resolving already, yeah.
So Arthelian was, of course, Chainlink 1, otherwise Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion or other cards could disturb this one. Every Dracotail player, after being belled once, realizes this card is my Chainlink 1 from now on.
Kagari in the extra deck, all those powerful fusion monsters on the field. Effect Veiler recycle to what are those last remaining cards in hand? Because note, we still have not even used the effect of Dracotail Flame yet. If there is a spell card, we can still negate. And ooh, that is the normal summon now.
Moment summon Cupsy can't add Yummy Surprise here. We have used Cupsy already. Nicolas still has plenty of cards. He has used the Gulamel already, if I remember correctly. That was chained to Fimena. So now he's like, okay, Jillian, you're good to go here. But if you want to go for your Yummy Snatchy, I have Effect Veiler.
That is indeed known. And sneakily trying to snatch a field spell from the deck, but will probably not go down successfully, as that Effect Veiler was grabbed for exactly that moment and exactly that purpose, negating Yummy Snatchy.
I mean, there was the possibility also to let Snatchy resolve, find the field spell, and then activate Flame, since a potential threat may appear, and to keep the Veiler. But I think this is the last play from Gillian's side to summon the Typhon.
Very interesting, because we know that Nicolas has already set up the Horn again. So while this is, of course, Typhon most of the time a desperation play, summon it in attack position is going to cause your opponent to just immediately go Horn next turn, bounce it, draw another card, and then go crazy from that point on. But maybe Jillian also wants the field to be cleared because he has another Delta in hand that can't summon Driver from Banishment.
Yeah, you never know, maybe he likes the Psyframe so much that he decided to run the second Driver as well, but that would certainly be a surprise. Okay.
A Yummy Surprise.
A Yummy Surprise. That is a free off, but I don't know about the Driver though. And turn goes back over to Nicolas. Looks like he completely controlled this game state out. Looks like he really is in the driver's seat. Yes, if he wants to summon an Aphelion here, it cannot activate its effect, but we can preemptively already deal with that Typhon there.
And I mean, as Lee already suggested, there is Horn that can be activated and target Typhon.
Yep, and now Jillian picks up his card, says that is one too many for me, and we're going into game 3. Nicolas wins that game here, activating Draco Tail Horn. Could have even recycled Draco Tail Sting, and if that isn't complete luxury, then I don't know what is.
Indeed.
I mean, it showcased why Draco Tail Sting is very important in a Draco Tail deck. I had the time to speak with Nicolas after his bubble match, and he told me that he believes that it is one of those cards that you really need in the main deck, especially for 15 rounds of Swiss, and you really need all those extra interactions with your opponent, and he actually utilized it in the main deck, which is very important.
I think that's one of those deck lists where you then probably won't go for patchwork polymerization shenanigans, because at some point it is risky to play too many spell and trap cards in this deck, because you need to fuse monsters away from hand. If you have 5 mana in your opening hand, your opponent goes first, you're like, yeah, then you have another monster, you're like, woo, and then you have 3 spell and traps, and you're like,
well, yeah, that's not that great then anymore. But now in that game 3, we of course are seeing currently the players on the screen side decking. That side deck will play a huge role, as I see here in the side deck of Jillian. He is, first of all, it's only a one-off, but that anti-spell frigates against all of those normal spell cards that the Draco Tail deck has, that it needs really, is sometimes just match ending. And then also a card that really is super popular again this weekend. We saw it in main decks even sometimes. Dimensional Barrier versus almost an all-exclusive fusion deck is same kind of a turn-ending card you want as well.
I mean, Draco Tail is one of those fusion decks that, yes, obviously, D-Bar is very strong against it, but if it has 5 mana in his opening hand, it can play around D-Bar potentially, but definitely you don't want to get hit by D-Barrier.
I don't even think we have seen 1 5 mana in an opening hand going second the entire tournament here on stream. Maybe it is about time. Sometimes with this deck it is make or break if you have 5 mana. Of course, you're playing a bunch of hand traps. There are lots of interactions, but 5 mana is just the absolute queen of this deck. If you have this card on your opponent's turn, it's so hard, because I think in this matchup, if Yummy finds its way into Herald of the Arclight, you are very likely to lose if you don't have cards like Dark Ruler Mono More or Pancratops. So the thing is, you're always going to have to play into triple tactic thrust.
Yeah.
And then getting debarriered might be difficult.
It's
However,
rough.
if you actually used 5 mana, you have gotten all of your cards set up already. I think you might have the resources to add back the 5 mana, attack over some monsters for this turn.
Possibly,
Pass.
yeah, it could work out. It's definitely not easy though. I'm also curious about the side-taking plan in general right now from Jillian's side, because He's main-decking Fuvalos, he's main-decking all those Psy frames. Like, he needs a bunch of going first cards in his side deck because there's plenty of cards he does not want anymore in his main deck after the side decking.
To be fair, you can keep some Psy frames, meaning that the new combo is very around Psy frame Lambda, so you can you can keep obviously the Gamma in order to play around the Fugalos or
good point.
Purulia, and obviously then advance into establishing Lambda as we saw in game 1 and have the Delta for a potential interaction.
Both of these decks are incredibly tacked out against each other, going first and going second. Both have their merits and their downsides. Sometimes they rely on drawing the right cards. This is a card game after all, but top 8 is now going into its final moments. Let's go over to the table for game 3. The coolest thing about Dracotail versus something like a thrust play set dimensional barrier is that you have the chances to just activate K2, force out the dimensional barrier earlier, and then you can summon Mululu and then pass. That is a Lollipo.
That's not the greatest start, to be honest. You rather want to start with other cards, but maybe it also is a bait, just signalizing that we have more yummy monsters in the hand.
I mean, it is a starter in any case.
Yeah. It is. It could be vulnerable, though. Let's see.
I think Jillian has, again, one of the best spell cards in this entire game in his hand that might or might not be limited. Let's see how Jillian is going to play this one out. It must feel incredibly good to have this card in his hand. Now Lollipo is being summoned back to the field, and now we can go for a nice little Capsi.
As a Dracotail player, you can understand when your opponent plays Yami and goes for, instead of a Croaky for Mignon, you can understand that potentially he doesn't have a lot of engine, otherwise he would totally protect his monster from FI mana potentially and activate a Croaky in this scenario, except if obviously you have
Ash
one of
Blossom
those
Joy
spells
Spring.
that you are talking about.
So if there is not a whole lot of engine in the hand of Jillian, that Ash Blossom might be pretty tough to deal with, but we are currently considering our options. I think we are even thinking about responding to the Ash Blossom and Joy Spring here.
Does Jillian have another card here to deal with this scenario? Can he go into some more plays? He has activated Capsi. Yes, you could chain, but that ring! Who's there? It's the grave for Jillian, taking out the Ash Blossom and Joyous Spring. But again, this is not called by the grave on the Dracotail 5 mana. So if this card is in Nicola's hand for once, then this might hit him hard.
What an important call to take here in the game 3 of top 8. Perfect moment to open up this card when going first, and now protecting our combo so much.
The ring was because someone called, right?
Yeah, the grave called. Just you could see the hand dialing out of the grave, but there is Capsi as a special summon there. And now even if you have 5 mana, with all that engine in your hand, it is really tough to stop the Yummy deck from setting up here. What do you need even? I think you want an Urgula to pop the field spell, which has already used its effect. You want the Pan to get rid of something. It's so difficult.
It's like a free card combo at that point already, which is definitely not that easy to achieve. Also, as we are heading into this third game here on the main feature, I would like to inform you as well that on the backup feature, same thing happening. We're also into the third game there too, which is already good because it's a rematch there on the backup feature match between Philip and Aaron, where in the last round of Swift we already played, and that one was decided with a Swift 2-0 in favor of Philip. So good to see that this time around they are playing for a third game too.
Aaron said this was incredibly quick. He got demolished in that matchup. So seeing him climb back there is, of course, a good thing. Now we're going to summon out the Lollipo Yummy way here to get back to more Yummy monsters. The name almost escaped me here. Lollipo and Capsi being summoned back. Jillian is now contemplating his options, thinking, where can I go with this? At this point, you are more and more volatile to some of those interruptions here, going into the Martial Metal Marcher, and I think at this point Nibiru the Primal Being...
Imagine there is a Nibiru, yeah. I said it in game 1, I still stand to that. Nibiru here could be crucial, but there even is thought about a response just there. If there is Nibiru, you gotta activate. Oh wait, oh no,
Not
yet. True.
If there is Fimena, you also want to use it now.
Oh, there is something. There is something. Nicholas has Nibiru, the primal being. He is going to take all of those monsters away from Jillian, who is really not that happy about it, but he's considering whether to respond maybe with one of the quick effects, but no, all of those monsters heading straight up into the graveyard.
I think Jillian still has not used Yummy Surprise, right?
That's
so
true.
He can still definitely play here, of course, also with the token. That's one of the best things about the Yummy deck. If you get a Nibiru token, you go into Link Spider, and then this card is, as crazy as it sounds, a nice extender for you can then go into the Cookie Yummy way and put the Nibiru face down.
However, community a little debates around if Link Spider should be or not in the extra deck. However, as we can see, Gillian here in the top 8 of the YCS summoning Link Spider, and I think he just ended the debate.
A good comment. I love this based.
He does have it, he does need it, and he will be able to, with that, extend his combo further. And the cards in hand, of course, for Nicholas also getting less and less after already using 2 basic mathematics that leaves them with 3 cards only. But he's thinking, is there really also 5 mana in there? That would be the dream opener, really. Oh, Nicholas says he would like to think. You gotta be kidding me.
Wow.
There's no way, right?
If this is
there is no way!
What do you have here? Do you have the Pan? Do you have the almighty dragon that pops a monster when it's being fused away? He has Kashtira Fenrir. This might be a Pan, actually, but we cannot see it.
It does look like a Pan, though. A Phalion is being summoned, so worst case scenario, we can just put that Link Spider back into the extra deck, and it is Pan, actually!
It's Pan! Nibiru, Ash Blossom, and 5 mana plus Pan is absolutely insane. That is not only a Draco Tail hand, that is the Draco Tail hand.
That is ridiculous, really. Nicholas, in this game 3, needed the perfect hand after Jillian started so strong with combo plus Called by the Grave, but he has that perfect hand that he needed.
However, we still have the surprise, so we can... At any case, has not ended, because we can still find some ways in order to play around it. Obviously, 5 mana with Pan is an amazing start for Nicholas, but do not write off Gillian yet.
I love that, by the way, Nicholas in his opponent's first term is at 0 cards in hand right now. Of course, Arthalion is going to add back the 5 mana in the process, but still, that is a very low amount of cards to have in your hand. Also very interesting that we fused away the Kashtira Fenrir instead of the Nibiru. Actually, now that I think of it, that's not interesting at all, because the Kashtira Fenrir can't be summoned when Nibiru is on the field, or when Arthalion is on the field even.
That's true, so how do we continue from here? Sad one pass! That is the turn-ending move from Nicholas, and he heads into this turn here with no monsters on the opponent's side of the field, but himself already prepared with 2 monsters with north of 3,000 attack points. Here comes K2 Draco Tail, but with also no monsters on the field. Oh, we go for that Dominus Purge first. Interesting, because I think I also spotted another one of the Psyframe cards in the hand of Jillian there, so I would have expected him to use that Delta first, but no, he wants first that Purge.
No, you want to activate Purge into K2 in order to have a potential Delta into Rahu. So it kind of makes logic, to be fair.
Fair.
That is true, but what does Nicholas have on his side? What was the top deck? He has 5 mana in hand, but keep in mind, after emptying his entire hand out, there might not be too much of a follow-up. You might have a Lucius here, which would be crazy. 5 mana is going to activate. Do you have something here? Do you go into another Arthalion to add back something from the graveyard here?
Yeah, I mean, right now you don't really care about some follow-up. You can actually go for game, and obviously you can fusion summon the Arthalion that is on the field with the pan that you have added from the previous turn.
Ooh, we do have to chain Yummy Surprise, which of course was no surprise as that one was added, but we also all know that means there's a monster now on our side of the field, so the Delta in hand all of a sudden becomes way less scary for the opponent.
Not doing too much anymore, but we know that Jillian has the follow-up of Kapsuyami in hand, and this might be crucial here, because now, when the 5 mana does resolve, you get to fuse an Arthalion, you might get to trigger something in the graveyard, but then of course also the Cupsy that was just summoned can trigger, shuffle itself back, and then Jillian is getting most of those cards back, but there is the Pan again. Pan can do so much. Filia Regis is being summoned here, not even Arthalion. Are we going to activate Pan here? Are we just going to attack over this and hope that the card that Jillian has is not a Cupsy?
He is maybe going for that route. As long as you don't activate effects yourself, those yummy synchro monsters aren't as scary anymore, as they will always only be able to activate 2 your effects.
I think Pan activation is fine though, because what are you going to summon back as Jillian, right? If you summon a Cookie back, which I'm not even sure we have at this point, you can just pop it before it activates its effect.
Fair.
A Snatchy is then alone on the field, doesn't really do too much. You have Filia Regis as well. Filia Regis. Do you have to return a Dragon Monster, by the way? Because otherwise, you can return your Nibiru, the Primal Being. I think it's Dragon Monster, yeah.
It is a Dragon Monster. So, Nicholas, will he activate that Pan? I do like your logic there, Leo. I think we are good to activate it, because it also, of course, gives us more resources next to going after the opponent's field. But looks like we just passed on that opportunity, not activating it. Or are we still thinking about it?
I think we are thinking about it. As Leo mentioned, it is a very good place to activate Pan. Yes, you will trigger the cookie, the Cupsy. However, when both monsters will be summoned, you can actually destroy one, so it misses timing and it cannot activate the effect. And obviously later you can potentially go for a game, since Rahu has not yet been activated.
Exactly, Rahu as a potential push, and then you are going to get even more cards out of this, because then you can send more monsters. What do we have in the graveyard though? Do we even have a monster in hand or another card in hand? There is something.
Ooh, we bring back Lollipo. Not even bringing back Snatchy, as obviously Snatchy on its own when the other monster gets destroyed doesn't do too much anymore. Sets VK2 Draco Tail, the Rahu Draco Tail.
And now we have to pop the Synchro Monster here. But then Lollipo, of course, gets to at least shuffle back the Arthalion, so very smart. Or banish it, right, true, you can banish this. So you can possibly avoid your opponent going for game. Yes, yeah, it's the very sensible decision to take the Lollipo Yummy way here, just so it doesn't trigger later on again. Nicholas has set up a Rahu. What is the last card in your hand, Nicholas? What was that? Oh yeah, okay. You have a potential trigger. That's what he's telling his opponent, and very reasonable. I just thought he passed for a second. I was scared to...
He passed priority, so I guess.
Fair.
Oh, banishing the Aphalion. So, I mean, yeah, not activating the effect makes sense, because it would get banished anyways. But here comes Rahu Draco Tail, fusing away the Molulu from hand.
That is so big that he has another Draco Tail card here in hand, because he can set up another trap. That is a free trap. You have Urgula. You can add back 5 mana.
You can summon Gulamel, activate the effect, and destroy, this.
This is your way to go for game, Mike. You said it here first. You can get rid of the Mignon as well. Gulamel, there's the handshake! Nicholas with the perfect hand of 5 cards pushes through Gillian's first turn. Nibiru, Ash Blossom, and 5 mana with a Pan. That is insane.
So you talk about that we haven't seen a 5 mana with a Pan in the opening hand of any Dragon Tail player, and yet we just experienced 5 mana with Pan being summoned in turn 0, activating, and
4-card combo.
Just when you needed it, yeah.
And we were left with 0 cards in the hand going second.
Crazy.
And yet with an established field. It felt amazing, to be fair.
Nicholas is just him. To quote the great Emre Kisilates, I love Yu-Gi-Oh! What was that? That was one of the matches of all times.
And I mean, you're also personally rooting, of course, for Nicholas, as you have predicted Draco Tail to be the winning deck for the tournament. And with him being the last remaining Draco Tail player in the field, that would be your winner on that little mini game there.
Now, does any one of you guys have information if the backup featured match has ended, or can we just go over to the backup featured match to see more Yu-Gi-Oh! To see how Aaron versus Philip is going to play out?
I have no information. I think they were, as I said, also starting into that third game just as we were starting with our main featured match. But we also just got the information that that one, pretty much at the very same time, also ended. Meaning, in a moment, we can tell you who that last person is, because we know now 3 of the people being in top 4. But there is also going to be 1 German player, either Aaron or Philip.
And I mean, I'm very nervous because, yes, Leo still has his pick for the event as a Dracotail in the tournament yet, but I also picked Mitsurugi Yami, and I'm still in the game.
And I picked pure Mitsurugi. We're all kind of still in the game. It could all still happen, but we will be seeing who that last remaining player is. Is it Mitsurugi Yami or is it pure Mitsurugi? We already, for the 3 players we have so far, we have Apophis Primite, we have, of course, Dracotail, which we saw in such great display here, and then also, what was the third? We have a Yami as well, right?
Yeah.
There was a Yami, and then also the last remaining one that is to be left now in the... Was there a Yami?
We have Mitsurugi, Dracotail, and... No, we don't have Yami. We have Mitsurugi from the first mirror match there that we saw in the backup featured match. We have... I'm losing every train of thought.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
Philip actually won the second feature match. That's what we just heard, the backup feature match. So pure Mitsurugi is in there, and Mitsurugi Yami is out. So we have Apophis, Mitsurugi, we have another Mitsurugi, and we have Dracotail.
Now we finally managed to get that information together.
It's been a long
Looks
day.
like pure Mitsurugi is shaping up to be the deciding deck here. It is represented twice in top 4 moving forward, but I mean, when there is a man, he will always have a word, and there is the man with the mark still left in the tournament. I'm so happy. Like, I didn't see it coming first after Swiss, now also still left in top 4. It's crazy, actually.
And well, I mean, we still have the Dracotail, which is a very good option against Mitsurugi, because we are debating about this as a community. I think that if it has a stronger matchup against Mitsurugi, if it's not, and as we can experience right now, Dracotail can play very, very well with Sting. So I think Nicolas showcase why he's the master of the deck and why he's in his first top, actually, in the top 4 of YCS Lille.
To be perfectly clear, Sting makes the matchup versus Mitsurugi incredibly better when you're going first against that. So maybe some important dice roll action. Actually, you have just seen us lose our heads on which decks are in the top 4, but we can give you a breakdown of the top 8 right now that we have gotten for you. Triple Mitsurugi, double Yami, 1 Mitsurugi Yami, so 3 decks included Yami. All of them are out now. Then we have Dracotail and Apophis Primite. And I think, Basti, I'm terribly disappointed that you didn't choose it. I think this was the first event since Man with the Mark came out that you didn't pick it to win the YCS, and then it's in top 4.
And it is first up to Swiss. He seems unstoppable. He has only lost 1 match so far. How incredible is that?
To a branded deck.
To a branded deck, indeed. And, I mean, it definitely is the deck also with the highest surprise factor. The one that can still, even though we are so progressed into that stage of the tournament where there's only 4 players left, still has that surprise factor where people just don't know how to pilot against it.
And you know what? Please.
Yeah, I mean that it was such a surprise that even Basti, a very big supporter of the deck, didn't thought that this deck can actually win the event, and he picked pure Mitsurugi, right? But yet we can see that he's going through all of his opponents, and the only loss, as you said, it was against Branded. So I believe this might be the secret option for the meta state right now.
Also, this is the most on-brand deck I have ever seen, you know?
Oh, yeah.
Like the Odeon Battle City tournament deck that you've seen in the anime. When we were seeing the deck for the first time, everyone was cooking up some combos. You ended on the Divine Serpent Apophis, and you had either Silhouette Rabbit if you wanted to keep things calm, keep things basic, or you would go for big Fiendsmith combos. But this deck doesn't have any combos. You just set a few cards, and then you have your Apophis card. So this deck just basically feels like Time Wizard 2005 Yu-Gi-Oh!
And to be fair, I had heard a lot about all those guys in the community that really like the trap decks, that want a very strong trap deck back in the meta, and we can experience that Apophis Primate right now is one of those decks that can play with the trap strategy and just set 5, pass, and just play like that.
Chill. Dracotail is also a trap strategy. No. On your ideal field, you have 3 trap cards set. You can't tell me this is not a trap strategy.
I can tell you, as a man of the mark enjoyer, as an Apophis enjoyer, I'm telling you that it's not a trap
deck. Right now, I'm looking at chat. I'm not even looking at you right now.
You like Sting now? Because at the start of the tournament
no,
you said...
I love Sting.
You love Sting?
Sting is my favorite card. Sting is my favorite card in the deck. It's so good against Mitsurugi. I've been saying this the entire time. Also, you can get rid of the Hornet drones, and it's okay, it's great. I didn't think it was that great, but this card is so versatile. It just, against some matchup, it doesn't do too much, but those K9 decks, that it's not that useful against. Where are they? Where is K9?
Speaking of where they are, mentioning all of those Apophis decks, we had them on feature multiple times, and we can also confirm multiple of them, not only first of the Swiss, but all the others also. I think 2 or 3 made top 64, so it was a really, really good weekend for those Apophis players, and it was just looking like it was a perfect meta call, and that perfect meta call for one of them that is remaining for Diego might actually just net them a YCS win.
You know what I think is really important for the Apophis deck?
Tell me.
You're not ever, almost never, linking away your man with the mark in this deck. Because this card, if you have Temple of the King, which is your treasures, your cards cannot be destroyed. If you're playing versus a bunch of Mitsurugi decks, then they just go Murakumo, destroy everything, and you're like, no.
Well, no.
And I mean, it's very important because now the Yami strategy likes to play Thrust and potential targets like Duster and Storm, and this is why Mark of the Man is a very important card, because it protects your spell and traps from the distraction of a Duster or a Storm.
Yeah, that is actually really, really huge of a factor. And I think I saw multiple matches from Diego where actually he was sitting across of his opponent, and I was standing behind his opponent, and there always was a Thrust in their hand. They always had that Thrust, and we're like, yeah, well, that's fun. Because even playing into a field, because of course sometimes going first for Thrust will not be alive, but against this deck, even going second playing into the field, you're also not able to activate the Thrust because there is just no monster effects of this deck. It's all traps and everything, so it is so funny to see when people are struggling to play into it. For the moment, it was not about the Apophis deck though, because this top 8 match was all about Yami, but more so even about Draco Tail, as we have a Draco Tail player, Nicolas, in fact, coming out on top. So let's hear it from Nicolas in the analysis corner.
And thank you. I am indeed with the winner of this top 8 in the French matchup, Nicolas, coming up on top with the Dracotail strategy. Nicolas, congratulations for this victory. You told me that it was your first top in the YCS, and still you are here. How do you feel?
I'm great. I'm great. I do my best, and I'm here. So yeah, I'm happy.
Yeah, I can tell that you are happy. And just before, I saw you with your friends, just enjoying, smiling, laughing, taking some pictures in the venue, and we could tell that you were very, very confident and very happy to be there. I mean, you don't look that stressed. Is there some stress in your mind?
A little bit, yes.
But it's still fine.
But it's still fine, yeah.
But it's still fine. So the Dracotail strategy is now in the semi-final. We are going to go over some little clips because the duel was very, very intense, especially the first game, because your opponent decides to just start with some Sky Striker cards. Here we see the Engage and the Drone, and you decide to Fuvalos, which is a very good card for the Dracotail strategy, of course, but there is the Ash Blossom, which is a bit of a problem.
It happens. Fuvalos is the best card of the game when it's resolved, but a lot of outs, so yeah, I accept it.
So you think that the card is worth playing, even if sometimes it just interacts with some non-engine and you just lose a card?
Yeah, it's a problem of this card, but when it's resolved, it's so good, so yeah.
Especially in the Dracotail strategy, because you want to have a lot of monsters.
Exactly, I can just exchange this card with another for my grave, so yeah, it's always a good card.
You'll take it, you'll take it. But unfortunately, after that, we have another move, and this move is basically the Veiler on the Capsi Yami. You try to interrupt there, and hoping that he doesn't have much left behind.
Yeah.
And unlucky, because there is the Call by the Grave. What a great card. Speaking of Call by the Grave, how good do you think the card is against Dracotail, against your deck?
That's a very good card, because it can hit 5 mana. basically one of the best cards of the deck. So for the second one, when I take a call buy on Ash, I'm happy because I have 5 mana in hand, so yeah, I can play.
Yeah, absolutely. So it can probably trade, and sometimes this is a favorable trade.
Yes.
So yes, I mean the first game you couldn't do much basically because once you have only 3 cards in hand, this is pretty hard. But the second game, what a game! Because you start and you activate Ketu, then Rahu, and on the Rahu we see that there is the activation of the Delta. Were you prepared to see some Delta at the tournament?
It can be. It exists in a side deck. So yeah, Dracotai spells mention activate. So yeah, it's a good against Delta, and I have one Rahu. So I set another one and a trap. And if he doesn't, I have a Rahu in hand for backup. But I'm very happy to Delta here because I have another one.
I mean, yeah, this is a favorable trade. Of course, you activate right away the other Rahu, and I can tell that you must be very happy when it happens. And after that, I mean, you set up such a strong field. Tell us more about the choice of playing the 3 traps, because we saw that you were playing the Sting as well, which is not usually played. How good the card is against the metagame?
I like it. Yeah, the end board is not the best of the format, so I need to have this 3 trap, in my opinion, especially when I go first. And the draw 3 is good, and Bell Ash can negate 1, so I have I like to have the rotation for back.
I get it, and yeah, of course, that's very good. We've seen you activate that against Mitsurugi, especially earlier today, and you told us that that was pretty good in this matchup. How good is it against Yami specifically?
I think the deck has a good matchup in general, but yeah, it's a little bit stress because when I go first, I attempt to interrupt earlier in this turn, and sometimes it doesn't enough because of the new card of the new set, Marshmallow.
Marshmallow, such a great card indeed for the Yumi strategy, and it allows you to just get another extender and get back the quick play spell, so that's very, very good, of course, indeed. And after that, yeah, we have another try because yeah, you just negated everything. And something which was very interesting is the fact that you decided to get rid of the 2 cards in the graveyard of your opponent. And you know, there was the Sky Striker drone and also the Marshmallow, which was in the graveyard. You decided to get rid of both with this thing. Why did you decide to let the Kagari on field at that moment? Because you could have used Gulamel to just chain it and
yes,
you know, destroy it.
Because I activate Sting for just a draw. I like to draw earlier in my turn for just adapt my play in a situation. Yeah, I left the Kagari because if I activate a card and the pop with Gulamel, it's just for pop 2.
Okay,
on a timing.
Yeah, makes a lot of sense, to be honest, makes a lot of sense. But finally you managed to win the game because he decided to go into Typhoon, but you still had a way to deal with it. Yeah. So he decided to scoop the game there, and the 3rd game then you had to go second, and that was a very hard game. You had some great cards, I must say.
The Divine Hand for Ghost Second.
Yeah, when you saw your hand, were you confident, or did you think that it was going to be hard anyway going into the Yami strategy?
I'm very confident.
Very confident. Ooh, what a statement.
Confident.
So yeah, you are very confident, and the first move, which was very, very important, and we could hear that from the crowd as well. Everybody was cheering when you activated that card, the Nibiru, the Primal Being, on that moment. I mean, that is brutal, to be honest.
Yeah, I think. Yeah.
So what do you wait when you want to activate the Nibiru? Which point do you wait exactly?
The synchro goes to the grave, so yeah, I like it. and basically I have Nibiru on field, and he activates a lot of Yumi cards, so the Herald, even if summon a Herald, he can't have a good pressure of on the board. So yeah, the Herald is
So this is the most
card.
Yeah. So you really want to avoid the Herald,
yes,
and that's therefore why you activated Nibiru right there. And after that, on top of that, you had even the 5 mana that you activated later on. 5 mana discarding, fusing with the Pan as well, and therefore getting rid of the Link Spider. That was the dream hand, right?
Yeah, the dream hand.
Must feel very, very good for you. And after that, you managed to just take the victory. Nicolas, you have to prepare for the next game. Once again, congratulations, considering the fact this is the first time that you went at that point in this type of tournament. And being here in front of the French crowd must feel amazing for you. You are the last one to represent France here, so there is a lot of pressure on your shoulder. But I'm sure that you can do it. You will do your best. Are you confident for the victory?
Yeah. It's.
You look confident. You look confident enough to just win it all, I guess. But thanks a lot for your time. We'll let you rest a little bit and prepare for the next game. The semi-final will just be around the corner, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back soon.
Welcome back to your coverage here at YCS Lille 2025. We're ready to get into our top 4 feature match. So wasting no time, I'm going to introduce your duelists. Your blue duelist is Philip Weitiger. Now, Philip, you're a regular topper of these. 2 weeks ago, you won a regional. Will this be the day that you win a YCS title?
I hope so.
Yeah? Do you feel confident?
I always do.
Well, best of luck to you, so I'll let you sit down. And next up, introducing your red duelist, Leonardo D'Angelo. Now, Leonardo, this is your first YCS top. Do you think you could take it all the way to the final?
That will be insane.
Well, you're glad to be here. You're feeling positive. Best of luck to you. I'll let you take your seat as well. And, guys, we're now going to jump into a high roll. Who would like to roll first? Oh, OK, Leonardo's going to roll first, and that is a 6. And for Philip, we have a 5. Are you going to go first, Leonardo? Leonardo is going to go first. I'm going to hand you guys over to your amazing casters to take you through our top 4 feature match. Gentlemen, take it away!
Thank you, Ed, and welcome to this first semi-final. We were able to follow through every single top 8 match in some form of capacity, and of course, with the new rules, no time. They can just play it out all the way to game 3. No need to worry about that. And of course, that brings us to some grinding. But now, after a long top 8, we are down to 4 duelists. And well, there are some big announcements to be made. If you followed through, you might have already noticed. But out of the actual 3 Yami decks that were in top 8, all Yami decks have been knocked out. Wow.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that the previous round with, of course, the French man Nicolas winning with the Dracotel strategy in a very convincing way. And it's a bit surprising, to be honest, because the Yami strategy, I mean, very, very good strategy. You almost never break. You have a lot of non-engine. You are, in general, a very, very good overall deck. And not seeing a single one in the semi-final. I mean, I'm a bit surprised, of course, seeing some Mitsurugi strategy. I was ready for that, but I was also ready for Yumi to probably win it all, to be honest.
I mean, if there's a strategy that honestly really shuts down Yami, it's the Mitsurugi one. We have been saying it throughout the whole weekend, how powerful the Mitsurugi deck is, and also mixed up with other combination. But this is going to be a mirror match of pure Mitsurugi, and we also see other players such as Lucas Lancelot, also previously throughout the tournament. Christopher Nielsen. The deck has been incredibly popular this weekend, and I'm really curious to see our duelist in action to get a spot onto the final.
Yeah, and as we've mentioned, maybe Yami was the deck to top, but many thought it was not gonna win the whole thing, and that is indeed the case, because as Alberto mentioned, we are gonna be watching a Mitsurugi pure mirror match, while on the other side of the bracket, we have that only Apophis deck against the only Dragotail deck in top 8. We'll see who will advance to the final. Let's find out. Here we are. This is gonna be a very interesting matchup. It can get very grindy, and Leonardo won the roll. Let's see. And we do see the Abakiri, one of the best starters of the deck. No Fuvalos from Philip, which means if this is uninterrupted, it's pretty much all you need to go for a nice turn 1 combo.
Absolutely, and you mentioned the Fuvalos, which is very important in this matchup because, I mean, it kinda stops your opponent from going into the full field, or at least thinking twice about it before going into it. And speaking about some interesting card, there is the Impulse that you want to activate there, and indeed, we are going to chain Impulse to the Ritual spell. So does Leonardo have a second one, or will he try another thing? It will be the Prayers instead.
Yep. Know about Prayers, and I mean, that's still gonna be pretty good for Leonardo. Not gonna get stopped quite here. The two Italians, first and second after Swiss, Diego and Leonardo, could face off in an all-Italian finals, while on the other side, of course, Philipp representing Germany, and obviously Luca on the other end representing France.
Here gets to summon the Kusanagi, and I mean, we've mentioned this, honestly, apart from the Mulcharmis and the Impulse, you honestly also have the Ash Blossom into the Mitsurugi deck, but it doesn't seem like as if Philipp has any sort of interruption as he's allowing Leonardo to combo off. And honestly, I mean, yeah, I mean, we have been seeing this multiple times this week, and just getting access to the Futso as well, and pretty much also your setup with the Murakumo as well pretty much soon.
Yeah, we have already seen one of these effects, so we are gonna use the other one, getting this Murakumo from deck. And then we are gonna get a search from the Futsu, which is gonna be the mirror, probably to try and bring the Futsu back.
Absolutely, so this is very standard here, and the Impulse was activated, but of course was not enough. Even if it is a very good card, if it is the only card that you have, I mean, it's probably not going to be enough to just stop the entire deck, unless this is a very breaky hand. But it is not the case here, and Leonardo is just gonna continue comboing. And speaking about the mirror, I mean, it is sometimes difficult to just get rid of the field, so there are some ways to get rid of it, but usually you need some field breaker. So Super Polymerization is a very good card against the deck, but you also have some other ways. Of course, if you want to deal with Dispel and Trap, we've seen that before against Lucas previously, but the combination of some Lightning Storm and Feather is very, very good, because you get rid of the Spell and Trap negation, and also all the Spell and Traps in the Spell and Trap zone.
I also like this start from Leonardo. I mean, conservative, I would say, just not putting too much on the field, especially because, as you mentioned, he might have noticed that Philipp was indeed playing at this point in the tournament Mitsurugi, and they might have also seen it next to each other throughout the entire tournament, and Super Polymerization is, of course, one of those cards that in the main deck is present.
Yeah, I mean, it has been a card that has been played in the main deck by a lot of our duelists this week, and makes so much sense. You can pretty much find a use in every single matchup, and that could be the key to this mirror match here from Leonardo, choosing to main 3 copies of that quick spell card.
And this is very powerful, not only against Mitsurugi, but also against a lot of decks. For now, we decided to normal summon the Sagi, and I mean, it's always the same thing. When I watch some Mitsurugi Enfield, I see only a Futsu and sometimes paired with an IP Masquerina. It doesn't look scary, but indeed it is, because it applies so much pressure on the opponent, on Philipp right now.
Yeah. Futsu, very unique card, not once per turn, only once per chain, and you know, if you're not careful with your sequencing, in a moment Leonardo can just find himself summoning more and more and more cards from the graveyard.
Yeah, at some point it just becomes out of control.
Yeah, but here comes the first play from Philipp, his own... Oh, his own Impulse though from Leonardo.
Very good card indeed in the mirror match, and it is a way better Impulse than Philipp's one, because of course there is a complete field, so it's going to be very hard for Philipp to navigate through the rest of the interruptions.
Indeed, how do we continue this? Do we have also a prayer? And it's gonna just beat the Abakiri.
Which is fine, which is a fine way to extend the plays.
Ooh, do we actually... Oh, we have our own Super Polymerization.
Getting rid of the Pot of Prosperity.
I mean, we've talked about that, and that is a great card indeed against the mirror match, and we are going to have the Mud Dragon on the field, getting rid of the IP Masquerina as well, of the very, very oppressive Futsu.
Yeah, that's big. We were talking about Leonardo's Super Polymerization, but here comes Philipp with his own copy. And yeah, I mean, discarding Pot of Prosperity might signal also that we will try and push for game here.
Especially because if you get rid of Prosperity, I think the other remaining card in hand must be better than it. Because Otherwise, you will not be getting rid of it.
Makes sense.
Yeah, right?
Fair enough.
And now, of course, we are watching the extra deck, and I have the feeling that we wanted to go into maybe an X's play.
Yeah.
Oh, I saw it. Okay, so
Yeah, it is a good card, I can confirm.
Yeah.
I mean, this is quite a different play. Instead, going for the dark, switching things up, and yeah.
I mean, it makes sense.
Absolutely.
You have the ability to just target the Futsu or the IP Masquerina, both being very good.
And instead it's gonna be the
Murakumo. It's gonna be the Murakumo.
I mean, also makes a lot of sense, because here, as we can see, we are gonna use the prayer, not tributing, and Philip has a very interesting decision, but no, I think he let it go. Yep. And this means that, as you can see, the dark is gonna resolve without effect. Leonardo pays 800, and then, I mean, has an interesting decision as well, whether he wants to use this Murakumo.
I mean, I think you don't want to use it, because if you use it, then you just give another card to Philip, and it might be just a discard fodder for the Murakumo's effect. But he does use it, so he wants to get rid of the link too.
And now he could use the effect to discard, but no, he's gonna be patient with it.
Now we're going to be able to search another card, get a little bit more advantage.
Yeah, Dark is really, really good in this matchup, because, you know, although even the Murakumo itself, as we can see here, 3200 attack, but Dark checks the defense and it's only 800, so it is a valid target indeed. And now comes the ritual. We're gonna chain the Murakumo, forcing a discard, and
this is fine, and I think that we are just gonna resolve the chain, I guess.
Yeah, he's thinking now, because he's got both Abakiri and Murakumo, so he's probably thinking about one of the two to discard, and which he wants to summon. You can see debating a bit. Yep, it is.
Okay.
So, okay, fair enough. We are discarding the Murakumo for our opponents, and then tributing Abakiri for our own Murakumo from deck. One card in hand from Philip, and now he will search yet another one, having tributed the Abakiri.
I mean, we talked about how difficult and sometimes, you know, complicated the Mitsurugi mirror match is, especially because of all of this interruption. You really need to make sure you don't make any mistakes, because, like, at any point in time, also the super polymerization could be there, and I really feel like, especially in this spot, Leonardo, I think, is left with one card in hand.
We try to win here, possibly.
Yeah, exactly.
Or,
you just want to try and push, honestly.
Because, I mean, double Murakumo is exactly game, but instead we go last moment for Abakiri. That was like the easiest way around it, I guess, but the unknown card will be a pretty good one to stop this from being game, given that Leonardo has a card in hand, which I believe is the case. He's kind of, you know, covering that with his hands, but yeah, there it is.
Yeah, there is one.
Because I'm pretty sure there were two copies of that super polymerization.
Oh, yeah?
So one should be in hand and one should be face down, I believe.
think so as well.
Wow, that will hurt so much.
Yeah. Because this is, again, there was a very easy game for Philip to just double Murakumo. But instead, no, we are going to miss out on it. But here comes his own super polymerization. Wow.
And you could tell that Philip was not expecting it at all, because, you know, after you see one copy, honestly, it's just something that you don't expect.
But now Leonardo is on 0 cards. It's going to take a very nice draw off the top. This is the kind of Yu-Gi-Oh! That gets us excited, and it's a Fuvalos, but that's good enough to go into your own dark, possibly, and then get a draw.
You get a draw out of it, and you just try to get back in the game, but instead, I think it is going to be the SP. So we are going to try to control the game.
Ah, but that's gonna get punished here because Weekend Chain called by the Grave denying this draw.
I think the call by is banished, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, not gonna spot it.
Shouldn't be all that relevant in this matchup. I mean, solid attempt by Leonardo. But yeah, this is gonna be much better for Philip, who has this opportunity getting back the prayers, and Leonardo is left with nothing here.
And we are going to get a draw. Now Philip is in the driving seat with only an SP to beat and no cards in hand for Leonardo.
Yeah. And this is absolutely brutal. We can use the additional effect of prayers now, adding the Futsu and bringing back any of our rituals. Of course, it's going to be the Murakumo, because without cards in hand, it's essentially a negate for anything, so you can use the effect.
Yeah.
And that is it. Leonardo sees the writing on the wall and picks up his deck.
And that was a convincing victory, but I mean, it all revolves around this ability to just either try to prevent your opponent from getting into the field with, we talked about that, the impulse, and also the Fuvalos to try to slow things down, or you just draw those power cards. This Super Polymerization is such a great card in the format. It is good against some other decks, but also in the mirror match, as we just saw, and we saw a lot of them. I mean, from both sides. And it's very interesting to see that both players decided to include this card in the main deck and not in the side deck, trying to have an approach to just try to field break and use the rest of the engine to just get rid of the last pieces on the field.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you, especially because it's all about choices. For example, I think one of those is for sure Super Polymerization, which has been played, I think, by most of our duelists this weekend. And another one is the Purification, because we've seen that most of our duelists are siding in, and actually Philip is not even playing it at all.
Wow, really?
He doesn't have it in the deck, which
That's
is
very surprising.
Yes, doesn't have it.
But yeah, absolutely surprising. But now on the other end, we've mentioned that if game one is usually very grindy, after siding things get quite different because we have access to some shutdown cards. And let's not forget that Leonardo is the player who we featured in top 8 down game 1 in a mirror match against a French player, which was Lucas. So history may repeat himself, and he is gonna try his best to do the same. And we already saw what he can do with those lightning storms going second, but this time around he will be going first. And I can tell you that that fossil card that is being played by both, so they both have that chance. I gotta say it didn't quite work out the only time we saw it, but I mean, Feather Duster plus Lightning Storm is a pretty good answer.
It is rough. It is absolutely rough. Yeah, he had such a good hand during that game, and I think that overall the Fossil Dyna is very, very good, because either you draw the out or this is literally over and you can just give up on the game. So it's going to be interesting to see if those sided cards have a really high impact, and we are going to see that in a second, because both players are ready to jump into the game too.
And here we are, Leonardo once again going first and opening a lot of trap cards.
Oh,
Do we have a starter?
Does he have it?
Wow.
Speaking of trap cards, Philip has the Purification.
Okay. Do we have a starter? Okay, there is a pre-prep, but is that going to resolve? You just here, and it does. Wow. I mean, a bit of a jump scare here from Leonardo, I'm sure, opening his hand, seeing a lot of trap cards, but luckily one of the best cards. And again, a few questions. Drone Lockbird is an option, not gonna be the case. And that's great news.
If this goes through, honestly, with the trap cards being drawn from Leonardo, this is great, to be fair.
Yeah, it's gonna be tough.
I think he also had the Solemn Judgment.
Yeah, I was thinking the same. I do think he has that one of Solemn Judgment, now limited, but still very powerful going first.
Absolutely, it feels great to have those traps when you can just get some engine resolving. And of course, he wanted the pre-prep to resolve. The pre-prep is such a great card.
Impulse? No.
Nothing.
Wow. That's such great news. I mean, we all know the feeling. I mean, when you look at your hand, you see one starter and you're like, please, please resolve, please resolve, please resolve. And it does, you know, that changes everything, because at that point, if you have a one-car combo, all of those traps really become a plus, as Alberto was saying. You can make a much, much stronger field.
Yeah, I mean, imagine if the preparation of Reds would have been stopped. Here we would have seen two set cars pass.
Yeah, pretty much. And now, actually, if we are uninterrupted, we can access Fossil Dyna, possibly. So
you like that card?
I do. You can tell, huh?
I love it as well. I mean, just seeing it in 2025, honestly, it's and you can also like search it. It's great. Yeah.
I mean,
but I like the secret rare more, honestly, than the other rarities, for sure.
Lucas had the secret rare, so the original printing.
It deserves some respect, you know. Once you play it, you need to
True that.
You need to. And here comes, you know, the usual starting combo with the Futsu. And I think, yeah, if we can just, I guess, use maybe prayers or get to this other level for body, it's what makes the most sense to me with this opener. I mean, what else are you gonna do, really? Using your normal on Fossil Dyna feels so strong, especially with the Solemn. I think it's basically checkmate. Unless they go for... The only way out is usually outside of, obviously, you know, the multiple Lightning Storm thing.
Double Lightning Storm, Feather Duster.
Like, usually you just normal and attack over, and if you have Solemn for the normal, that's it. And I think something's going on in the backup, because I'm hearing the crowd go crazy, so I'll try to give you guys... an update, and it's 1-1, so the backup is already going to the game 3 meanwhile. And there it is, so the Granite possibly searching for this Fossil Dyna. There it is.
And I think this is by far the best opener we have had of Mitsurugi on stream.
Yeah.
Because I think he has everything. I think he's gonna set 3.
And there is the Fossil Dyna, which is gonna backed up by some Solemns. Look at this, 4 cars face down.
How do you beat that? How do you beat that?
I think you don't.
Yeah, and especially I think with the end from Philip, it's I think only engine. Do we have something going? Maybe the pot, and that's it.
It's a great way. Remember previously we've seen a pot not negated and drawing 2 outs out of the deck. I mean,
but you know what's the difference here? We have both the Purification and Solemn, so I think you even have more reason to possibly negate the pot, but we do not negate it again. And
I think the draws are not as good as they were before.
Definitely are not as good. This could be a quick one from Philip. Mulcharmi drawn way too late, and yeah, what can you even do? This pre-prep is absolutely fine for Leonardo. It does nothing except for filling the deck. And
yeah, I mean, he needs to find a way to out the Fossil Dyna, first of all, I don't think that is going to be the case, because there's so much protection from Leonardo's.
I absolutely do not see it.
I mean, you don't need to do anything unless you see a now to Fossil Dyna, and for now this isn't the case.
And yeah, we're just gonna use a prayer, probably try to normal summon to attack over it, and I believe once Leonardo shows this Solemn, the game will be over from Philip. Yeah, there it is. Are we just gonna use the Solemn Judgment to stop it?
I mean, this Sagi is not gonna stay there for sure.
No, okay. We just let it through.
Interesting.
Yeah. I guess again, maybe a matter of knowledge, but definitely gonna be an interesting one. And I guess here is where the game will be over, because we do have Purification, we do have Solemn, and yeah, here comes the Purification, and yeah, Philip picks up his cards. This is all but done.
Yeah, that was literally impossible. What we saw was absolutely brutal. Like, this field was complete. There were all the pieces, even the Fossil Dyna and some cards, 4 cards to protect this. This is almost unbeatable, unless you have, as you just mentioned, double Lightning Storm, Feather, and a lot of Field Breaker, even Super Polymerization. I mean, you cannot out that. And even if you out the Fossil Dyna, then you have the rest of the field, because this is not the only piece that you have. This is unbeatable. So either you stop it before, or I mean, you can just give up the game.
I mean, unless you pair up the Fossil Dyna with I don't know, 2 like maybe Purification and something else, it's impossible, honestly, to out this out. And of course, we also need to mention that Philip didn't have any interruption.
Yeah.
So that's also why Leonardo was able to set up such a field. And honestly, once we get the Mitsurugi deck in action and we get the chance to see it this way, it's great, because
scary,
you know it's just you know, it just show us as how powerful it is, and with the Fossil Dyna lock, honestly, it's
it just shows again how much the deck can do. And now Philip will be going first for the first time in this match. He has his own Fossil Dyna available to him, and how can one expect such a field to be broken? There is one person who has done it already, and that is Leonardo. So if he is able to do it again, he will have done the same task both in the top 8 and in the top 4. But let's just wait and see if the Italian has enough to bring this around and have yet another comeback. And regardless, a Mitsurugi deck is guaranteed to advance to the final. We just need to figure out who is going to be the pilot. So let's jump one last time into this game 3. Nice fist bump, and for one of these amazing duelists, the journey will be over. 16 rounds already done, but only one more game remains.
It looks like a pretty good hand for Philip right now, even having the Ash Blossom for the Fugalos.
Ash Blossom gonna be used here to stop the prayers, and that doesn't quite stop the entire interaction, as we tributed 1.
Absolutely, so we are going to get some engine from the Sagi, which is still good, and I've seen some other very good cards in Philip's hand.
Yep.
So he's going to be able to keep going without any problem. Getting here the Great Purification.
Wow. I mean, that's a bad sign. If we opponent adds it immediately, like...
That's a statement.
Yeah.
And yeah, of course, indeed, we have the pre-prep. We would have liked to Ash that one, but Philip using before the prayers to just bait the Ash and get the pre-prep unpunished.
Yeah, playing around draw and lock, using the prayers in the draw phase, and now it's the first instance in which we could see it. Not gonna be the case. There are no more interruptions in form of entraps from Leonardo. So from this point on, Philip can just do his own thing.
So the question is going to be, are we going to see the same thing as before? Are we going to see a full Mitsurugi uninterrupted field and therefore almost unbeatable? That is the question. I mean, before there was the Solemn Judgment to just back it up a little bit more, but with the Great Purification, it is still very, very good. But in the hand of Leonardo, I've seen a card that we've seen before, the Pot of Extravagance, to just look for and search those very specific answers. I mean, the Lightning Storm, the Super Polymerization, and also the Feather Duster.
Yeah, it seems like every time they went first and interrupted, Pot of Extravagance was there as a response.
Yeah.
But is it really going to be enough? It was never negated up until point, so I'm curious to see whether Philip is also of this team or he's going to do his own thing. But yeah, he's definitely going to go uninterrupted here, as you can see. And we can expect very similar opener. As we have mentioned, he is also on the Fossil Dyna, and Purification was added at the start of the turn, so what more can you expect?
Yeah, it's going to be very hard. It's going to be a full field, of course. And the question is going to be, does Leonardo open those specific cards?
Yeah, I mean, it's rough, even because while you may only have purification, and then again, that decision about the extravagance is tough. You mentioned it, Jean-Alexis, there is Ash Blossom, and that's, I think, such an easy, pick to negate that draw too.
I mean, you don't want to let it resolve if you have an Ash Blossom, because of course, I mean...
And there it is.
Yeah, once again, the strategy of the Fossil Dyna is going to be there. We are going to normal summon the dinosaur.
I mean, that's the goal. You essentially go for it as soon as you can, and I mean, it must be feeling great if your opponent doesn't stop you from this point on. Like,
I mean, it must be a little bit scary as well, because he might have some answers,
yeah, potentially, like, still the extravagance could resolve.
It could.
Draw 2 cards.
It might not, but it could.
Yeah, I mean, something that is not so usual is also Nibiru, which, it's not that great against Mitsurugi, but it's something you could go for before they make that Fossil Dyna, but I mean, it's not really going to be that effective, so that's not going to be the case, and I mean, regardless of who's going to make it, if you're watching this, you might want to go check our vendors here at YCS Lille for some original printing of Fossil Dyna before it skyrockets, I guess. Yeah. In the meantime, our backup future match is also going strong at it. They are also on game 3, so we might find out both finalists soon enough, but no, we're gonna switch things up here. Going for wow.
Very interesting.
That is the first time we see number
extravagance may not resolve, though.
No, it may not. But this is very interesting because it allows you to have another layer of interruption against those cards, those specific cards that we have talked about. Of course, the Lightning Storm and the Feather Duster. And if you have like the Great Purification and also here the number 38, I mean, this is huge. This is huge.
Yeah.
And also the Ash Blossom in hand.
Amazing.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah. This is absolutely amazing. We have Ash Blossom on top.
Immediately, he doesn't even think about it twice. He just put the Ash Blossom in the graveyard, and now you have to deal with everything. It might be very difficult for Leonardo. He's at the doors of the final in the game 3 of the top 4, but this is so difficult right now. 4 cards in hand because he used the Ash Blossom earlier during the turn of Philip, and I mean, this is almost impossible.
And it is impossible indeed. Leonardo gives up the handshake and Philip is our first finalist. Wow.
I mean, what a game, especially the game 2 and the game 3. We saw that if you get uninterrupted, or I mean just a small interruption and you have a lot of engine, it is almost impossible to break this field. And wow, what a game.
That's absolutely amazing. But before we move on, I think let's find out who is gonna join Philips. Let's quickly go to the backup future as it's gonna end. And let's take a look at this. Diego against Nicolas, down to game 3 as well. Who is he gonna be joining? Philip, I see the shifter,
here.
Everything is banished on the side of Nicolas, and I think that, he just probably started because we can see a very powerful counter trap.
Oh, also the Prema here. I mean, what a hand here from Diego. With the field spell alongside with the shifter, honestly, shutting down Nicolas' strategy. I think he's only left with 1 card in hand and 2 set cards.
I mean, this seems like it's extremely tough. Diego indeed must have opened that shifter because now we see some cards getting sent to the graveyard. And then the Sting is going to be activated, trying to get rid forever of that Drill Beam, which is a big deal because we know how much it can keep on coming back turn after turn. But yeah, that must have been a crazy opener, as you can see from Diego.
Absolutely, but this is the good thing when you just play 2 archetypes, as we've seen since the beginning of the tournament. There are still the Apophis cards that you can play with, so even if you get rid of the Drill Beam, I mean, you still have something.
And there was the Ash Blossom activated on it.
Wow.
I mean, it must be very hard right now for Nicolas because, yeah, the hand was very good, obviously, and we see all those cards banished. So this is something that you really don't like when you play Dracotail. You want to have this follow-up. You want to just recycle your resources, and right now this is not the case, literally. I mean, it doesn't have much in hand, and we know that this deck just wants to have some monsters on the field and in hand.
I mean, Diego showing up how strongly the deck is, because I also see a Ghost Bell being banished. I mean, it started things off with Shifter, Ash, Bell, Field Spell. I mean, couldn't ask for more, honestly. What a hand that
Plus
is.
the Primite engine. So we are gonna push quite some damage down Nicolas' way. And then, yeah, I mean, this looks tough. We can only assume that the last card could be the Swamp Deity, maybe, set from the Field Spell, you know, thanks to the Serpent. Usually that is the combination of cards. And that just means you have another negate.
And it's going to be very, very hard for the French player. Remember, this is the last French player of the tournament, the last hope in front of the European crowd here in Lille. And yeah, he's going to be able to just get back in the game. It's going to be so hard. I can't see it happening right now.
Wow, and here we see getting rid of this Serpent, surprisingly enough, to make a Link Spider. Is it just an SP? What is
Probably.
he thinking about?
You get rid of the last card. Yeah.
And
Makes
that's how
sense.
big it,
Wow.
yeah, must have been known. And now we are left with one card, and we know that the Dracotail deck needs some cards to function. And look at this, what a play from Diego. We get the tuner from deck, and we can go into Omega possibly. But that is a pass for now.
But remember, we have the Drill Beam set.
Yeah. Important draw. Yeah, with Drill Beam SP, it seems like we need a miracle. What do we have?
It is going to be the Rahu.
But we just Drill Beam this.
Of course, and
that
this is it.
Diego wins the match, and he's gonna be on his first Top Cut appearance, making it all the way to the final with only one lost. First after Swiss. What a run.
I mean, what a run, playing the Apophis strategy and bringing it to the final must feel amazing.
Wow.
When you come to a tournament with such a deck. I mean, people don't expect that, and you must be very, very confident on your strategy, because it's not going to be easy to be as good as the other decks. So, yeah, in the finals, paired up against some very good strategy, like the Mitsurugi strategy, which was just supposed to be in the finals, because this is probably one of the best decks, if not the best decks. It's going to be such a fight between those two players, and I cannot wait.
Yeah, I mean, unbelievable performance for both of our players, and honestly, Diego coming first after Swiss, only one match he lost throughout the third tournament, and here facing Philip with a Mitsurugi pure strategy. I can't wait to see the final.
Yeah, I mean, it has been an absolute amazing weekend. So much Yu-Gi-Oh! 15 rounds of Swiss, top 8. So right now there is one more duel to be played, and it's gonna be the one between Philip representing Germany and Diego representing Italy. Again, it's gonna be Mitsurugi against Apophis. We all are just craving it in anticipation, but before we do that, we have to hear it from the winner of an amazing Mitsurugi mirror match, Philip.
Thank you so much, and indeed I am joined by Philip, who is our first finalist. One of our two finalists, give it up, big applause for Philip. Philip, how does it feel? You have plenty of tournament top cut finishes already, but now you're about to play your first big final.
It feels insane. Normally I just lose in the top 8 spot, but with 15 rounds of Swiss I felt more confident, and I really like the new system. It just don't let anyone win the event who goes like X3 in the Swiss and then punish the one who goes XO in the Swiss.
Fair.
I really like it, and I feel confident to win it, but to be honest, I don't know the other deck. I just know what cards he plays, and I hope I will just do it.
To be fair though, you make that up by knowing your own deck very perfect, so I think that is already possibly enough, but that is going to be an interesting final. But first of all, let's talk about the top 4 match that you just had, the top 4 mirror match that you just played. You have been on that Mitsurugi pure deck for a while now, right? You have basically played that 2 weeks ago, won a 500 player regional in Stuttgart, and you are just, is that the best deck of the format in your opinion?
To be honest, I just played the deck I feel the most comfortable with.
Fair.
I think it's pretty decent into the format, but not the most consistent. So the most consistent is Yami, but from the power level, I think Mitsurugi has a decent chance to win events, and I think the top 8 card showed it's the most represented deck, I think.
I think it was Yami actually before, but all the Yamis already lost, so it's now definitely Mitsurugi.
I think it definitely has its chance to win. So I just decided to play it.
It's in your hands from here on out, but let's go into the first highlights here, because one tech card I want to talk about with you, and that tech card you will activate in a moment. First of all, there's the Habakiri, okay, but it will be about a very, very powerful quick play spell card. Is that maybe the tech card of the tournament so far? You're playing in the main deck. Actually, your opponent is also playing in the main deck, but tell me about Super Polymerization and its current position in the metagame, please.
To be honest, I don't want to play a lot of hand traps because I think it's... I always draw the good hand traps at 6 cards, and I feel like breaking the boards felt easier to me. I think it's good against every deck except maybe the Draco Tail deck, but to be honest, I don't respect the deck at all.
Okay.
I think it has a great follow-up, but the power level of the deck is too low. So I just figured out which card will beat the most players by its own, and Super Poly 100% was the perfect tech card for this event.
Fair, because it is so good against Yami, taking away the Herald as well usually, and as we saw, also really good in those Mitsurugi mirror matches.
Yes.
Did the trick here for you as well, because the field he ended on really played into the Super Polymerization quite heavily as well, right? So that was nice, but then the next play also, a card that has been around for a while, but you brought it to new life here. Dark was perfect here, because with Dark, you targeted the opponent's Murakumo to make them activate the prayers early, and then he even activated the effect of the Murakumo here to destroy your Dark, and that led to your very own Murakumo in the end. Have you summoned the Dark a lot throughout this tournament? Is it a good card?
Exactly, this is the game plan against the Miro. You try to get some cards out of his hands or some out of his field. Afterwards, if you don't nuke your field with Super Poly, you just have 2 free bodies if you normal sum. They are forced to Murakumo nuke here. I played the Dark, so he can't rebond the Futsu.
Yeah.
I also had Called by the Grave in the hand. I was thinking about doing it, but I just wanted to kill by follow-up, and I respected his set card, his last set card, as Super Poly as well, because I saw it in his top 8 feature match.
Okay.
And I think it was the perfect play, yes.
I liked it too, and then as you were already spoilering it, as you were mentioning it, that last set card there was the Super Polymerization. Was there a way for you to play around it better, or did you just, that when it is Super Polymerization, it is how it is?
No, the problem with it is that I used Impulse in his first turn. So the way to play around it is to not go for game, but you make the Dynamondo and shuffle the card, but Dynamondo is Earth, so you can't do it with Impulse. So I just had to attack. The reason why I didn't get the second Murakumo from my grave is because if he just on 800 life points, his prayers is dead anyways, and I wanted to have 2 names that I can resummon with prayers in the graveyard to seal the game.
All right, and in the end you did manage to seal that first game. Very well played. Always relieving to win going second, right? Because of course rolling the die in Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a huge factor, and then winning when you actually were not successful on the die roll feels even better. And then the second game, when your opponent presented you with that field, searching even the fossil Dyna, like let's break it down here. There is Futsu ready to bring back cards. There is Murakumo. We're searching for the Dyna as well. And then I think he said not 1, not 2, not 3, but I think he said 4 cards, right?
Yes.
Is there any way how you can break this, or is this just always going to be the game for him there?
There are ways, but I can't tell you because no one saw the side deck card right now.
Okay. Look at that.
There are ways to break it. I just didn't see it. If you saw it, he had no cards in hand, so I was free to use the extravagance, and I just tried to dig for the side deck card because I saw I have access to Sachi, try to pop it, and the old other card nukes all of the rest of the field.
Okay.
So, I mean... I don't tell it.
No, don't say it. Maybe you can show it in the finals where you need it the very most.
I don't think so, but there's a way. I dig for it, but I didn't see it. I don't remember if you searched the trap card. I just tried to play through it because if you see it, I have Super Poly in hand. I can play through the bot if the patch is back, but whatever.
Whatever.
I did the same in
indeed.
game 3, right?
Because, yeah, that is what the last highlight here also is about. You pretty much did the exact same thing to your opponent as well. And pretty much when you left the table, you told me this game 3, I played perfectly. Like the line by using the Habakiri to attribute the Habakiri on the field was just perfect. And this is another card actually I want to talk about. Not super standard in every pure Mitsurugi deck, but you decided to play Hope Harbinger.
Yes.
What made you play that card?
I think except Draco Tail, no one is playing more than one Nibiru in the main deck, if they are playing it at all. And we just go full risky into it, because it's a spell negate on top to negate cards like Lightning Storm or Duster. And if he goes to battle phase and tries to attack it, the hidden effect is to change the attack to him, so the Pachi is going to stay there for longer. And it worked out the whole tournament.
Perfect. So, Philip, I don't want to bother you any longer. You will play possibly the most important match of your life in just a moment. So I wish you best of luck, of course, for the finals. Thank you so much for the interview. And we will see you on the stage in just a moment. Everyone, you should stay tuned, because that final will be glorious. We have Philip on Pure Mitsurugi facing off against Prime-Eyed Apophis. So don't go anywhere. Finals coming next. See you in a moment for that.
Attention duelists! Over 2,300 participants have made their way here at the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series in Lille for 2025 to get to this stage for this grand final round. Only one of these two can be crowned our champion here. So let's introduce your two duelists. Your red duelist has won a regional only 2 weeks ago. But will this be the moment he takes the YCS? Please welcome Philip Weidinger! You can take a seat there, Philip. And your blue duelist. It's not only his first top, but he came top of Swiss. Can he make it all the way to becoming the champion? It's Diego Zilia! Now, gentlemen, best of luck to you both. We're going to do a high roll to see who goes first. Philip's going to roll that first. That's a 4 there for Philip. For Diego, that is a 12. Are you going to go first? Diego is going to go first here in our grand final at YCS Lille 2025. So one final time, I'm going to hand you over to your amazing casters to take us through this amazing match. Everybody, it's time to duel.
Thank you so much, and it all comes down to this, the big finals of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series here in Lille, the first YCS of the season. We have Italy versus Germany in the finals, and there is a spicy deck.
Finally, my deck, the Apophis deck, makes its way into a big final. It has always been like once or twice in a top cut, usually with, of course, 64 players in that top cut, but now going down to only 8 players in the top cut, it even is top of Swiss and is sitting pretty here in the finals. And on top of that, it even just won that die roll.
And to be honest, it is such a nice story to see Diego taking such a spicy deck, such a unique option for this event, and having Apophis Primate into YCS final of Lille. I mean, I'm very excited to see how he has managed to go all this way and being in the final to accomplish such a tremendous win. But of course, we also have Philip with an amazing strategy, Mitsurugi, one of those decks that you cannot take your eyes out. And I mean, I want to see who is going to win this
beautiful trophy here.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed, it's up for grabs. It has, of course, the new season prize card on it, a Naviverse Strasios, and not only that, but also, of course, the ultra rare prize card up for grabs as well there for the winner. And it's a little bit of David versus Goliath. Philip, really, I don't know even how many top cut appearances already. He has plenty, a dozen top cuts, but this is his first final about to be played.
We have seen both of those duelists multiple times in this tournament, but we are not done with them. We're going into the grand finals. Game 1 starts now. There was a crucial dice roll, Diego with a deciding 12, and you could already see the face on Philip when he realized that this is going to be an uphill climb from the start. Diego, with this trap-heavy strategy, really enjoys starting off games, but maybe he's also not going to draw any engine. It has to struggle through Philip's hand. What's it gonna be? I don't see an immediate start here on the side of Diego.
Of course! The treasures of the kings will give us access to Apophis the Serpent, at the very least. The Temple of the Kings card, the card that is treated as such on the field, gets us rolling in here. And when we have another card to set, we even get access to the man with the mark. Interestingly enough, in this very version of Diego's deck, we're only running one copy of the man with the mark. Still, though, we could search it here if we didn't have it on our opening hand.
However, I cannot stop saying that Mitsurugi is one of those strategies that, yes, has lost the dice roll, yes, they're going second. However, it is one of those decks that only with pure engine can go second against any field, and I'm pretty sure that right now Philip has logged in to interact with his opponent, activate the correct way to his hand potentially, and go second and establish a very, very good field.
The man has entered the big stage. And is he about to leave a mark with a YCS win here this weekend in the hands of Diego? What kind of a tournament run that could be for him? He already is top of Swiss, means he got that oversized copy of the prize card already. Now, with the new pricing, if he wins this final, he also gets a giant card. And he has access to his second engine now as well, which of course is the Primite engine by activating that Primite Lordly Load.
And I think you only play one man with the mark because you want it as a search target for Treasures of the Kings, because your normal summon that you want to have every single turn is of course the Primite Ether Barrel. This card is incredibly strong, sets you up for a Primite Drill Beam from the get-go. Man with the mark is going to be great follow-up after that, but you're not running Temple of the Kings, you don't go for big combos.
And I mean, when you're trying to combine two different strategies with each other, the best thing you can do going first is obviously to have your two starters from each engine. So Lordy Lord has been activated alongside with the Treasure of the King, and I want to see now how Diego can establish his full combo and go to establish a full field.
Ooh, searches for the Primite Drill Beam, and that may indicate that we still just go for the normal summon of Man with the Mark, because our Apophis traps would also be normal monsters, so the Drill Beam can easily get live, but we also have Pot of Prosperity. Yes, we are playing a trap deck, but we have opened all the powerful spell cards here in this very final.
This is real protagonist energy here with the perfect cards. All of the starters that you could wish for in this deck. If you're searching for the Primite Drill Beam, yes, you might have another Primite card in hand. You can actually go for the Man with the Mark and potentially search for a Verdict of Anubis.
That Verdict of Anubis would be another card from the Anubis theme. Is not in the deck of Diego, though, I gotta say, because he's really only running a very small package. What are we going to see here? There is Psy-Frames in there as well, as we can see. There's Purge, there's Imperm. I feel like we're just going to take another way of interaction here, either the Ash Blossom or the Purge or the Infinite Impermanence. With the Imperm, it depends, though, whether we even have the space in our Spell and Trap Zone to also account for that card. Because with the Ash Blossom and the Purge, we could instead just keep them in the hand.
I mean, in this scenario, I think against Mitsurugi strategy, it's better to take the Ash Blossom, obviously, because it can interact very, very well with not only prayers, not only with Sanji and Habakiri, but also with the Ritual Spell to summon from the deck.
That would turn on triple tactics cards, though, so that has to be kept in mind. But of course the Purge could be problematic if you have 5 cards in your Spell and Trap Zone and you definitely want to activate it first. If there is something like a pre-preparation of rights, of course that would not be ideal. 4 cards are set now, 2 extra cards.
I mean, we have already 2 outs to a potential thrust. We have Drill Beam and also the Apophis traps, so we can negate a potential thrust.
Okay, this is interesting. Hear me out. I think this could have 2 reasons. First of all, it might be that Diego has another one of those Psy-Frame cards in his hand, but that definitely speaks against it. There is the Apophis the Serpent immediately being answered, though, by the Dominus Impulse. Another reason that I can see, though, is that maybe we just don't want to play into Super Polymerization, because if you summon out that glorious Primite Dragon Ether Barrel, you have an Earth monster on the field, and then that Earth monster together with the Serpent would have been easy to Super Poly away. So I think that was smart by Diego to play around that, but the Dominus Impulse really ruining that plan. And please note, those are continuous trap cards, and we have to have it on the field, but we're in the battle phase for Philip here. What is this? A lonely Night Sword Serpent going to battle, only doing very little damage here.
So hear me out here. Philip is a very well-known player, and I think that he potentially has some engine to start. However, he wants to play around the Ash Blossom and the Drill Beam, and he just waits to gather pieces, gather more cards in order to play against potential negations. So he just waits for the right moment to activate his cards.
Possibly. And normally with Treasures of the Kings, that card is so good because you can every turn search again for another Man with the Mark or maybe even Anubis the Last Judge. But, as I just explained to you, there only is that one Man with the Mark in the deck, and therefore we have no search target anymore left in there.
But this one can get you another Treasures, which you can activate to get back to the first effect and set another Apophis the Serpent here, so you can actually follow this up. But of course, the pace of the deck, I mean, Philip is matching it quite well. Normal summoning a monster with 500 attack points. The pace of the deck is really, really slow. You can just pass a turn. I don't even think he had to normal summon the Nightsword Serpent there.
Not necessarily, but maybe it has to do with the set card that we have. A set card that would make sense here. Maybe a Magatama, which would interact with the Serpent. But we shall see, as we have just added the second copy of Treasures of the Kings.
Or even potential prayers, actually, to bait cards like Ash Blossom, for example, in our opponent end.
The battle phase. This is real slow Yu-Gi-Oh! As the Man of the Mark attacks over the Nightsword Serpent, bringing both of them on 7,500 life points. And the interesting part here about that Apophis the Serpent still being in the spam trap zone. Apophis Swamp Deity, which obviously is going to be another one that we need, only needs other face-up trap cards on the field, meaning we would still be able to negate with the Swamp Deity, even though that Serpent never found its way into the main monster zone.
But I mean, it's just a continuous trap card, right? Technically, you should be able to activate the effect every turn, no? That's also something that I'm very confused about, why we haven't special summoned it yet. When reading the card, I think you should just be able to activate it.
I think it's just on activation. That's how it works, I'm pretty sure. Don't think you can just bring it out again. But we bring out the driver from the deck with that also powerful Ether. No, not Ether Barrel, but the
Lordly Load.
Lordly Load, and we go into Lambda. Now clearly signalizing that there should be another one of our Psy-frames in the hand.
At which point are we going to see the almighty Psy-frame Omega?
Well, I think it is in the extra deck. He's playing all of this.
It's a really good card, especially if you're also playing something like an Angel Trumpeter. This card is actually quite useful.
It is funny how those normal monsters are running the show here this weekend. Angel Trumpeter in the finals of a YCS, but Philip just passing again here, and the air is getting thinner. I think Diego about to maybe get some more attack points ready onto the field here.
And yet we need to see some interaction from Diego to start summoning big monsters into the field in order to attack for game and lower Philip life points to 0, because otherwise, if you let Mitsurugi to have a lot of cards in his hand and starting accessing his engine, because remember, as I told you before, I truly believe that it's not a brick issue, rather it just wait for the right moment to have a lot of cards in order to play around Drill Beam and Ash Blossom.
Angel Trumpeter from the hand, and that one has 1900 attack points, so we are now picking up the pace. It's still not fast, but it is getting us there.
This goes out to the people who say it doesn't really feel like the old Yu-Gi-Oh! Anymore. We have just normal summoned a vanilla with 1900 attack points in a YCS final and attacked and then passed the turn again, and his opponent is looking absolutely helpless in this game one. Losing the dice roll was crucial, but there are also very few plays that Philip Weidinger can make.
That's all becoming possible because of the Primite cards in the game and in the deck of Diego. That is why you play those normal monsters, but there is no more normal monsters to be played this game as Philip picks up his cards and Diego with his Primite Apophis deck is actually in the lead. What is going on here in Lille?
And I truly want to see how Apophis strategy can manage to go second against a strong deck as Mitsurugi, who can establish a very, very scary field. And I truly want to see if those Dominus cards that we saw that Apophis likes to utilize right now, how they can interact with Mitsurugi, since both Purge and Impulse are very, very strong against Mitsurugi.
They definitely are, and it's a bit of an in-between approach here from Diego Zillia with his Apophis list, because we saw early on in our featured matches the full package, running free Dominus Impulse, free Dominus Purge, and also free Songs of the Dominators. The latest of them, Songs of the Dominators, is not in the deck of Diego Zillia, and instead, as we also partly already saw there, he is more so relying on those ordinary hand interactions, like Ash Blossom and Joy Spring, like even Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansion, pretty good against Mitsurugi actually, and also something like Dimension Shifter. Dimension Shifter though in this matchup feels like a pretty easy side out if you ask me.
I mean, Mitsurugi also sides Dimension Shifter, sometimes even sides Dimensional Fissure, because you would think all those cards have graveyard effects. No, those are not graveyards effects, those are effects that happen when you tribute the monsters, and cards like Ame no Murakumo no Mitsurugi, if they're getting banished because they got tributed, they're just special summoning themselves from banishment.
I mean, I don't think that you can afford to play Shifter, to be honest, against this matchup.
No. Both of these shifters, I think there is one shifter in the main deck of Diego and one shifter in the side deck of Philip, and they are both going to end up in the side deck now for the second game, where they belong. But Diego does not even stop it there, because speaking of the side deck, a card that I thought about in Genesis format, but is in the actual constructed side deck of Diego, Skullmeister is a card that he is siding, which additionally to that also is really good in the Mitsurugi matchup.
And I mean, it is one of those cards that we're talking about. What cards can be good against Mitsurugi? Which hand traps, for example, Let It Crow. However, Skullmeister is one of those cards that many players do not consider, yet it has an amazing effect.
It's insane.
Yeah, and I guess Mitsurugi, it can definitely find its place.
Definitely this card has versatility en masse, but our players are ready, so let's go over to the table for Game 2. Match point for Diego here. One game away from becoming the first YCS champion of the season, but not if Philip has to say something against it. He is going to start this game off. Is his hand maybe a little bit better than the last one?
Okay,
Yes.
we start off with pre-preparation of rights, but Diego's deck has plenty of ways to answer that. Did he find any of those? No! We do get to search for not only the Mitsurugi Mirror, but also one of those powerful ritual monsters. And we do go for Habakiri.
And I think that preparation of rights, this is one of those cards that when it resolves, you feel very, very, very confident. Even against a potential draw and lockbird, you still can adjust your playstyle and establish a very good field.
Yeah, especially in this matchup, right? Which is a little bit slower, and you're not really fearing the Apophis Primite deck to run you over to end the game on the second turn or anything. So even if you get trolled, you have a lot of setup for the turn after. So I think definitely resolving this card already brings Philip in a really good position here.
Also something that is not to be underestimated, even though we have seen very few special summons in the last matchup. Fossil Dynapachi is so good because all of a sudden you're shutting off all of the Apophis trap cards. Yes, it is a trap deck, but they want to summon themselves, and that is not possible. Now, Philip has lost the first game. He has said it before, he has no idea about the matchup versus Apophis Primate, but this might give him some comfort. This is what he knows best. Dominus Impulse being activated here, shutting down Mitsurugi Ritual, but this also shuts down all of your normal summons.
Oh, but there is Habakiri, we know about it. Answer from Diego missing, so we do still get our Mitsurugi engine rolling here. Probably going to summon out the Saji, that's the most common one. Or if we want to get that ritual just straight up back to the hand, we could also go for Kusanagi right away. And it is the Kusanagi indeed. We're tributing it, trying to bring back that ritual into the hand. Diego, did we maybe find a Skullmeister? Does not look like it.
I mean, it was a very, very good play in order to play around a potential Ash Blossom. However, we have Ash Blossom checked through the preparation of right, and yet now we can actually start to find our engine and go to establish our big monsters. For example, Murakumo will be summoned right here, probably sending Saji and Aramasa in order to add a potential prayers.
Also, Dominus Impulse, as it is a double-edged sword, you can now just go for a very, very slow approach of this game if you want to. But the thing is, this card, of course, is super strong. With other hand traps together, it is incredibly impactful. That's why you're playing it in Apophis Primate. Yes, it really hurts your grind game with the Ether Barrels and with the Man with the Mark. But this card can stop your opponent from playing sometimes. In this case, there is not a lot that the card does.
And it is quite interesting that now Murakumo second effect is actually the important one, meaning that you don't really need the distraction effect on the monster of the monsters. Rather, you need to take resources from your opponents if they play a control deck, and you want to let them discard cards and starting losing value.
Yep, and I love how long Philip thought about that. He is already pre-planning the entire line that he has ahead of this turn, and he decided on searching the Saji, which now comes in as a normal summon. Very often you see this card being summoned by the Habakiri, but Philip just finds his own line here, and that Saji shall grab him another spell card from the deck. Most likely, I would assume that is going to be the Mitsurugi Prayers.
Or you could add Great Purification.
Oh yeah, I guess.
That is also an option. Funnily enough, normal summoning plays around Skullmeister. But that card is also shut off by the Dominus Impulse.
Spell or trap card, what do we want? Is Skullmeister another dark?
I think it's Earth.
It's Earth.
Oh, it's Earth. You're very right then. No, wait, Skullmeister is dark. As
I'm
thought.
trolling.
So
I mean,
Skullmeister is still alive, but I think Skullmeister would have definitely been activated on the Kusanagi. It just felt right. That was the next play from Philip. So that was definitely something I would have expected from him. Now, Philip, we do not have a time limit here anymore with the new time rules. But still, I feel like Philip has to come to some kind of a conclusion here. And he does end up grabbing that Mitsurugi Prayers.
I like what you said, Mike. The Murakumo is so important in this matchup because you have barely any plays on your first turn. When you're playing the Apophis deck, if you activate a spell card, it is going to cost you immediately, and then on the next turn, if you want your powerful trap cards to interact with your opponent, that's going to cost you even more. You can't set every single card you have. You have to keep cards in hand just to discard, and that is going to make your field even weaker. So I think Murakumo going first kind of checks Apophis Primate.
And in a control deck like Apophis Primate, as we saw, every card matters, and you can not really afford to have a discard in each turn. I mean, I truly believe that in this scenario, the effect of Murakumo to make your opponent discard a card if he wants to not negate the effect, I think it will be very important.
I'll say one important thing though. I think in this matchup it is crucial that Philip doesn't go over 2 extra deck summons. Because if your opponent normal summons a monster and then just puts a Typhon over it, this entire effect of letting your opponent discard is negated. You can't use Murakumo anymore because it has way too many attack points. But maybe now that we're seeing... No, we have normal summon Saji. Fossil Dyna is out of the picture here. So maybe actually playing into Typhon could play a critical role in this game.
Here comes the Mitsurugi Mirror, which we searched at the very beginning of our turn. Tributes the Futsu from the hand to bring back the Habakiri from the graveyard. And now Futsu shall search us an additional card. Is that now maybe finally the time for another prayers? In fact, it is. So the setup for Philip becomes stronger and stronger, even if we do not go for the Pachi.
I think you just want to set up one IP Masquerena and then potentially prepare for Dynamondo or SP Little Knight in the next turn just to keep your opponent on the low. Philip has been in the game for ages. He has been super successful at Nationals, at Euros, at YCSs. He knows what he is doing, even against decks that he doesn't have a lot of practice against.
I mean, we can also summon Tornado Dragon here, right?
If there is Tornado Dragon, we could summon it, but I can tell you other options are chosen due to the fact that we are running Pot of Extravagance and Super Polymerization. Our extra deck is just designed differently, and those toolboxy rank 4 monsters are not available anymore. We still found our way into pretty impressive field here on Philip's end. 3 set cards together with the IP Masquerena and the Murakumo certainly do not look too shabby.
And I like the fact that Philip has sent in 2 ritual monsters, meaning that he can activate IP Masquerena whenever he wants, so Purification will be also live in any scenario.
Yeah. And he has not played into the Typhon. IP Masquerena gets negated by the Infinite Impermanence. Is this the point where you already activate Murakumo? I think so, yeah.
That's what he did, and I feel like it is good. Diego thinking whether he can just discard a card to still have that Infinite Impermanence resolve. He does discard another Infinite Impermanence here. Sure, the IP Masquerena is negated. Still, that doesn't feel very great as we're down to only 3 cards in hand. That problem can be solved a little bit, though, as we activate Pot of Extravagance, trying to make 4 out of those 3 cards in hand.
I mean, I think it is one of those scenarios that you need to negate the Extravagance. You cannot let your opponent with 2 cards in the hand draw additional 2 cards.
Yeah, I would purify this any day of the week. Tributes the Habakiri and is going to be able to special summon after that again. Picks up the cards on the side of Diego, says, I can't break this field. That Murakumo did too much work here. I got hand looped immediately. And now Philip Weidinger is back in this game. Game 3 is about to start. The final game of the Yu-Gi-Oh! Championship Series here in Lille.
It is an open game again, and actually it was not really about what happened there in game 2, but also a little bit about what did not happen, because one crucial part of the side deck from Diego is actually the fact that he was running Ghost Reaper and Winter Cherries, a card we haven't seen in a while, but against that deck that doesn't really even work too much with the extra deck, the pure Mitsurugi deck, it's hard to find a target, and therefore he didn't really have anything applying to that matchup, and therefore that probably was something that hurt his side decking plan here quite hard. But now going first on the upper end, I can tell you he has plenty of powerful purple trap cards coming in there. It is going to be about the solemn cards. It is even going to be...
Sides going first?
He does. And you talked about Verdict of Anubis earlier on as well. Not in the main deck. Certainly though in the side deck.
That one I definitely understand, because if you start with treasures, you get the man with the mark, and then you want to have the verdict as well. But there are solemn cards even. This deck is so good going first. I did not see that.
I mean, going second against a trap deck in game 3 of a YCS final, it is very, very nervous and crucial. And you really depend on those Ash Blossom, on those drawn a lockpad, as you suggested, Basti. But also, even if you get trolled, or even if you can stop some of your cards, still it is a trap deck that can set 5 cards and let pass. And I don't think in the current meta state there are a lot of cards that deal with spell and trap
no, that's true.
Cards, which is very important.
Still though, the deck from Diego, it is a bit fragile in the end as well, because we discussed his other plans in terms of side decking as well early on. He most likely has to keep those Psy-Frame cards in his main deck when going first, because just the side decking ratios otherwise don't really work out. And then when you only have one engine, when you only have Man with the Mark, or when you only have, for example, the Ether Barrel, then sometimes you're only left with one monster, which does not get to you to Lambda, and then those Psy-Frame monsters in the hand aren't really that great anymore when you went first.
I mean, if you have Ether Barrel, you have the other monster that you can special summon with the Lordly Load. Probably that is also why you're only running one man with the mark. Because you don't want to start with this. You want to start with treasures plus the Primate Engine. But you can't search that Primate Engine. You need Prosperity or one of the 6 hard draws.
And Extravagance. We also play Extravagance.
Extravagance is in there as well. It is about to be a third game. Are we going to see the first YCS win of the Apophis deck? Or is it going to be the first YCS title for Philip White instead? We shall find out. Game 3 starting now.
Is there a tiny chance that Basti actually predicted correctly which giant card will be chosen? In the end, he said he would go for Man with the Mark. I think if Diego wins this and chooses a giant card, there is a decent chance he picks that one too. But now, first of all, he has to start game 3 off against Philip, fighting a titan of the game. And he starts with Treasures of the Kings, transforming into Temple of the Kings and getting Man with the Mark.
We saw before how this engine can go through and starting with the field spell, and I'm truly sure that now Philip knows exactly what is going to happen. We see another set card, maybe a Lordy Rod.
Is that something we have to use any interruption on? No. I mean, Philip probably recognized in game 1 that the man does not even really want to get normal summons, so we just let this search happen, and there is now though the normal summon of the Man of the Mark, and I just discussed there is an even more powerful card we can search this time around, but we do not even search it. Verdict of Anubis not being searched here may be an indicator that it already is in the hand, or the second card already set.
You believe that Philip is familiar with his strategy in order to understand his opponent and try to read his hand?
I'll say that he doesn't know Verdict of Anubis.
Good chance, honestly, good chance. The way he talked before this finals, he really seemed not too confident on the matchup. But as I told you, sometimes you only have to pass on one man, and I don't know whether that can be enough versus an engine-heavy hand of the pure Mitsurugi deck. But we are about to find out. Philip, can you break through those 4 trap cards?
And I mean, it is very scary to go in a YCS final. I guess 4 traps in. Right now, Philip must be nervous. However, Mitsurugi has such a strong engine and can be very, very confident.
Ooh, draw phase, Apophis the Serpent. And this is where the super polymerization that Philip is running in his deck could be crucial, because the very moment the Swamp Deity, which Philip reads just there, is activated, Philip could respond with a super polymerization, fusing away the Serpent and the Man of the Mark, making the Swamp Deity basically useless as it has no other face-up trap cards on the field anymore.
That is a strong start here. Mitsurugi Ritual activated. Are we going to see the Swamp Deity immediately, or are we having other responses on the side of Diego? He's definitely going to respond with Dominus Impulse. That is massive. The crowd is cheering for Diego here. It just resolves. Mitsurugi Ritual is negated, and also we're not shut off of Earth.
Okay.
Kusanagi is the answer of choice.
We want that ritual back, of course.
It is one of those scenarios that you don't need to summon Kusanagi. However, you really have the opportunity, but Gospel will be changed to the Kusanagi.
We do not want that ritual to come back to the hand, and Philip hand shuffling there quite hardly, trying to figure out a solution to the problem he is ahead of.
So important that the impulse was set, because then it doesn't shut you off of using earth monsters like Ghost Spell and Haunted Mansion. Philip is now thinking, what can you do in this scenario? He does have Mitsurugi Prayers here, discards the Murakumo.
Will that be answered by Diego? We sort of think there must be Verdict of Anubis set. Is this the moment we want to use it? There are still 4 other traps on the field, including, or spell traps, including Apophis the Serpent, which is a trap card on the field still. But is that where you want to negate? Because Verdict of Anubis here would in fact also destroy the Kusanagi, which is a nice side effect actually. But Diego ain't sure.
The last card of Diego in his hand, that is another Treasures of the King. So we know about that. There is little information for Philip. He knows that there is a Swamp Deity set, so he can be aware of that. The other 2 cards are absolute blanks. That is the power of trap decks. There can be whatever. Has he walked right into Diego's trap card? Are we going to see a verdict? You have to use it at some point, because you need plenty
the verdict
of cards.
Anubis, and look, Philip has to read it. This card is so crazy, as it can negate a spell or trap card. But additionally to that, if you control Temple of the Kings, and as we explained to you, that Treasures of the Kings accounts as Temple of the Kings on the field, will destroy all of Philip's monster on top of that, and even now deals some extra damage.
I mean, there is nothing more scary than going to a YCS final and reading your opponent cards, because you are surprised by everything.
But we have tributed Murakumo for prayer, so we get to resolve that effect. Of course, we cannot summon it back from the graveyard. It wasn't properly summoned before. That is, after all, a ritual monster. We have still Saji in the deck. We still have the Habakiri in hand. Can reveal it. What are the other 2 cards going to be? Does Philip have enough to extend here? Can send Saji? Can get another ritual out here? What effect has he used so far with the ritual?
I mean, our real interaction now, potential plays actually
it's
take prayers again.
We have already activated prayers,
but I think we
the activation was negated. That's true, so we could, in fact, negate it again, or activate it again. But then also negate it again, as there, of course, is still the Swamp Deity set too.
Philip Weidinger might not exactly know what Diego's deck does, but he knows what his cards do, so he is going to find a few more ways to dismantle this field. He might also be mistaken for the fact that this deck can't push aggressively, but if you have plenty of trap cards, he just sets the prayers. He just sets the prayers here, and now it is Diego's time to shine. He is calm, cool, and collected, and he has a Swamp Deity to further extend his field.
And of course, this could also finally be the moment where we see the Divine Serpent Apophis for the first time. That also powerful fusion monster of the Apophis deck. And that can be contact fused by using 2 Apophis trap cards. And we know there's another one set. So is that going to be the moment we go into that? I could see it. But for the moment, Diego holding back on it. Kind of also wants to save the negation effect, of course, of the Swamp Deity. So no real need for it just yet.
I think for Diego right now, he knows that a praise has been set into the field, because he can understand and read his opponent. And right now, I think he needs just to play in the long run and just wait for the right moment in order to finally push for game.
He can also activate the next Treasures of the Kings from his hand. Set up another Apophis, the Swamp Deity. Of course, doesn't want to go into something like a Time Thief Redoer while he has the Apophis, the Serpent on the field now to possibly negate it. Tributes the Habakiri from hand.
Wow.
And that is Drill Beam top decked. Oh my days, this card came from the top, and it is going to show that the Apophis the Serpent is in fact a normal monster here on the field. Habakiri still was tributed, can still do something. Are you going to go for another prayers that you can add, or are you going to try and find some other ritual spell?
So far we only talked about the fact that you have to draw both parts of the engine, but here we see why they work together so well. Those Apophis monsters on the field are normal monsters and make that drill beam live, which is so crucial here for Diego in that very moment.
However, Extravagant has been drawn, which is very, very important. Generating card advantage and going for that +1 will be very, very important for Mitsurugi in order to come back and try to find ways in order to play around the interaction and the negation that Diego currently has.
Do you swap that?
Of course you do. I mean, we have brought our opponent down to very little resources, so sure enough, a card that makes them draw 2 cards should be negated. Oh, Diego, do you agree? Swamp Deity would then not only negate the pot, but also gives you another strong monster on the field to possibly already threaten game on the next turn, and we do decide to negate here.
Swamp Deity is being activated. Philip, do you have anything? Something like a droplet? Anything? No, it just results. Negates the Pot of Extravagance. Philip Weidinger is shuffling through his graveyard, is looking for any options. It is looking bitter, but he still has the Prayer Search from last turn. Can special summon out a Saji from the graveyard, can search any monster. But if you don't have ritual spells together with those monsters, what do they even do?
And to be fair, right now we need to remember that Habakiri has been activated. It is once per duel, so Habakiri is not an option, and I think that you need to go for the Reborn effect right now.
Oh, Diego checking his options, has another Swamp Deity to also negate this Mitsurugi prayers. It's not resolving. We have a new YCS champion. Diego Zelia wins it all with a Apophis Primite, a deck that comes out of nowhere, but is first after Swiss and also first after the finals.
Can I say that every time that we cast a final, we see such an underdog story, such those decks that you do not expect, and yet they can be YCS champions and take this glorified trophy.
Diego Zelia wins it, the first YCS of the season with no other card than Man with the Mark. Normal summoned, never did a linked summon, didn't go for Exceeds, didn't go for Fusions, just attacked with some vanillas, and this is how he won a YCS. What is Genesis format? We have advanced.
I mean, would you expect ever to go into YCS Lille after a new set, a new Forbidden Limit list, and yet play Apophis and manage to become a YCS champion?
I did hope for it, certainly, but of course expecting it would have been a little much. But it's great to see that still those kind of surprises are able to happen in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game. Deserved champion Diego. And we also got to say, the Italians, they're back on the rise. We have an Italian European champion with Lorenzo Muselli, which was our last Premier event. Now we have another Italian YCS winner on their first YCS top even. And then maybe it is the year of the Italians.
And can I say something? So, since you mentioned Lorenzo Muselli, the European champion, he said that yesterday that Diego is going to win. He has called it from the first start of the tournament.
Okay. This deck is absolutely crazy. This story is absolutely crazy. Right when the Yu-Gi-Oh! Community is celebrating a format that is a slow alternative to Advance, Apophis Primite wins a YCS. It is beautiful how strong trap decks are at the moment. Man with the Mark. This is a strategy that not even many players knew about. Sometimes you see rogue decks that people kind of know what they are doing, like Fire King from Dinkabui back in the day. But this was almost entirely new. This combination of cards were so surprising for some players. You had to see it, that Philip Weidinger was even reading Verdict of Anubis.
And honestly, from personal experience, I played this deck over the last couple of months. The amount of times that I had to explain every single card from those Apophis cards,
it was countless. Like, nobody knew the cards, but I'm sure now with this tournament victory, everyone is going to read up on the Apophis
We've
cards.
had so many Rika wins and nobody read the
There is
cards.
way more Rika cards than Apophis cards, to be fair, though. You only have to read a couple of them.
And can I say something about the community? I think right now, as we can sum up the YCS tournament, I think that the key for this event was to play Impulse in your deck. As we saw, though, the deck that managed to go to the final, both were Impulse deck. So I can understand that this card played a very crucial role in the current meta state.
Yeah, it's good to break down the entire tournament in that regard, because I think next to the Impulse, also Super Polymerization, certainly a card that was absolutely in the spotlight, that was in so many different players' lists, and certainly also made the difference, almost brought Philip to also a YCS win here, and I think also in top 4 we saw it multiple times as well. But what else was there? Another non-engine card that jumps to your mind?
Droll Lockbird, it was very good, to be honest.
Was it? I rarely saw it resolving to a decent degree, to be honest.
Yeah, but I mean, if you consider which decks have managed to go to the final, both Mitsurugi and Apophis, as we discussed earlier, it is a very good option, so I would definitely consider it.
But maybe they went to the finals because the Drolls were not there, huh?
I'll say something else.
Go ahead.
Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion. That's not a rogue-ish card. I mean,
still somewhat, yeah.
Others. This card is so good against every single strategy. If Mitsurugi Ritual is activated and you're tributing your Habakiri to special summon out something from the deck, you can't really chain block your Habakiri in the graveyard. This is where the Ghost Bell hurts. You might have to discard another card for that, but that's a different story. We don't talk about that right now. This card is insane versus Draco Tail, and this card is also good versus the Yummy decks, because if you are in a situation where the Yummy deck is only playing with Engage, with the Hornet Drones, and you Veiler or something, every time they only have one Synchro Monster on the field, you try to destroy it, they shuffle it back to summon something from the graveyard, you have Ghost Bell and Haunted Mansion, turn is over. This card is so strong right now.
Yeah. Can I give a mini spoiler from the future? So our analyst will be Marcello Barberi. So for the Italian community, you are going to experience 2 Italian YCS champions talking with each other. I find it very, very cool, to be honest.
That is pretty cool indeed, for sure. And also, one more thing that I saw a lot throughout this tournament was the comeback of the triple tactic cards. Triple tactic Thrust and Talons was in way more players' lists again, and maybe is going to be some guideline for the future as well, that people want to play these cards again. Maybe also Diego won the YCS because so many people played that card, though, because he was not caring about those cards too much. But speaking of Diego, the freshly crowned YCS champion, why don't we hear it from him and our analysis, Marcello? As you said, 2 Italians chatting it up after a YCS victory. How could it be any better? Let's go over to the analysis corner.
Thank you, Basti, and yes, indeed, it is my pleasure to be here with the latest YCS champion, Diego Zilia. Give it up for him from the crowd. What a tournament it was. Amazing stuff to see. New rules, new format. 15 rounds of Swiss and top 8 cut. Your first top cut appearance, first after Swiss, and you won. How do you feel?
I mean, I don't know. I don't have words for
absolutely.
This, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, it's literally a dream story. I think you should pinch yourself. You're not sleeping.
Not
yeah,
dream,
exactly. It is not a dream, absolutely. I mean, what can you say? It's a beautiful story. I was blessed, alongside with the rest of the crew, to crown back at the European Championship Lorenzo Muselli as the European champion. And now, a few months down the line, you're his teammate, same team, and you win the first YCFs of the season. And with Apophis Primite. Tell us about that. How did you play this deck?
So it's a meta call for Mitsurugi and Dragotail, because I play the 6 Impulse Dominus, are amazing this format. Also the 3 Delta was really strong for that matchup. Yummy was not a great matchup, but we think the people don't play Yummy for Mitsurugi because he's the counter. So we do this meta call.
And I mean, maybe you say Yami is not that great, but we saw you against Yami in top 8. It was 2-0, and you made it look easy for sure. And I'm sure you played against Yami, and you lost only once in 19, basically 18 rounds altogether. It's absolutely amazing. And I just wanna, give you credits and a way to just go through these emotions, because I'm sure now you still have yet to realize what has just happened. But it was an amazing show in the final as well. And so I wanna just bring up some of these key moments. So game 1, you sit at the final, you roll a 12. I think that's a good start, and then you open pretty much every single piece with Treasure, Lordy Lord and Prosp. And here is the first important decision. So what went behind you picking this Ash?
Because Ash was literally playable on all cards Mitsurugi, so was the strong one.
So what is your plan usually when you play against Mitsurugi? What do you want to negate, prioritize?
Negate like the Sagi, the impulse for the ritual, like don't Ash, like I don't know, Arasama.
Okay, some baits, let's say.
Some ways to
focus on the main thing. Yeah, makes sense. And I gotta say, maybe it's a European thing, because we had some tournaments getting won by, the plan deck back in the day with some normal monsters. But I gotta say, you win the style points, because not often do you see this Angel Trumpetier going for game, right? I mean, how did you play this card? I think it's mostly for Omega. What went behind this choice?
Yeah, he's a tuner, was the higher attack yellow monster. Basically for this, and this was a level 4.
Yeah, I mean, it worked out pretty great, and it was absolutely nice to see it in action. Again, with this price frame, I mean, your teammates might have been playing different decks, but one key thing in common was these Psy frames. What do you think of those cards, those entraps?
Yeah, in this meta are really strong. In all matchup. Mitsurugi play ritual spell, Draco Tail ritual spell is...
It's amazing. Yeah, they were really good. And then, I mean, obviously the final was not always easy. Game 2, your opponent, had a very, very strong hand. But I just want to ask you one quick thing about it. You do play the Impulse. The commentators were wondering while you were playing that you would get, stuck under not being able to use the Earth monsters. Is that at all a concern with you?
Yeah, when I start Impulse, the game plan is the temple and the play with the trap cards.
Yeah, and I mean, in the end, this was a bit too much. Yeah, the overwhelming start, extravagance was negated.
He start only with 2 impermanence and versus Mitsu.
That's definitely not that great. But then we switch to yet another game, the deciding game, the final game of the YCS. And let's just say you set up a pretty interesting field, and that card, Verdict of Anubis, coming from the side deck. I mean, it's so good, right?
Yeah. Especially when he has the monster, because if I have the field, just post the board, and
you
this is
plus
crazy.
even more. You negate any possible card like Feather Duster as well. And I mean, it was amazing. In the end, you also had this time Impulse plus Bell to slow things down, and then take a bit of a slower approach to close it. But in the end, that's all that mattered, because as we can see, you add the other Swamp Deity right there, and I mean, your opponent was just absolutely overwhelmed by you. And again, I mean, I don't know what to say. You really were the hero of this tournament. A lot of fans you got already when we published the deck breakdown. When they saw Apophis, I saw everyone going crazy. I mean, Basti was going crazy from the commentating desk, exiting his deck. But I just want to give you a shout out. You can obviously came here with a team, came here with friends, so just say anything to them in Italian or English.
Thanks, all of my teammates, especially Andrea Ronchi, because we built the deck and nothing.
It worked out. Yeah. Absolutely. But now there is one more thing we need to do. We need to give you your trophy, and it's a very well-deserved one. So thank you guys for being with us, but don't go anywhere, because now we'll be back soon with the prize ceremony.
Attention duelists.
Welcome back to the coverage from YCS Lille.
And turn. We like to show you guys a little bit around what you're missing. So let's take a look at the venue. Bathed in the light of the French sun is the play hall. Thousands of duelists will all be working their way through these tables, trying to make their way into our top 8 cut on day 2. This is where the magic happens. All of it happens in this very spot.
Don't hesitate to jump in now.
Don't go anywhere, we've got loads more great coverage coming your way. And turn again. Perfect.
Attention duelists, it's time to crown your YCS Lille 2025 champion, Diego Zilia! Diego, Marcello has already spoken to you. You feel great about it. How does it feel right now, standing on the stage, knowing you're about to receive your trophy?
It's a dream. I don't know. Yeah, it's a dream.
I mean, you not only are getting the trophy, but you're getting the version of another Stratios, which you've already got the big card from being the top of Swiss. You get this card and you get one on the trophy. You've got every conceivable version of the card. Is that quite cool?
Yeah, it's very cool.
Well, with that in mind, we are going to hand you your trophy. So we're going to get our Konami representative to come on stage and hand you this trophy. Congratulations. But not only that, you also get to name one giant